Imaginary life on a deserted island? Farming, raising chickens, and flirting with beautiful women? Wrong. This is a hellish existence marked by food scarcity, ever-shifting alliances, and where trust equates to suicide. You must be more ruthless than the beasts and more cunning than the schemers. On this island, kindness will lead to your demise, and weakness will bury you. The only things you can rely on are the knife in your hand and the calculations in your heart. Are you ready to become the ultimate victor? Chapter 001, Surviving the Aftermath. Hey, wake up, wake up. A voice filled with fear pierced through Shun Yi's exhaustion. The sound jolted him awake, and he coughed up seawater. Cough, cough. He lifted his head slightly, squinting against the harsh sun that made it difficult to open his eyes. In a daze, he raised his hand to shield himself from the light, feeling somewhat relieved. The solid sensation beneath him gave him the impression that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. He stared incredulously at the vast ocean before him, feeling the wind whip past him. His heart was filled only with the joy of survival. I'm still alive. Turning around, he spotted his class representative, Zhong Shuang, and embraced her tightly. Im alive, im alive. Tears streamed down his face as he felt her trembling figure in his arms. Zhong Shuang was startled by his sudden embrace, instantly snapping to attention. Let go. Shun Yi. Overcome with joy at being alive, Shun Yi snapped back to reality and quickly released her. I'm sorry. I got too excited. Indeed, how could one not be excited about surviving? They were students from Ningjiang University's Economics and Trade Department. Under the organization of their class leader and committee, they had planned to travel abroad. A fierce storm at sea had capsized their cruise ship the previous night. The captain had warned of an onsenatacade tempest, instructing everyone to remain in their rooms. However, the ship had already begun to list dangerously. Fortunately, they had followed the majority and left their rooms, ignoring the captain's orders. Otherwise, they would have been trapped in their cabins, perishing in the depths of the ocean. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, they could only feel grateful to be alive. What the hell? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I've never traveled abroad in my life, and now this happens on my one chance. Shan Yu rage internally. He looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. No wonder it was so hot. If this continued, he would surely suffer sunburn. He glanced at Zhong Shuang, who had awakened him. Zhong Shuang was a class officer and an exquisite beauty. Dressed in cool, short shorts, her alluring figure was striking, yet her face was filled with fear. The only flaw was that her fair legs were covered in sand, which detracted from her beauty. At this moment, Zhong Shuang could understand Shen Yi's joy at surviving, but his gaze lingered on her, making her feel somewhat self-conscious. Shen Yi, where are you looking? She exclaimed, feeling a bit nervous. Alone on the island with a man, she regretted waking him up. But if she hadn't awakened him, she would be alone on this island. She grappled with her thoughts but couldn't resist shooting him a glare. Shun Yi was momentarily confused by her look. Cough. Miss Zhong, shouldn't we find some shade? Do we really want to bake in the sun? Miss Zhong was a consensus among their classmates, and Shun Yi was no exception. Zhong Shuang rolled her eyes at Shun Yi. If it weren't for waking you up, I'd be resting under the shade already. But she kept this thought to herself. However, just a few steps later, she twisted her ankle and nearly fell. Thankfully, Shun Yi was quick to catch her. What's wrong, Miss Zhong? I twisted my ankle, Zhong Shuang grimaced, revealing her pain. She had felt a twinge in her left foot when she first woke up, but hadn't thought much of it. Now, she realized she had injured herself. Stop dawdling, help me to the shade. Hearing her voice, which mixed indignation with stubbornness, Shun Yi found it amusing. Supporting her smooth, delicate arm, he thought to himself, if I were to pinch it, would it turn red for a long time? Lost in thought, he inadvertently squeezed a little harder. Ouch! Shun Yi, what are you doing? Zhong Shuang waved her arm vigorously. The sudden movement, combined with her twisted ankle, almost caused her to lose her balance. Shun Yi quickly steadied her while glancing at the spot where he had pinched her arm. It was indeed red, but what awaited him was a swift punch from Zhong Shuang. She was furious. What was Shun Yi thinking? Was he supporting her or pinching her? I'm sorry, Miss Zhong. Let's hurry to the shade. You can do whatever you want me there. Shun Yi's playful demeanor left Zhong Shuang exasperated. He was always like this at school. Upon reaching the shade, they gazed out at the sea, and the refreshing breeze revived their spirits somewhat. It feels wonderful to be alive, Shun Yi exclaimed. However, Zhong Shuang, troubled by her ankle, had no interest in his musings. Being alive is good, but we are on an island, and when rescue will arrive is still uncertain. Her words brought Shun Yi back to reality. Are you thirsty? Of course. Aren't you? Then you should say less. Shangyi. Zhong Shuang reached out, intending to hit him. That infuriating man. But Shun, he had already moved out of reach. Stay here or go find some coconuts for you. Aren't you looking for oranges? After saying this, Zhong Shuang immediately regretted it. Why was this man so infuriating? Shun, he had already dashed off, having spotted a nearby coconut tree. He recalled a video he had seen earlier where one could fashion a rope out of their shirt and tie it around their ankle for support, much like an electrician climbing a pole. He gripped the trunk tightly with both hands and began to climb. Initially, it felt challenging, but after a few attempts, he mastered the technique and slowly ascended. Zhong Shuang, watching from the shade, was amazed as Shun Yi reached for the coconuts. Can he really do that? He successfully harvested 5 or 6 coconuts from the tree. Gradually descending, Shun Yi returned, coconuts in hand. How about that? Am I impressive? Boring. If you don't praise me, you won't get any coconuts. You. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuang turned her head in a huff, refusing to look at him. Shun Yi chuckled and took a sharp stone to crack open a coconut. Sipping the sweet coconut water, he savored each drop. This coconut is delightful. It is truly a delicacy. The coconut meat inside is amazing, so sweet. Shang Yi iknaimed lude. This made Zhong Shuang tremble with anger. Yet how could she lower herself to praise him? After finishing one coconut, Shun Yi didn't hesitate to grab a second, continuing to tease her. Unexpectedly, in the heat of the moment, he made Zhong Shuang cry. She sniffled and wiped her tears, regretting why she had taken a cruise instead of a flight. Why did she wake Shun Yi, who then pinched her and irritated her further? As her frustration mounted, tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Shun Yi approached her with an open coconut. Don't cry, Miss Zhong, I was just teasing you. Come and have some. Shun Yi smiled, surprised that the usually strong-willed Zhong Shuang could be brought to tears by his words. He resolved not to do that again next time. Zhong Shuang sulkily pushed his coconut away. I want to eat it. She pouted coldly. Really? Really? This is the last one. If you don't eat it, I will finish it. You can't eat it all. Give it to me. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuang wiped her tears away and snatched it from him. But when she saw the 3 coconuts Shun Yi had already prepared for her, she fell silent. I was just teasing. Hurry and eat. You saved me. So how could I repay kindness with enmity? Hearing Shun Yi's words and looking at the open coconuts before her filled Zhong Shuang with a mix of anger and gratitude. If only Shun Yi would stop being so insufferable. She thought to herself. After the two finished their coconuts, silence enveloped them. Naturally, Shun Yi had his reasons for this behavior. Having survived a dire situation, now stranded on a deserted island, one could only wonder what lay ahead. A stifling atmosphere could easily sap their will to survive, as despair is a contagious affliction. It was better to lighten the mood with some levity. With this thought in mind, Shun Yi began to strategize. Although he had never experienced such circumstances, he had seen enough survival shows to glean wisdom from them. The most crucial element was to locate a source of fresh water. This expansive island surely possessed one. As he gazed out at the ocean, he noticed another island not far to the east. Floating on the surface were suitcases and corpses. He had overlooked these details earlier, but now they struck him as particularly unsettling. Fortuitously, he had washed ashore otherwise. He might have joined the ranks of the deceased. There are still survivors. Zhong Shuang's voice interrupted Shun Yi's contemplation. What? He turned to look at her, and she pointed towards a group approaching from the west. Upon closer inspection, he counted 7 individuals, and among them, he recognized 2 classmates. Shun Yi, Miss Zhong. The 2 classmates exclaimed, waving joyfully. Jiangying, Song Mingfang, you're alive. Zhong Shuang responded, equally thrilled. Their reunion, having escaped death, felt akin to encountering familiar faces in a foreign land. Indeed, we're fortunate to still be here. It was Brother Shi who rescued us. Brother Shi? Jiangying gestured toward a tall man in white casual attire and jeans, appearing to be in his late 20s. Thank you for saving my classmates. Zhong Shuang expressed her gratitude. Do you have any coconuts left? Brother Shi bypassed pleasantries and got straight to the point. None left. Shun Yi sensed something was amiss and stepped forward. Damn it. These are your classmates, right? If you manage to get coconuts, hurry up and fetch some for us. I'm dying of thirst. Brother Shi regarded them disdainfully, seeing only a group of students. Zhong Shuang's face fell, and she exchanged awkward glances with Jiang Ying and Song Mingfang. Shun Yi, could you help Brother Shi get some coconuts? He saved us, and we're all classmates. Please lend a hand, Song Mingfang implored, lowering his gaze as he negotiated with Shun Yi. Oh, Shun Yi replied, suppressing a laugh. Must one always adopt a subservient stance when asking for favors? What's with the O? Hurry up and get us some coconuts, can't you understand simple words? Brother Sure bellowed, his anger palpable. What the hell? They're your classmates, not mine. Shun Yi retorted, unfazed by the confrontation. Zhong Shuang, concerned, tugged at Shun Yi, fearing a conflict might erupt. Shun Yi smiled slightly, addressing Brother Sure while also glancing at Song Mingfang. Brother Sure, don't you see the flaw in your reasoning? You save them, not me. You should be directing your requests toward them, not me. Or should I say I'm your father, obliged to fulfill all your demands? What did you say? Chapter 002, wrapping up. One can be audacious, but only with the means to back it up. Shun Yi's fearless demeanor towards Brother Sure stemmed from the rigorous training imparted by his veteran father, which had endowed him with considerable physical prowess. Additionally, he was in a favorable position, having consumed coconut water and flesh. His strength had been largely restored. In contrast, the individuals before him appeared gaunt and weak. Even in a physical confrontation, Shun Yi felt no trepidation. What was there to fear? If they were all brimming with energy, he might have hesitated, but now Brother Sure glared at him, finger pointing, ready to erupt at any moment. Calm down, Brother Sure. Shun Yi, we're on an island, let's work together harmoniously. It wouldn't be wise to escalate tensions, would it? Song Mingfang interjected, attempting to mediate. Work together? Huh, are you jesting? With that condescending attitude of his, how can we expect collaboration? Shun Yi, may not have much, but I do have some backbone. Don't try to intimidate me, am not swayed by your threats. Shun Yi stood his ground, unyielding. What right did they have to command him, especially when they hardly knew each other? Prove your worth first. We're all classmates, give us a break. Song Mingfang pleaded desperately, his voice filled with urgency. Shun Yi listened, his patience nearly exhausted. He turned to Zhong Shuang and said, let's go. Before Zhong Shuang could respond, Brother Sure could no longer contain himself. You think you're tough? Do you believe I won't fight you? Trying to walk away? Not just him, but his companions also glared at Shun Yi with hostility. Bro, we save your classmates, right? It was just a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, every meeting is a connection. Just as your classmates said, let's cooperate, help us first, and well, certainly return the favor. A sharp-looking man with a center parting stepped forward from behind Brother Sure. Exactly. Their strength in numbers, Jiang Ying chimed in from the side. Shun Yi found their hypocrisy laughable. They had just claimed to be classmates, but now they refused to assist one another, instead seeking to exploit him. If they wished to express gratitude, they should do so on their own terms. Why should he be the one to bear the burden of their indebtedness while they reaped the rewards of being grateful? Were they cunning, or was he simply naive? Did they think he would sacrifice his dignity for their sake? Initially, Zhong Shuang found their argument compelling. After all, there is strength in numbers. But upon seeing Shun Yi's grim expression, she reconsidered. Could they truly be so manipulative? Let's go, she asserted. Though proud, she wasn't foolish. She had to acknowledge that Shun Yi had helped her. If she refused to assist him, it would be unjust. You're a large group, you should be able to fend for yourselves. Well, refrain from joining the fray. Farewell, Shun Yi declared, taking Zhong Shuang's hand to leave. You're not going anywhere. Brother Sure roared, charging at Shun Yi, intent on teaching him a lesson. This insolent brat dared disregard him and sought to escape. He was asking for trouble. As Brother Sure's fist swung toward him, Shun Yi cast a cold glance and chuckled lightly, then swiftly retreated, landing a solid kick to Brother Sure's abdomen. Thud! He was sent sprawling to the ground, groaning in agony. Brother Sure, his companions rushed forward, two of them helping him up while the remaining three glared furiously at Shun Yi. You dare strike Brother Sure? You really think we fear you? One of them shouted angrily, and the trio charged at Shun Yi. Shan Yi! Zhong Shuang gasped in alarm, anxiety coursing through her. She hadn't anticipated that a fight would actually break out. Song Mingfang and Jiang Ying retreated, adopting an attitude of detachment. Shun Yi smirked. Was this their way of showing embarrassment? He felt no fear facing the three adversaries. They could barely stand upright. In such a weakened state, did they truly believe they could go down fighting? One of them lunged at him, throwing a punch, but Shun Yi swiftly countered, landing a blow to the assailant's chest. The man winced in pain, gritting his teeth, still intent on retaliating. Another rushed in, aiming a kick at Shun Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yi grasped the first man he had struck, turning sharply and propelling him toward his fellow attacker. The man's foot collided with his companion. Watch where you're kicking. He howled in anguish. The last one, observing the unfolding chaos, swung a fist at Shun Yi. Shun Yi had been monitoring his movements, and as he charged, Shun Yi sidestepped and delivered a kick to his midsection. Do you wish to continue? Shun Yi coldly regarded the three sprawled on the ground, devoid of emotion. They remained silent. Very well, let me make this clear. If you want something, go find it yourself, don't come looking for me. They were mute. Brother Sure, nursing his injuries, was helped to his feet by his companions, glaring fiercely at Shun Yi. You'd best watch yourself. Today's encounter will not be forgotten, and you won't fare well in the future. However, Shun Yi paid him no mind, walking over to Zhong Shuang, lifting her into his arms and glancing back. In Shun Yi's embrace, Zhong Shuang's face flushed crimson. Whether there are good fruits to enjoy in the future is no concern of yours, she remarked. But if you dare to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to strike once more. Shun Yi declared, casting a cold glance at Song Mingfang and Jiang Ying. This glare startled the two of them, silently announcing their severed ties. Awkwardly standing in the middle with heads bowed, they dared not apologize to Shun Yi and could only slink back to Brother Sure. After this incident, their standing among their peers would undoubtedly diminish. But what did it matter to Shun Yi? You young man, just wait. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price. Brother Sure muttered as Shun Yi walked away. Having just come from the west, Shun Yi naturally headed east. With Zhong Shuang in his arms, she turned around and, noticing the absence of others, tapped him. Put me down, there's no one here. All right. Shun Yi felt an inner delight, entirely unconcerned about the earlier incident. What was there to fret over? Holding Zhong Shuang, soft and delicate, was a comfort beyond measure. The feeling of having a beauty in his embrace was exquisite. Once he set Zhong Shuang down, he surveyed the surroundings. It was still midday, and the beach was scorching under the sun. Shun Yi noticed some debris washed ashore. Plastic bottles, fishing nets, decayed wooden planks, paint buckets. Treasures indeed. He approached and collected everything except the planks. As he was gathering, Shun Yi noticed a few figures approaching from the east. They spotted him as well and walked over. He frowned, hoping they wouldn't be like Brother Sure. Soon, two women and a man approached. The man, wearing large round glasses and a shirt, held a soaked suit in his hand, appearing to be a businessman. He was accompanied by a woman in a floral long dress, her complexion somewhat haggard. They seemed to be either a couple or in a romantic relationship. The other woman wore a white floral dress, her features exquisitely beautiful, radiating an air of grace and freshness that rivaled Zhong Shuang. Shun Yi scrutinized them carefully, detecting no hostility nor arrogance. The man in the shirt met Shun Yi's gaze and forced a smile. You two look like students from the cruise ship. Why are only the two of you here? His voice was hoarse but devoid of malice. I don't know, we might have gotten separated. I'm Shun Yi, and this is Zhong Shuang. What about you? Shun Yi introduced himself, sensing a potential for amicability. I'm Tang Hua, and this is my partner, Zhang Suli. You can call me Old Tang. This lovely lady can introduce herself, he said, indicating they were not affiliated with Brother Sure and must have been washed together by the sea. Ding Xiong replied, her voice melodious yet cool, imparting a sense of distance. Shun Yi, what are you doing collecting this trash? After introductions, Old Tang sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. We currently have nothing. This garbage can serve as containers or ropes, among other uses, Shun Yi explained succinctly, not elaborating further. I see. Is it possible to use it this way? Old Tang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. What happened to her? Ding Xiong inquired, noticing Zhong Shuang's discomfort. She sprained her ankle. I can't set bones, so this is the best I can do, Shun Yi replied, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. While he could dislocate a joint, setting a bone was beyond his abilities. Let me help. I've learned how, Ding Xiong offered, despite her cold demeanor, not ignoring something within her capability. You've learned? That's wonderful. Shun Yi sighed in relief. It wouldn't bode well if Zhong Shuang's ankle remained sprained. Is he your boyfriend? Ding Xiong crouched before Zhong Shuang and asked. At this, Zhong Shuang hastily distanced herself from Shun Yi. What? He is not. In an instant, she let out a cry. Once she regained her composure, she discovered her ankle was fine. I just distracted you, Ding Xiong explained as she stepped away, allowing Shun Yi room. How do you feel now? Shun Yi approached Zhong Shuang. Are you all right? Walk a few steps. Zhong Shuang shot him a glare, her annoyance flaring at his teasing demeanor. Yet she took a few steps, stamping her foot and feeling much better. Thank you, she said to Ding Xiong, who offered no reply. By the way, do you have any food? Old Tang asked awkwardly, tightening his grip on his partner's hand. No, there are coconuts over there, Ding Xiong pointed towards the coconut trees. We can climb the coconut trees, but how do we do that? Old Tang initially expressed excitement. Then his expression dimmed. You can, Ding Xiong pointed at Shun Yi. Me, Shun Yi was taken aback, unsure why she would say that. Yes, you have water stains on your shirt, you've eaten coconuts, she noted, spotting the dry droplets on his clothing, which he had thought went unnoticed. Brother Shun Yi, could you please pick 2 coconuts? Even just for them is fine, it doesn't matter if I eat or not, my partner really needs hydration. I'll do whatever you ask, Old Tang said, adopting a tone of negotiation and displaying a willingness to compromise for the sake of the 2 ladies. A true man, demonstrating responsibility, far superior to Brother Shi and his ilk. Ah, but they were incomparable. Do you smoke? Occasionally. Do you have a lighter? Yes. Old Tang didn't understand why he was asking. Hand me the lighter. He obediently complied, then realized having a lighter meant he could start a fire. Shun Yi didn't smoke, but he certainly couldn't resort to primitive methods like starting a fire by friction. He admitted he lacked that skill. Once he had the lighter, Shun Yi wrapped his t-shirt around his ankle and began to ascend the coconut tree. As he climbed, Old Tang and his partner watched in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging. They couldn't believe their eyes. Ding Xiong merely glanced over before returning her gaze to the sea, seemingly savoring the moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuang remained vexed by Ding Xiong's earlier question. Who would want to befriend someone so insufferable? Chapter 003, A clearing. The warm sea breeze caressed the beach, and the oppressive heat of summer weighed heavily on their spirits. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, a sense of isolation enveloped them. Fortunately, they were not alone, which alleviated this feeling considerably. Thud, thud, coconuts dropped to the ground, breaking the silence. And their gazes shifted from the sea to Shun Yi. After he had pulled down all the coconuts, he made his way back to the ground. Come help. He called out to Lao Tang. Oh, coming. Thank you, thank you. Lao Tang jogged over, his face beaming with gratitude. The 2 of them returned with the coconuts, and Lao Tang cracked one open for his partner. They both cast grateful looks towards Shun Yi. Thank you, Ding Xiong said. Accepting the coconut handed to her by Shun Yi, she turned away, munching while gazing out at the sea. This girl has a rather aloof personality. Shun Yi mused inwardly as he passed another coconut to Zhong Shuang. Although she was not thirsty, having just eaten quite a bit, she still expressed her thanks to Shun Yi. As he opened another coconut, Shun Yi contemplated their next steps. The issues of food and water were glaringly severe, and he was uncertain when help would arrive. During this waiting period, considerations for a place to rest also needed to be addressed. 20 minutes later, once they had finished eating, Shun Yi proposed, let us continue eastward and see if we can find anything useful along the beach. Having filled their stomachs courtesy of Shun Yi, they were more inclined to accompany him in searching for supplies. Let us gather some necessities, Ding Xiong suggested. Rising to her feet. All right, Shun Yi replied, glancing at Zhong Shuang. Do you need me to carry you? Zhong Shuang's face flushed with embarrassment. I can walk myself. I'm not a child, she retorted, drawing the attention of the others, which only intensified her blush. She shot Shun Yi an annoyed glare, while he stifled a laugh at her flustered expression. Humph. Zhong Shuang huffed, striding ahead, with Shun Yi following closely behind, along with the others, as they gathered the items they had just collected. As they walked, they spotted a coastal cliff to the east. The cliffs rose majestically into the sky, with tumultuous waves crashing below. The distant view was shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a mythical paradise, a perfect spot for tourism. However, in their current predicament, no amount of beauty could bring solace. This is it, Ding Xiong announced as she halted in a clearing. What's wrong? Shun Yi inquired, turning back to her. It's relatively clean, shielded from the wind, and elevated, she stated, her expression revealing no emotion. What a cold girl, Shun Yi thought to himself. Yet he acknowledged her assessment. Indeed, standing there, he felt the wind had diminished significantly. The high cliffs to the east blocked the eastern winds, and the woods behind them provided further shelter. Facing south, the breeze from the west was gentle, with only the wind from the southern sea reaching them. Then let us settle here, Shun Yi concluded, tossing their belongings onto the ground. Lao Tang and his partner, along with Zhong Yi, helped organize the items they had collected. There were 2 paint buckets, 3 tattered mops, 2 broken fishing nets, 2 pieces of scrap metal, and about a dozen plastic bottles. Most importantly, they had found a damaged jar. Though these items were all in poor condition, they were invaluable treasures given their scarcity of resources. Are these things really useful? Zhong Shuang asked, frowning. She understood that the paint buckets and plastic bottles could serve as containers, and the broken jar might have some utility. However, she could not comprehend the practicality of the tattered mop and scrap metal, prompting her inquiry. Of course they are useful. Look, these can hold water. and this mob can serve as a makeshift stick to fend off any trouble that comes our way. While the metal is scrap, it's still iron. Once I process it, it can become a dagger or a knife. They are all valuable items, Shun-Yi explained, demonstrating as he detached the mop head, leaving only a stick. Is that feasible? Zhang Shuak asked, astonished, as the curious Lao Tang and his partner approached. What is not feasible? Sometimes we need to view problems from a different perspective, Shun-Yi replied. Feeling cheerful, at the very least, they were alive. Survival itself was a form of divine favor, and as long as they lived, there was hope. I understand. It's like when I was a child, wielding a stick and feeling like the Monkey King. Lao Tang exclaimed excitedly, but his expression soon darkened. Unfortunately, having grown up, I've lost that innocent perspective. Now burdened with a job, a partner, and family pressures, he could no longer harbor childish fantasies. Shun-Yi regarded him, feeling a bit awkward. He hadn't thought of it in that way. He merely sought a means of self-defense. True enough, Shun-Yi acknowledged, unsure of what else to say. Sticks were easy to come by, but crafting a dagger or knife was no simple task. Especially since the two pieces of metal were substantial, the larger piece comparable to a 24-inch monitor. Without the right tools, there remained just two sheets of scrap metal. The tide has receded, Ding Qiong remarked, her gaze fixed on the sea. After observing the situation in the distance, she reported, we can find some small fish and shrimp on the beach. Food? The group turned their eyes towards the shore, indeed spotting fish and shrimp. Let us all head out and catch some, Shun-Yi exclaimed. You all go. I'll look for dry grass and firewood. He understood her intentions and silently admired her comprehensive consideration. She is not a simple person. Watching Ding Qiong depart, Shun-Yi then led the others to gather seafood. While Shun-Yi had been watching Ding Qiong, Zhong Shuang had been watching him. Seeing him stare at Ding Qiong made her pout in annoyance. What else with that? Really? Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Shi and the others were sitting on the ground, panting heavily to regain their energy after Shun-Yi and Zhang Shuang had moved eastward. They were ordering Jiang Ying and Song Mingfang around, who felt a mix of frustration and regret. Had they known, they would have followed Shun-Yi instead of remaining behind. But alas, there were no opportunities for regret in this world. For Brother Shi, acquiring coconuts remained a priority, just as they were deliberating their next course of action. A larger group approached from the west, nearly a dozen individuals. Upon spotting Song Mingfang and Jiang Ying, one of them exclaimed with delight, "You're here too. By the way, we're Zhong Shuang." The speaker was their class leader, Ku Changwei. Standing at 183 meters tall, he appeared refined and amiable towards his classmates. Though this friendliness was merely superficial, behind him were mostly their classmates, with a few other passengers from the cruise ship. Zhong Shuang went with Shun-Yi. Song Mingfang began to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Ying. We were just about to invite Zhong Shuang to join us, saying that strength lies in numbers. But Shun-Yi was unwilling, forcibly took Zhong Shuang away, and even injured us. You can ask them, right, Brother Shi? Indeed. That brat hit us. Are you all his classmates? Chapter 004, Moral Coercion. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's exaggerated remarks, Ku Changwei's expression darkened, his demeanor stiffening with palpable displeasure. During their time at school, his interactions with Shun-Yi had been limited, yet unavoidable. Shun-Yi had his own circle, and so did he. Their paths rarely crossed. However, knowing that Zhong Shuang was the object of his affection, it was infuriating to have her taken away from him. What was the meaning of this? Song Mingfang, observing Ku Changwei's sullen visage, sought to clarify the situation but was abruptly silenced by a fierce pinch from Jiang Ying, who shot him a warning glare to keep silent. Where's Egu? At that moment, another individual approached, someone who had been friendly with Shun-Yi at school. His name was Chai Chi, commonly referred to as Skinny Monkey. Though he appeared frail, his gaze was sharp and penetrating as he fixed it on Song Mingfang. He went eastward. This time, Jiang Ying made no attempt to restrain him. All right, I shall seek him out. The Skinny Monkey responded eagerly, pleased to discover that Egu was still alive. He prepared to leave, but was halted by a voice. We shall go together, Ku Changwei declared, intent on confronting Shun-Yi and reclaiming Zhong Shuang. What about you all? Are you staying here or coming along? He turned to the others. The classmates were inclined to join, united by their camaraderie, while those remaining on the cruise ship preferred to stay behind, being less acquainted with the situation. We won't go, Song Mingfang said awkwardly, not wishing for his deception to be unveiled. No, you must come, Ku Changwei insisted, refusing to allow them to remain behind. The 12 classmates proceeded eastward in search of their companions. As they walked, they came across discarded coconut shells beneath a tree. That must be Shun-Yi and his group. He can climb coconuts, but never shares with us, Jiang Ying fumed, adding fuel to the fire. The others murmured in agreement, questioning how Shun-Yi could act in such a manner. Continuing onward, they finally spotted Shun-Yi and his group, who were busy collecting small fish and shrimp. Zhong Shuang. Shun-Yi. Both Kachangwei and Skinny Monkey called out simultaneously. They looked up in surprise. Skinny Monkey, you're still alive. What a delightful surprise. Of course. If I were dead, how could you be here? Skinny Monkey laughed as he approached Shinny, playfully patting his arm. I heard you can climb coconuts. I'm parched. Could you get a coconut for me? Sure, but you must help me gather food, Shinny replied without hesitation. The two had known each other since high school, their bond growing over 6 or 7 years, rendering them inseparable. Meanwhile, Kachangwei and his group lingered at the back, and he stepped forward, saying, Shinny, we wish to join you. Initially intending to confront Shinny and reclaim Zhang Shuang, he shifted his approach upon hearing about the coconuts. No. There are too many of you, Shinny countered. Wait, isn't that Song Mingfang and Jiang Ying? Didn't you both say that strength lies in numbers? Why so quickly seek out more people to bother me? Shen Yi feigned surprise upon seeing them. Ku Changwei found himself in a predicament, caught between his intentions and Shen Yi's retorts. Song Mingfang felt his face flush with embarrassment. However, Jiang Ying stepped forward, asserting, if you are so capable of helping him, why not extend your assistance to us as well? Shen Yi found her reasoning amusing. Please, let us face reality. Am I indebted to you in any way? You owe us nothing, but should you not assist others in their time of need? Jiang Ying argued boldly. I am weak, hence I have reason. You have no ground to stand on. Shen Yi replied, his patience waning. Why would I aid you? What would I gain? A mere thank you? I can barely manage my own affairs, let alone assist you. Do I appear to be a fool? Shen Yi was neither naive nor altruistic, if one desired his aid. They must possess a skill of equal value or something worth exchanging. He was but one person, with no grand aspirations to save the world. Merely a pragmatic individual who would assist those he found likable when circumstances permitted. Yet you are willing to help Zhang Shuang and others. Why not us? Jiang Ying's logic faltered, as she pointed towards the elderly couple behind Shen Yi. What can you offer that compares to Zhang Shuang? Shen Yi retorted, his patience wearing thin. Each of those he helped had contributed to his well-being in some manner, whether it was Zhang Shuang saving him or the elderly couple providing him with a lighter. What do you bring to the table? You want to repay a debt and expect me to assist you? No one relished the prospect of being a burden, especially not with someone as bothersome as Jiang Ying, whose incessant nagging had become quite tiresome. With no retort left, Jiang Ying resorted to her traditional tactics, crying, causing a scene, and threatening self-harm. Yet, these antics held no sway over Shen Yi. Frankly, should she perish, the most he would do upon leaving would be to mention her unfortunate demise during the registration process. If you have nothing better to do, feel free to wander wherever you please, but do not trouble us here. Shen Yi cast a dismissive glance at them. But we are classmates. Someone interjected urgently. Classmates? Spare me the pretense. We are all adults here. Why be so hypocritical? While you claim to be classmates, I can only imagine the insults you hurl behind my back. Besides, with so many of you, I am certain you will find a way to survive without worrying about us. Ku Changwei's gaze turned to Zhang Shuang, his frustration evident. Zhang Shuang regarded him with indifference, her feelings toward him entirely lacking. Class monitor, focus on ensuring your classmates survive. Do not concern yourself with us. My opinion holds little weight. It is Shen Yi's voice that truly matters. Her words left Ku Changwei disheartened, particularly as the dynamics shifted to revolve around Shen Yi, leaving his heart in tatters. Wait, a voice rang out from among the classmates. It was Wu Yufeng, a quiet yet academically gifted student who was often referred to as a bookworm. Everyone knows him. He is well liked for his intelligence, the others thought. Eager to hear what he had to say, Shen Yi, we are all classmates. Why must you be so harsh towards Jiang Ying? She is merely a girl. If you possess the ability to assist Skinny Monkey, why not extend the kindness to us? We will surely repay you, and thus, everyone can remember you fondly. What harm could it do? Shen Yi regarded him with incredulity. Bookworm, have you become foolish from all that studying? If what you said were true, the Confucian ideal of universal harmony would have already been realized. Yet here we are. I have contemplated this matter as well. There are several points that warrant change. Shen Yi interrupted him. Stop. If you are truly so capable, why not gather coconuts for them instead of troubling me? That is a fair point. I should indeed give it a try. He considered finding someone to accompany him, but none were willing to join. Class monitor, perhaps you should lead the others away. You are interrupting our meal, Shen Yi said, casting an irritated glance at Kachangwei. He had long seen through Kachangwei's duplicitous nature and had no desire to engage further. The crowd, fixated on the exchange between Jiang Ying and Shen Yi, had failed to notice Shen Yi's companions gathering food. They soon realized that small fish and shrimp could easily be collected from the shore. With glances exchanged, they all returned to the task of gathering food. Upon witnessing this scene, Kachangwei cast a reluctant glance, his eyes brimming with resentment, and with a huff, he departed. Shen Yi, where's the coconut you mentioned? The lean monkey inquired, rubbing his hands together with a grin. If you gather too little, there will be nothing left for you. What? Chapter 005. A night on the deserted island. As time slipped by, dust descended upon the horizon. Once the crowd dispersed, the atmosphere transformed from cacophony to a tranquil stillness. A flicker of flame emerged in the clearing where Shun Yi and his companions temporarily resided, ignited by Ding Qiong. She had taken the lighter from Shen Yi's hand. In the solitude of the night, the firelight offered a comforting solace to the heart. The seaside air carried a hint of chill. As the temperature dropped sharply, the group huddled around the fire, warming their hands while grilling the seafood they had caught. Small fish and shrimp skewered on branches blackened from the smoke. When broken open, the succulent aroma wafted irresistibly, tantalizing their senses. With no seasoning to enhance the flavor, the freshness of the ingredients stood alone. However, given their isolation on the island and the absence of medical facilities, they had to ensure everything was thoroughly cooked. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The well-cooked fish, shrimp, and crabs were devoured ravenously by Shun Yi and the lean monkey. Ding Qiong delicately picked at her meat with a twig, savoring each bite, while Zhong Shuang mirrored her slow enjoyment, albeit less exaggeratedly. This was not mere pretense. Her graceful mannerisms were instinctive, honed over years of habit. If she were to eat as gluttonously as Shen Yi, it would indeed raise eyebrows. The group had gathered quite a haul of small fish and shrimp, totaling approximately 3 pounds, shells included, leaving barely a pound of edible meat. They shared the meager portions, just enough to quell their hunger. Fortunately, the island was dotted with coconut trees, and Shen Yi could climb to harvest coconuts for their flesh and juice. Yet, this too was not a sustainable food source, as it could lead to digestive troubles. They relied on the island's bounty to survive, and on their first day, they managed not to starve. However, as night fell, challenges arose. Though their location sheltered them from the wind, it did not eliminate it entirely. A gust swept through, chilling them, particularly affecting Zhong Shuang and Ding Qiong, one in shorts and the other in a long skirt, who shivered against the cold. I will take the first watch. Who will watch the second half? Shen Yi inquired, leaning against the fire. The darkness enveloped the uncharted island, necessitating vigilance against potential beasts or other lurking creatures. As they had no means of defense, I'll take the first half, Ding Qiong replied softly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Shen Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated the lean monkey would volunteer. A glance at the lean monkey confirmed his understanding. I'll do it, he said, stepping forward. Ding Qiong, you should rest well tonight. The lean monkey and I will keep watch. Ding Qiong shook her head, declining Shen Yi's kind offer. You are men. Your physical strength and endurance surpass ours. You need ample rest. Her tone was simple and firm, leaving no room for argument. The lean monkey looked at Shen Yi with a sense of helplessness. Fine, you take the first half, and I'll take the second. Just remember to wake me. Shen Yi adjusted his strategy, recognizing that the first half of the night was easier to endure, while the latter half posed more of a challenge. Ding Qiong accepted this arrangement without protest. With no preparations made, they gathered around the bonfire, lying on the sand. The elderly couple, Old Tang and his wife, nestled together for warmth, while the lean monkey positioned himself between Shun Yi and Old Tang, and Zhong Shuang settled beside Shen Yi. Ding Qiong sat vigilantly next to Zhong Shuang. As they lay down, Shen Yi handed his watch to Ding Qiong. Wake me at 1. Without a word, she accepted the timepiece. Shen Yi reclined on the sandy ground, which, though not overly hard, was still an unfamiliar sleeping surface. He could only rely on his imagination. Picturing himself in the comfort of his own bed, Zhong Shuang curled up, shivering from the cold. Shun Yi removed his jacket and placed it over her. You, Shu, sleep, he said, closing his eyes. Zhong Shuang felt a warmth envelop her heart. In the dead of night, Zhong Shuang remained cold, inching closer to the warmth beside her, resting against Shun Yi. Only the vigilant Ding Qiong took notice, casting a fleeting glance before returning her gaze to the distant sea, seeking a semblance of peace. Her delicate, fair hands gripped a twig, tracing circles in the sand. As the night deepened, past 1 o'clock, Ding Qiong still refrained from waking Shen Yi. True to her word, she aimed to conserve his strength for the challenges of the morrow. A voice within her questioned whether she regretted boarding the cruise. She would merely shake her head, no regrets. After a while, Shen Yi awoke, realizing he needed to keep watch. He opened his eyes to find Ding Qiong, her face weary yet determined. Didn't I say to wake me at 1? It's 3 now. Why didn't you call me? His tone carried a hint of reproach, though it was laced with concern for her well-being. You're awake? Ding Qiong lifted her head to meet his gaze. Get some rest. If you don't, it will be dawn soon. I don't want to dirty my hair. She replied softly, her voice gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. What shall we do then? Perhaps I could take the lean monkey's clothes off you, so you can protect your hair? Shen Yi shrugged, internally lamenting their less-than-ideal circumstances. No need. This is fine, she said. Gathering her hair, and lying down on Shun Yi's lap. Shun Yi hesitated. Is this appropriate? Sleep, Ding Qiong insisted, falling silent. Caught between bemusement and disbelief, Shun Yi marveled at the beauty of Ding Qiong resting on his lap. It felt surreal. From her demeanor, he sensed she was not an ordinary person. As he glanced down at her serene profile, her eyes barely closed, he felt a compulsion to brush aside the stray hairs from her forehead. Yet, as he reached out, she grasped his arm, holding it against her chest. Shun Yi's breath quickened, his heart racing. He dared not move too much, fearing that any sudden motion might awaken her. But if he remained still, the potential embarrassment upon her awakening loomed large. Desperation filled him, but fortune smiled as Ding Qiong finally released her grip, allowing him to escape her embrace without incurring her ire. Though she might not possess the vocabulary to scold him, he was relieved nonetheless. As dawn approached, the sun ascended gradually, illuminating the sky. The early morning forest was shrouded in mist, and even from the sandy beach, Shun Yi could hear the cheerful chirping of birds. The sunlight kissed his face, rousing him from his lethargy. What a splendid day it promised to be. The quality of the weather would dictate his plans for the day. The first to awaken was Ding Qiong, having slept less than 3 hours. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she fixed her gaze on Shun Yi. You didn't do anything last night, did you? At her words, Shun Yi's heart skipped a beat. Forcing a smile, he replied nonchalantly, of course not. What could I possibly do? Chapter 006. Entering the woods. I hope you were speaking the truth. Ding Qiong scrutinized him intently, searching for any hint of deception on his face. However, it was evident that Shun Yi was exceptionally adept at concealing his true feelings. She could not discern any flaws in his demeanor. At this moment, the others had already awakened. They had gone to bed at 9 o'clock the previous night. And although Shun Yi had risen at 3 in the morning, he did not feel overly fatigued. After 6 hours of sleep, he felt sufficiently refreshed. Their immediate priority was to locate a water source. While coconut water could quench thirst, it was not sustainable for daily consumption. Coconut water was easier to find and obtain than a true water source, yet it was only a secondary option. Ultimately, discovering a reliable water source was essential for their survival. As they stretched their limbs, the lanky monkey inquired, "What shall we do today, Iko?" "Find water," Shun Yi replied, gathering everyone around him. "I will venture into the woods to search for drinking water. Who will accompany me? Why can't we all go?" The lanky monkey asked curiously. "It's safer to go together." "We cannot. Our manpower is limited. Each of us must be assigned tasks. We lack food, water, hay, and tools, resources we all need," Shun Yi retorted, casting a reproachful glance at him. The lanky monkey sheepishly scratched his head, surprised at the multitude of necessities they required. He was also intrigued by Shun Yi's newfound shrewdness, given that they had previously shared light-hearted banter without such seriousness. "I'll go with you," he declared, but was interrupted by Ding Qiong. "I will go." The lanky monkey looked at Shun Yi, who, feeling helpless, replied, "Let the lanky monkey accompany me." Ding Qiong showed no willingness to negotiate. Her white dress fluttered in the breeze, and her hair danced in the wind, presenting an alluring figure as she turned to face the lanky monkey. He dared not protest further. Quickly changing his tune, "Perhaps it would be better for Sister Ding to accompany you. I shall remain on the beach to look for something to eat." As the saying goes, those who recognize the situation are the wise. He did not wish to attract bad luck. At the same time, he felt a pang of envy. 2 stunning women had chosen to accompany Ego. What merit did he possess to win their favor? "All right, then. Old Tang, you and the lanky monkey will search for food. Zhong Shuang, you and Old Tang's wife can gather sticks and hay." How does that sound? Shun Yi efficiently assigned roles to the 6 of them, and no one voiced any objections. Shun Yi and Ding Qiong took a few empty plastic water bottles with them. Once they entered the woods, Zhong Shuang pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Old Tang's wife, observing her predicament, offered advice. "Xiao Shuang, you must seize the initiative." As the saying goes, men often have a singular focus. When confronted with a woman, they become entranced. If you do not seize the opportunity, someone else may take it from you, understand? Though she spoke infrequently, her words struck a chord with Zhong Shuang, who felt her expression tighten. "Zhang Jia, what are you talking about? Who would be interested?" she stammered. Old Tang's wife chuckled, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned confidant. "Consider me as merely rambling. Sometimes, you must provide an opportunity. Do not let him guess your thoughts. No one can know your intentions. It's a dance of invitation and rejection. Comprehend? Zhang Jia, let's not discuss this any further. We should focus on our tasks." Zhong Shuang interjected, her cheeks flushed, feeling quite flustered. Her previous life had been a linear path between school and home, with minimal interaction with others. As someone more experienced in social situations, Old Tang's wife's candid remarks left Zhong Shuang momentarily unable to process them. They felt too forward. For someone who had never dated, the notion of inviting and rejecting was as challenging as a pig climbing a tree. She had her own little pride. Able to love and hate fiercely, dangling someone else's emotions was simply beyond her capabilities. Observing Zhang Shuang's reaction, Old Tang's wife smiled softly and chose not to elaborate further. In the woods, Shun Yi and Ding Qiong walked while marking their path, wary of losing their way. The dense foliage posed a risk of disorientation. Are you all right? Shun Yi paused, feeling a slight itch on his legs even through his long pants due to the overgrown grass. Ding Qiong, clad in a long skirt, turned back to inquire. Noticing his gaze on her legs, she shook her head. I can endure. The mountain is to the east. If we head that way, we should encounter water flowing down from the mountain. Let us hurry. Though she spoke with resolve, Ding Qiong was clearly uncomfortable from the itching. Shun Yi, concerned for her, nodded and turned, carefully treading forward, mindful of any potential wildlife lurking nearby, as they had no protective measures against bites. The sound of rustling grass reached their ears, indicating small creatures passing through. This brought Shun Yi some comfort. Perhaps they could catch small animals later, learning survival skills akin to Bear Grylls. After about 10 more minutes, however, Shun Yi found himself in a predicament. He had discovered the tracks of a wild beast, large paw prints imprinted in the ground. Do you know what kind of beast this is? Shun Yi turned to Ding Qiong, but then noticed her calf, which had been scratched by the grass. Though the wound was shallow, it must have been quite irritating, akin to the sensation of ants crawling on her skin. Without hesitation, Shun Yi scooped Ding Qiong into his arms. Put me down, she said, displaying no alarm. You have a wound on your calf. Continuing on will only exacerbate your discomfort, he explained, lamenting the fate of her lovely legs, marred by the grass. She did not respond, tilting her head to examine the paw prints on the ground. Bear tracks. Bears. Shun Yi paused, taken aback. That was quite a formidable creature. Yes, this indicates that we are within a 5-kilometer radius of its territory. We have encroached upon its domain. Shun Yi realized that animals possess a strong territorial instinct, and he and Ding Qiong had unwittingly entered into it. What should we do? Do not panic. The presence of prints is a positive sign. The tracks are somewhat muddy, indicating that it rained yesterday. The mud is unavoidable, but the dense trees here suggest that rainwater does not seep through easily. This indicates that the creature was likely seeking water, and its paws became muddied as a result. The direction of the prints, heading eastward, implies that there will be a water source not far to the east, and its den is likely to the west. For now, we are safe. Shun Yi paused, carefully analyzing Ding Qiong's words. Her reasoning was indeed sound. What was your major? I have obtained 24 professional certifications, Ding Qiong replied, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, lacking any hint of boasting. This revelation left Shun Yi somewhat embarrassed. Ding Qiong appeared relatively young, likely not far from his own age. Yet she possessed such prowess. The ability to acquire so many certifications suggested she was not in dire need of money. I'll carry you, he offered. The sensation of carrying her felt peculiar. With Ding Qiong on his back, they resumed their journey eastward. True to her words, in the shallow depressions of the bear tracks, there was a layer of water, indicating they were drawing closer to their desired source. As they passed through a thicket, it felt as though they were parting the clouds to reveal the blue sky. From the rocky crevices of the mountain stream flowed the very water they yearned for, the essence of life itself. Chapter 007. Finding water sources. The environment here is truly delightful. On one side lies the foot of a mountain, while trees surround them on 3 sides. Without traversing through the thickets, one might easily overlook this hidden gem. Shun Yi gently set down Ding Qiong, and together they hurried to the edge of a brook. Cupping their hands, they drank a few sips of water before filling their plastic bottles, 6 in total, each containing 500 milliliters, amounting to 3 liters altogether. Ding Qiong squatted beside the stream, cradling the water in her hands as she delicately washed the scars on her calves. The cool water sent a shiver through her, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Shun Yi let out a long sigh, a smile gracing his face as he felt a wave of relief. At least they had secured a fresh water source. Although it was somewhat distant from their temporary shelter, everything else seemed manageable. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the forest behind them. Upon hearing it, Ding Qiong immediately whispered, "We must leave quickly. A wild beast is approaching." No sooner had she spoken than 2 wolves emerged from the woods. Their gray-black fur glistened in the sunlight, and their green, piercing eyes fixated on them, sending a chill down Shun Yi's spine. Wolves. Wasn't this area supposed to be the territory of that bear? How could 2 wolves have appeared? Anxiety gripped Shun Yi as he hastened to Ding Qiong's side. The 2 wolves continued to stare at them but did not advance immediately. Perhaps they had never encountered humans before, rendering them somewhat hesitant. However, this hesitation was likely temporary. If the wolves realized that humans were no match for them, they would surely attack. What to do? Shen Yi felt indecisive. Turning and fleeing was not an option. To run would betray fear, giving the wolves an opportunity to strike, leading to dire consequences. Instead, he chose to maintain eye contact with them, hoping to gauge the situation. Ding Qiong, too, felt the tension. Acutely aware that wolves are pack animals. One wolf might be manageable, perhaps a rogue wolf separated from its pack. But two wolves indicated that others were likely nearby. They had found water, yet there was no way to transport it. Shen Yi shrugged helplessly, jesting. Well, dying alongside a stunning beauty isn't entirely a loss. At least I'd have company on my way to the underworld. Be quiet. Ding Qiong admonished him sharply. We aren't dead yet. Don't speak such morbid words. Don't move. The wolves are shifting, Ding Qiong warned, having noticed their movements. Shen Yi's heart raced, with only a stick in hand. Could he possibly learn to wield it like a dog-fighting staff? The reality was, these wolves were not dogs. A sudden roar echoed through the forest, and the wolves, seemingly reluctant, retreated. A false alarm. Perhaps their alpha was summoning them. Yet, lingering here was unwise. With wolves and bears around, it appeared this island was not as tranquil as one might have imagined. Relieved to have escaped danger, they dared not linger in the area. To hasten their departure from the woods, Shen Yi hoisted Ding Qiong onto his back. What should have taken half an hour was accomplished in merely 10 minutes. Though Shen Yi emerged utterly exhausted. What's wrong? Out of breath? Zhong Shuang approached, observing them with concern. We found water. But there are bears and wolves in the woods, likely not far from us, Shen Yi explained, startling Zhong Shuang. Wolves? Bears? Surely not. This island doesn't seem that large. Who knows? We must remain vigilant, Shen Yi cautioned, taking a swig from one of the water bottles. Zhong Shuang watched him with sympathy, pursing her lips but saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Ding Qiong, having caught her breath, joined Lao Tang's wife and Zhong Shuang to gather branches and pull grass. Once Shen Yi felt rested, he realized the necessity of enhancing his weaponry. Relying solely on a stick was insufficient. He was no Sun Wukong. A knife or dagger was essential, given the limited resources at hand. He only had some scrap metal, one large piece and one small. He grasped the smaller piece and found a rough stone to begin sharpening it. Such stones were abundant. Yet the metal was scarce. The scrap was not particularly thick, approximately 3 millimeters, and felt light in his hand, lacking the heft of a proper blade. However, it was the only item available, and he could not afford to waste it. For self-defense, it would have to suffice. He sharpened one side to serve as a dagger while rolling the other side and striking it against the stone to flatten it, adding some thickness. The grip was a challenge. No matter how he held it, it felt uncomfortable. He tore off a strip of fabric to wrap around the handle, making it somewhat more manageable. After an hour of labor, his hands weary, the dagger finally took shape. The handle measured about 10 centimeters, wrapped in cloth, fitting comfortably in his grip, with a pointed end left for striking. The blade itself was somewhat shorter, approximately 9 centimeters, about the length of a cigarette box. He had not aimed for length, considering the fragility of the thin blade. Too long, and it might snap. After careful consideration, the dagger was complete. Measuring a total length of 22 to 23 centimeters, roughly the combined length of 3 fingers side by side. Both ends were sharp, and Shen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Armed with this dagger, he felt a modicum of reassurance. He also took the stone back, having used it to sharpen his weapon. Upon returning, he found the others gathered together in discussion. What are you all talking about? Shen Yi asked with a smile as he approached. Ding Jia just mentioned we could create a simple fishing device, one of them explained. How so? Shen Yi inquired, intrigued. We can use branches to outline a space on the beach. When the tide rises, fish will be swept in and unable to escape. Although it sounded a bit dubious, Ding Qiong proceeded to sketch a rough diagram in the sand. As Shen Yi examined her drawing, he quickly grasped the concept. She had drawn a line representing the sea surface, with a square shape indicating the fishing device. As long as fish entered this contraption, they would struggle to get out. It was a clever idea. Now they were contemplating the stability of the structure, for the force of the incoming tide would be significant, likely scattering their branch-made device. But we have paint buckets. We could bury them in the sand. When the tide rises, perhaps the fish will swim into the buckets, Zhong Shuang proposed, pointing to the paint buckets. What a splendid idea. Shen Yi mused silently, marveling at the power of teamwork. Collective brainstorming and collaborative efforts truly foster creativity. Chapter 008. A real man as everyone turned to look. It was Old Tang. You may speak. We are listening, he said with a faint smile, clearing his throat before continuing. What the two ladies mentioned earlier is indeed correct. I merely wish to add that we currently lack the necessary tools. Surely, we cannot dig with our bare hands. It would be both time-consuming and laborious. This morning, I glanced towards the east and noticed that beneath the cliffs lies a rocky beach where shellfish might be found. However, the path is steep, and I was unable to proceed. His words brought a sense of calm to the group. Indeed, the available tools were exceedingly scarce. I have considered this matter. Ancient humans relied on stone tools during the Stone Age, and we could do the same, though it would require some time. I am aware that stones are readily available over there. At this moment, the thin monkey interjected, eager to assert his presence. Shouldn't we also contemplate a place to stay? What if it rains or the wind picks up? The coastal weather can be quite unpredictable. Old Tang's wife chimed in, displaying a certain obsession with the topic of shelter. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, 3 out of 4 are lacking. Indeed, Shin'e remarked, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was already noon. Do we have anything to eat? There are a few small fish and shrimp. Old Tang pointed to the fish and shrimp in the clay pot. Very well, let us eat first, Shin'e replied. Feeling the pangs of hunger. The past couple of days had posed challenges regarding meals, and he anticipated that dining would continue to be a concern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Shi and his group remained in place after Kachangwei had taken Song Mingfang and Jiang Ying away the previous day. The 5 of them, along with others who stayed behind, had scavenged some hay and twigs and collected a few fish and shrimp to make do for the night. They had desperately sought coconuts, but were unsuccessful. Being from inland regions, they lacked experience near the sea and had not anticipated such challenges. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred death, Old Gui lamented, dressed in all black with a buzz cut. Enough complaining. That group headed in that direction yesterday. Shall we not go check it out? Brother Shi suggested, his tone seemingly collaborative yet devoid of any real room for negotiation. Brother Shi, are they not merely a bunch of students? What do they know? Why should we go there? Old Gui scoffed, clearly reluctant to move. Let's talk. Let's head over, Brother Shi replied. Brothers, what do you say? Let us go together. The more, the merrier, they replied. None wishing to provoke Brother Shi as they rose to follow him. Walking eastward, they soon encountered Kachangwei and his group. We must address the freshwater issue this afternoon. Kachangwei was passionately rallying his companions when he noticed the gazes of the others shift sideways, and he turned to look as well. Brother Shi. Jiang Ying stood up and approached to greet him. Brother Shi, Song Mingfang awkwardly echoed the greeting, feeling embarrassed after their abrupt departure the previous day. Brother Shi nodded and turned his attention to Kachangwei. So, you are their leader? Yes, that's me. What is the matter? Kachangwei had been contemplating whether to invite these individuals to join them, and he had not anticipated meeting them today. No worries. I see you have quite a few people. We would like to join as well. There is an old saying, unity is strength, right? He shrugged and smiled. Though he was reluctant to voice such sentiments, given the circumstances. He scanned the crowd but did not spot Shin'e, letting out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Kachangwei smiled, though internally he scoffed. So, they're only seeking to join us now that they have no other options? If he had suggested their inclusion, he would have welcomed it, but their initiative to join made him regard them with a sense of disdain, though he kept these thoughts to himself. Indeed, we are all on this island now. Compared to those who did not survive, we are fortunate. We should unite and persevere until the rescue team arrives. Don't you all agree? Kachangwei addressed his companions, who responded in unison, yes, absolutely. I also agree with your sentiment. However, that Shin'e, he seems intent on isolating himself and has no sense of teamwork. I see he is not with you, he first echoed, then changed the subject. Curious about their opinions on Shin'e. Upon hearing this, Kachangwei felt a sense of camaraderie. Yes, Brother Shi, you speak truly. His name is Shin'e. He seemed quite decent in class, but who knew he would turn out to be this way? At this, Jiang Ying, filled with indignation, interjected, absolutely. He is a selfish person. Helping us wouldn't cost him anything, yet he insists on hoarding everything for himself. We don't need to concern ourselves with him. We can manage on our own. Her pent-up frustration poured forth. Seeing an opportunity, Kachangwei noted that Shun-E was not well regarded among them. Indeed, such a selfish individual is not worthy of deep connections. Fortunate for us that he did not join. Let us not dwell on it, with so many of us. We can surely fare better than them. We will be self-sufficient. Yes, you are right. The sentiment echoed among them, further tarnishing Shin'e's reputation within their group. Look. It seems there is a suitcase floating on the sea. Someone exclaimed, spotting the object in the water. Everyone quickly leaned forward to catch a glimpse. Indeed, there was something out there. Who can swim? Can someone retrieve the suitcase? Someone shouted. I will. Brother Shi declared, stepping forward without hesitation. Eager to prove himself and assimilate into the group. A commendable display could lead to better treatment in the future. He stretched his limbs and, under the eager gaze of the others, plunged into the ocean. Go, Brother Shi. Jiang Ying cheered, grateful for his earlier rescue and now watching him dive into action. Now, that is a real man, she thought to herself, silently admiring him. Everyone, prepare to assist Brother Sher when he returns, Kachanwei called out. He had been filled with enthusiasm, but as soon as Brother Sher entered the water, a flicker of fear crossed his face. The suitcase was approximately 100 meters away, not a distance to underestimate, especially in the vast ocean. Despite the trepidation, he gritted his teeth and swam onward. Chapter 009 Proposal for Exchange on Shenyi's side. With the availability of fresh water, their midday meal appeared somewhat more sumptuous. Grilled delicacies accompanied by a pot of fish and shrimp soup. Lacking any seasoning, the dish relied solely on the inherent flavors of the seafood. The boiled fish, its flesh pale and tender, exuded an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. Sipping the warm fish soup, one could easily forget they were stranded on a deserted island, feeling instead as if they were dining at home, cozy and secure. The others had a similar meal, yet due to scarcity, each could only partake in a meager portion, enough to barely satisfy their hunger. After lunch, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, scorching the beach, prompting everyone to seek refuge under the shade of trees for a brief respite. Shouldn't we consider constructing a shelter? We can't remain exposed indefinitely, one pondered aloud. With the relentless sun beating down, the traps they had discussed before mealtime were now impossible to set, leading Zhang Shuang to contemplate the need for shelter and solicit the opinions of the group. While awaiting rescue, survival until help arrived was paramount. This was indeed a pressing issue. Even last night, sleeping around the campfire had felt cold. Shun Yi nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, we can endure for a day or two, but over time, even the strongest among us would struggle." The thin monkey grimaced, recalling last night's chill, and now felt cold again. What kind of bizarre place is this where the days scorch and the nights freeze? Currently, we can only utilize soil, branches, and dry grass. We possess little else. Old Tang expressed his thoughts. Fully aware of their predicament, he acknowledged the lack of suitable tools, relying only on their hands. Shun Yi shared his insights, suggesting they construct the simplest form of shelter, which would not be time-consuming, merely requiring soil, branches, and grass. However, it would only serve as a place to sleep, not for activities. Isn't that akin to a coffin? The thin monkey blurted, earning disapproving glares from the others. No, it's a structural design. Look here, Shun Yi retorted, sketching in a shape in the dirt. Branches would form the framework, with damp soil layered over them, then baked with fire. Inside, dry grass would provide a modicum of comfort. He would also carve a narrow channel on either side to ensure water drainage, preventing accumulation from rain. As he spoke, he illustrated his ideas in the sand. That sounds feasible. Zhang Shuang listened attentively, praising the concept, acknowledging its lack of aesthetic appeal, but recognizing its practicality against wind and rain. We can work with that, echoed Old Tang and his wife, having conferred their opinions. If everyone else agrees, then I have no objections either, as long as we stay warm at night. The thin monkey, having learned from recent events, had grown more subdued. Ding Xiang merely cast a glance, remaining silent yet nodding slightly, as she fashioned strips of cloth to bind her calf. Seeing no dissent among the group, Shani continued. Let us commence our tasks. We urgently require soil and branches, and we can gather grass while avoiding the midday sun. These chores can be done beneath the trees. With his enthusiasm palpable, he declared, "This is a significant milestone. If we return to civilization, recounting this tale over drinks will surely earn us extra rounds." With ideas in mind, action was imminent. The group, united in purpose, swiftly began their work. Earlier in the day, Old Tang's wife and Zhong Shuang had gathered some dry grass and branches. Though it was limited, the collective effort proved advantageous. Unity in labor indeed amplifies strength. Ding Qiang stood to assist, but was halted by Shani. "You should rest. You hardly slept last night, and you have an injury on your leg. Take a moment." "All right," she replied, not feigning modesty, accepting the need for rest. They energetically snapped branches, pulled grass, and dug up soil, employing sticks for the latter task. After 2 vigorous hours, the group returned to the shade of the tree, weary and sore. Only 2 bottles of water remained, and each person took a sip, quickly depleting the supply. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from afar. Shani furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh. Here we go again. Indeed, the newcomers were familiar faces: Kachangwei, Brother Shi, Jiang Ying, Song Mingfang, and Old Gui. Each bore damp trousers, with Brother Shi being particularly conspicuous. However, it was the items in their hands that caught Shun Yi's attention: 2 rolls of toilet paper, a pack of sanitary napkins, and 2 sets of clothing. How did they acquire such items? What brings you here? To flaunt your finds? Shani remarked coldly, his patience waning. Don't be so tense. We're classmates after all. Why wouldn't we come? Ku Changwei retorted with a grin, casting a glance at Zhong Shuang. Is this your home? If so, show me the property deed for verification. What are you here for? Shin pressed, uninterested in their banter. If it's just to show off, kindly refrain from disturbing our rest. Shun, don't be so haughty. We're here to propose an exchange, Brother Sure declared, still nursing his grudge from the previous day's confrontation. Oh, you wish to barter with what you possess? Shun inquired, intrigued. Naturally. We wouldn't leave without cleaning up after ourselves, Brother Sure replied bluntly, prompting disapproving looks from the others for his lack of subtlety. What do you wish to exchange? Shun continued. We want to trade these items for lessons on climbing coconut trees, they explained. Oh, seeking knowledge, are we? Shun mused, realizing they understood the wisdom of teaching practical skills rather than merely providing sustenance. Indeed, if you instruct us, all that we possess will be yours, they proposed. I shall consider it, Shun replied, preparing to negotiate further. Shun, what is there to ponder? Don't you need these supplies? If not, why would we offer them to you? Jiang Ying interjected, her frustration evident. You are the one seeking the trade, not I. It's prudent to think before you speak. Shun retorted, his expression firm. All right, take your time to think it over. We'll wait right here, Kachangwei hastily reassured, attempting to calm Shun's rising temper. What are your thoughts? Shun turned back to them, his gaze lingering on Ding Qiong. Chapter 010. Brother Shure's thoughts. The others exchanged glances and turned their attention to Ding Qiong. Although Shun had no intention of revealing anything to them, the items they possessed were indeed useful. The skill of picking coconuts was not particularly difficult. With just one glimpse, they could master it. With a bit of courage, they could even pick coconuts directly. This presented a dilemma, weighing the pros and cons, and they sought Ding Qiong's opinion. Ding Qiong slightly lifted her chin, scrutinizing the objects in their hands, and after a moment of quiet contemplation, she shook her head. She had been present for the events of the past few days and was well aware of the character of the individuals before her. After careful consideration, she opted to forego the exchange. Teach them, trade something. The usually composed Zhong Shuang suddenly interjected, her expression seemingly filled with resentment. Zhong Shuang was feeling quite agitated, especially upon witnessing Shinyi's actions, which seemed heavily influenced by Ding Qiong's demeanor. Indeed, she interpreted it as him seeking Ding Qiong's approval. Frustrated by Ding Qiong's refusal, she countered by insisting that Shun should instruct them. After her remark, she couldn't resist casting a haughty glance at Ding Qiong. However, Ding Qiong remained unfazed by her provocation. As you suggested, teach them. What do you all think? Ding Qiong inquired of those around her. There were only 6 of them. The elderly couple, Old Tang and his wife, were astute, and the lean monkey was no fool. The dynamics of the situation between the two women were evident even to the most naive observer. They were vying for Shun Yi's attention. To avoid potential repercussions, they chose not to voice their opinions. However, upon observing Ding Qiong's agreement with Zhong Shuang, they too expressed their consent. Consequently, the group reached a unanimous decision. A rare occurrence. This was not to say that Shin Yi lacked his own thoughts. Rather, he made a choice after weighing the advantages and disadvantages. He could easily choose not to teach them, as he held the knowledge. However, whether he taught them or not would not significantly alter the outcome. At most, they would learn the skill a few days later through observation, which would ultimately yield him nothing. All right, Shun Yi turned to Ku Changwei, hand over the items. And I will teach you. Really? Ku Changwei was taken aback, realizing that money could indeed influence outcomes. If you teach us, we will then give you the items. Coincidentally, Jiang Ying interjected once more. Shun Yi's expression darkened. In that case, please take your items and leave. We have no need for provisions. As for you. Kachanwei's expression shifted dramatically as he shot a furious glare at Jiang Ying, hissing, Shut up. I didn't ask for your input. Leave the items and go back. Afterward, he turned to Shun Yi, adopting a sycophantic tone. Come on, let us maintain a good atmosphere for our transaction. Right, Brother Shun Yi? Let us do this for the class leader. Shun Yi's demeanor softened at last. He was a man of his word. When he spoke, he followed through. Accepting the items from Kachangwei, he handed them to the lean monkey, warming up and stretching his limbs. Then, before their eyes, he climbed the coconut tree and successfully harvested several coconuts. Jiang Ying, chastised by Kachangwei, watched with a mix of grievance and disbelief at how effortlessly Shin Yi ascended the tree, feeling that the exchange was not worth the trouble. Brother Sure shared a similar sentiment. He had risked his life retrieving a suitcase from the sea, containing only a few items. And now he was expected to share half with Shun Yi merely to learn the technique of climbing coconut trees. It felt like a significant loss. Kachangwei was equally disheartened, regretting the unfavorable deal. However, with Shin Yi and the others present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, swallowing his frustration. Unfazed by their sour expressions, Shun Yi approached Kachangwei. Did you learn? Why yes, I learned, Kachangwei replied, his face nearly in tears, his insides churning with regret. Yet he could not show it. Seeing their expressions, Shun-Yi chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. Well, as long as you learned. I must thank Class Leader Ku for the items. Thank you. Class Leader Ku is truly generous. We hope to engage in more transactions in the future. The lean monkey chimed in playfully. This nearly caused Ku Changwei to lose his composure, his anger boiling over, and he struggled to suppress it, gritting his teeth. No problem. We'll be on our way then. The final word was pronounced with palpable weight. The five of them departed without lingering. Only after they had distanced themselves did Ku Changwei slap Song Mingfang on the head in frustration. Hey, why did you hit me? Song Mingfang exclaimed, bewildered. What is wrong with that? You useless fool. Ku Changwei snapped, trying to maintain his image as a competent senior. But after a day of hunger and being made a fool, he could no longer hold it together. Enough. We are a team now. There is no need for violence. We all share responsibility for this situation, so don't blame Xiao Song. Brother Shi quickly intervened, stopping both from escalating further. Ku Changwei, his face flushed with humiliation, stormed off ahead. Thank you, Brother Shi. Song Mingfang felt a surge of gratitude. Brother Shi had saved him yesterday and now defended him again. He resolved to repay Brother Shi in the future. This is nothing, Xiao Song. Just trust me, Brother Shi reassured him. Yes, Brother Shi, I believe you. Brother Shi smiled. Though he had joined their group, he did not shy away from winning hearts. His ability to lead stemmed from his remarkable qualities. The gathering of their group was merely a matter of convenience, as they lacked a strong leader. In unity, they could at least look out for one another. Yet, Brother Shi had his own plans. Once stability returned and rescue teams arrived, it would be ideal. If not, he would begin to cultivate loyalty among those willing to follow him, starting with the likes of Song Mingfang. Seeing them leave with disgruntled expressions, Shin-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Let us put the items away and continue preparing our sleeping arrangements, he instructed, gesturing to the items the lean monkey had just acquired. Brother Shin, I actually don't recommend we make our relationships so tense. After all, we're all on the same island. Old Tang, having reflected on recent events, spoke up hesitantly. Shin-Yi turned to him, understanding his perspective. Why does a wealthy man ignore his beggar neighbor? No matter how others criticize him for being unkind, he knows that wealth invites envy. Some relationships are destined to become strained. Otherwise, one's path forward becomes obstructed. We are on a foreign island, and frankly, if I were to perish, I might not even know who my murderer is. And now you want me not to make things too tense? Old Tang's wife, growing increasingly concerned by the absurdity of the discussion, interjected, Oh, Old Tang merely mentioned it casually. He is just being stubborn. You needn't pay him any mind. Chapter 11. The lean monkey catches a rabbit she offered a way down, and Shin-Yi gracefully descended. There was nothing amiss. Brother Tang's intentions were commendable. After all, in society, more friends mean more pathways. However, we currently find ourselves on a resource-scarce island, where every additional person translates to another mouth to feed. Our most pressing need is sustenance. I acknowledge that my earlier words may have been somewhat brusque, and I hope for your understanding and forgiveness. Hearing Shun-Yi's apology, Lao Tang's face flushed. It was I who had idealized the situation too much. Your words are enlightening. Please, just call me Lao Tang. All right, Lao Tang. After this brief interlude, no one brought up the matter again, unwilling to disturb the delicate mood. However, upon hearing Shun-Yi's remarks, Zhang Shuang appeared contemplative. Seemingly realizing the flaws in her previous actions, she pouted but remained silent. Her earlier comments had also been driven by frustration, so it was best to move on. Noticing the dwindling water supply in the bottle, and considering it was afternoon, Shin-Yi calculated that fetching water now would suffice until tomorrow morning. He then stated, We are running low on water. I must go fetch some. Ding Xiong glanced over, and upon seeing her intent to accompany him, he promptly stopped her. Look at your leg. You're still injured. It's best if you stay behind. Immediately, the lean monkey volunteered. Yes, let us go instead. Ding Xiong ceased her insistence and turned to Shin-Yi. Remember to observe the footprints and the surrounding environment. If you encounter any wild beasts, be sure to evade them. Though typically reserved, Ding Xiong's words flowed forth as Shin-Yi prepared to enter the woods. Shin-Yi packed the water bottle onto the lean monkey, turned back to Ding Xiong and smiled. I will certainly heed your advice. With that, he and the lean monkey ventured into the forest. The air quality in the woods differed from that of the beach, evoking a sense of transition from the sea to the primordial forest. The sense of fragrant grass and blooming flowers filled the air. A fleeting glance revealed vibrant colors, raising Shun-Yi's suspicions that some flowers might possess hallucinogenic properties. Following the path taken earlier to fetch water, Shun-Yi led the way, with the lean monkey trailing behind. Ego, what is happening? It's only been 2 days. Yet it seems those two beautiful ladies have taken quite a liking to you. Especially Zhong Shuang. She is practically the queen of jealousy. Don't think I haven't noticed. The lean monkey chuckled, nudging Shen-Yi playfully. Shen-Yi turned back, swatting the lean monkey's hand away. Can you refrain from speaking for just a moment? Do you not see our current predicament? Do you really think they are as foolish as you? The lean monkey, somewhat bewildered by Shen-Yi's response, failed to comprehend. What do you mean? What does that even mean? Figure it out yourself. Shen-Yi shot him a glance and continued walking. The lean monkey scratched his head in confusion, quickly following after him while calling out, "Wait for me. Be quiet. Lower your voice. Do you think this is your home?" Shen-Yi immediately turned back, covering the lean monkey's mouth. Do you have any idea what you might attract with that shout? There are wolves and bears in this forest. If you want to die, that's on you. But I have no intention of following you to the grave. Intimidated by Shen-Yi's admonition, the lean monkey fell silent, trailing behind like a chastened child. Shen-Yi shook his head in exasperation. Just then, 2 rabbits suddenly darted past him, disappearing into the underbrush, causing the lean monkey's eyes to light up. Ego, meat, he exclaimed. I'm not blind. Let us not forget about water. Upon hearing this, the lean monkey's eyes widened in indignation. I thought you were blind. I saw them. Why aren't you moving? If we catch a rabbit, we'll have meat to eat. Shen-Yi found himself both amused and exasperated by the lean monkey's tone. You think you're capable? Let us see if you can catch a rabbit faster than it can hop away. Do you really believe you can catch one with your bare hands? I'll take that bet. Dismissing Shen-Yi's skepticism, the lean monkey declared, All right, we've been waiting for you to say that. Just wait. He rolled up his sleeves, spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and charged into the thicket. Shen-Yi stood back, watching the spectacle unfold. The lean monkey lunged forward, but the rabbits leaped away, evading him effortlessly. He fixated on the plumpest rabbit, pursuing it as it deftly maneuvered through the underbrush, only to vanish in an instant. Exhausted from his futile attempts, the lean monkey collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Shen-Yi chuckled and shook his head, walking over to help him up. Why didn't you call for assistance? I was this close to catching one. I'm doing this for our chance at meat. The lean monkey, still feeling aggrieved, complained, You didn't help. Shen-Yi laughed even more heartily at his words. Are you foolish? These are wild rabbits, being at the bottom of the food chain. They've survived this long for a reason. Those without skills would have been devoured by wolves long ago. Do you really think you can compete with them? You can barely run 2 steps without gasping for breath. Just go home and rest. After Shen-Yi's explanation, the lean monkey remained unconvinced. So what? Are we just going to watch them all escape? Do you know the difference between a human and a gorilla? Shen-Yi inquired. No, the lean monkey replied, pondering. Then huffily answered, What is it? The difference is that humans possess intellect and can create tools, but gorillas are intelligent too. Shen-Yi regarded the lean monkey as if he were a simpleton. You, my friend, are beyond help. Upon realizing his folly, the lean monkey sheepishly scratched his head. I understand now. We need to create tools to catch rabbits, to set traps. Good to see you finally grasped that, Shen-Yi remarked, feigning the expression of a fool suddenly becoming wise. Now let's stop talking and get that water. All right. As they approached the freshwater source, Shen-Yi halted, examining the footprints on the ground. Is this a bear's footprint? The lean monkey asked, stepping onto it for comparison. Wow, it's quite large. No wonder bear paws are so expensive. Shen-Yi pushed the lean monkey aside. Get away from there. You're in the way. The lean monkey wisely kept his distance. Observing the environment, Shen-Yi compared the mud on the ground. The morning's footprints had dried considerably but still retained some moisture. The concern arose from the absence of new bear tracks. Skeptical, Shen-Yi searched the area further but found nothing. A sense of unease settled in as the lean monkey noticed Shen-Yi's troubled expression and approached, asking, What's wrong? This is not good. There are no bear tracks. But there are some right here. Those were from this morning. Isn't that good? It means no bears have come. Shen-Yi took a moment to calm himself. Realizing he could not reason with someone lacking understanding, he replied calmly, Let us consider this. Is it possible that the bear has yet to arrive for a drink? If it has already come, it won't return for a while, which means we are safe. But if it has shown up, what does that imply? What does that mean? It means it might arrive while we are fetching water. At that point, we both would be in peril. Chapter 012. Harsh environment. After Shen-Yi concluded his explanation, the thin monkey shuddered in realization. He understood that if Shen-Yi was correct, there indeed existed a possibility. It's not the presence of danger that frightens one, but the absence of it. What should they do? The thin monkey wiped the smile off his face, looking at Shen-Yi with a pained expression. Shen-Yi sighed, pondering what could be done. They needed to fetch water quickly and leave. Hurry up. Do you wish to be struck dead by that bear's paw? The thin monkey felt a chill run down his spine, unable to imagine such a scenario. The two hurried towards the freshwater source. As they approached, Shen-Yi halted, grasping the thin monkey's arm. and surveyed the area around the freshwater source. After encountering a pack of wolves earlier, he had learned to be cautious. One must learn from past mistakes. He would not approach the water source again without ensuring there were no beasts lurking nearby. Quickly gather the water and let us leave swiftly. Seeing Shani so tense, the thin monkey did not hesitate. He wiped the mirth from his face, and they hastened to the water source. Shani filled the containers while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, especially in areas where wolves might be present, taking extra precautions. 3 minutes later, both had filled all their plastic bottles with water, and only then did they depart. On their return journey, noticing Shani relax, the thin monkey curiously inquired, "What is wrong, Ego? Why are you so cautious?" The vicinity of the water source harbors not only small creatures but also wild beasts. No living being can stray far from water. Can we afford to be careless? Shani shot him a disapproving glance. "Next time, you fetch the water yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you if a wolf carries you away." The thin monkey shivered at Shun's words. Images of ravenous wolves with fierce fangs flooding his mind. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, quickening his pace. "All right, I understand. Seeing him grasp the gravity of the situation, Shun-Yi regarded him with exasperation. They had known each other for several years, and Shun-Yi was well aware of the thin monkey's true nature. Though he often acted carefree, he was genuinely fearful. Thankfully, the thin monkey could think of him during fortunate times and was willing to share burdens during misfortunes, a true friend indeed. "Just remember, we're in the wild, not in the city. If we encounter trouble, it could be fatal. Therefore, we must be cautious, and even more cautious." Shun-Yi couldn't help but reiterate. Considering this boy's tendency to act without limits, who knew what kind of trouble he could stir up? The thin monkey chuckled, repeatedly assuring Shun-Yi that he understood. Their journey back was fortunately uneventful, and they finally returned to the shelter. Checking the time, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. He glanced at the water barrels, which were disappointingly low. "What's the matter, Lao Tang?" Shun-Yi asked when he saw Tang coming over to lend a hand. "I just checked our food supplies. There isn't much left. I plan to head over to the rocky shore for a bit of luck. I wanted to know your thoughts." Lao Tang said with an innocent smile. "You mean over there?" Shun-Yi pointed towards the rocky shore beneath the cliff. "Yes, right there. I've heard there are shellfish near the rocky shore, so I thought I'd take a chance," he replied. After a moment of contemplation, Shun-Yi agreed and decided to take a few people along. "Everyone gather around. I plan to leave 2 people here to keep watch. Lao Tang thinks there might be food at the rocky shore, so how about we go together?" Though Shun-Yi's words sounded like a discussion, it bore little resemblance to one. After all, they were all counting on Shun-Yi to lead them to safety. "I'm fine with that, but who will stay here?" the thin monkey inquired. "You will stay here and improve the shelter. Ding Qiong, the beautiful Ding, you'll also remain here. Check on the small fish and shrimp in the barrel by the sea, will you?" "Sure." Everyone agreed without hesitation. Lao Tang and his wife, along with Zhong Shuang and Shun-Yi, set off for the rocky shore. Before departing, Shun-Yi grabbed a torch. It was evening. They would likely return after dark, and navigating in the dark could lead to mishaps. As they ventured further east, the visible litter on the ground diminished. This may have been due to the elevated terrain preventing the ocean debris from washing ashore. This realization gave Shun-Yi a clearer understanding. The lower western terrain would likely be littered with more refuse. It left him feeling somewhat helpless, as if he were destined to survive by scavenging. "Brother Shin, if we continue in this direction, we'll be heading uphill. I believe we've taken a wrong turn," Lao Tang alerted as he sensed something amiss before nightfall. Shun-Yi halted, collecting his thoughts. "That shouldn't be. We've been walking along the coastline. How could we end up on a hill?" He scratched his head, handing the torch to Tang Hua. After a brief survey, he dashed forward a few steps, reaching the edge and discovering the rocky shore below. "What's wrong?" they queried as they followed his gaze. "From our vantage point, it appears level, but it is not. We must search for an alternate route, otherwise, we will have to cross from the sea." Crossing from the sea was not Shun-Yi's preferred option. Traversing overland was the most practical approach. However, upon careful observation, he realized that this rocky shore was not connected to their position, but rather linked to the cliffside. Thus, to reach the rocky shore from where they stood, they would indeed need to traverse the sea or circumvent the mountain entirely. This predicament left Shun-Yi in a quandary. As the height difference was approximately 7 to 8 meters, jumping was not an option. He felt utterly at a loss. "There's a suitcase on the rocky shore," Zhong Shuang exclaimed suddenly. "Where?" Shun-Yi immediately perked up. "To the far right. Look, it's in that corner, a black suitcase. I almost missed it." Following Zhong Shuang's pointing finger, they all gazed toward the rocky shore, which appeared pitch black, making it reasonable that they hadn't spotted the black suitcase. This discovery solidified Shun-Yi's resolve to venture to the rocky shore. The contents of the suitcase would be like opening a mystery box. One could never know what treasures lay within, but it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Let us head back and gather some small fish and shrimp along the way. It's better than coming back empty-handed, Shani encouraged. Don't worry. I'll make seafood soup for everyone, Lao Tang's wife chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, her soup is delicious, Lao Tang added. Then let us savor the culinary skills of our dear sister-in-law, Shani remarked. Noticing one person was missing, he turned to see Zhong Shuang still standing in place. You all go ahead. I'll take care of her, Shani called out to Lao Tang and his wife, turning back to Zhong Shuang. Hey, which lovely lady is standing here all alone? Planning to become a waiting stone? Shani teased, eliciting a giggle from Zhong Shuang. Of course not. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. How could I be a waiting stone? She pouted. Oh, so our lovely lady is interested in romance? That is wonderful. With just the command of a single word, how many suitors would line up? They could probably queue from here to Paris. By the way, does our lovely lady allow for queue jumping? I'd like to be first in line. Chapter 013. Crafting Tools. Zhong Shuang, who was initially in a rather sour mood, found herself amused by Shun Yi's remarks. How had she never noticed this side of him during their school days? Who claimed they were eager for romance? In truth, she had no worries about finding a suitable partner, and as for wanting to be the first, such a wish was utterly fanciful. Upon hearing this, Shun Yi let out a wistful sigh, gazing at her with longing. Can you truly bear to part with it? Bear to. The two words were articulated with a sense of vehement intensity. Women often speak contrary to their feelings, proclaiming they can let go while their hearts are laden with reluctance. If you utter a kind word to me, I might reluctantly accept you. Shani. Zhong Shuang was genuinely infuriated and amused. What did he mean by reluctantly? He was truly insufferable. In a fit of annoyance, she playfully punched him with her small fist. The gentle blow was hardly painful. Yet Shani suddenly collapsed to the ground. Ah, Shani, what happened to you? Zhong Shuang froze momentarily, staring at him in bewilderment. Shani feigned a weak demeanor, squinting his eyes and appearing utterly feeble. What have you eaten? Why do you possess such strength? I feel as though my bones have been shattered. Zhong Shuang was skeptical. After all, Shani had single-handedly taken on 5 of Shi Ji's men. How could he possibly be felled so easily by her? Yet, witnessing his limp form, she found herself uncertain. Stop pretending, will you? Let's head back. Where's the trust between us? You dare suggest that I am feigning? Shun Yi's expression was one of exaggerated discomfort, yet internally, he was reveling in the moment. Zhong Shuang reached out to assist him, but he insisted he lacked the strength. Demanding she carry him back, she assessed her own physique and then looked at Shun Yi's. Carry you? Are you joking? You must be responsible for me. At those words, Zhong Shuang felt utterly exasperated. Responsible? Are you taking me for a fool, bullying me just because you think I am easy prey? Hearing her tearful tone, Shani realized he might have overstepped. I did not bully you. Of course you did. Shani felt a headache coming on, grateful that her tears had yet to fall. Otherwise, the situation would be even more complex. All right, I'm fine. I was just teasing you to lighten your mood. You resemble the gloomy mushroom from Plants vs. Zombies. Did you know that? Back in school, you were a formidable woman, yet here you are, reduced to this. Shani's just only fueled Zhong Shuang's ire further. And what of it? If it weren't for you, I would have never called you. I should have let the sea wash you back to the depths. How's this my fault? Shani was bewildered as to how he had become the target of her grievances. Yet, Zhong Shuang remained silent, unwilling to reveal that it was due to her closeness with Ding Qiang. Feeling a flush creeping up her cheeks, she quickly turned her back to Shun Yi and hastened away. Hey, slow down. With his words, Zhong Shuang quickened her pace. She did not want him to see her blushing. Fortunately, by the time she returned, her complexion had returned to normal. Shun Yi followed closely behind. Ding Qiang and the thin monkey were already aware of the situation at the rocky beach. Igu, you returned just in time. What should we do now? We have so little food. What can be done? We'll just skip a meal. I can't conjure food out of thin air. Let us drink some seafood soup instead. Shani composed himself and added, Ding Qiang, please bring over the fishing net. Are we going fishing? The thin monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the net. Fishing? More like catching you. Is the shelter ready? It's done, but only 3 are complete. 2 more are yet to be finished. Shani observed the rudimentary shelters, which could accommodate no more than 2 individuals, though not aesthetically pleasing. They provided adequate shelter from the elements, a sufficient refuge indeed. Ding Qiang brought over the fishing net. Shani then gathered long wooden sticks and stones. What are we doing? The thin monkey inquired. We're making a hunting net and a bag. Ding Qiang glanced at Shun Yi and explained. A hunting net? Aren't we fishing? Shani could hardly be bothered to respond to him. Fishing? With the shabby net? A little modification and it can catch rabbits. That will suffice. Rabbits? The thin monkey's eyes widened in realization. No wonder you mentioned crafting tools this afternoon in the woods. I'll help. The thin monkey chimed in eagerly. Go collect crabs. Look at old Tang, and then at yourself. Hurry along. Shun Yi shooed him away. Now only the three of them remained. Class monitor, come help. Shun Yi called to Zhong Shuang, who seemed lost in thought. Zhong Shuang returned to reality, wondering why he hadn't called Ding Qiong. However, she approached nonetheless. What should we do? Help me spread the net and tie the stones to it. Shun Yi instructed, demonstrating how to tie one himself. Zhong Shuang learned quickly, and Shun Yi pointed out a few spots. With a net over 2 meters long, he affixed 8 stones to it. When lifted, it weighed roughly 30 pounds, not light at all. The other net he had fashioned used 3 pieces of fishing net stacked together, with a handle over 2 meters long, resembling a giant fly swatter. Despite this, crafting these 2 items without any tools had taken over an hour, inefficient, yet unavoidable. Once they finished, the seafood soup was ready. The group gathered, using plastic bottles as bowls to sip the soup. Igu, are these things really useful? The thin monkey asked curiously, eyeing the tools behind Shen Yi. Whether they're useful or not, we shall find out. Eating seafood alone won't suffice. We must consider other food sources. And salt, Shen Yi added. Salt? The thin monkey, clearly inexperienced in the kitchen, appeared carefree, unaware of its necessity. Without salt, you will lack strength. Do you think it's unnecessary? For now, we may be fine, but in the long run, it will become apparent. Shen Yi explained. I'll make the salt, Ding Qiong offered. Wow, Ding Jie, can you do that? The thin monkey leaned in, but Ding Qiong politely sidestepped him. I have made it before. We have sea salt, but it requires purification. Leave it to me. The thin monkey felt embarrassed, scratching his head before returning to his spot. All right, then I'll count on you. Tomorrow, I plan to take the net bag into the woods to try my luck. Can I come too? The thin monkey asked cautiously. Of course. If you don't go, then who will? Old Tang, tomorrow I need you to check the rocky beach again, measure the distance, and weave some ropes with vines. We must retrieve our luggage. Sure. I'll handle it. Chapter 014. The formal hunt. The remaining women stayed behind at home to weave ropes or gather small fish and shrimp when the sun was not too harsh. Given the uncertainty of the surrounding environment, their safety could not be compromised. In this desolate island, the men held a physical advantage, enabling them to flee more effectively in the face of danger. This evening, we have arranged for Old Tang and his wife to keep watch. Does anyone dissent? No. For the safety of all, we are more than willing to take the night watch. Very well. Then you may decide who will keep watch for the first half of the night, and who will take over for the latter half. Having said this, Shen Yi retired to rest. After a day of labor, even his well-conditioned body felt the toll. This fatigue was not mental but rather physical. Among the 6 of them were 3 students, 2 office workers, and Ding Qiong, who had no defined role and certainly did not engage in manual labor. In the city, the pressure was immense, leaving one feeling drained. Now, on the island, the dual assault on both mind and body was palpable. This state of exhaustion would likely persist for some time. At least, once their energy was completely spent, a deep sleep awaited them. Zhong Shuang and Ding Qiong shared one shelter, while Shun Yi and the lean monkey occupied another. The night passed in silence. The following day, the cold breeze from the sea roused Shen Yi from his slumber. Upon rising, he discovered that Old Tang's wife was keeping watch. Shen Yi stifled a yawn and remarked, You should catch up on sleep this morning. You're awake? Have some hot soup. It was just prepared. Shen Yi glanced at the sparse little fish and shrimp floating on top, yet he did not complain. He ladled a bit and drank, finding warmth in the meat broth that chased away the morning chill. Ding Qiong and Zhang Shuang gradually awoke, leaving only the lean monkey, who was still snoring away in the shelter. Time to get up, Shen Yi said, giving him a gentle nudge. Huh? The lean monkey yawned widely, rubbing his sleepy eyes, still appearing half asleep. Seeing him in such a state, Shen Yi playfully slapped his leg, causing the lean monkey to inhale sharply. Ouch. What was that for? He rubbed the reddening area where Shun Yi had struck. Get up quickly. No time for nonsense. While the sun isn't scorching yet, let's make an effort to catch a rabbit before noon. Do you still want to eat meat? Shun Yi pulled him out of the shelter. Absolutely. I can't wait for meat. At the mention of food, the lean monkey's fatigue vanished in an instant, his previously furrowed brow transforming into a beaming smile. Then hurry and drink some soup. We need to leave. With that, Shun Yi moved over to Ding Qiong and Zhong Shuang. Ding Qiong, do you need assistance with salt production? She turned to Shen Yi. No, I can manage. All right then, Zhong Shuang, lend her a hand. Of course, Zhong Shuang replied. Feeling a bit awkward since she hadn't interacted much with Ding Qiong lately, she reassured herself, reminding that if she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, who lacked the ability to read minds, he felt relieved by Zhong Shuang's words. Let's go, the lean monkey shouted from behind. Eager to consume some game. He had always relished meat, and despite having eaten it daily for the past 2 days, he yearned for something from land rather than sea. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, Shun-Yi offered a few words of caution, then glanced at the plastic bottles. Noticing 5 bottles of water remaining, he pondered whether to fill them now. It wouldn't do to wait until they ran out to think of refilling. One must learn to prepare in advance. After some contemplation, he decided to postpone gathering water until the afternoon. The morning was the best time for hunting. With the lean monkey in tow, they ventured into the woods to hunt for rabbits. Shun-Yi carried a net bag, while the lean monkey grumbled while lugging a larger net. This thing could crush a rabbit if it fell on it, he muttered under his breath. The morning woods were shrouded in thick mist, with dewdrops glistening on the leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. Shun-Yi approached the area where rabbits had been spotted previously and halted his advance. Seeing him stop, the lean monkey immediately dropped his heavy burden and wiped the sweat from his brow. Why did we stop? Look for yourself. Isn't this where the rabbits were yesterday? Shun-Yi pointed to the surroundings and shot him an exasperated glance. I suppose you're right, the lean monkey said sheepishly, scratching his head. Now, be quiet and listen. Shun-Yi held his breath, urging the lean monkey to do the same as they moved closer to a tree. The environment remained relatively tranquil. Are we just going to wait here? The lean monkey, unable to endure the stillness, sat against the tree, tilting his head to observe Shun-Yi. Of course, patience is essential in hunting. Without it, success is elusive. Shun-Yi, though inexperienced in hunting, understood that haste often led to failure. With no long-range weapons, only nets at their disposal, they had to rely on patience. Fortunately, their perseverance bore fruit. As Shun-Yi checked the time, he heard rustling in the bushes around 9 o'clock. It was likely the sound of rabbits. He glanced back at the lean monkey, who was blissfully asleep, and couldn't resist giving him a kick. Hey, what is going on? The lean monkey jolted awake with a start, reflexively shouting. His outburst startled the rabbits, causing them to flee. Shun-Yi smacked his forehead, frustration bubbling over as he kicked him again. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. Just now, the rabbits were here, and you scared them off. The lean monkey quickly stood up, glancing at the gently swaying bushes, guilt washing over him. I was wrong, Ego. Please don't be mad. Shun-Yi sighed, realizing that blaming him now would yield no results. You can't fall asleep again. Go wait over there. And if I can't catch a rabbit, I'll come to you. But you must stay alert. Otherwise, I'll kick you out and leave you to fend for yourself. Hearing Shun-Yi's threat, the lean monkey chuckled, knowing he wouldn't actually follow through. Understood, Ego. Just watch me. With that, he dashed off to the nearby woods, net in hand. After he finished his task, Shun-Yi resumed his vigil. Several minutes passed before the rabbits, sensing no movement, began to hop out again. Counting silently, he spotted 7 or 8 of them, a promising number. Quietly counting down from 3, he prepared to spring into action as they drew near. With an arm span and net length of nearly 3 meters, he was well equipped for the hunt. Fortune smiled upon him as he successfully captured 1 rabbit. The others scattered in alarm, but Shun-Yi, with determination, swung the net towards the lean monkey. Lean monkey, this is your moment. Take it. Chapter 15. Betraying the master and ancestry with a swift motion, Shun-Yi startled 3 or 4 rabbits, causing them to flee toward the lean monkey. Seizing the opportunity, the lean monkey cast the large net. He held one half aloft while standing on the other half. Success. The lean monkey rejoiced as he ensnared 3 rabbits. Shun-Yi, his eyes gleaming with delight, noticed that the rabbits in his own net were still trapped on the ground. He tightened his grip on the net and cautiously approached. His reflexes sharp, swiftly catching a rabbit. He lifted it, estimating its weight to be around 7 or 8 pounds, quite mature and certainly not a mere youngling. Grasping it by the nape of its neck, he secured it in the net and made his way to join the lean monkey. This one weighs 7 or 8 pounds. And those 4 must total around 20. After gutting them and disregarding the bones, we're left with a good 10 pounds of meat. Shun-Yi mused, grinning. Their first hunting expedition had gone remarkably well. It seemed that fate had no intention of letting them starve. Let us hurry back and not linger here, he urged, carrying the rabbit while instructing the lean monkey to gather the others. Together, they returned, their faces illuminated with smiles. Small animals are easy to catch. Having caught rabbits, should we aim to hunt bears next? You really dare to dream. With what we have, we couldn't possibly ensnare that bear. It's pure folly to even consider it, the lean monkey scoffed. Why not? They portray it like that on television. Pfft. You believe what you see on TV? Here, take my gear and try to hunt a bear. You'll be the boss afterward. Never mind, I'll stick to being obedient. The lean monkey quickly backed down when faced with the prospect of hunting alone. The 2 returned with their wild rabbits. Ego, how can we eat such adorable creatures? The lean monkey lamented. Without hesitation, Shun-Yi delivered a swift reprimand, uttering a single word, scram. All right, The lean monkey sped off even faster. Upon returning to the shelter, Shun Yi found Zhong Shuang with red eyes and Ding Qiong expressionless. What is the matter? Shun Yi inquired, puzzled. There, Zhong Shuang pointed westward. Shun Yi glanced over but saw nothing amiss. They came and took all the coconuts from our side, she exclaimed, pointing angrily at the coconut trees. Realization dawned on Shun Yi as he observed the barren coconut trees. A betrayal of the master and the ancestral line, teaching disciples only to starve the master. This is my fault. I should not have let you teach them to harvest coconuts. Zhong Shuang lowered her head, overwhelmed with shame, her voice barely a whisper. Didn't you stop them? The lean monkey's temper flared. Be quiet. I didn't ask for your opinion. Shun Yi turned back, instructing the lean monkey to settle the rabbits and refrain from speaking. It's fine. That's just how the lean monkey is. Don't take it to heart. Shun Yi reassured, understanding that it was not merely a matter of intervention. Two girls confronting them? That was absurd. If they got hurt, it would only be their loss. It's all my fault. I feel so helpless. With each word, Zhong Shuang felt increasingly despondent. Once they were classmates, sharing laughter and camaraderie. How had it come to this? Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. You merely suggested it, and we all agreed. Moreover, the skill isn't particularly difficult. They could learn it after just one demonstration. What we taught them could have yielded goods, but now they've stolen that knowledge from us, leaving us with nothing. Shun Yi consoled her, casting a sidelong glance at the barren coconut trees, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. As they walked, Shun Yi calculated that along this coastline, there were dozens, if not hundreds, of coconut trees. It was evident they had deliberately chosen to raid the trees closest to them. What about Old Tang? Is he behind us? Shun Yi asked, thinking Old Tang was measuring the distance to the rocky beach. No, Old Tang went to confront them. He followed right after. Zhong Shuang informed him. Foolish. Why didn't you try to stop him? Old Tang told us not to follow. He would handle it himself. Shun Yi sighed, realizing Old Tang's wife was also missing, likely to confront them as well. First, let us dig a pit and keep the rabbits there. Shun Yi handed the wild rabbits to the lean monkey. Ding Qiong, come with me to find Old Tang. Zhong Shuang, help the lean monkey here. Zhong Shuang, aware of her shortcomings, remained silent and turned to assist the lean monkey. Shun Yi led Ding Qiong westward. Class monitor, don't cry. Don't feel bad. What I said earlier was wrong. You're not to blame. Think about it. Since he taught them, he must have a plan. You needn't worry. The lean monkey urged, seeing Zhong Shuang wiping her tears. Thank you, I'm all right. It's not because of Shun Yi, but our classmates. I can't believe they would act like this. Oh, it's nothing. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. They have nothing to eat. Harvesting coconuts is normal and doesn't concern us. In a few days, they'll face the consequences. The lean monkey possessed a pragmatic outlook, having known Shun Yi for many years and influenced by him. What do you mean? Zhong Shuang inquired, intrigued. Didn't Gu initially say we should eat fewer coconuts? Those things shouldn't be consumed in excess. It can upset your stomach. With their method of eating, it's a wonder they're not suffering already. After the lean monkey spoke, he felt the topic was inappropriate. Zhong Shuang chose not to pursue it further, silently assisting the lean monkey in securing the wild rabbits. Shun Yi walked alongside Ding Qiong toward the west. Ding Daybody, are you really just going to watch our food be taken away? Shun Yi slowed his pace to match hers, turning to smile. Why should I be anxious if you aren't? Ding Qiong replied, and Shun Yi chuckled in response. Old Tang was the anxious one. They had a stable source of fresh water, while the others did not. It was only natural for them to pilfer coconuts. But Old Tang failed to grasp the situation. As they walked, they noticed numerous coconut shells littering the path, evidence of how many coconuts had been consumed after their learning. They were numerous and voracious, likely treating coconuts as a main course. Eventually, Shun Yi spotted their group. At that moment, Old Tang's face was flushed with anger as he berated their actions, yet they remained unmoved. Old Tang, Shun Yi called out, capturing everyone's attention. Seeing Shun Yi, Old Tang hurried over, pulling his wife along, and recounted their misdeeds. It's fine, that's their skill. Why are you so worked up? But that's our territory. Old Tang protested, noticing Shun Yi's nonchalance. What do you mean your territory? Do you claim the entire island is yours? Did you purchase it? Shurga bellowed, his spirits unusually high as he squinted at Shun Yi, feeling quite empowered. Chapter 016. Retribution arrives. Shun Yi smiled faintly, fully aware that his purpose for coming here was to take people back, not to instigate conflict. Old Tang, let us depart. There is no need to argue with them, he said, turning away and ignoring Brother Shur as he spoke to Old Tang. You are not permitted to leave. This is our territory. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Brother Shur bellowed at Shun Yi, leading his group forward with the intent to detain him. Shun Yi regarded them with a shake of his head. You have stripped our coconut trees bare, truly teaching your disciples while leaving the master to starve. You still wish to keep me here? Do you not feel any shame? Shani's words struck a discordant note with them. Do not lecture us. This is a fair exchange. Have we not given you something in return? Brother Sure snapped, his anger palpable. Exactly. We did not plant these coconuts. We acquired them through our own efforts. Besides, with so many of us, if a few do not get a share, what does it matter to you? Jiang Ying interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Hearing their remarks, Shani felt no irritation. You speak the truth. May I now take my leave with my people? He replied indifferently, showing no regard for their words. Get out immediately. This is our territory. You cannot leave without permission. Brother Sure's expression darkened as he waved his hand, urging Shun Yi to depart quickly. Shun Yi observed his frantic gestures and smiled, sensing his strategy was effective. Once they had distanced themselves, Jiang Ying was infuriated. How could you let them go? She demanded. She approached Brother Sure to inquire about the situation, but he shouted at her, Give me the paper. What? Jiang Ying was taken aback. The toilet paper. Hurry. Upon realizing, she promptly handed the paper to Brother Sure. However, it soon became evident that not just Brother Sure, but also those who had overindulged in coconuts, were experiencing severe stomach discomfort. They all clamored for paper, rushing to relieve themselves. Jiang Ying was no exception. Thus, in the corners of the woods, a peculiar scene unfolded. Stay away from me. Do not follow me. Goodness, who did this? Did they not know to avoid the path? Strange sounds echoed through the forest, provoking laughter from those who had eaten less. Meanwhile, those who had overindulged emerged, pale as ghosts, utterly exhausted, only to find their discomfort returning. Brother Shun, why did you not reprimand them? Old Tang pondered aloud as they walked. I believe they are now experiencing their retribution. Shun Yi replied, recalling Brother Sure's frantic demeanor before their departure. What retribution? Old Tang asked again, to which Ding Qiong explained. Coconuts are not meant to be consumed in excess. Doing so can lead to diarrhea. They may quench thirst temporarily, but treating them as a substitute for water can lead to problems. Indeed, in such a remote area, one must be cautious about food safety. Severe diarrhea can often be accompanied by fever, and in our current state of limited medical resources, if one were to develop a fever, they would have to endure it alone. If they cannot withstand it, it could be fatal. Old Tang contemplated this and suddenly understood Brother Sure's earlier insistence on keeping them there, which had abruptly changed. So Brother Sure was in a rush to let us go because he had overindulged? Precisely. He is likely searching for a place to relieve himself. Shani chuckled, finding the scene too picturesque to fathom. With Shun Yi's explanation, Old Tang laughed as well, realizing they had brought this upon themselves. Do you think they might want to join us? Old Tang asked, suddenly curious. Perhaps, Shani replied. But would we allow them to join? Not at this time. What if they were on the verge of death? Shani turned to Old Tang. To save lives is a noble act, but I am no saint. And that is the first reason. Secondly, with our current strength and resources, ensuring the survival of just the 6 of us is already a challenge. I am not a saint. I will consider allowing others to join only after ensuring my own survival. Thirdly, sacrificing my own well-being to ensure others live is not the act of a saint. It is sheer folly. Do you understand? Shani paused, looking at Old Tang. As for your question about whether I would help them if they were dying, I offer you 2 phrases. Not my concern, not your concern. Adhering to these principles on this island will allow one to survive longer. Shani did not seek to portray himself as a good person. On this island, survival mattered more than notions of good or evil. Those external judgments were irrelevant. His sole focus was on living. It was inconceivable for someone who could not secure their own sustenance to provide for others. With Shun Yi's words resonating in his mind, Old Tang refrained from further inquiries on their way back, instead contemplating this dilemma. Upon returning, they found the 4 rabbits had been secured. Old Tang was momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. We have meat. Brother Shun, you are truly remarkable. Yes. You all gather some hay and sticks while I prepare to kill 1 or 2 rabbits, Shuni instructed, seizing a plump wild rabbit and using his crudely fashioned dagger to slaughter it by the seaside. He skinned the rabbit, rinsed it briefly, and discarded the head and entrails. Brothery, how wasteful. Those are all good parts. Why throw them away? The thin monkey lamented, his heart aching at the sight. Wasteful? You would eat the entrails? Of course. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I? Shun Yi sighed, observing his unwillingness to let go. You are truly brave. Do you even know what this rabbit has consumed? They are wild rabbits, and I cannot guarantee what viruses may lurk in their entrails. You say you dare to eat them. Rabbits eat grass. What viruses could they possibly have? Brothery, I think you are being overly cautious, seeing danger in everything. The thin monkey retorted, dismissing Shun Yi's concerns. Being cautious in the wild is never a disadvantage. If something goes wrong, it could be fatal. If you still wish to eat, I will save the entrails of the next rabbit for you. Good luck trying to convince a fool, Shen Yi stated, realizing there was no point if the thin monkey was determined to eat. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the thin monkey chuckled. You are right, brother Yi. I shall not eat. What need is there for entrails? Death is a weighty topic, and the thin monkey chose not to take unnecessary risks, opting to heed Shen Yi's advice. Get lost. Shen Yi shot him a glance, urging him to keep his distance. He rinsed the rabbit's skin with fresh water and then set it aside to dry. Chapter 17. Are you capable? On the shoreline. Shen Yi imparted wisdom to the lean monkey, who picked up a rabbit pelt, noting its pleasant texture. Do you think those mink coats could be made from this rabbit fur? He inquired. Perhaps, but one must not generalize. The average person rarely encounters such things. Thus it's entirely up to them, Shen Yi replied, expressing disdain. How utterly detestable. Such is human nature, Shen Yi concluded, as he skillfully prepared the rabbit for cooking. He discerned the genders of the wild hares, deciding to keep one male and one female, while the remaining male was designated for slaughter. You shall take on this noble task, he told the lean monkey. Feed them daily and await their offspring. Wait, am I really raising rabbits? The lean monkey exclaimed. Just toss some grass in. It's hardly a chore, and once they have a litter, it will be splendid. Shen Yi remained unconvinced, believing that at least tending to the rabbits would offer some hope. If we are to raise them, we must change our approach. Digging holes in the ground is futile, as rabbits will burrow. Ding Qiong, overhearing their exchange, chimed in. Rabbits can dig holes? Shen Yi had not considered this. The saying a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, now I understand. He acknowledged. Let us utilize the decayed wood we previously gathered to block the holes. We lack the time to construct cages, so we shall make do for now. There is no rush. Leave it to me. I will ensure the task is completed, the lean monkey assured as he went to fetch the decayed wood, while Shen Yi proceeded with the slaughter. Upon his return, the first rabbit was nearly finished roasting. The aroma was intoxicating after 2 days without meat, without any seasoning. The pure ingredients had been transformed by fire. Brother Shen, here, have a rabbit leg first and see how it tastes, Lao Tang's wife offered. Shen Yi accepted and tasted it, finding it quite palatable, albeit a bit bland. It's decent, indeed, he remarked. I plan to save the bones for soup later. That sounds like a good idea. Bone broth can replenish some nutrients. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. I'd like a piece too, the lean monkey chuckled. There's enough for everyone. Lao Tang's wife distributed several pieces of meat, and they savored their meal. This is wonderful. To have meat in such a desolate place brings me great satisfaction. The lean monkey grinned throughout his meal, laughter lighting up his face. With 2 wild hares consumed, only the bones remained. It was the most filling meal they had enjoyed in 2 days, though simple, akin to boiled chicken breast. We're running low on water, Lao Tang's wife remarked while tidying up the remnants by the fire. Shen Yi turned to see the half-empty bottle. All right, I'll go fetch more water. Who will accompany me? It was midday, and the forest was lush with towering trees, providing ample shade. The lean monkey wanted to join, but Shen Yi dismissed him. Class monitor, let us go. Shen Yi intended to take everyone along to mark the freshwater source's location, ensuring all knew where it was. The lean monkey and Ding Qiong had already visited, so this time he included Zhong Shuang. Very well, she agreed without hesitation, rising to collect an empty bottle. However, Shen Yi soon regretted his decision. Zhong Shuang wore shorts, and her fair thighs would surely be scratched by the underbrush, much like Ding Qiong had been. He hesitated to let her go, but she insisted. What do you mean by telling me to go, and then not letting me? With no other option, Shen Yi led Zhong Shuang into the woods, striving to navigate through areas with less undergrowth. Halfway through, Zhong Shuang began to understand his concern. Her calves were scratched by the foliage. Initially, it was bearable, but soon it became increasingly itchy. She couldn't scratch at it. Recalling how Ding Qiong had entered the woods in a skirt without incident, she thought to herself, surely I can manage. Yet, women's competitive spirit can be relentless. Unaware that Shen Yi had carried Ding Qiong the latter part of their journey, Shen Yi glanced back to see numerous red marks on her pristine thighs from the brush. Feeling a pang of sympathy. Class monitor, allow me to carry you. If you continue like this, you'll be itching for days. Zhong Shuang's defiant gaze met his, causing his heart to skip a beat. Fine, just the 2 of us. What else can I do? He mused. But because it's just us, you can't do anything? Shen Yi paused. So, does that imply I should do something, lest I offend your statement? Are you daring me? She retorted. As Shen Yi leaned closer, Zhong Shuang faltered. No, I'm not challenging you. Don't come any closer. That's not an option, Shen Yi declared, lifting her into his arms. Put me down, she protested. No, his firm tones sent a shiver through her. Such beautiful legs should not be marred, he added, almost choking on his own words. You scoundrel. Zhong Shuang fumed, playfully hitting him. I misspoke. Please forgive me. Not a chance, he teased. Then I'll toss you into the water later. You. Zhong Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you? Yet, she ultimately relented. I forgive you. That is the spirit. Shun Yi chuckled. Still, no bears or wolves had been sighted, leading Shun Yi to question whether he had misjudged the situation. It had been 2 days without a single encounter, yet this allowed for a process of elimination. If there were no bears at noon or in the evening, they were likely active in the morning, afternoon, or evening. A bear that drinks thrice a day is indeed a disciplined creature. What a beautiful scene. Zhang Shuang exclaimed as she finished collecting water, marveling at the surroundings. Is it lovely? This will be your territory from now on, Shen Yi replied nonchalantly. What territory? It sounds like you're a bandit. I want no part of it. Zhang Shuang had become so captivated by the environment that she had forgotten her earlier discomfort. Let us linger a moment longer. We should leave soon. This is not a place for us to stay. Very well, she conceded, albeit reluctantly. Shen Yi carried her back, feeling the weight of the world upon him. While having a beautiful companion was delightful, the burden rested squarely on his shoulders. Noticing Shun Yi had slowed his pace, Zhang Shuang smirked, devising a plan. You often make me laugh. Now it's time for my revenge. Shen Yi, are you struggling? Should I walk on my own? Nonsense. I'm in excellent shape. How could I possibly falter? His pride was ignited by her taunt, and he quickened his pace. Zhang Shuang stifled her laughter as she clung to his back. Why not test it out and see if you really can? Get lost. Chapter 018. The rocky shore. As they were about to leave the woods, Zhang Shuang, wanting to avoid embarrassment, hopped off Shen Yi's back. This action felt oddly familiar to Shen Yi, reminiscent of Ding Qiong's earlier behavior. He chuckled quietly, but was met with a fierce glare from Zhang Shuang, warning him to keep it to himself. Why threaten me? I'm quite trustworthy. I rarely divulge secrets shared with me, he vowed earnestly. Zhang Shuang regarded him with skepticism, her expression rife with doubt. You don't believe me? He asked. Not at all, she replied bluntly. Shun Yi felt awkward, but before he could respond, Zhang Shuang relented. Fine, I'll temporarily trust you. Thank you for your trust, class monitor. Shun Yi feigned a deeply touched expression. How tedious. Zhang Shuang huffed and walked forward. Returning to the gathering place, Shen Yi placed the water bottle back in its original spot and, noticing the lethargy of the group, stepped forward to say, let's take advantage of this midday period to gather vines and weave ropes so we can head to the rocky shore. How do we weave? The lean monkey, intrigued, turned around to ask. It's simple. I'll teach you. Shun Yi held the 3 vines he had previously set aside and began to weave. The others watched intently as the vines intertwined in his hands. Before long, the 3 vines merged into one, and after a firm tug, they realized its enhanced resilience. All right, let's all join in and then connect what we've woven. The group pulled down vines from the trees at the edge of the forest and began weaving together. Shen Yi's earlier technique appeared effortless, yet it was far from simple. If woven too loosely, it would unravel. Too tightly, it would snap. After finally mastering the skill, more than half an hour passed. They wove from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 4, their hands reddened from the repetitive motion, and their necks began to ache from maintaining the same position. Shun Yi stood up, massaging his neck, and glanced at the length of their weaving. Bring it all over. I'll reinforce the connections. Lean Monkey, stop dawdling and hurry to reinforce the rabbit den. What? Lean Monkey looked at his hands stained green. Shen Yi was relentless. He still had to fortify the rabbit den. This person was more capitalist than the capitalists themselves. He was effectively working for free. I'll help you. Old Tang stood up and went with Lean Monkey to gather decayed wood and boards. Reinforcing the rabbit den is less effective than digging a new hole and placing the rabbits inside. The remaining 3 women washed their hands by the sea, rinsing off the green sap. By the time Old Tang and Lean Monkey finished fortifying the rabbit den, Shen Yi had also joined the vines together. Looking at the more than 10 meters of woven vines, Shun Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, though a hint of sorrow lingered on his face. This should be long enough, right? However, it became apparent when they reached the front that he had overestimated. It was far from sufficient. The 10-meter-long woven vine, when tied to the nearest tree and extending towards the shore, was barely adequate, not to mention going further down, they would likely need an additional half of that length. What now? Are we supposed to wait until tomorrow? Lean Monkey, disheartened by the afternoon's efforts yielding less than half the needed length, felt a sense of defeat. Calm down. Let me see if I can lower it. Shen Yi approached the shore, letting the rope drop, and discovered that it was just enough. There were still some vines left. All right, just like that. Shen Yi grinned, retrieving the vines. How's the distance? Is it sufficient? Old Tang inquired curiously. The distance is adequate. Since we can't tie it to the tree, I need you all to hold it from above while I descend and assess the situation. No way, that's too dangerous. Before Shun Yi could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Shuang. What if something goes wrong? Zhang Shuang's worry was palpable. Shen Yi felt warmth in his heart as he looked at Zhang Shuang's concerned face. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With 5 of you up there, you can't pull me back? Besides, isn't there another path over there? Even if I go down, I can still return from that side. If worst comes to worst, you can weave again. It may just take some time to pull me up." After he spoke, the others looked at Shun-Yi with newfound admiration. This feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. They were mere acquaintances, and aside from Lean Monkey and Zhang Shuang, the others were seeing each other for the first time. Yet Shun-Yi was willing to expose his back to them. How could such an act not evoke emotion? Shun-Yi certainly had his own calculations in mind. He intended to test the unity of the team through this endeavor. "I have no objections." Ding Qiong was the first to voice her opinion. She viewed this as a breakthrough worth attempting, aligning with Shun-Yi's thoughts. The others expressed no dissent, since Shun-Yi had chosen this path. Any further argument would seem overly dramatic. "All right, you all hold this end while I tie the vine around myself." Shun-Yi handed them the vine, securely binding the other end to himself. After ensuring it was tight, he approached the shore and gradually lowered himself. Looking down, he thought, "Goodness, it's incredibly high." But having come this far, could he possibly turn back? "Onward," he called, instructing them to loosen the rope. As he descended towards the rocky shore, his voice echoed commands to loosen. They were cautious not to release too quickly at each cue from Shun-Yi. They let out a little more slack until he stood firmly on the rocky shore. "Be careful," Zhang Shuang shouted from the bank. "Rest assured." Shun-Yi untied the rope. Standing on the rocky shore, feeling an invigorating chill. The area was sheltered by mountains, and the sun shone here for only a brief period, contributing to an increase in the coolness he felt. As was his habit, he surveyed the environment upon reaching a new place, and this occasion was no exception. The rocky shore was expansive, and due to the constant battering of waves, the surface of the rocks was somewhat smooth. However, the rewards behind the rocks were plentiful. Oysters, scallops, clams, and shrimp, all kinds of seafood. Truly, this was a bountiful harvest from the sea. He did not forget his original purpose for coming down. Regarding the suitcases, Shun-Yi hurried over and discovered 2 suitcases submerged in the water. Pulling them out, he felt their weight. "Forget it, I'll take them up first." He returned, secured the suitcases to the vines, and instructed them to pull them up before returning for the second and third. After completing his tasks, Shun-Yi meticulously searched the rocky shore, but found nothing. He reassured himself, "Not bad. I have located the gathering spot for the shellfish." He retied the vines and called for them to pull him back up. "Let us go back and see what treasures await." As Shun-Yi climbed back up, he exclaimed, "I'm quite eager for what lies ahead." Lean Monkey clasped his hands together, his expression mirroring that of someone anticipating the opening of a blind box in a game. Chapter 19. Opening the suitcase, a group gathered around, eagerly anticipating the treasures that might emerge from the suitcase. Shun-Yi reached out and opened the first suitcase, which thankfully had not been soaked. It was crammed with clothing, haphazardly packed, suggesting its owner was rather carefree. As he rummaged through the disordered garments, he uncovered a grip strengthener, a remarkable find. It appeared that its owner was quite the fitness enthusiast. Shun-Yi held it in his hand, contemplating its potential as an effective weapon. It certainly would pack a painful punch. He also discovered some protein powder beneath the mess. Beyond that, there was little else of note. "Here you go. Eat up," he said, handing the protein powder to the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey clutched it to his chest, somewhat bewildered. "Ego, let us open the next one. Come on." Shun-Yi cast a bemused glance at his antics. "If you want to open it, then do it," he retorted, though his hands were already reaching for the second suitcase. Upon opening this one, he found it neatly arranged with an array of women's clothing, alongside several hygiene products. This elicited smiles from the women present. Only Ding Qiong remained indifferent, appearing rather unimpressed by the contents. "You can try on the clothes. At least you won't have to worry about scratching your calves while traversing the woods." The remark was made without intention, yet it caught the ear of Zhang Shuang, who blushed slightly and shot Shun-Yi an irritated look. However, Ding Qiong, having experienced similar situations, brushed it off and extracted a pair of pants for inspection, noting that they seemed to be a bit loose around the waist. Ding Qiong was tall and slender, always clad in dresses, a detail Shun-Yi had previously overlooked. But now, he could not help but notice her exquisite figure. He found himself wanting to embrace her, albeit in the most innocent manner. Swearing that he harbored no ulterior motives, Zhang Shuang, observing Shun-Yi's expression as he gazed at her, turned away, choosing not to acknowledge him. "All right. Let us open the last one and take everything back," Shun-Yi announced. The final suitcase also contained clothing and a bag of chocolates, but little else. While the haul was modest, it provided sufficient clean clothes for a change. "Let us get back to weaving ropes. We can't keep doing this every time." After tidying up the suitcases, Shun-Yi turned to Ding Qiong. "By the way, have you finished making salt? If not, I can help. I've completed it using the simplest method, solar evaporation. It requires some time, and we Haven tea produced much this round. Ding Qiong explained as they returned to their gathering spot, pointing to a nearby area where salt was drying. Impressive. So, will we see the salt in 3 days? Shani inquired. Perhaps. Considering the wind speed and direct sunlight, we used only a small amount of seawater. It should be ready by the day after tomorrow. Though the purity will be lacking. Purity doesn't matter. Having salt to eat is sufficient, Shun Yi replied nonchalantly. I plan to forage for some wild vegetables. Ding Qiong added. You can identify them? I can recognize a small portion. When I went to fetch water yesterday, I spotted some familiar ones. I'll check again. As she spoke, Shen Yi's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that Ding Qiong would have knowledge of wild vegetables, though he could identify a few. His experience was limited to those he had previously encountered. All right, let us go. You all focus on weaving the ropes. Leave it to us. Old Tang replied without complaint. However, Zhong Shuang watched the exchanged glances between Ding Qiong and Shun Yi, noting the distinct change in their demeanor. This scene did not go unnoticed by Old Tang's wife. The skinny monkey, oblivious as always, simply grinned, not reading the room. Ding Qiong retrieved a clean outfit from the suitcase and entered the woods to change out of her white dress. When she emerged, Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback. Youthful and radiant, her figure was curvaceous, rivaling that of any star. Let us go, Ding Qiong remarked, noticing Shen Yi's expression but seemingly unfazed. As though she had grown accustomed to it. With the grip strengthener in his left hand and a crude dagger in his right. Shen Yi led Ding Qiong into the woods, retracing their path to the water source but at a much slower pace, observing their surroundings. Before long, they stumbled upon a patch of shepherd's purse. Indeed, this is shepherd's purse, Shun Yi exclaimed, his eyes brightening with delight as he followed Ding Qiong. Let us not pick too much. Let us remember the location so we can return for more and search for other wild vegetables. Ding Qiong smiled, her joy evident, leaving Shen Yi momentarily awestruck. Being in the company of such beauty was invigorating, making every task seem filled with purpose. As they continued to search while memorizing their route back, they discovered several more shepherd's purse, with Shen Yi taking only a symbolic amount. Purslin, he noted, observing the vibrant green leaves and red roots. Can this also be eaten? He had seen plenty in the city but had not realized it was edible. Yes, purslin is quite resilient. It can be eaten raw or briefly blanched, and it even has medicinal benefits for wounds, Ding Qiong explained. She responded, lifting her head in confusion. You call this a little knowledge? I'm beginning to suspect you are a walking encyclopedia. Is that so? She asked, intrigued. Indeed. Shun Yi replied with utmost seriousness. I was confined to a library for a year, with nothing to do but read. So I've gathered a bit of knowledge along the way. Noticing a flicker of pain in Ding Qiong's expression as she spoke of this, Shen Yi quickly shifted the topic. But it's useful now, isn't it? Ding Qiong smiled in agreement. Shen Yi plucked more purslin. And soon both of their hands were full, with no place to store any more. Let us head back. We've found 3 patches of purslin and 6 of shepherd's purse, enough to last us a while. We can search again next time. Then let us return. Shun Yi said with a broad smile. At least they had food, both meat and vegetables. What more could they ask for? They wouldn't have to scramble for sustenance over the next few days, allowing them to explore their surroundings with peace of mind. However, upon returning, they found Kachanwei and Brother Sure approaching, accompanied by several others. Their expressions were weary and dark, and Shen Yi's group faced them with equal tension. What is going on? Shun Yi asked, discarding the wild vegetables he held and rushing forward. What do you mean? If you found water, why didn't you tell us? Did you want us to die of thirst? Kachanwei was nearly beside himself with frustration. Finding a water source and not informing us? You know a person can die without water in 3 days. Are you trying to force us into a desperate situation? Chapter 20. Repaying kindness with kindness. Shen Yi raised his head and looked at them, finding their behavior rather amusing. Despite their current dismal state, they continued to shout and bluster. Shen Yi harbored serious doubts about whether they had ever learned the art of requesting assistance. Mind your demeanor. It is not I who seeks your favor, but rather you who seeks mine. With such an attitude, you may as well leave. His gaze swept over them with indifference, and he felt nothing but disdain for their conduct. If you wish to ask for help, you must display sincerity and humility, letting me know that you are indeed in need. Only then might I consider assisting you. Yet, you parade around as if I owe you something. Who are you trying to impress? It is laughable, foolish. To those who inflate their importance and act superior, Shen Yi could only conclude that they were mentally unwell. Previously, Shirgu had been the same, acting as though the entire world owed him a debt, expecting everyone to revolve around him. Who indulges you? If you desire to be pampered, go home to your mother. And indeed, now in this desolate place, returning home is not an option. You. Kachanwei pointed at Shen Yi, feeling insulted but aware of his own shortcomings. Shen Yi's words were not without merit. and he lowered his hand, restrained by a woman behind him. This woman, though referred to as sister, was barely under 30. Her name was Shi Huiru, a fellow tourist aboard the cruise. She had been part of Ku Changwei's group, which included not only students, but also a few like her, who had met by chance. For her, the hierarchy mattered little. What truly counted was finding shade beneath a great tree. Both Shirgu and Kachangwei had conflicts with Shenyi, but that was their private matter, and she had no intention of intervening. However, if he continued to refuse to acknowledge his faults, Shenyi might very well withhold the location of water from them. One could not allow personal grievances to deprive the entire group of sustenance. With this thought, Shi Huiru stepped forward to restrain Kachangwei. Ku, he is correct. We are the ones seeking his help in finding the water. Let us show some humility and refrain from blaming him any further. Upon hearing her words, Kachangwei felt a sense of relief. Others chimed in, yes. Let us bow our heads, admit our mistakes. He knows where the water is, and we have not found it, so there is no need to be stubborn. Some rational voices emerged, suggesting, how wonderful it would be if we could help each other. The past is behind us. Why should we dwell on it? Kachangwei's emotions were conflicted. On one hand, he was indeed thirsty, a physiological necessity he could not escape. Yet on the other hand, he was reluctant to bow his head and apologize to Shenyi. He had feelings for Zhong Shuang, and she was standing right in front of him. This imagined rivalry was suffocating, making it difficult to speak. He wrestled with his conscience, realizing that sacrificing his pride for the sake of everyone else's well-being might not be such a bad idea. If I sacrifice my pride, I can ensure everyone has water. They will be grateful to me. With this thought, he reassured himself, feeling a bit lighter. As for what they discussed, Shen-Yi remained indifferent. What do you plan to do? Ding Qiong approached Shen-Yi, tugging at his sleeve softly. He turned to her and quietly replied, I will tell them where the water is. We are all in the same boat. Though his tone seemed accommodating, it was a conclusion reached after much contemplation. He could very well let them fend for themselves, but a lingering sense of morality compelled him to inform them. While there might be some individuals he did not see eye to eye with, Shen-Yi would not allow them to perish of thirst. He could reveal the water source, but for food, they would have to fend for themselves. All that was needed was an apology from Kachangwei. Ding Qiong nodded thoughtfully. Shen-Yi aimed to repay grievances with kindness, hoping they would not harbor any further ill intentions. Under the persuasion of their peers, Kachangwei stepped forward and, with his head bowed, apologized to Shen-Yi. I am sorry. There have been misunderstandings between us, and I hope you can overlook past grievances. He then turned to Shirgu and Jiang Ying, saying, you two should also apologize. Let us consider the matter settled. Shirgu, who had been vehemently opposed to Shen-Yi just 2 hours prior, immediately changed his tone. Brother Shun, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Please bear with me. On the other hand, Jiang Ying, lacking Shi-Ji's adaptability, begrudgingly mumbled an apology, keeping her head down, her resentment hidden from view. I accept your apologies. I hope you will become self-reliant in the future. Since you have chosen to lead the entire group, I expect you to organize yourselves properly, take responsibility, and strive to survive until help arrives. Implicitly, he was advising them not to seek unnecessary trouble and to focus on survival. Shenyi understood that their pressure surpassed his own. With just 6 individuals on his side, they were all striving to achieve a semblance of sustenance. Meanwhile, the other group consisted of nearly 20 people, 18 to be precise, 3 times his number. Yet, despite their size, through careful observation over these past few days, he noted that their yield was even less than his own, with many going hungry. This could not be blamed on Shenyi. None of them possessed experience in wilderness survival. He too had been navigating through uncharted waters, testing the waters step by step. The law of the jungle dictates that only the fittest survive. Those who cannot adapt are eliminated. Everyone must be responsible for their own survival. If one were to rely on others for sustenance, they would likely face disappointment. Shenyi's small team managed to maintain their basic needs through sheer effort, while others, comfortable under the metaphorical shade of the tree, were not willing to exert themselves for food. This mentality fostered laziness, resulting in even lower productivity. It created a vicious cycle. Yet Shen-Yi chose not to intervene, for he lacked the energy to do so. Moreover, the survival skills he had painstakingly developed were not to be freely shared with those who preferred to take the easy way out. Why should he, a mere mortal striving for survival, act as a saint? He did not see himself as such. He was merely a selfish individual fighting for his own existence. Perhaps in a few days, after experiencing hardship, they would come to understand. Let us go. I will lead you to the forest to find water. Mark the location, and then chart your own path. Do not rely on me every time. All right, no problem, Kachangwei said, his expression softening with a smile as he agreed. You all tidy up here. I will be right back, Shen-Yi whispered to Ding Qiong, taking his gripstick with him. The stick was primarily for self-defense. As he was alone among a group, one must always be wary. On a deserted island, the greatest test is indeed human nature. Who knows what schemes they might hatch behind his back? This was not Shen Yi's mistrust of their character, but rather a reflection of the harsh reality of their environment. Resources were limited. Each mouthful consumed by one meant less for the others. In a situation of scarcity, one must prioritize self-preservation. It is a fundamental respect for one's own life. Chapter 021. Dining and discontent equipped with defensive weapons, Shen Yi set forth, accompanied by Kachanwei and the others as they ventured into the forest. This journey proved to be the most arduous, as Shen Yi had to remain vigilant, observing the surroundings while also keeping an eye on those behind him. He frequently addressed the inquiries posed by Kachanwei, effectively multitasking. Fortunately, Kachanwei and his companions refrained from any outrageous behavior. Be cautious, Shen Yi warned. If you discover such footprints, keep your distance. These are bear tracks. Approaching a water source, he pointed out the prints on the ground. Bear tracks? Are there bears on this deserted island? Really? You're not deceiving us, are you? Faced with their skepticism and doubt, Shen Yi remained unfazed. He had already conveyed the information, and any subsequent issues would be their own doing. Up ahead lies fresh water. He interrupted their murmurs. They eagerly followed, their anticipation palpable as they laid eyes upon the long-desired fresh water, excitement illuminating their faces, with some even shedding tears of joy. It has been quite a journey. Finally, we have found fresh water. They rushed forward, kneeling at the water's edge, cupping their hands to drink deeply, savoring the sweetness of it. Shen Yi lingered behind and did not approach. Once they had quenched their thirst, Kachanwei approached Shen Yi. Thank you. I am truly grateful. He expressed sincerely, devoid of any hostility. Shen Yi shook his head with a smile. I accept your gratitude. As I mentioned before, upon your return, establish a path to find water. I trust you will do so. Kachanwei nodded in agreement. Shen Yi paid little mind to what he would do next or what thoughts occupied his mind. Out of humanitarian concern, he had ensured they would not perish from thirst. As they conversed, Shen Yi caught an unsettling remark. They are so selfish, finding water long ago without informing us, and now they act as if we are begging them. Keep quiet. They're right here. It wouldn't be wise to let them overhear, another cautioned. Shen Yi's expression darkened, and his demeanor shifted abruptly. He was indifferent to their thoughts, as he could not hear them. Yet, they were drinking water while disparaging him, the very person who led them to it. Could they be so ungrateful? To feast, and then berate the cook. Was that something a reasonable person would do? Shen Yi snorted in disdain and turned to leave. Kachanwei sensed the tension and hurried to catch up. Shen Yi, don't let their words bother you. You are magnanimous, right? Before he could finish, Shen Yi interrupted. Do not flatter me. I cannot bear such praise. He added curtly, from now on, we share no ties. I have revealed the water source to you. Do not seek me out again, nor expect any further assistance. We are classmates. Let not a few words ruin our camaraderie, Kachanwei implored, attempting to mend the rift. Classmates? I cannot accept that. In school, your words might earn my respect, and I might assist you in a crisis. But on this deserted island, do not speak of such matters. You said it. So be it. Do not expect our help. Kachanwei retorted defiantly. It was acceptable to converse amicably once or twice. But Kachanwei had his pride. He could not continually lower himself to plead. Delightful. Shen Yi scoffed and continued on his way, refusing to linger. As he walked back, his anger festered, wishing he could strike those who had spoken so carelessly. Yet reason prevailed. He could not act against them, as their numbers were too great. Regardless of who was in the right. Since arriving on this wretched island, he had endured much indignation. He had hoped to use this opportunity to ease tensions between them. Yet now, it seemed entirely unnecessary. Some individuals would only eat when the food was placed directly before them, with utensils in hand, utterly spoiled. Shen Yi refused to indulge them, as though he owed them anything. Enough of this, he thought, rubbing his temples. It was truly not worth getting worked up over such trivial matters. Upon Shen Yi's departure, their discussions dwindled significantly. However, with him gone, what good was their silence? When would they come to terms with reality and feel remorse for their actions? Shen Yi could now guarantee that his small team of 6 would not starve, while their group of 18 could only scavenge small fish and shrimp along the shore each day. He could only hope they would broaden their perspectives. When Shen Yi returned to the shelter, Zhong Shuang noticed he was alone and inquired, "Where are the others?" "Do not concern yourself with them. A pack of ungrateful wolves." Shen Yi scoffed, recounting the recent events. "A bunch of ingrates. Had I known, I wouldn't have led them to water. It would have driven them mad." Shouho muttered, defending Shen Yi. "Perhaps it is for the best. Now that they have water, they are aware of the location and will not recklessly attempt to seize ours." Ding Qiong suggested, shifting the perspective. "I concur. Their numbers are overwhelming, and with only 6 of us, We would surely be outmatched in a fight, Lao Tang added. Enough of these unpleasant topics. Have the wild vegetables been prepared? Shen Yi, now feeling hungry, redirected the conversation. They were ready before your return. I threw together some small fish and shrimp with the wild vegetables, and it looks like we have quite a meal, Lao Tang's wife informed him. Then let us all dine together, Shen Yi proposed. Eating would distract them from the distasteful thoughts of their ungrateful counterparts. They served the food into plastic containers. The taste was rather bland but bearable, and he reassured himself that having something to eat was a blessing. No need to be picky. Halfway through their meal, Ku Changwei and his group emerged from the woods, their clothes soaked through, bellies round from drinking excessively. Upon seeing Shen Yi and his companions enjoying their meal, they felt an intense longing, nearly drooling. Noticing Shen Yi's containers, they contemplated gathering some bottles for future use. Ku Changwei had no intention of speaking to Shen Yi again. As their previous discussion had soured, there was no need. However, Shi Huiru approached Shen Yi and his group, her eyes fixated on the pot of food. A glimmer of greed barely concealed. Thank you. Some of them spoke harshly, but that is their issue. Despite the unpleasantness, I truly appreciate your help, she said, her voice just loud enough for Jiang Ying to overhear. Jiang Ying's expression darkened. Who are you addressing with your veiled comments? Yet she refrained from confronting Shi Huiru directly. This does not concern me. You may leave, Shi Huiru remarked, casting a final glance at the pot of wild vegetables. So this is what you have. Chapter 022. Midnight Hao. Shen Yi remained oblivious to her subtle thoughts. Had he been aware, he would have marveled at the myriad of her concealed musings. Shi Huiru's perspective was rather pragmatic. Recognizing her lack of wilderness experience, she deemed it prudent to learn. Given that Shen Yi had resources at hand, a mere glance would suffice to acquire knowledge that would ensure her survival. As for the opinions of others regarding her, she found them inconsequential. What mattered was her own sustenance, ensuring she would not succumb to hunger. Upon returning to their group, she felt the weight of disapproving glances but dismissed them with indifference. Let's move, Ku Changwei declared, leading his entourage away with an air of arrogance, as if they were owed something. Look at their demeanor, as though we owe them something. It's like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize kindness. The lean monkey glared at their retreating figures, muttering incessantly. Enough, eat your food and stop overthinking. Shen Yi chided, casting a glance at him to silence his grumbling. I simply cannot abide their disposition. It's akin to an old lady slurping thin gruel, utterly despicable. The lean monkey persisted, weaving in a clever analogy. If you're so capable, why didn't you confront them earlier? Spare me your hindsight, Shen Yi quipped, unable to suppress a laugh at his words. Brother Yi, let us not undermine our own efforts, the lean monkey retorted, quickly cowed by Shen Yi's tone. Focus on your meal, and be quiet, Shen Yi remarked. The events of the day had not taken him by surprise, at least he had discerned their character. Should a similar situation arise, he would be far less inclined to share information with them. People often fail to cherish what is easily acquired. This realization also extinguished Shen Yi's desire to share any newfound treasures with them. They had brought this upon themselves. He would not divulge valuable information only to hear them malign him behind his back. After dinner, Shen Yi's spirits lifted somewhat. Sitting by the sea, the gentle breeze caressed him as the sun began its descent, casting a shimmering light across the water, a truly splendid sight. After some mild stretching, he gathered the group to continue weaving ropes. Earlier that afternoon, as they clambered over the rocky shore, Shen Yi felt a tremor of fear at the height. Thankfully, the ropes they crafted were sturdy, a testament to their collective effort. Any misstep could result in a fall from a considerable height, possibly leading to severe injury or worse. Especially with the jagged rocks below. Let us work diligently. Once we finish the ropes, we can rest. Tonight, Zhang Shuang will take the first watch, while the lean monkey will take over for the latter half, he instructed. The two of them had yet to stand guard, and after tonight, the watch schedule would be established, rotating every 3 days. At least until they were located, the watch personnel would remain unchanged, barring the addition of new members. However, recruiting new individuals was not on their agenda. Their immediate concern was ensuring that the 6 of them had enough to eat and did not perish from starvation. The efficiency of their collective rope weaving was remarkable. By around 9 in the evening, they had successfully braided over 20 meters of rope. Shen Yi surveyed their work. It was ample. Everyone, rest early. Class leader, if you find yourself bored, you can continue weaving more rope. You're exploiting us, Zhong Shuang retorted, her nose wrinkling in frustration at Shen Yi's task assignments. What if the night drags on? It could become tedious. Shen Yi chuckled before retreating into the shelter. The lean monkey had already fallen asleep, needing to prepare for his night watch. Zhong Shuang settled beside the fire, grumbling about being overworked yet quietly continuing to weave. Time passed, and suddenly, Zhong Shuang was jolted awake by a horrific scream. A chill ran down her spine, quickly followed by the unmistakable sound of howling. It dawned on her, it was the howl of wolves. "Shani! Shani!" she cried, rushing to his side, shaking him awake. Shun-Yi rubbed his eyes, still groggy, and looked at her. "What's wrong, class leader? Are you lonely?" "Lonely my foot." Zhong Shuang snapped, her anger overshadowing her fear. However, in that instant, her bravado faltered, and she clutched Shun-Yi's arm, her voice trembling. "There are wolves. Instantly alert. Shani shook off his drowsiness upon hearing the mention of wolves. He knew that wolves roamed this island. He had encountered 2 on his first discovery of fresh water. Yet, if his instincts were correct, this coastal area belonged to bears, and they had been living in constant apprehension within the bears' territory. Territorial instincts among animals are fiercely protective. Bears would not allow wolves to invade their domain. Analyzing the situation carefully, he noted Zhang Shuang's anxious expression, which seemed genuine. "Can you discern their location? Can you gauge the direction?" Shani tried to soothe her, gently patting her back. "There." Zhang Shuang pointed without regard for his comforting gesture. The direction she indicated was west, precisely where Kachanwei and his group were stationed. Had they been attacked by wolves? Shani pondered deeply, though it was merely speculation. "Fear not. I'm here." "Stay close," Shani assured her, equipping himself with a sturdy stick and a dagger. Zhang Shuang nestled behind him, feeling a surge of comfort. A semblance of safety amidst the chaos. Seeing the lean monkey sleeping soundly, Shun-Yi roused him. "Wake up, the wolves are here." The mere utterance startled the lean monkey from his dreams, scrambling out of the shelter in panic. "Brother-Yi, save me." However, upon emerging, he found Zhong Shuang clinging to Shun-Yi's arm, and the absence of any visible wolves incited his irritation. "Brother-Yi, are you playing a trick on me? Where are the wolves? You've disturbed my slumber." Just then, another distant howl echoed through the night, causing the lean monkey to cower. "Brother-Yi, I was wrong. Shani looked at him, exasperated. "Go wake everyone. It seems we want to be enjoying a peaceful night." Before long, Ding Qiong and the elderly couple, Old Tang and his wife, stirred awake, their faces pale with fear and anxiety. Yet Ding Qiong appeared unperturbed. "Aren't you afraid?" Old Tang's wife inquired. Noticing Ding Qiong's calm demeanor, Ding Qiong shook her head. "Fear is futile. Life and death are but the natural order. All creatures must endure this cycle. There is no escaping it. Isn't it a pity to perish so young?" Old Tang's wife countered, unconvinced by Ding Qiong's philosophy. "Not at all. We are stranded on this desolate island. If food, resources, and water are scarce, what meaning is there in mere survival?" Ding Qiong's words left Old Tang's wife momentarily speechless. "Enough of this philosophical debate. We've all heard the howls. I suspect something has happened over there, which is why I called everyone up. If danger arises, we must be prepared to flee. Lean monkey, take the torch and secure the rope to the tree. Then lower it down to the rocky shore. If there is a threat, we'll all make our escape." "Understood. I'll attend to it at once." Chapter 023. Injured by the wolf, the slender monkey immediately set off, armed with a rope and a torch, hastening towards the east. The remaining 5, filled with anxiety, fixated their gaze on the west. Shani handed the gripstick to Tang Hua, and the 2 stood firm at the forefront. Although their weapons and defenses were woefully inadequate, they had to brace themselves against the approaching pack of wolves. This was an imperative task, one that Shani fully understood. Despite the myriad doubts swirling in his mind, before long, a flicker of firelight appeared in the distance as someone sprinted towards Shun-Yi, shouting, "Wolves are coming! Wolves are coming!" Shun-Yi did not blame them for leading the pack in their direction. It was merely human instinct to flee towards safety in numbers. Observing from afar, he was uncertain of how many had arrived. As they dashed towards him, Shun-Yi glimpsed a pair of green, glimmering eyes in the distance. It was the wolves. Counting quickly, he discerned there were 5 in total. As the frantic individuals reached Shun-Yi, they came to a halt. Among them was Old Gui, a subordinate of Shirgu. However, familiar faces like Shirgu, Kachanwei, and Jiang Ying were conspicuously absent. "Where are the others?" Shun-Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. "They all climbed up the trees. We reacted too slowly and could only run," he replied, trembling, with fear and panic etched across his face, gasping for breath. "Wolves will not approach when they see firelight." "You should not have fled," Shun-Yi scolded quietly. "Wild beasts are sensitive to presence and aura. When they encounter unfamiliar creatures, they will first assess before charging. If one stands resolute, even exuding an aura of dominance, they will likely retreat." But their flight had betrayed their weakness to the wolves, practically inviting them to pursue. It was sheer folly. With the situation having unfolded, Shun-Yi knew anger would yield no results. The howling of wolves echoed ominously. The pack was now less than 100 meters away. They halted, eyeing the throng of standing bipeds before them, hesitating to advance. "Fetch the torches," Shun-Yi commanded softly. instructing them to retrieve torches from the bonfire. This was a show of strength. They needed to elevate their presence to deter the wolves momentarily. Thump, thump. The sound of rapid heartbeats resonated in Shun Yi's ears, not solely his own, but those of those around him. He gripped the dagger tightly, feeling the sweat soak his back. His gaze remained fixed on the wolves, particularly the alpha. For 3 minutes, neither side moved. Yet, cold sweat trickled from his forehead to his cheek. How long must we endure this? Old Gui's voice trembled, reaching a fever pitch of anxiety. Silence. Had you not run here, would you not have arranged for a night watch? Shani retorted, his patience wearing thin. Night watch? What night watch? Forget it. Explaining to you is futile. At that moment, the Wolf King howled, seemingly conveying a signal. After its roar, one wolf advanced. They were testing the waters. Ding Qiong immediately spoke up. Shani inhaled deeply, seizing the gripstick from Old Tang. The black wolf crept forward slowly before suddenly launching itself at Shani. Watch out! Zhang Shuang cried out, her voice piercing with fear. This was a wolf. Though solitary, it was still a wolf. Shun Yi's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into his left hand. Grasping the gripstick, he swung it down with all his might as the black wolf leaped toward him. Bam! The stick struck with tremendous force, bending upon impact as the wolf's skull was crushed, leaving a gaping wound. Yet, its claws sank deep into Shun Yi's arm, drawing blood instantly. Ignoring the pain, Shun Yi relentlessly thrust the dagger into the wolf's body, blood splattering across his face and clothing, staining the once white fabric crimson. Ah! Shun Yi yelled, not solely from agony but also to bolster their morale. This cry startled the pack. Upon witnessing the black wolf's demise, the Wolf King let out a low growl and retreated with the remaining 3 wolves. It was over. Everything transpired in a whirlwind. Shun Yi knelt, the black wolf now lifeless before him. Shun Yi. Zhang Shuang rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Why were you so reckless? And you all? What were you doing? Why did you cower like that? If you had charged together, could Shun Yi have been injured? Zhang Shuang shouted at the others who had stood beside Shun Yi, her voice cracking in desperation. She gazed at Shun Yi's wounded arm, her heart aching, tears cascading down her cheeks. The others, chastened by her reprimand, lowered their heads in shame. At that moment, Shun Yi remained in a state of exhilaration, hardly feeling the pain in his arm. It's fine, you needn't scold them. Their reaction is natural. There's no need to hold it against them. Shun Yi felt warmth in his heart at her concern. Be quiet. Do not make excuses for them. They were afraid, terrified of death. Does that mean you should perish? Shouldn't you think of yourself? Why should you bear the consequences of their mistakes? Zhang Shuang shouted at Shun Yi, leaving him momentarily stunned. Her gaze then swept over the group that had fled. Are you satisfied now? Return to your territory. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Old Gui and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. He stepped forward. I'm sorry, Shun Yi. You need not apologize. Just leave. Go. Zhang Shuang interjected, glaring at them with disdain, directing them westward. Her well-bred nature prevented her from uttering any harsher words. With heads bowed in shame, they departed swiftly. Ding Qiong approached, examining Shun Yi's arm. You must suck the blood from his wound to prevent rabies. I will find some herbs. After speaking, Ding Qiong took a torch from Old Tang's wife and ventured into the woods. Don't just stand there. Follow her. Are you really going to let her venture into the woods alone at this hour? Shun Yi, noticing Old Tang's guilty expression, spoke up. And then he and his wife followed suit. Upon hearing rabies, Zhang Shuang disregarded everything, lifting Shun Yi's arm to suck the blood from his wound. This was the best treatment available at the moment. All right, enough. If you keep sucking, you'll become a vampire. As Shun Yi's exhilaration waned, dizziness began to set in. No more. I need to rinse my mouth. Shun Yi, what's wrong? Zhang Shuang exclaimed, startled at his pale complexion just as the slender monkey returned, rushing toward them. Ego, what's wrong? You can't die, Ego. Hearing this, the once weak Shun Yi felt a surge of energy, kicking the slender monkey away. Get out of my way. Chapter 024. Jiang Ying is struck. As soon as Shun Yi uttered those words, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Ego. The thin monkey sprang to his feet, not even bothering to brush off the sand clinging to him, his expression resembling that of a mourner. Cease your cries. He has merely exhausted himself. The medicinal herbs have already been procured, Ding Qiong stated, chewing the herbs before applying them to Shun Yi's wounds and binding them with a strip of cloth. Let him rest. The wolf has been slain. And for the time being, the pack will not dare to approach us again. With Shun Yi unconscious, only Ding Qiong remained capable of speech. Chai Chi, carry Shun Yi back, she instructed the thin monkey, who had been addressed by name for the first time, leaving him momentarily stunned, though he dared not defy her. Everyone, take a rest. Chai Chi, I ask that you keep watch tonight, Ding Qiong concluded. Lao Tang intended to apologize to Zhong Shuang, having been present beside Shen Yi when she scolded the others, which Lao Tang had absorbed. However, Zhong Shuang provided him no opportunity to speak. Her thoughts solely occupied with the injured Shen Yi, leaving her indifferent to anything else. The distinction between subjective existence and objective reality was clear. Lao Tang had not approached, and it was indisputable that a rift had formed between him and Zhong Shuang. Meanwhile, upon returning, Lao Gui and the others found Kachanwei and his companions still clinging to the trees, fearful to move. Upon their return, they called out from the branches, "Where's the wolf? One was killed by Shen Yi." Their expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Goodness, is he all right? He was injured, but he managed to drive the wolves away." As this news circulated among those in the trees, they gradually descended, relief washing over them. "Well then, how did those whelps find us? It's infuriating." Shen Yi was injured, and it was a stroke of divine providence that he had not been slain by the wolves. Jiang Ying audaciously made snide remarks. Silence. Lao Gui's anger flared. Although he had previously held a grudge against Shen Yi, he was not devoid of conscience. Shen Yi had saved him. Despite not being allies, he could not allow others to slander him. Not only Lao Gui, but also those who had returned with him glared furiously at Jiang Ying. "I'll say whatever I please. What business is it of yours? I curse him. I wish for his demise, so what?" Jiang Ying met their glares with defiance, her words growing increasingly outrageous. With a resounding slap, Lao Gui struck Jiang Ying across the face, reddening her cheek and causing blood to seep from her lips. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at Lao Gui in fury. "How dare you hit me? I've lived this long without anyone daring to lay a hand on me." In a fit of rage, she clawed at Lao Gui's face. But Lao Gui showed her no leniency. "Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Hitting you is too lenient, if it weren't for you. Shen Yi would be willing to assist us now. Yet, you repeatedly sow discord. I've long found you intolerable. Speak another word, and I'll kick you out, leaving you to perish on this island." Lao Gui, a man of temperament, may have been reserved within their group, but he possessed a temper nonetheless. Jiang Ying, taken aback by his words, initially intended to retort but was restrained by others. "Ying, perhaps you should hold your tongue." Regardless of the situation, Shen Yi did save them. To speak ill of him in their presence is truly slanderous. "Mind your own business." Jiang Ying fumed, enraged that she was being blamed, and stormed off to a corner to weep. Lao Gui, such behavior cannot be tolerated in the future. "We must not strike women," Shigu interjected, choosing sides with Lao Gui over Jiang Ying. "However, Shen Yi informed me that we should assign someone to keep watch at night to prevent wild beasts from approaching while we sleep. If we slumber soundly, who will remain vigilant?" Upon hearing this, Kachanwei's eyes brightened. "That's an excellent idea. We should also assign people to keep watch. We have ample numbers. Let us start with the women, as they may lack stamina. We must ensure adequate rest for everyone, preserving our strength." Agreed. It was hard to disagree. Yet, the women in the group wore worried expressions, reluctant to comply, but the circumstances left them no choice. Human rights? Please, on this wretched island, who speaks of human rights? Either endure or leave. They had no choice but to swallow their grievances and acquiesce. "Tomorrow, I intend to thank Shen Yi," Lao Gui added. "Agreed, he saved us, and we cannot neglect to express our gratitude." "Yes, we must go." Thus, the matter was settled, with Shigu and Kachanwei unable to interject. Both men keenly sensed the underlying issue. If this continues, their credibility will be non-existent. This cannot persist. "Let us send Shen Yi a set of clothes," Kachanwei proposed, hoping to restore his influence. All right. However, before he could finish, Lao Gui and the others had concluded their discussion. Kachanwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet he found himself powerless to alter the outcome. The following day, Shen Yi awakened. His memories of the previous day were hazy, recalling only the thin monkey's comment about whether he was dying. With this thought, Shen Yi braced himself on his arms to rise, intent on delivering a beating to the thin monkey. But as soon as he pressed his hand against the ground, a sharp pain shot through his arm, and he recalled that he had been clawed by a wolf the day before. Now, he felt utterly drained, parched beyond measure. "Thin monkey, Zhong Shuang, Ding Qiong. I need water." After calling several names, the thin monkey finally approached. "Igu, you're awake." The thin monkey exclaimed joyfully, creating quite a ruckus. "Be quiet." "What?" Shen Yi's voice was too faint for the thin monkey to catch. Shen Yi was utterly speechless, thinking to himself that once his wounds healed, he would surely give the thin monkey a proper thrashing. "Help me outside. Right away." This time, the thin monkey understood clearly. Shen Yi. His inner thoughts were filled with expletives. Once outside, Zhong Shuang stepped forward to assist him. "Tell the thin monkey to keep his distance. I want water." "Support me to the shade of the trees," Shen Yi weakly requested, harboring a desire to lash out at the thin monkey for the sake of his own satisfaction. Zhong Shuang cast a puzzled glance at the thin monkey, wondering what he had done to provoke such ire from Shen Yi. Thin monkey. Your ego wants you to stay away. He doesn't wish to see you. What? Ego? You don't want me anymore? The thin monkey's voice rang out loudly, irritating Shen Yi further. Give me my dagger. I'll stab that wretched creature. Shen Yi finally erupted, shouting. After that outburst, his thirst intensified, and he began to cough, his eyes filled with pain as he looked at Zhong Shuang. Why aren't you moving? Do you wish to infuriate Shen Yi further? Zhong Shuang admonished the thin monkey, quickly going to fetch water. Gulping down the water, Shen Yi felt an immense relief in his throat. The thin monkey stood by, bewildered. Suddenly, it dawned on him that making light-hearted remarks while beside Shen Yi was not the appropriate course of action. Chapter 025. An apology, but now that things have come to this, words are futile. Zhong Shuang supported Shen Yi to sit beneath the shade of a tree. Leaning against the trunk, Shen Yi sought to calm his tumultuous emotions, determined not to let the words of the thin monkey disturb his mind. Ding Qiong approached, standing before him. How do you feel? Not well. I feel utterly drained. All right, it's time to change your bandages. Shen Yi was uncertain about what changing bandages entailed. But as he observed Ding Qiong chewing on herbs and unwrapping the cloth tied around his arm, he began to comprehend. However, he did not intervene. Ding Qiong brought over warm water, gently cleaning the bloodstains on Shen Yi's arm, which had been neglected the previous day. After cleansing, she wiped it again with a clean cloth, applied the herbs, and rewrapped it, her movements flowing seamlessly. What about the wolf from yesterday? Shen Yi queried. The wolf. That was wolf meat. We should eat it, skin it, and discard the innards, head, and limbs. The mere mention of the black wolf from yesterday ignited Shen Yi's anger. Let old Tang handle it. That thin monkey is too clumsy to do it properly. As Shen Yi spoke, he felt a resurgence of strength and attempted to rise. After several attempts, he remained grounded. Do not overexert yourself. Rest here and refrain from moving around for the next couple of days, Zhong Shuang implored, knowing Shen Yi was concerned for their well-being. This is unacceptable, Shen Yi began, but was silenced by Zhong Shuang's glare. Fine, I shall heed your counsel. Shen Yi complied, leaning back against the tree. I'll go hunt a rabbit to make soup for you. No, do not hunt the rabbit. We have only 2 left, and they are about to give birth. Shen Yi declined, believing it prudent to wait until the rabbits had a litter before considering their fate. That cannot be. We can always catch more rabbits. You need to replenish your strength, Zhong Shuang insisted, fiercely determined to procure a rabbit. We have wolf meat. We can consume that, Ding Qiong suggested, and Zhong Shuang nodded, abandoning her pursuit of the rabbits. All right, let us deal with the wolf first. It caused you this injury, and it deserves to be dismantled. Shen Yi inhaled sharply at her words, pondering the appropriateness of such violent sentiments from a young lady. That is not suitable. Class monitor, let the thin monkey handle it. You need not involve yourself. Gather some sturdy branches to fashion a spear. Shen Yi aimed to divert Zhong Shuang's attention, reasoning that had they possessed spears yesterday, they might have dealt with the situation more effectively. Very well, Zhong Shuang acquiesced, though her expression reflected disappointment for not being able to avenge Shen Yi. The sound of footsteps approached, and Zhong Shuang turned to see them, her countenance darkening as she stood, indignantly asserting, Didn't we already make it clear that you are not welcome here? The newcomers were Lao Gui and his companions, this time accompanied by Shi Gu and Ku Changwei. They halted, observing the furious expression on Zhong Shuang's face, hesitant to approach. Turning their gaze, they found Shen Yi reclined under the tree, his arm bandaged, appearing lethargic, which only deepened their guilt. We are not here to cause trouble. We have come to offer our apologies. Although you may not welcome us, we have brought a set of clean clothes for Shen Yi, and we hope he will not take offense, Lao Gui said, lowering his head as he extended the clothing towards Zhong Shuang, who refused to accept it. I do not care what your intentions are. We do not welcome you now. You cannot shirk responsibility for your own actions and expect others to bear the consequences. Do you not find your behavior shameful? Zhong Shuang's beautiful eyes fixed on them, her resolve unwavering. Seeing her refusal to relent, they turned to Shen Yi. Class monitor, let them come over. It's fine, Shen Yi said, eager to inquire about certain matters, particularly how the wolves had attacked them. Shen Yi, I do not agree. Zhong Shuang protested, turning back. Class monitor, please listen. I have some questions for them. It's all right, Shen Yi explained with a hint of exasperation. Reluctantly, Zhong Shuang shifted aside to allow them passage. Ding Qiong stood to Shen Yi's left, while the others positioned themselves before him. We are truly sorry for your injuries, Lao Gui said, his gaze fixed on Shen Yi's wounds and his current frail state, filled with remorse. It's all right. Please take a seat, Shen Yi replied with a smile, gesturing for them to sit. Zhong Shuang moved closer, taking a seat on Shen Yi's right, vigilantly watching them, wary of any ill intentions toward him. Her caution was not unwarranted. On this desolate island, Shen-Yi was her sole source of support, driven by a protective instinct. She was acutely aware of his ability to provide food and water. She could not fathom what her situation would be if Shen-Yi were not by her side or had not saved him initially. Likely, she would still be suffering from hunger. This understanding fueled her vigilance and her desire to care for Shen-Yi, and her fury at his injury was palpable. Noticing Zhong Shuang's silence beside him, Shen-Yi refrained from speaking. However, Kachangwei observed the interaction, a fleeting shadow of discontent crossing his eyes. Do you know why the wolves targeted you? Shen-Yi posed the question that had been on his mind since the previous night. We truly do not know. We were all asleep. Someone woke up in the middle of the night, saw the wolves, and panicked, screaming and waking us up. Then we all scrambled, some climbed trees. While others fled, Lao Gui recounted the harrowing experience from the previous night, still shaken. Based on your description, Shen-Yi interjected. I have mentioned before that this area is a bear territory. You have seen the bear tracks, which indicates that the wolf pack attacked you by crossing into bear territory, risking being killed by the bears. Their intent was clear. They headed straight towards you. Wolves possess intelligence. They would not engage in low-reward risks. Reflect on this carefully. Shen-Yi elucidated, asserting that the wolf pack must have been positioned across the water source, in contention with the bears, each guarding their domain, making it improbable for them to venture into danger without just cause. His straightforward observations left them momentarily speechless, and upon further reflection, they realized the truth in his words. However, they struggled to comprehend why they would attract such attention from the wolves. What did you do yesterday that made the wolf pack take notice of you? Ding Qiong inquired, her tone still icy and to the point. Just answer her questions, Shen-Yi urged, noticing their hesitation to respond. We didn't do much. We were just eating coconuts. You sought us out yesterday too. After you left, we experienced a bout of diarrhea. Later, when we sought you out, you led us to water. Upon returning, we gathered some small fish and shrimp to stave off our hunger, and we fell asleep shortly thereafter, Lao Gui recounted, reflecting on the events of the prior night. Chapter 26. So it is upon hearing their descriptions, Shen-Yi bowed his head in contemplation, appearing quite normal. He had even anticipated their diarrhea yesterday. There was nothing he was unaware of regarding the matter. What could have gone awry? Were they targeted by wolves? Suddenly, it dawned on him. What? Shen-Yi inquired, turning his head at Ding Qiong's voice. The scent. The scent? The others seemed to grasp the concept as Shen-Yi pondered, his understanding crystallizing. Are you implying the odor from their excrement? Indeed. I have owned cats before. They bury their waste after excretion, a behavior you've likely heard of. This is done to conceal their scent, thus evading detection by predators. As Ding Qiong elucidated, everyone experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder. They had ventured directly into the woods yesterday to relieve themselves, and now they refrained from entering that area due to the overwhelming stench. The wolves had detected their waste, prompting them to journey from afar. Perhaps they had never encountered such a scent before and had dared to investigate. When startled, the group had scattered, making them appear as potential prey to the wolves. It was aptly said, wolves travel thousands of miles for meat, while dogs do so for excrement. Shen-Yi realized this truth. The 6 of them had also relieved themselves in the woods, but perhaps due to their smaller number, the scent had dissipated without incident. However, their collective outburst yesterday, with each competing to excrete, had resulted in a potent odor that lingered. Upon uncovering the reason, they felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Lowering their heads in shame, it was likely they would remember this incident upon returning. Learn from the cats and bury it. Old Gui expressed his gratitude. Please accept this garment as our apology. We have nothing else to offer. We hope you do not find it lacking. Very well, hand it over. You may leave now. I am quite fatigued, Shen-Yi replied, bidding them farewell. After their departure, Shen-Yi chuckled helplessly, acknowledging, it seems we must adopt this practice ourselves. They have indeed reminded us. I never considered the significance of scent and had forgotten how acute a beast's sense of smell can be. It's not your fault. None of us anticipated this. Consider it a lesson from nature, Ding Qiong remarked, her demeanor reflective, having read extensively, much of it theoretical knowledge. This experience had imparted her with greater wisdom. One learns from adversity. Assist in crafting spears. I plan to weave more baskets for carrying items, preferably with shoulder straps for ease of transport, Shen-Yi stated, only to be interrupted by Zhong Shuang, who insisted, you should rest properly. We will handle these tasks for you. Do not exert yourself. Focus on recovery. Shen-Yi felt a mix of amusement and irony. Raised by a stern father after his parents' separation, he had seldom experienced care, often more concerned with looking after others, such as the slender monkey. Being cared for by peers for the first time felt rather unfamiliar. In his youth, he had resented his father's strictness, but as he matured, he came to understand the struggles of living on a modest income. However, He lacked the ability to express his feelings, silently nurturing his own well-being, which he had not comprehended as a child. As Shun-Yi sat beneath a tree, gazing at the sea, he observed the slender monkey and old Tang processing the wolf. It was evident they had never killed before, their movements cautious, as though fearing the wolf might resurrect and bite them, which made Shun-Yi chuckle. Peeling the wolf's skin took them over an hour. By the campfire, old Tang's wife was preparing a meal. Nearby, Ding Qiong and Zhang Shuang were engaged in crafting a spear and weaving baskets, respectively. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene as Shun-Yi leaned against the tree and dozed off. Time passed, and Shun-Yi was awakened by a gentle nudge. "It's time to eat," Zhang Shuang whispered beside him. Rubbing his eyes, Shun-Yi appeared still drowsy. Fully awake, he gazed at the wolf meat Zhang Shuang brought and, almost instinctively, said, "Feed me." Zhang Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively raised her hand as if to reprimand him for such a request. Yet, seeing his injured demeanor, she relented. "Only this once, considering your injury." Shun-Yi's expression remained neutral, but internally, he was elated. He felt his strength returning somewhat, and eating had become manageable. Yet, how could he possibly miss this opportunity? It was a rather advantageous arrangement. Unbeknownst to Zhang Shuang, Shun-Yi was aware of his recovery. She picked up a piece of wolf meat, blew on it, and fed it to him. The proximity made his heart race. Although he had previously embraced Zhang Shuang, that had not been of her volition. Everyone could attest that she had approached him willingly. Savoring a bite of the wolf meat, he found it somewhat tough. Yet the flavor was rich, if slightly bland. However, Shun-Yi noticed that the container held not only sizable pieces of wolf meat, but also seafood, presumably to enhance the overall flavor. Given the circumstances, it was quite satisfactory. Observing the others, Shun-Yi noticed they hesitated to indulge in the meat. After finishing his meal and soup, Zhang Shuang asked if he was still hungry. He shook his head, indicating he was no longer famished. Only after he spoke did Zhang Shuang begin her own meal. Suddenly, a warm sensation surged within Shun-Yi. She had not eaten yet. He felt a pang in his heart, realizing that he had assumed Zhang Shuang had already dined before waking him. Yet, he had requested her to feed him. This thought filled him with regret. "You're recovering," Ding Qiong remarked after her meal, sitting beside Shun-Yi, stating it as a fact rather than posing a question. "How do you know? You just supported yourself with your arm and shifted into a more comfortable position. Did you really notice that?" She seemed to have observed more than he realized. Shun-Yi fell silent, pondering why she had chosen to feed him despite her knowledge. "Do you have feelings for her?" Ding Qiong's tone remained steady. "Perhaps," Shun-Yi replied uncertainly, unsure if it could be classified as affection. "Isn't that how boys behave? They tease those they like to gain their attention, yet they alone are permitted to do so. Anyone else who dares to bully her will be dealt with. Am I wrong?" "Who said that?" "It's an observation. I've read it in books," Ding Qiong replied candidly. "But right now, who has the luxury for romance? We must first ensure our survival. Without basic needs met, what else matters?" However, after Shun-Yi's inquiry, Ding Qiong departed. What a peculiar girl. Chapter 027. The showy lean monkey. As Shun-Yi watched Ding Qiong's departing figure, he sensed that this woman harbored significant emotional burdens, yet she remained silent. Thus, he chose not to pry further. After finishing her meal, Zhang Shuang brought Shun-Yi another cup of water. What should be done with the remaining wolf meat? She pointed to the majority of it, uncertain about how to proceed. "It's quite simple," Shun-Yi offered. "Ding Qiong should have a solution. Given our limited resources, it would be best to cut the wolf meat into strips, approximately 2 tails each. Half can be hung to air dry, while the other half can be smoked. This method will prolong its shelf life." He recalled how his grandfather had preserved meat in his childhood, although the details had faded over time. "Perhaps you should confirm this with Ding Qiong," he suggested. "All right," Zhang Shuang replied, her enthusiasm waning at the thought of consulting Ding Qiong. Although she had interacted with her during this time, she recognized that women often wore masks in each other's presence, especially when confronted with someone who was equally beautiful. Perhaps it stemmed from jealousy, but Zhang Shuang was making an effort to adjust her mindset. When she consulted Ding Qiong, she found her agreement with Shun-Yi's proposal. Ding Qiong recommended smoking all the meat, as air drying in this sweltering heat would likely lead to spoilage without access to a shaded area. With a plan in place, they remained industrious during the midday break. Apart from Shun-Yi, everyone participated in the smoking process. Despite the oppressive heat, even in the shade of the trees, the warm breeze from the seaside paired with the crackling bonfire soon left Zhang Shuang drenched in sweat. Noticing Ding Qiong also perspiring, she was determined not to yield, continuing to assist with the smoking. It seemed as though their efforts had transformed into a friendly competition between the two. The lean monkey could no longer bear the heat. "I can't take it anymore. I need to soak in the sea to cool off." He hastily finished smoking the meat he was working on and departed from the bonfire. Following suit was Old Tang, who was equally overwhelmed by the heat, his back soaked in sweat. However, the women's endurance appeared to surpass that of the men, as they, along with Old Tang's wife, continued to smoke the meat by the fire. Observing this scene, Shun-Yi felt a swell of admiration. Had it been him, he doubted he would fare any better than the lean monkey. After completing the final strip of smoked meat, he counted a total of 87 pieces, each weighing around 2 taels, amounting to nearly 20 pounds in total. While not an excessive amount, it was certainly substantial. This wolf had evidently enjoyed decent rations within the group, as evidenced by the near 20 pounds of meat remaining after removing its limbs, entrails, and head. Gazing at the small mountain of smoked meat, a smile spread across Shun-Yi's face. Although injured, the bounty of meat was enough for a hearty meal. He planned to gather some wild vegetables later for a balanced diet, alleviating immediate concerns about food. This was undoubtedly a positive development. The first step towards conquering this deserted island was to ensure that he would not go hungry. However, the 3 women were now utterly exhausted, each clutching a bottle of water. Unfortunately, their supply was dwindling. Shun-Yi glanced at the empty container, realizing that just moments ago, he had been filled with determination, only to find their water supply depleted. Lean monkey, take Old Tang with you to fetch more water. Be cautious on the way if you encounter a bear. Climb a tree and shout loudly. We will hear you, he instructed. A task of such magnitude? The lean monkey hesitated, his expression turning glum. Rest assured, I have faith in you. Fulfill this responsibility diligently, Shun-Yi said, wearing an expression of helplessness. Despite not voicing any complaints, the lean monkey recognized it was time to contribute. Grabbing a plastic bottle, he called for Old Tang, and the two ventured into the woods. Not long after entering, they encountered Lao Gui and Shirgu, along with the others who were also on their way to fetch water. Each person carried a plastic bottle, evidently having learned from previous experiences. Shall we fetch water together? Shirgu inquired. Sure, the more the merrier. It provides an extra layer of safety. The lean monkey eagerly agreed. Shirgu, relieved, engaged in casual conversation with the lean monkey, initially checking on Shun-Yi's well-being to foster rapport before inquiring about survival skills, which seemed to have an ulterior motive of flattery. The lean monkey, relishing the chance to boast, shared not only the details of the rocky beach, but also how to construct a shelter, providing Shirgu and the others with valuable insights. Old Tang, listening nearby, contemplated intervening several times, but ultimately refrained, concerned that criticizing the lean monkey might lead him to report back to Shun-Yi. Old Tang was acutely aware of the tension from the previous day's events. With only 6 individuals present, Zhong Shuang's demeanor was frosty, his wife remained unscathed, and Ding Qiang's attitude was ambiguous. Thus, forging a closer bond with the lean monkey became imperative. Old Tang's worries were unfounded, as Shun-Yi had not given Old Tang's previous behavior a second thought. It was merely self-inflicted pressure and mental confinement on Old Tang's part. As the lean monkey spoke, Shirji's eyes sparkled with interest, eagerly absorbing every word as if it were a treasure trove of survival wisdom, determined to remember it all for immediate application. Earlier that morning, he had observed Shun-Yi's shelter, and although simplistic, he lacked a full understanding of its structure. However, upon hearing the lean monkey's explanations, everything became clear. There was nothing particularly complex about it. The lean monkey's vanity was satisfied. He had achieved what he desired. Their conversation flowed pleasantly without any interruptions. Having encountered no bears, they finished fetching water and returned to their respective gathering spots. Ego, I intend to descend to the rocky beach to collect edible items. We can't survive solely on wolf meat, can we? The lean monkey proposed, uncertain whether his suggestion stemmed from genuine concern or a guilty conscience after boasting earlier. Oh, you do have a thoughtful side. Very well, I grant you permission to go down, but exercise caution. Do not look down. Old Tang, accompany him and take this bucket along. How do I carry it? The lean monkey exclaimed, glancing at the paint bucket, realizing he only had 2 hands. Secure it around your waist while descending. When you ascend, first bring one person up, then retrieve the bucket before climbing up yourself, Shun-Yi explained. That makes sense. Let's go. The lean monkey chuckled, grabbing the paint bucket and heading towards the rocky beach with Old Tang. Feeling a twinge of unease, Shun-Yi remarked. What's up with the lean monkey? What is he up to? I don't know, but that guy is usually quite lazy. Whenever he offers to help me, within 3 days, I discover what he's really been up to, Shun-Yi replied. Having known the lean monkey for 6 or 7 years, Shun-Yi was well aware of his habits. The most notorious instance was when the lean monkey submitted Shun-Yi's meticulously completed summer homework under his own name, resulting in Shun-Yi receiving a reprimand from the teacher. Recalling this incident filled Shun-Yi with frustration. That scoundrel. Chapter 28. The distant boat. The two of them descended the rocky beach along the rope. The lean monkey. Despite Shun-Yi's admonitions, opened his eyes and glanced down, nearly losing his wits in terror. My goodness, it's so high. His heart raced, thumping in his chest. This height was equivalent to 4 or 5 stories, devoid of any safety measures. Trembling with fear, he clutched the rope tightly, descending slowly, not daring to relax for a moment. He feared that if he let his guard down, his life would come to an abrupt end. Internally, he cried out, I am still young. I do not wish to die. Fortunately, the lean monkey was cautious, and upon feeling his feet touch solid ground, he exhaled deeply. Yesterday, when Shunyi descended, it did not seem so difficult. Observing others in action was truly a different experience. Before long, Lao Tang also made his way down. The lean monkey was astounded by his calm demeanor. He exhibited no fear whatsoever. Lao Tang, aren't you afraid coming down from such a height? Lao Tang paused for a moment. His mind was preoccupied with other matters, leaving little room for concern about the present. He was contemplating the best way to apologize to Shunyi. Not at all. There are plenty of oysters. Let us begin collecting them, he said, scanning his surroundings. The lean monkey sensed that Lao Tang's thoughts were elsewhere, but refrained from pressing him further. The two began to gather oysters along the rocky shore. Meanwhile, Shunyi and Zhang Shuang crafted a basket, which stood about 50 centimeters tall and had a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters. They filled it with smoked meat, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Shunyi beamed with joy. We now have food. With 2 meals a day, about 3 pounds each time, it should suffice for a week. Shunyi calculated simply. The road ahead is long. This is precisely why he preferred not to follow the larger group and instead form a smaller collective. With around 20 pounds of meat, the 6 of them could ensure that they were well fed for an entire week, while also searching for additional food. Absolutely. No problem at all. Surviving for an extra week is feasible. Even if we do not find food for a day, we have a week's time to secure sustenance. The margin for error is quite generous, allowing for some misjudgments. However, in a larger group, that 20 pounds of meat would likely last only a day, and even then, it would not be enough. There is no room for error. A moment's inattention could lead to starvation. Shunyi's current principle was to prioritize his own well-being before considering the collective. The idealistic mindset of caring for the world was beyond his reach at this moment. Ding Qiong approached with a sharpened spear, handing it to Shunyi. He examined it, feeling it was quite well crafted. This is excellent. Let us make a few more. They are of utmost importance to us. After he spoke, Ding Qiong turned to continue her work on the spears. Shunyi, do you need anything else? Zhang Shuang inquired. None, but if you find yourself bored, perhaps we've a few more baskets. We urgently need containers for our supplies. Shunyi initially considered suggesting she take a break, but thought better of it. If he could not hunt, it would be more productive to utilize his spare time for weaving, contributing to the team. Lao Tang's wife was similarly engaged. The day passed quietly, immersed in weaving. That evening, the lean monkey and Lao Tang returned. The lean monkey was visibly shaken, his legs trembling. Shunyi asked what had happened. He replied that he had slipped while ascending. Shunyi chuckled reproachfully. I told you to be careful. Did you not heed my advice and sneak a peek? Look at you. You nearly scared yourself to death. No, how could you tarnish my reputation? The lean monkey pouted, glaring like a caricature of Kong Iji, which made Shunyi burst into laughter. The atmosphere lightened once more. After dinner, it was Shunyi's turn to keep watch with Ding Qiong. Considering Shunyi's injury, Ding Qiong decided to take the night watch herself. However, Shunyi refused. The usual arrangement, you take the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half. Although I am injured, I cannot move during the day tomorrow. You, on the other hand, need not overexert yourself. Shunyi's inability to move was largely due to Zhang Shuang's vigilant oversight. Ding Qiong did not argue and stoked the fire with a branch. You all should get some rest. The others were already battling drowsiness. In the city, daily life was mentally taxing, but they did not need to exercise. Their minds were constantly engaged, leading to fatigue. Here, both body and mind were weary. Not seeking food meant awaiting a slow demise. From their initial arrival on the island, when they would sleep past 9, to now, when they felt sleepy by 8. It was no wonder ancient wisdom advised working by day and resting at night. Because they had no phones. They had either lost them or they had been damaged by water, rendering them useless. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. Ding Qiong gazed at the sea, feeling the ocean breeze against her face, the campfire casting a warm glow on her cheeks. She hugged her legs, curled beneath a tree, enveloped in tranquility. It seemed she was deep in thought, though no one could know for certain. Once everyone had drifted into slumber, she walked to the water's edge, letting the coolness of the night envelop her. The rhythmic crashing of the waves upon the shore seemed to still her restless heart. Suddenly, she paused. In the distance across the sea, she appeared to see a small boat. Under normal circumstances, One would raise their arms in jubilation or light a signal fire upon spotting a vessel on a deserted island, hoping to draw attention. Yet, she did not. Her gaze was filled with reluctance. She did not wish to leave the island. She did not want to return to a life she despised. Looking back at her companions, she saw their longing for home. She hesitated, torn between her own desires and the hopes of others. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not a boat, but a lifeboat. The distance had deceived her into thinking it was a rescue vessel. Her anxious heart calmed, yet something felt amiss. It appeared there were people aboard the lifeboat. As the waves carried it closer to the island, she recalled how they had also been washed ashore during the storm. She turned to call out to her companions. Shin-Yi, wake up. What is it? Has the time come for me to take over? Shin-Yi, feeling as though he had just fallen asleep, was startled by how quickly time had passed. No, there's a lifeboat drifting in from the sea, and it seems there are people on board. People? Shin-Yi, still dazed, followed Ding Qiong's pointing finger toward the ocean. Indeed, it was a lifeboat. We should wake everyone and go rescue them. Shin-Yi pondered for a moment before sighing. Very well, let us rescue them first. Whether to keep them or not will depend on their behavior. Lifeboats typically contain first aid kits, which could facilitate the healing of your wounds. Upon hearing this, Shin-Yi's interest was piqued instantly. What are we waiting for? Hurry and rescue them. Lean Monkey, get up, stop sleeping, and let us go save them. What is the most urgently needed resource? Medical supplies. On this island where medical assistance is nearly non-existent, a first aid kit is the most precious treasure. Chapter 29. Expanding the team, the Slender Monkey was awakened by Shin-Yi, bewildered and muttering a few incoherent words. He hastily rose, intent on rescuing someone. Rescuing whom? He wondered, still dazed and confused. Had someone been injured? Shin-Yi patiently explained the situation to them. He presumed they were to dive into the frigid sea to save lives, and the mere thought of the icy waters was daunting. Fortunately, the tumultuous waves had propelled the lifeboat ashore. Let us go assess the situation. Together with Ding Qiong, they supported Shin-Yi as they approached the lifeboat. Upon closer inspection, they discovered 4 individuals aboard, all unconscious, their lips pale and cracked, yet they still breathed. 2 men, 1 woman, and a little girl. The girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, clutched a man's arm tightly, presumably her father. Slender Monkey, see if you can rouse them, Shin-Yi urged, his heart aching. Especially for the young girl facing such dire circumstances. Thankfully, she was alive. The Slender Monkey dragged each person down from the boat, but none awakened. Ding Qiong discovered a zipper on the lifeboat, revealing provisions, food, and water, untouched. Clearly, they were oblivious to the situation. The supplies within could sustain them for 3 days. With careful rationing, they could last up to 7. There were also 2 diving suits and a medical kit. Valuable resources indeed. Ding Qiong retrieved the medical kit and approached Shin-Yi, systematically treating the wounds and binding them. Slender Monkey, bring some water. After tending to the injuries, Shin-Yi instructed the Slender Monkey. He handed a bottle of water to the little girl. As the water trickled down her chin, she instinctively grasped the bottle, taking a few sips before awakening. Once her eyes opened, she regarded Shin-Yi and the others with caution, scanning the surroundings until she spotted her father. Daddy, wake up! Wake up! Her voice was hoarse as she nudged him, but he stirred only slightly. Wan. His voice was gravelly as he embraced the little girl. Though his behavior was perplexing to Shin-Yi, the Slender Monkey offered another bottle of water to the man, who accepted it but did not drink, instead giving it to his daughter. Wan, drink water. Wan, drink water. Daddy, you drink too. I've had enough, she replied. Upon hearing this, the man gulped down the water, seemingly oblivious to anything but his daughter, even as the Slender Monkey stood nearby. His mental state appeared unstable. Ding Qiong observed the man closely, ultimately voicing her assessment to Shin-Yi in a hushed tone. How can you tell? Shin-Yi asked. Look closely at his neck. There's a scar hidden beneath his hair, indicating prior trauma to his brain. We should inquire with the little girl to understand more. Wan. Shin-Yi called softly, causing the man to glare at him with an intensity that conveyed a threat. Yet the little girl assured him, Daddy, they saved us. They are not our enemies. After contemplating her words, the man's hostility began to dissipate. Wan, what has happened to your father? Where is your mother? Shin-Yi asked. The little girl began to cry, prompting the father to nearly lash out at Shin-Yi in anger, but he was restrained by Wan. Mommy pushed me and Daddy onto that boat. Daddy couldn't hold on to her. Mommy told Daddy to take good care of me. She indicated towards the lifeboat. Understanding dawned on Shin-Yi, filling him with sorrow. A storm had claimed too many lives. What were you and your family attempting to accomplish? He inquired, curious yet with a sense of foreboding. Mommy said she would take Daddy abroad for treatment. She told me Daddy is a hero because he was injured while saving others. The little girl replied, her voice growing somber as her gaze fell. Later, Shen-Yi learned the man's name was Qin Zhuang and the girl's was Qin Xiaojing. The remaining man and woman awoke only after being offered water. "Thank you for saving us. My name is Cheng Hao," he expressed his gratitude, looking even more emaciated than the slender monkey. "Are you familiar with their condition?" Shen-Yi asked, gesturing towards Qin Zhuang and his daughter. "Not really. Though we are on the same lifeboat, they haven't communicated with us. However, it's evident that the man is not well," Cheng Hao indicated, pointing to his own head. "And her?" Shen-Yi inquired, indicating the woman. "Her name is Lin Jia. She is quite timid and had been crying at sea, but I managed to console her." Cheng Hao added, pointing to his stomach. He hesitantly asked, "Do you have any food?" "We haven't eaten in 4 days." The slender monkey began to chop meat for Kanji. Thank you. Cheng Hao expressed his appreciation fervently. Leading them back, the others had begun to awaken. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shen-Yi offered explanations and introductions. The team had expanded from 6 to 10 members, creating an immediate strain on their food supplies. After preparing the kanji, Shen-Yi instructed Lao Tang and the slender monkey to bring down all the provisions from the lifeboat. They needed to conserve their supplies, which might last them a week, but the burden had undoubtedly increased. All they could do was hope for quicker healing of the injuries. After everyone had consumed the kanji, Shen-Yi cleared a space for Qin Zhuang and his daughter to rest, while the slender monkey had to sleep outside. Exhaustion overcame everyone, and soon they were all asleep. Ding Qiong and Shen-Yi, however, kept watch, their minds alert. "Shall we take a stroll along the beach?" Ding Qiong suggested. "Certainly," he replied. And together they walked along the shore, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. "What are your plans moving forward?" Ding Qiong asked first, a query Shen-Yi anticipated. "I have no specific plans. Once the injuries heal, we will hunt daily and maintain the status quo for now." Her question made Shen-Yi realize he lacked a clear goal or vision. With 4 additional people, their quality of life had inevitably declined. The optimal rescue window was 7 days, and 4 had already passed, leaving only 3. If no help arrived within that time, their chances of returning home would diminish significantly, and they might have to endure the winter here. As August waned and autumn approached, they needed shelter against the impending cold, along with sufficient food reserves, both of which were lacking. Thus, Shen-Yi doubted their ability to merely sustain themselves indefinitely. Ding Qiong's contemplations made Shen-Yi feel inadequate. While he focused on the present, she was already considering the months ahead. Silence fell between them, as Shen-Yi sank into thought. "Perhaps." Chapter 030, Hope Shattered. "You were right. I believe we should seek out a cave to serve as a temporary abode, allowing us to escape our current state of homelessness," proposed Shen-Yi, acknowledging that a cave indeed represented an excellent option. "Aside from the cave, we should also consider cultivating barren land and planting some food," he added. Upon hearing this, Shen-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you aspiring to emulate the ancient way of life where men farmed and women wove? That lifestyle, at least, requires one to focus solely on survival, unencumbered by trivial matters, does it not?" Ding Qiong admitted, expressing her reluctance to return to the city. "Very well. Once I have recovered, I shall contemplate exploring this island to find a suitable cave," Shen-Yi reassured her. "I trust you." The following day, Shen-Yi remained inactive. However, Lao Gui visited him, and their relationship gradually blossomed. After enduring a mild fever, he found himself healed on the 6th day of their island sojourn, free from pain. During these 2 days, Shen-Yi reorganized the night watch personnel. Apart from Qin Zhuang and his daughter, the others would take turns keeping watch. Cheng Hao and Lin Jia, with the assistance of the others, began to acquire survival skills and integrate into the group, demonstrating a commendable sense of diligence. While Qin Zhuang and his daughter had yet to contribute significantly, his imposing stature and muscular build suggested strength, even if he only heeded his daughter's guidance. Since she listened to Shen-Yi, one could argue that he, in turn, listened to Shen-Yi as well. Shen-Yi believed Qin Zhuang to be an adept hunter and planned to take him hunting once he had fully recovered. Everything seemed to remain within manageable bounds. The fruits of their labor over the past 2 days were as follows: rope, 3 lengths of 5 meters each, baskets, 10 in total, including the 2 previously made, spears, 15 food, 18 pounds of wolf meat, approximately 10 pounds of oysters, fish, and shrimp, and over a dozen pounds of wild vegetables, in addition to 30 cans of instant food from the lifeboat. This bounty could sustain them for about a week, supplemented daily with fresh vegetables and seafood from the rocky shore. Their resources were balanced. They also had 2 sets of life jackets and diving suits, along with some debris Shen-Yi had collected. This constituted their entire possession, modest, yet remarkable considering it was the result of only 6 days' efforts. On the 7th day, deemed the optimal time for rescue, if no search and rescue teams arrived, it would signal a grim reality. On this day, Not only Shin Yi and his group, but also Kachangwei and his companions gathered together, totaling 28 individuals. They crafted a large SOS on the beach, piling gathered branches into a small mound, igniting a fire to create a plume of smoke. 1 hour passed, then 2, and finally 3. Fatigue began to set in. The breathtaking scenery of sea and sky faded into a mirage. The notion of returning home felt increasingly elusive. Most of them were from Huagua, where the concept of home was deeply ingrained. Now, on this island, where lay their home? Some succumbed to unconsciousness, others remained silent, while some wept uncontrollably, and a few raged against the heavens. The myriad expressions of human emotion unfolded before them. No one could mock another. They were all pitiable souls stranded on this island, unable to return home. "Let us depart," Shun Yi said, his lips cracked, addressing those around him. Spirits were low, particularly after realizing the futility of their situation. Yet one person stood apart, Ding Qiang. Her typically icy demeanor concealed her emotions, making her unreadable. As everyone succumbed to despair, the harsh truth shattered their illusions. They understood they could not return. To describe their plight metaphorically, it was akin to a long-suffering elder yearning for one last glimpse of their child before passing, only to receive news of the child's premature demise. Despair, raw and unvarnished, enveloped them. Their hopes had vanished, and no one came to their rescue. A somber mood settled over the group, heads bowed in oppression. Shen Yi, however, experienced only mild disappointment. He remained unshaken. Hope, like a bubble, expanded over time, and the longer it lingered, the more painful its eventual rupture would be. Shen Yi's intent was merely to burst this bubble before it grew too large, thus allowing their emotions to settle within a couple of days. By puncturing their hopes and plunging into despair, he aimed to find a new glimmer of hope at the right moment, perhaps the prospect of constructing a boat to return home, which would keep their spirits buoyant. However, this was not the time for such discussions. They needed to calm their emotions first. "Shen Yi, will we truly not return?" The usually proud Zhong Shuang spoke softly. Her head bowed, her tone imploring. "Fear not, for it seems so at present, but we have enough to eat and drink, and one day we shall return. Consider Robinson. He too took years to return, yet he was alone. We are many, and thus not solitary," Shen Yi comforted, though his words did not quite resonate. The mention of years only deepened Zhong Shuang's despair. Unable to contain herself, she embraced Shen Yi, seeking solace in his embrace. Shen Yi paused, allowing her to hold him while signaling for the others to leave. After a few minutes, Zhong Shuang finally released him. "Shen Yi, will you always protect me?" Her voice trembled, as if she contemplated something profound. "Of course, I will. Do not fret. I am here," he reassured her. Before he could finish, Zhong Shuang wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Her kiss was shy and inexperienced, lacking finesse. Shen Yi stood motionless, caught off guard, the lingering scent of her kiss captivating his senses. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and wrapped an arm around her waist, only to have her hand push his away. "Do not move." Zhong Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she pushed him away, unable to meet his gaze. "But you initiated this, so I cannot be blamed," Shen Yi remarked, emboldened now that he had regained his strength, speaking without reservation. "Shen Yi," Zhong Shuang, feigning anger, playfully struck his back repeatedly. Suddenly, he turned and grasped her wrist, and when she could not break free, she glared at him, demanding, "What are you doing? Let go." With a mischievous smile, he leaned closer and declared, "I want more." With that, he kissed her forcefully. Zhang Shuang's eyes widened, quickly succumbing to the moment. A tear escaped her eye, as if this act could diminish her inner fears. "Please do not let me down." Chapter 031. A fortuitous encounter indeed. Individuals require a pillar of support. Many tend to rely on connections, society, or others. Yet few consider the power of self-reliance. Just like Wei and his cohort, although they form a substantial team, they merely exist as a collective dependent on one another. Each member is preoccupied with leaning on the next, and no one dares to step forward, even if someone wishes to take the initiative. The daily cost of sustenance leads them to reconsider, opting instead to focus solely on their own survival, content to avoid hunger. One cannot place blame on others. Can they be accused of lacking intelligence? Certainly not. Ku Changwei's accomplishments surpass those of Shun Yi, a testament to his high-level education. Certain truths ought to remain unspoken, for once revealed, the facade everyone maintains may shatter. Shun Yi comprehends this principle, much like he does with his own team. Those willing to ally with him do so primarily because he possesses the capability to secure food. That alone suffices. What more could he desire? Should he aspire for unconditioned assistance from others? When he ventures out to work, his employer declares, "I have provided you with a position and taught you skills. Hence I shall not pay you. In fact, you must compensate me. Will you agree?" In a sense, Shen Yi has exchanged food and intellect. while they contribute labor and energy, collectively striving for mere subsistence. That is adequate. At least, thus far, Shun-Yi has not discovered any idle members within the team. Should anyone harbor thoughts of unearned gain, Shun-Yi would not hesitate to expel them. Let us go. You've already taken all the advantages. Shun-Yi retracted his thoughts and affectionately patted Zhang Shuang's little head. You rascal. Zhang Shuang's delicate face flushed with a charming hue. And Shun-Yi delighted in teasing her further. Fortunately, once her complexion returned to normal, the two made their way back to the shelter. The others refrained from asking questions or making comments. They were currently despondent and listless, lacking the energy to concern themselves with such matters. Shun-Yi wished to uplift their spirits, but the timing was not right. When individuals are agitated, no words will penetrate their minds, often resulting in counterproductive outcomes. The water supply had dwindled. Shun-Yi observed the goofy yet jovial De Zhuang and turned to his daughter, Nuan, saying, Nuan, I am taking your father to fetch water. Could you please let him know? Understanding her father's intentions, Nuan replied, Daddy, you should go with Uncle Shun-Yi to get water. De Zhuang, grinning foolishly, nodded eagerly and followed Shun-Yi. Class monitor, please take care of De Zhuang. Shun-Yi instructed Zhang Shuang before leading De Zhuang into the woods. De Zhuang, only slightly younger than Shun-Yi, had married early and was merely 28 or 29 years of age. Shun-Yi sought him out primarily because he remained unaffected by the insurmountable reality. Currently, the lean monkey, Old Tang, and even Cheng Hao and Lin Jia, without exception, had all succumbed to silence and despondency, struggling to regain their composure. They still needed to reconcile with the harsh truth of their predicament. However, De Zhuang was different. He had no inclination to ponder such matters. His sole focus was on his daughter. Shun-Yi's inner voice cried out, damn it, that cursed storm. Complaining served no purpose, yet it provided a means to vent emotions. De Zhuang, following closely behind Shun-Yi, held a plastic bottle and exhibited curiosity about his surroundings, behaving appropriately and unlike the lean monkey. His inquisitiveness stemmed from a fascination with the environment, while he remained steadfastly beside Shun-Yi. As they approached the water source, Shun-Yi detected an unusual sound, the gurgling noise associated with drinking. The sound was loud, almost as if it sought to announce to all living beings that water was being consumed. Shun-Yi hesitated, unwilling to advance. Through the layers of trees, he discerned the source, a bear. The very bear that had left tracks nearby. He was intruding upon its territory. Damn it. Misfortune compounded upon misfortune. Shun-Yi felt a wave of fear wash over him, unwilling to approach any closer. That bear appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds. What a terrifying prospect. With a single swipe, it could easily incapacitate him. De Zhuang, curious about Shun-Yi's sudden halt, poked him inquisitively. Sure, De Zhuang, we have encountered a bear. Let us play a game of silence. Shall we? Shun-Yi coaxed, treating De Zhuang as one would a child. Okay. De Zhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. His cognitive abilities hampered by injury, he likely possessed the intellect of a 6 or 7-year-old. Yet he could understand Shun-Yi's words. Thus, the two remained silent, with Shun-Yi instructing him to crouch behind a tree. The gurgling ceased. Yet the bear did not depart. Shun-Yi's anxiety mounted as he remained unsure of its intentions. They waited, and after nearly half an hour, De Zhuang's legs grew numb from sitting on the ground, yet he remained silent. When the bear finally moved away from the water source, it seemed to catch a whiff of something and glanced in Shun-Yi's direction. In that instant, Shun-Yi felt as if his heart had stopped. He feared the bear might charge at them, swatting them to the ground. For the first time, he sensed death was alarmingly close. The terror brought on by the storm paled in comparison to the immediate threat posed by the bear. The storm's dread was a raw sense of hopelessness. A wave could crash over him, rendering him unconscious, devoid of sensation. However, being targeted by such a mighty beast activated a primal instinct to flee. Yet his legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. Even Shun-Yi, possessing strong mental fortitude, could not remain calm. It was too close. He dared not breathe. A lump lodged in his throat. Only when the bear ambled away did Shun-Yi exhale deeply, his chest heaving, heart racing, and blood pressure soaring as he gasped for air. He attempted to move, but his calf muscles felt weak. It took nearly 2 minutes for his strength to return. This feeling of helplessness was something he never wished to endure again. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing he was drenched in cold perspiration. With a bitter smile, he acknowledged the overwhelming pressure. Turning to De Zhuang, he found that the young man remained blissfully unaware of the danger, tightly covering his mouth while gazing at Shun-Yi with wide, curious eyes. All right, I concede. How about I give you a bottle of water? Okay. Yay, De Zhuang exclaimed, raising his hands in delight. Shun-Yi felt a profound dissonance. Here was a nearly 30-year-old man, standing at 6 feet tall, yet behaving in such a juvenile manner. It was truly a lamentable state of affairs. Shen Yi hurriedly led De Zhuang to fetch water. Once they had filled their containers, he swiftly retreated, eager to leave the area without delay. On the way back, he pondered whether to disclose the bear encounter to the others. If he informed them, it might plunge their already desperate spirits into deeper despair. Yet, withholding the information could pose a threat during future water-fetching expeditions. They could not gamble their safety each time they sought water. Eventually, Lady Luck would not favor them. However, at this juncture, was it prudent to share such news? He shook his head, returning to the gathering place and placing the water back in its designated spot. Ding Qiong, noticing Shen Yi's unusual demeanor, approached him and inquired, "What's wrong?" Chapter 32. Refusing to give up, Shen Yi initially hesitated to speak, but he recognized that Ding Qiong was different from the others. De Zhuang, put the water back and take good care of Nuan Nuan. De Zhuang obediently set down the water bottle and bounded toward Zhong Shuang. His lively demeanor resembled that of a child. He approached Nuan Nuan and embraced her. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi turned back to Ding Qiong and gestured, "Let us take a stroll and converse over there." "All right," Ding Qiong replied, and they walked along the shoreline. Once they had distanced themselves, Shen Yi refrained from directly mentioning the bear encounter. They had all but relinquished hope for survival. Being unable to return felt akin to a death sentence. Continuing in this manner was not a promising sign. Although human adaptability is profound, it raises a critical question. How is this adaptability manifested? Is it through prolonged adjustment? I have read little on this matter and would appreciate your insights. Shen Yi's inquiries pinpointed the current state of their team. Yesterday had been filled with enthusiasm, yet today they were all utterly exhausted. Ding Qiong halted, and Shen Yi glanced back at her. She stood at the water's edge, gazing at the sea, arms crossed over her chest. With a sidelong glance at Shen Yi, she softly remarked, "The issues you raise seem merely like appetizers. You must have encountered something more significant. Or else you would pose such questions. It's all right. The so-called hope is but a construct of humanity's most beautiful fantasies. Many aspire for a future where they thrive, living fulfilling lives, with a beloved partner, lounging on the sofa with a glass of red wine, indulging in leisurely days. Such a life is deemed ideal. Yet, the reality is often starkly different. Many lie in bed, failing to contemplate how to effect change. Does one truly believe that an envisioned existence will materialize from thin air? Change can only be realized through action. Presently, we cling to the hope of rescue. Despite the apparent futility, rather than persist in this belief, it would be more prudent to consider how to ensure our survival in the face of impending crises. Ding Qiong's words were straightforward, devoid of embellishment, yet they struck directly at Shen Yi's heart. Choice is more critical than effort. But the prerequisite for this is to make a choice before discussing effort. You are right, Shen Yi admitted, feeling at a loss for words. A bitter smile escaping his lips. Fine, I confess. I encountered a bear while in the woods for an extended period. I admit I was frightened. That bear weighed nearly 300 pounds, with dark fur and formidable paws. I was less than 20 meters away, terrified it might charge at me and strike me down. At that moment, I realized how fragile human life truly is. Do you know? Even amidst a tempest, I felt resigned, accepting my fate. But before that bear, I was unwilling to concede. Surrendering to fate felt like the most cowardly choice. Perhaps it is youthful arrogance, but I genuinely wish to fight back. At the very least, we cannot remain passive on this island, can we? Yet, upon returning, I witnessed their lethargy, and I wondered, what do I have to confront that bear? How can I compete for territory? What lies before us are two words. Do you know what they are? Helplessness. Utter, absolute helplessness. Our ancestors forged a path through the wilderness with fire, yet millennia later, despite our unprecedented technological advancements, we have become like flightless flies, absurd and tragic. This is not what I wish to witness. Shen Yi's emotions evolved from narrative to denial, resembling an impassioned youth eager to chastise them, ultimately fading into a monologue of despair, leaving a solitary figure behind. He yearned for understanding, and Ding Qiong was that person, his source of solace. Upon hearing his lament, Ding Qiong gently placed her hand on his cheek. Your blood is warm. You possess a fervent spirit. Yet, upon reflection, you see their numbness after just one day. And you find it unacceptable, do you not? Yes. You chose to keep this from them, fearing they could not bear the truth, correct? Indeed. At that moment, Ding Qiong seemed to shed her frostiness, her voice softening like water. In that instant, Shen Yi felt as though he were conversing with a confidant, as if she had transformed into another person. It was peculiar. Perhaps it was her inherent charm, but after she posed those questions, Shen Yi felt his anxiety begin to dissipate. Many circumstances cannot be judged solely on their surface. Their current state is intertwined with their access to food and water. It is akin to a worker who feels secure in their job, knowing their employer is unlikely to dismiss them. Consequently, they may languish in idleness. However, should the employer announce layoffs, the fear of losing income would spur even the most lackadaisical worker to exert themselves, as no one desires to be terminated. The same applies here. Our food supply is currently sufficient, and our resources are relatively balanced, allowing for a couple of days of lethargy without dire consequences. Yet now that we have identified our water source as being monopolized by the bear, akin to losing a job, can they continue to wallow in despair? Will they allow themselves to perish from thirst? The human instinct for survival is potent. You must convey this situation to them. Use their fear as motivation to ignite their will to survive. The longer you delay in sharing this, the more they will indulge in their comforting delusions until it is too late. Otherwise, they will remain devoid of motivation. Motivation is not inherently spontaneous, but rather provoked by external forces. Listening to Ding Qiong's perspective, which starkly contrasted his own, Shen Yi pondered whether this was a different lens through which to view the situation. Initially, he had contemplated concealing the truth, fearing that revealing it would deepen their despair. Yet Ding Qiong's approach, to confront fear with fear, would heighten their sense of urgency and survival instinct. It felt somewhat audacious. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi gazed at Ding Qiong and felt a sense of clarity. Thank you, Ding Qiong. I understand what I must do. It matters not, regardless of their state. You must maintain your positivity, for you are the leader. Everyone relies on you. Do you need it too? Shen Yi instinctively inquired. Ding Qiong was no ordinary individual, so he rarely joked with her, yet this time, he could not restrain himself. Perhaps, she mused thoughtfully, responding earnestly. This observing her serious demeanor. A thought emerged in Shen Yi's mind. The feeling of being relied upon is quite pleasant. Chapter 33 Mobilization. The two exchanged their thoughts, and Shen Yi was filled with emotion. Upon returning to the gathering place, seeing everyone with furrowed brows, he cleared his throat and summoned them closer. I understand your sentiments. I am one of you. Now, it seems returning home is a distant hope, and living on this island feels increasingly untenable. I comprehend all your concerns. To speak candidly, while our current living conditions are harsh, they pale in comparison to the extremes of the Arctic or desert. We are on this island, which is perhaps the best arrangement from the heavens. Considering those who perished in the storm and sank to the depths of the sea, is this not a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune? Since we have no choice, shall we not strive to live better on this island? Or do we truly believe that Robinson, alone, managed to survive for over a decade, while we, as a collective, cannot fare better than he did? We still possess food. We still have water, and we still have strength. Is that not sufficient? Shen Yi posed a soul-stirring question, recalling Ding Qiong's advice to attack the heart. The crowd raised their heads to gaze at him. In their eyes, hope seemed elusive, shrouded in a dull, resigned haze. No one responded. Shen Yi took a deep breath, his voice rising in anger. Damn it, look at your demeanor. You fought tooth and nail to survive that colossal storm, yet now, over trivial matters, you wear such long faces. Who are you presenting this to? Slim Monkey, look at yourself. You appear as if you're on the brink of death, devoid of any vitality. And you all, if you continue in this manner, I will cast each of you out of my team. I do not welcome you. If you wish to die, do so elsewhere. I will not collect your remains. Moreover, that bear has already taken notice of us. This will be the last time we fetch water, after we drink. We will disband on the spot. Shen Yi's outburst echoed in their ears, stirring discomfort within them. However, upon hearing about the bear, fear flickered in their eyes. The threat to their water source and the prospect of disbanding terrified them. Let us be honest, we are indeed feeling down, but does that warrant disbanding the team? It's akin to playing a game. I just stepped away for a moment, and upon returning, my home is gone. They quickly realized they could not allow this situation to continue, lest they truly be expelled by Shen Yi. Igu, you know me well. I am a dichotomy of surface and inner state. Truly, you must trust me. Slim Monkey hurriedly explained. Brother Shun, you understand my character. Although we haven't spent much time together, I have never complained. It's merely that I felt low today due to this matter. Old Tang scratched his head, hastily adding his explanation. Others voiced their thoughts, which only served to amuse Shen Yi. You all just wore faces as long as death itself. What is the point of these explanations now? Were you not convinced we could no longer survive? Now that a bear has taken over our water source, what do you propose we do? Shen Yi tossed the dilemma back at them, internally admiring Ding Qiong's approach of using poison to counter poison. It was indeed effective. How about you take charge, Igu? I promise to accept any arrangement. Slim Monkey pledged with fervor. With our current lack of resources, can we truly manage? Cheng Hao asked, a look of melancholy crossing his face. He then questioned, can we really defeat a bear? Both inquiries revealed a profound lack of confidence. Lin Jiao was drawn into his dismal mood once more. Shen Yi glanced at him, disliking those who disrupted the atmosphere. Then speak up, what should we do? Avoidance? Or what? No, I was merely inquiring. If there is a solution, I will cooperate wholeheartedly, Chung Hao quickly clarified, distancing himself from the implications. Given our current state, we cannot possibly defeat a bear. From today onward, everyone must enhance their physical condition, especially you, Slim Monkey. All of you need to train, otherwise, if we encounter a bear, we will be unable to escape. What? No way, go. Slim Monkey protested weakly. What do you mean, no way? We are all in subpar health, barely able to run a few steps without gasping for breath. What good is that? I am asking you to train to increase your survival capabilities on this island, ensuring you can flee from danger if it arises. Moreover, we need to craft weapons and set traps. There is a myriad of tasks awaiting us. With our current condition, we stand no chance against the bear. Nor can we hope to drink water. When fetching water, we must remain vigilant. If fortune does not favor us and we encounter the bear, we could very well meet our end with a single swipe of its paw. If you wish to live, you must train, get moving. Despite their reluctance, Shun Yi resorted to threatening disbandment to compel their compliance. He understood that survival necessitated a certain set of rules. Rules were the most effective means of regulating behavior. This was not what Shun Yi desired, but it was indeed the best course of action. Now, while they had an abundance of personnel, their food supplies were dwindling. He had initially intended for them to weather the storm together, waiting for the next influx of provisions. However, the events of a single night radically altered Shun Yi's perspective. The following morning, Shun Yi was awakened by Zhang Shuang. What is it? Did you wake up early just to think of me? Shun Yi teased upon seeing Zhang Shuang's less than pleasant expression. Be serious. I have something important to discuss with you. Come with me, Zhang Shuang insisted, tugging at him. Shun Yi, feeling perplexed, asked, what could possibly require such urgency this early? Are you hoping for a morning hug or a kiss? He jested as they walked along the beach. Yawning reluctantly. Can you be serious for once? Our meat has lost half a pound overnight, Zhang Shuang exclaimed, clearly agitated. Only then did Shun Yi grasp the situation. Half a pound lost. I distinctly remember the meat in the basket. 2 pieces were missing. That doesn't seem right. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Impossible. Those 2 pieces were my smoked meat. How could I not recognize it? Zhang Shuang insisted, though she was hesitant to elaborate further. Shun Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated this could serve as evidence. Who was on watch last night? Cheng Hao and Lin Jia. Their culpability is quite evident. Shun Yi decided to subtly remind them to be more vigilant in the future to avoid repeating such mistakes. No, I'm telling you. This is about establishing rules. How can we just overlook this? We cannot let it slide. Zhang Shuang was clearly infuriated. Why should we let it slide? That meat was obtained at the cost of your life. Shun Yi shook his head, insisting, this is not about letting it slide. It is a matter of economics. What do you mean? Chapter 34. Communicating thoughts once is a mistake, twice is careless. But for me, there is only the first time. There is no need to remind them. If there is a next time, they should be expelled immediately. Engaging in petty theft, regardless of the motive, is unacceptable. If it is done, it must be dealt with. This was the calculation in Shun Yi's mind. The current food supply and expenditure are sufficient only for the 10 of them, leaving no surplus. Coupled with the recent emotional downturn, food intake is not balancing out. They have been living off their reserves, and if it weren't for the wolf meat, they might have gone hungry these past few days. Shun Yi was reluctant to expel anyone. Doing so would make the initial decision to let them join the team seem foolish. Had he known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Such behavior of pilfering is despicable. It is akin to an old woman slurping thin porridge without teeth. This scenario is predicated on the fact that their team has ample food, enough to last for several days. But what if there were no food? The provisions from last night were meant for today's lunch. They are satisfied while expecting others to foot the bill. Is this reasonable? Not at all. Shun Yi's thoughts were anchored in this reasoning. Upon hearing him, Zhang Shuang felt a pang of anxiety. Isn't this inappropriate? I merely wish for you to establish rules against stealing. If we expel someone for a single instance of theft, it would strip our team of all humanity. Shun Yi chuckled at her words, amused. The class monitor clearly embodies the essence of Mr. Lu Sun. The theory of the open window has been mastered to perfection. Expelling someone is not an option. We must find a middle ground and set rules. However, dear class monitor, are you jesting? Do you believe that those who steal can adhere to rules? To take a step back, if they are truly starving, they might resort to theft out of desperation, especially since our food supply is somewhat plentiful. But if we had no food at all, what would they eat? What would you eat? Class monitor, I empathize with you. But discussing humanity on an island is the most inhumane statement of all. Everyone is fighting for survival. Have you not witnessed the ever-changing faces of Kachongwei and the others? When there are coconuts to eat, they treat you well. When there are none, they dismiss you. When there is water to drink, they lend a hand. When they're ISNT, they curse. Why not go discuss humanity with them? Listening to Shen Yi's discourse, Zhang Shuang felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, further darkening her mood. Don't feel this way, class monitor. You have been too sheltered by society, believing that everyone's cognitive level is similar. I can only say that your understanding of the world is too one-sided. The advantage is that you remain unharmed, which is commendable. The downside, however, is that blind compromise yields no reward. Shen Yi offered a comforting word. Are you implying that I am useless? Upon seeing her pitiful expression, Shen Yi felt overwhelmed. Class monitor, who said you were useless? You. Shen Yi retorted, if you were truly useless, what have you been doing these past few days? Let us not undervalue ourselves. You've been doing remarkably well. Should I ask you to barehandedly tear apart a bear to prove your worth? Or to assemble a cruise ship from scratch to take us home? That is not realistic. Right? We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Let us focus on what we excel at and not belittle ourselves. Hearing Shen Yi's hurried explanation, Zhang Shuang felt a sense of balance returning to her heart. Class monitor, may I ask you for one thing? What is it? Hug me. Get lost. All right. The recently brewed emotions were once again disrupted by Shen Yi. He simply cannot accept compliments. A single praise sends his tail soaring. Upon returning, they found that the vegetable and meat soup was ready. Day after day, the same fare had become tiresome, yet they had to eat. Where is Ding Qiang? Shen Yi inquired, sensing a chilling gaze from behind that made him shudder. Turning around, he saw Zhang Shuang nonchalantly sipping her soup. Yaich. Ding Jia said she went to check on the salt she was drying. Is the salt ready? I don't know, so she went to check. The lean monkey responded, curious about what the two had been up to. You all eat first, I'll go take a look. After saying this, Shen Yi took the bowl of soup and headed to find Ding Qiang. Ding Qiang was squatting on the ground. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head. You're here. How is it? Is the salt ready? Almost, but it still has moisture. I estimate it will be fully dried by this afternoon. Ding Qiang speculated. Shen Yi looked down and noticed a thin layer of water remaining, confirming her prediction. However, the weather today is not promising. It is only morning, with overcast skies. Rain is likely to come. That is why I came to check, Ding Qiang explained. It probably won tea rain this morning. Have you eaten? Let us head back to eat. Not hungry. Really not hungry? Or are you just tired of eating? Ding Qiang smiled but said nothing more. All right. Then you distribute the work arrangements for the others today. I'll take the lean monkey into the woods shortly. Into the woods for what? To find bears. Have you drunk too much? Ding Qiang exclaimed, leaving Shen Yi stunned. Not at all. Knowing the enemy and oneself ensures victory in every battle. I intend to observe the bear's habits and movement patterns. This will significantly increase our chances of success when we set traps later. Honestly, I don't recommend we hunt bears at this stage. It could lead to mutual destruction. But if you insist, I will do my utmost to devise a foolproof strategy. Ding Qiang said after a moment of silence. That is sufficient. I've already made bold claims yesterday. If we do not act, we cannot motivate them. The bear presents a challenge. If we succeed, it will unite us further, and there will be ample meat to consume. Ultimately, we must confront it. Especially since the water supply issue poses a real threat. As you say, Ding Qiang conceded. Be careful on the way back. Shen Yi returned to gather his weapons and took the lean monkey with him. Oh my, Yaich, don't do this. I'm really timid, the lean monkey whimpered, shaking his head vigorously at the thought of tracking a bear. What is there to fear? Don't be cowardly. Here, take this. Shen Yi handed the spear to the lean monkey. He glanced at the gripstick and dagger in Shen Yi's hands, then at the spear he held. Yaich, isn't this a bit unethical? Is it? We're merely scouting, not hunting bears. What are you so anxious about? After Shen Yi's remark, the lean monkey ceased to argue, his heart heavy with trepidation. What must be faced will eventually be faced. Let us go. At worst, in 18 years, I'll still be a good man. The lean monkey shouted, bolstering his courage. Well, you might end up as a woman. I suspect you were born in the wrong body. Yaich, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Get lost. Yaich, hug me. Get lost. Chapter 35. Provocation of the black bear. Shen Yi and the lean monkey re-entered the woods, this time with heightened vigilance. Bringing the lean monkey along was a calculated risk. Although he could be quite foolish, he possessed an undeniable cleverness. Having known each other for an extended period granted Shen Yi a degree of trust. This time, they did not head towards the freshwater source, but instead followed the tracks of the black bear to locate it. Brother E, do you think we can manage with just the two of us? The lean monkey inquired anxiously. We're merely here to assess the situation. I haven't sent you to your doom, so what is there to fear? Shen Yi replied, gesturing towards the bear tracks on the ground. It should be in that direction. Let us proceed. If we encounter danger, we can climb a tree. Bears cannot ascend trees. Reassured by his words, the lean monkey felt a surge of confidence as he followed Shen Yi, diligently tracking the footprints. As they walked, Shen-Yi calculated the distance after about 10 minutes. They had covered approximately 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers, neither exceedingly long nor particularly short. In this expanse, Shen-Yi discovered the bear's lair, constructed from several rotting logs. The bear had some skill in its den-making. Initially, Shen-Yi did not recognize it as the bear's home, but the pungent scent indicated it had been occupied for some time, leading him to this conclusion. The bear was currently absent. Yet the density of the tracks suggested it frequently patrolled its territory. "Which way should we go?" the lean monkey exclaimed, overwhelmed by the multitude of tracks. "Let us follow the freshest prints," Shen-Yi advised. Once they identified a promising trail, they moved forward cautiously. Their pace slowed significantly, for the bear might very well be nearby. Upon hearing a branch snap ahead, Shen-Yi's certainty grew. "Climb." The lean monkey, eager to escape the ground's dangers, swiftly ascended the tree. They moved carefully among the dense branches, avoiding missteps. At last, they spotted the black bear, reclining on the ground, its massive paw grasping a branch as it savored the wild fruits above. It remained oblivious to the unexpected visitors. "Are those fruits safe to eat?" Shen-Yi pondered aloud. "If the bear consumes them, they likely aren't poisonous, and we could gather some later." He remained patient, observing the bear from their lofty perch. Distance lent an aesthetic beauty to the scene, or rather, a sense of safety. The previous day's close encounter had indeed frightened him, but from this distance, the fear diminished significantly. "Brother-y, I take back what I said yesterday. You should drive me away. Are you certain we can confront this creature?" The lean monkey gazed at Shen-Yi with solemnity. Shen-Yi understood his friend's trepidation. It was only natural. "Don't falter now. Am I supposed to just toss you away? Do you believe I would actually kick you down to feed the bear?" But the lean monkey was not one to be easily dismissed. He was far too clever for that. "Brother-y, please. We've been through thick and thin for 7 or 8 years. Your current demeanor makes things quite challenging for me." The lean monkey stammered, clearly agitated. "If you utter one more frivolous word, I might very well kick you down," Shen-Yi warned, his patience thinning. The lean monkey fell silent, shivering with apprehension. Shen-Yi continued to scrutinize the bear, noting its robust physique, hefty paws, and the dirt that marred its glossy black fur. It must weigh at least 300 pounds. This was a bear indifferent to appearances. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his thoughts. "I dropped my spear," the lean monkey admitted sheepishly. "How utterly incompetent." Shen-Yi cursed under his breath, hoping the bear had not noticed. Yet, as is often the case, the very thing one wishes to avoid tends to occur. The bear, though not alarmed by the initial noise, had become aware of their presence. With a furious roar, the black bear charged, perceiving the intrusion as a violation of its territory. "Good heavens, that roar is deafening," the lean monkey stammered, his words tumbling out in a panic. "Shut up." Shen-Yi felt overwhelmed. What had begun as a simple reconnaissance mission had turned perilous due to a moment's negligence. They were now trapped in a precarious situation. The bear bounded about, realizing it could not reach them, and began to violently ram the tree they were perched in. Each impact sent tremors through the trunk, and Shen-Yi feared it would splinter. "Oh no, brother-y, what do we do? I'm still young, I don't want to die." The lean monkey clung desperately to the tree, terror evident in his eyes. "Stay calm. Think of a solution," Shen-Yi urged, though anxiety gripped his own heart. This was his first encounter with such a predicament. "I'll draw the bear's attention. Once it follows me, you must run without looking back," Shen-Yi declared. "Brother-y, you truly are a good brother. Go on." The lean monkey feigned a tragic bravado. Shen-Yi shot him an incredulous glance. He was not asking the lean monkey to distract the bear. After issuing a few instructions, he swiftly leaped to a nearby tree, nimbly traversing several branches like a mountain monkey. However, the bear remained fixated on the lean monkey's tree, continuing its assault. This was untenable. Shen-Yi could not leave his friend to face the bear alone. He broke off a branch and hurled it at the bear, landing squarely on its head. The impact was minimal, but the insult was profound. The bear glanced at the branch, then back at Shen-Yi, who was perched above. Unfortunately, the bear was not equipped with the capacity for verbal retaliation. It let out another roar and charged at Shen-Yi's tree. The collision was thunderous, and Shen-Yi was struck with horror as the tree splintered under the bear's force. Without hesitation, he climbed to another tree, his heart racing at the bear's astonishing power. As he clambered higher, the bear continued to ram the tree below, and soon enough, a distance was established, allowing the lean monkey to descend safely. Seeing that the lean monkey had finally escaped the tree, Shen-Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him and paused, allowing the bear to continue its futile assault. But the next scene ignited a fury within Shen-Yi. He nearly wished to slap the lean monkey for his foolishness. Instead of fleeing, the lean monkey had descended to the ground and was picking the very fruits the bear had just been enjoying. Shen-Yi felt a torrent of frustration surge within him. The lean monkey demonstrated a complete lack of urgency. As the bear continued its rampage, Shen Yi snatched another branch and hurled it at the bear, taunting it further. In their current predicament, they could either endure the bear's relentless attacks or wait until it grew fatigued before making their escape. In the blink of an eye, the lean monkey had vanished once more. That fool! Shen Yi cursed under his breath. Chapter 36. Surrender. Shen Yi, filled with frustration, realized that his scolding was futile. He perched atop a tree, exchanging glances with the bear below. With your bulky frame, is that all you've got? If you're capable, remain here. If not, scurry away and let me descend, he muttered, hurling insults that the bear could not comprehend. As he vented his frustrations, he noticed the slender monkey had returned, gathering wild fruits in his clothing, a bountiful collection. Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Was he not satisfied with his previous haul? Yet, given the risks, Shen Yi surmised the monkey had ulterior motives. Resigned, he continued to provoke the bear, hoping to buy the monkey some time to execute his plan. The bear, seemingly exhausted, sat down in response to Shen Yi's taunts, unmoved by the branches he hurled at it. Look at you, a cowardly bear, Shen Yi sneered. Though he acknowledged the bear's true nature, a disgraceful bear, he spat, feeling helpless. As snowflakes danced in the air and the north wind howled, Shen Yi found himself unable to descend with the bear steadfastly guarding the area. When he attempted to switch trees, the bear followed suit, aggravating Shen Yi further. He was not a monkey. Changing trees required time. The peril of being aloft was compounded by the bear's languid approach beneath. It was infuriating. In his moment of despair, the slender monkey reappeared. Shen Yi could no longer contain his anger. What are you doing back here? Are you seeking death? Hurry and leave. The bear, puzzled by Shen Yi's fury, suddenly sensed something behind it. Turning, it spotted its beloved wild fruits on the ground, only to see the monkey tossing them. Enraged, the bear roared. The monkey, terrified, yet persisted in throwing fruits at the bear. The bear charged at the monkey. Run. Quick, flee. Don't throw your life away. Shen Yi's anguished cries echoed in the air. What are you doing, you foolish child? The monkey, while fleeing, shouted back, you must escape. Shen Yi's heart trembled at the realization. Was the monkey returning to save him? As he watched the monkey draw the bear away, his emotions were conflicted. There was no room for sorrow in their current plight. He hastily descended and sprinted toward the monkey's direction. Tears threatened to spill. Why did the monkey engage in such folly? He was desperate to avoid witnessing the gruesome fate of his friend. Upon reaching a nearby thicket, Shen Yi halted, spotting the bear, but not the monkey. The ground was strewn with the fruits the monkey had just gathered. Understanding the monkey's intentions, Shen Yi began to retreat quietly, leaving the perilous vicinity. Ego. Shen Yi turned at the call, spotting the monkey. You scared me to death. He slapped the monkey's back, his words laced with relief and joy. Hey, I'm fine. If I had run away, what would happen to you? The monkey chuckled, scratching his head. You need to look after yourself. Don't take such reckless risks again, or I swear I'll hit you. Shen Yi admonished. Using fruits to lure a bear was perilous. Should the bear not be enticed, the consequences would be dire. Dire? How could that be? If it ends, it ends. As long as you survive, Ego, that's all that matters. If you make it home, just take care of my parents, the monkey replied earnestly. Don't say such foolish things. Shen Yi couldn't help but interject. This isn't foolishness, it's the truth. You may think you see everything clearly, but you don't. As long as one of us survives, that's what matters. The monkey's words left Shen Yi speechless. Let us return. No more reckless adventures. No. There won't be a next time, Shen Yi asserted resolutely. Though the monkey's words might seem unreliable, his character was commendable. All right, let us head back, the monkey grinned, following Shen Yi towards their gathering place. You're finally back. We were so worried. Zhang Shuang rushed forward. Everything is fine. What's the situation? Several others clustered around. Shen Yi gazed at their expectant faces, pausing before he slowly replied. The situation is dire. That bear is estimated to weigh between 300 and 400 pounds or more. This is merely its size. The speed it displayed when chasing the monkey was not fast, but certainly not slow, and its endurance surpasses ours. When it stands, it towers over 2 meters. With all its might, it could easily break a tree. Even with our numbers, we likely cannot inflict real harm upon it. Shen Yi's words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water. We should never have provoked that bear. Now we are in a precarious situation, are we not? Chang Hao lamented, his frustration boiling over as he slumped to the ground. His emotions were unraveling. The others shared his anxious gaze, hoping Shen Yi could devise a solution. Yet, Shen Yi was merely human, not a deity, and faced with an adversary that surpassed him in size and strength, he felt utterly powerless. As silence enveloped them, the atmosphere grew tense and eerie. Ding Xiang furrowed her brow, struggling to conceive a plan. Can we incite the bear and wolves to turn against each other, using their strengths against one another? Zhang Shuang inquired. Very unlikely. Wolves typically do not attack bears. It contradicts their instinctual behavior. Even if a confrontation were to occur, the bear would hold the upper hand. Although it is merely one bear, defeating a pack of wolves would only be a matter of time, Ding Qiong elaborated. Having pondered many solutions, yet found none satisfactory, a heavy cloud of despair loomed over them. Shen Yi was at a loss. For now, we must be cautious during our water-fetching expeditions. Before he could finish, Old Tang interrupted. What if we dig a pit to trap the bear? Shen Yi quickly countered. That bear stands over 2 meters tall. To trap it, we do need a pit at least 4 meters deep. With its claws, it could easily dig its way out. Even if we managed to dig a pit, it would require all of us working together, and a 4-meter deep hole would take at least 3 days to excavate. Time, energy, manpower, and resources are all insufficient. Ding Qiong's words fell like another bucket of cold water, extinguishing any flicker of hope. Are we truly left without options? Must we simply surrender? Chapter 037. Barter silence enveloped the group, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Reflecting on yesterday's lofty ambitions, Shen Yi now felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, the more one knows, the more acutely one feels their own insignificance. We must exercise caution while fetching water. I shall explore this island in hopes of finding a suitable place for us to reside. Shen Yi articulated his current thoughts. The others remained silent. The team sinking into an awkwardness not previously experienced. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Observing their expressions, Shen Yi let out a soft sigh, recognizing that this moment was inevitable, though he had not anticipated it would arrive so soon. Human nature is indeed unpredictable. However, Shen Yi did not expect them to contribute anything constructive. All were united by the instinct for survival. Compelling them to confront a bear would likely result in their departure from the group. It was not a matter of loyalty. Among them were classmates and acquaintances. Their connections forged anew on this island. Their pasts were known to none. Thus, the individuals Shen Yi could trust were few, aside from himself, perhaps only the lean monkey. The next tier of trust included Zhong Shuang and Ding Qiong. Beyond that, skepticism prevailed. Gathered together, they ate in silence, the gloomy sky suggesting rain was imminent. The previous afternoons had been reserved for rest, yet today's overcast conditions seemed more suited for labor. Enthusiasm was markedly low among the group. As afternoon approached, Ku Changwei and his companions emerged from the woods. Shen Yi, there's something I wish to discuss with you. The bear? Shen Yi noted that the plastic bottles in their hands were devoid of water, deducing the topic at hand. Indeed, it concerns that bear, Ku Changwei confirmed. Come, let us sit and talk. He, along with Shirgu and Lao Gui, approached as representatives. We were about to fetch water when we spotted the black bear from a distance. We were terrified and hurried back. Hoping to devise a plan with you to confront it, Lao Gui succinctly conveyed their predicament to Shen Yi. Although Shen Yi had previously warned them, they had not taken it seriously until now, having encountered the bear and engaged in a preliminary encounter that forced them to confront the reality of the situation. I am aware. I have seen it as well, Shen Yi responded, turning to Lao Gui. Are you suggesting we join forces against the bear? Precisely. We are human. It is a beast. We wish to collaborate, for our water source is obstructed by this creature, which is detrimental to us, Shirgu nodded. Having shed his earlier domineering demeanor, likely due to the harsh reality faced yesterday. With our numbers combined, nearly 30 of us. We must devise a way to eliminate the bear. We can split the meat 50-50. What do you think? Ku Changwei proposed. Shen Yi, however, was not concerned about the division of spoils when they had yet to engage the bear. He shook his head in resignation. I agree to your proposal. But as of now, we lack a method to deal with the bear. Do you have any strategies? The trio exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. No. Very well, let us leave this matter for now. We shall all ponder solutions, and when we have one, we will reconvene. You may return now, Shen Yi concluded. Yet, they did not rise immediately, still eyeing one another, as if more needed to be said. Ultimately, it was Lao Gui who spoke up. There was a misunderstanding at the outset, instigated by Jiang Ying. She has been spreading rumors and maligning you. We would like her to apologize to you. And we hope you can overlook this incident. With that, Shirgu stood and called out, Jiang Ying, come here. Jiang Ying approached, her head lowered, hair disheveled, appearing somewhat deranged. You must apologize to Shen Yi and let bygones be bygones, they urged her. I'm sorry. Jiang Ying's voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito. Speak up. I'm sorry, she exclaimed, before turning and fleeing, feeling deeply insulted. Brother Shen Yi, are you satisfied? Shen Yi forced a smile at their insistence, recognizing Jiang Ying's unwillingness to comply likely stemmed from some coercive tactics employed by them. Do not inquire about my satisfaction. I previously stated that we should let the past be the past. We should each mind our own affairs. Yes, you are right, they chorused. Shen Yi genuinely did not care about Jiang Ying's actions. As for her slander or any other misdeeds, he was entirely indifferent. Engaging in arguments with someone of her ilk seemed beneath him. There was no necessity. Forcing Jiang Ying to apologize held profound implications. As if on cue, Ku Changwei spoke up. Shen Yi, I shall dispense with any emotional appeals. We seek your assistance in crafting some spears for our protection. We lack the necessary skills and wish to ensure our safety. Will you assist us? Indeed, it seems unreasonable to trouble you. But we possess nothing and only wish to create some spears for defense, they concurred. Shen Yi squinted, realizing their intentions. We can certainly provide you with spears, but you must offer something in exchange. It is akin to the barter system of ancient times. Barter? The three of them froze, their eager expressions faltering. Surely, we have nothing to offer. Can we not defer payment until a later date? Will you not be able to provide me with a sum upon returning to the city? Yes. They suddenly realized the absurdity of their situation. Do not paint me a rosy picture, nor speak of future promises. I have yet to specify what I require in exchange, yet you are already so anxious. Then what do you propose? Quite simply, you may exchange one portion of food for each spear. One portion of food? Is that not excessive? Ku Changwei and his companions were taken aback, their tone noticeably more forceful. Not excessive at all. The crafting of spears requires manpower, and those engaged in this task cannot search for food. Consequently, we lose a labor resource. Thus, requesting one portion of food is not unreasonable, Shen Yi explained with a grin, counting on his fingers. Hearing Shen Yi's reasoning, they found some merit in it. Very well, one portion of food for each spear, but what if a spear breaks? You wouldn't expect me to repair it, would you? In the event of a breakage, half a portion of food will suffice for a replacement. How does that sound? Agreed. We have a deal. With that, they bid farewell to Shen Yi and departed with their group. A grin spread across Shen Yi's face. Bartering truly proved advantageous. I cannot bear it any longer, Shen Yi. Do you not possess any compassion? They are human too. Having agreed to confront the bear together, why are you unwilling to provide them with weapons? Chapter 038. Do not be a saint. Do not erupt in silence, but perish in it. This roar emanated from Lin Jia, who had remained silent until now. Her eyes were red, and her expression suggested that Shen Yi had committed an atrocity deserving of public outrage. What distinguishes you from a capitalist? Is this not exploitation? We are all on this island, struggling daily for our basic sustenance. Yet you expect them to barter their meager food for spears. Is this not oppression and exploitation? Lin Jia shouted at Shen Yi, her emotions surging with disdain for his character. Initially, Shen Yi merely chuckled awkwardly, but upon realizing Lin Jia's serious demeanor, his expression shifted. Are you aware that what you are saying is akin to biting the hand that feeds you? Shen Yi remarked coolly, his gaze as tranquil as water. Fixed upon Lin Jia. Cheng Hao, sensing the escalating tension, approached Lin Jia. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. He could sense Shen Yi's displeasure and offered a sheepish smile. I do not know. I only know they are human, starving. This is exploitation. Lin Jia continued to berate Shen Yi unabated. What do you wish me to do? Shen Yi replied, incredulous, gazing at her. Provide them with spears without requiring food in exchange. Lin Jia believed there was a glimmer of hope in her suggestion and relayed it to Shen Yi. Are you instructing me on how to manage matters? Do you not realize that what you eat and drink is provided by me? Shen Yi's unwavering gaze unsettled Lin Jia, causing her to ponder his words and feel a tinge of guilt, yet she could not admit her error. You saved us. We have aided you. Is it not reasonable for you to provide food? Indeed, if that is your stance, then it would also be reasonable for me to refuse assistance. Shen Yi countered. If you wish to voice objections, you must first demonstrate your worth. Can you procure food or contribute in any other manner? What value do you bring to our team? Pray, enlighten me. His words struck her with a sense of disbelief. What have you accomplished in the past 3 days? Assisting Zhang Shuang in weaving ropes. Gathering small fish and shrimp with Lao Tang by the shore, keeping watch. What else? Have you considered that all these tasks could be performed without your involvement? I offer you these opportunities to ensure you understand that your sustenance is earned through labor, not merely a right you demand. You perceive me as exploiting them? Very well then, provide them with spears. I cannot comprehend why you seek to negotiate on their behalf when they have already agreed to the terms. Where do you stand? Whose side are you on? Shen Yi's factual assertions brought Lin Jia to tears. Let us go, Ding Qiong interjected, rising and pulling Shen Yi toward the shoreline. The remaining individuals huddled together in silence, no one approaching Lin Jia to offer comfort. Shen Yi's words rang true. They were indeed reliant on him for their endeavors. Their allegiance, however, remained steadfast. Sister Zhang, what is wrong with Brother Shen Yi? Muan Nuan, who could grasp Shen Yi's words yet failed to comprehend their implications, inquired innocently. Are we to send Sister Lin Jia away? After Nuan Nuan finished speaking, Zhang Shuang embraced her. No, dear. Brother Shani is simply unhappy. It is nothing to fret about. What can I do to make Brother Shani happy? Wanwan asked curiously. When Brother Shani returns, you should offer him a glass of water that will surely cheer him up. Okay. Being still young, Wanwan quickly cast aside the earlier events. By the seaside, Ding Qiong and Shun Yi paused their steps, arriving at the salt drying area. You should not have behaved that way earlier, Ding Qiong said, squatting to pack salt. I understand, but her actions are misguided. Turning against one's own is one thing. Her behavior is bordering on saintliness. We are not merry, if we followed her logic. She might even suggest distributing our food. Mentioning food irked Shani. Someone had stolen a piece of meat during the night watch. Ding Qiong listened quietly to Shan Yi's grievances. What you say is undeniably true, but Lin Jia requires time to adapt. They have only just arrived on the island and have yet to acclimate. Ding Qiong, do you not find that demanding? It's as if we have lived on this island for ages. Everyone is here for the first time, are they not? I will not expel them, rest assured. But I will also never trust them again. This is not exclusion, it is a matter of self-preservation. You may view my stance as subjective and arbitrary, but the thought of them resorting to theft is something I cannot overlook. Shen Yi articulated his innermost thoughts. You are correct, but you wear your emotions too openly. That is a flaw. A person of depth does not wear their feelings on their sleeve, Ding Qiong remarked. Shen Yi paused, then chuckled. Ding Qiong, are you not indirectly calling me childish? Very well, I concede that I might be somewhat so, but there are numerous factors at play. I understand that everyone needs to grow. If you are unwilling to accept them, I cannot compel you. I still require your support to survive on this island. I can only remind you, Ding Qiong had firmly established her own position from the outset. She was acutely aware that survival on this island would be arduous without the strength of men. Every task required utmost caution. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. This was no jest, it was an inherent truth, unchanged through the ages. Shani, absorbing her words, recognized that Ding Qiong, of her character, would not allow herself to be taken advantage of. Suddenly, rain began to pour. Let us return, we should gather the salt while we can. Shani observed the coarse salt in the plastic container, still containing many impurities, yet it was sufficient. Although they had not consumed salt in the past 7 days, they had supplemented some sodium from seafood, enabling them to retain their strength. Without salt, they would likely have succumbed to lethargy. Hurry! They hastened back to the shelter. In those brief 3 minutes, the rain intensified. The downpour was relentless, and everyone rushed to position containers outside to collect the water. Shani called out hastily. Though we have a freshwater source, rainwater is also potable. We must not waste it. Lao Tang's wife was preparing meat soup, and Ding Qiong handed her the coarse salt to add to the pot. She was quite exhilarated, and soon, a pot of savory meat soup was presented. Finally, it has flavor. The group savored the warm, aromatic soup beneath the trees. In stark contrast to the torrential rain outside, they found solace. I am sorry. I have come to realize my mistakes. Chapter 39. Reaping what one sows. The speaker was Lin Jia. It's all right. I spoke too harshly, Shani replied, urging her not to take it to heart, and he refrained from elaborating further. The rain intensified, and cradling a warm bowl of soup brought him immense satisfaction. Shielded from the downpour, the hot soup chased away the chill, accompanied by the flicker of a campfire. This moment was truly fulfilling. Conversely, Kachawe and his group were not faring as well. The rain fell heavily, seemingly a culmination of pent-up frustration. The incessant noise was irksome. They had managed to construct only 5 shelters, leaving the rest to huddle beneath the trees. With their numbers, some shelters remained incomplete, exposed to the rain. They were rendered useless. To make matters worse, they had yet to secure any food for the evening. Is the heavens conspiring against us? Why must it rain now? I'm so hungry. They lamented, their spirits low. Let us endure a bit longer. Once the rain stops, we can finish building the shelters. And everyone will have a place to stay, free from the rain, Kachongwei encouraged, leading by example, choosing not to enter the shelter himself. You girls should go in to stay dry. Thank you, thank you. The female classmates expressed their gratitude. For Kachongwei, maintaining appearances was crucial. Within their group, tension simmered due to the food shortage. It was simple, some gathered more while others gathered less, and those who gathered more were expected to share with those who gathered less. This gave rise to a dilemma. The more one gathered, the less they could eat, prompting many to reconsider their efforts. A vicious cycle ensued, with everyone reluctant to gather more, which only deepened the discord. Ku Changwei could not comprehend why Xin Yi's approach worked for them, but faltered in his own group. Hypocrite. Sure, Huiru muttered under her breath, inadvertently catching Ku Changwei's attention. Who are you calling a hypocrite? He retorted. Whoever it is, they know it. She shot back. If you can't manage your own resources, how can you expect to share? Do you even have enough food? Sure, Huiru provoked him, fueled by the fact that Kachanwei had discussed matters with Shen Yi without consulting them first. You, with long hair and short sight. Unreasonable. Kachawe, unwilling to resort to violence against a woman, pointed angrily at her. You're right, I am short-sighted. I can at least keep myself from starving. Unlike some who pretend to be wealthy but are nothing but hypocrites. Don't push me. I want to eat a woman. Kachanwe was furious. Was his conduct not for the collective good? Trading food for spears was meant to enhance their hunting capabilities. After dealing with Shun-Yi extensively, could she not see his true character? How could he help them without reason? Stop sowing discord. He yelled at Huiru, demanding her silence. You preach righteousness while harboring ulterior motives. Is this truly for the team? Everyone sees your true intentions. You simply wish to be our leader. Besides, you have already jeopardized our interests. Why should we trust you to keep us fed? Look at Shin-Yi. His food supply never falters. Meanwhile, we're here with you, barely scraping by and having to share our meager rations. What skills do you possess? Huiru's words were sharp, and some, unaware of the full story, began to harbor resentment towards Kachawe. You. I detest being compared to others. If you're so capable, leave our team and show us your prowess. Huiru seized this moment. You said it. Whoever wants to follow me can leave once the rain stops. Those who wish to remain with the weak can stay here. Huiru's confidence stemmed from her understanding of Shin-Yi's resources. She could discern their value. Everything she orchestrated had been meticulously calculated. She only wanted to take 3 or 4 individuals, forming a smaller group to manage the food shortage and maintain control. She combined the lessons learned from Ku Changwei's mistakes and Shin-Yi's experiences. Before long, 2 men and 2 women expressed their willingness to follow her. Sister Huiru, I want to go with you. Jiang Ying stepped forward, unable to endure the exclusion any longer. Yet, Huiru merely scoffed, I don't want you. In an instant, Jiang Ying felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath her. Her previous actions had not gone unnoticed, first following Brother Shur, then returning to the group, and now attempting to leave with Huiru before everyone. It was akin to the behavior of a traitor. The irony was that she lacked the strength of such a figure. Huiru was acutely aware that she would need to negotiate with Shun-Yi later. And bringing Jiang Ying along could only sow discord between their faction and Shin-Yi's. Shin-Yi's treatment of Jiang Ying could potentially impact the entire team. As a liability, Huiru had no intention of including her. People gravitate towards certainty. Jiang Ying's actions had rendered her value negligible, making her an unwise choice. Was it not preferable to recruit reliable individuals? Furthermore, the individuals Jiang Ying sought to take were those who had previously cooperated. Efficient yet minimally rewarded, essentially the elite among the underperformers. Seeing them, Kachangwei bellowed, get lost. All of you, you traitors. Brother Shur intervened, urging him to quiet down. Let us speak calmly. There is no need for division. We are better together, helping one another. No need for that. We are all expendable anyway. Huiru led her followers in gathering their belongings and, navigating through the woods, made their way eastward. She had already chosen a location, positioned between Shin-Yi's and Kachawei's groups. After their departure, Jiang Ying was left standing in shock, feeling utterly humiliated. After a series of setbacks, particularly being publicly rebuffed when she expressed her desire to leave, she felt the weight of shame. She could not bear the disdainful looks from others. Silently, she walked in the rain, allowing the downpour to drench her. Overwhelmed, she stood in the rain, crying helplessly, feeling as though the entire world had turned against her. No one understood her plight. She refused to confront her own issues, unwilling to accept the reality of her situation. Deep down, she knew the truth. Everything that had transpired was of her own making. Could she regret it? Was there any remedy for remorse in this world? None. She could only swallow her bitter pill. Yet, the most painful aspect was that no one offered her solace. They coldly watched as she suffered in the rain. Chapter 040. Dissolution of the team. This cannot be blamed on the cold-heartedness of others. Given Jiang Ying's current actions, who could possibly feel pity for her? A person of her caliber, if possessing real strength, would never squander time on lengthy tirades filled with ridicule, derision, and mockery aimed at Shin-Yi. Instead, she would confront him directly. If Shin-Yi were indeed vulnerable, she would have resorted to outright theft or violence, mercilessly pummeling him into submission until he acquiesced. Her profound insecurity drives her to seek solace in belittling others, deriving a false sense of safety and satisfaction from her attacks. Her inability to elevate her own status or instigate change has left her in a state of anxiety. She resorts to incessantly undermining others to assert her existence and maintain a delusional sense of superiority, thus providing herself with an unrealistic sense of security. Were their roles reversed? Possessing Shin-Yi's capabilities, she would undoubtedly exchange her most superficial pity for the reverence of others. This behavior is akin to schoolyard bullying, and such individuals are particularly detestable. Fortunately, the others have now awakened to her true nature and no longer place their trust in her. Presently, Jiang Ying resembles a jester, utterly devoid of allies. This is the consequence of her actions on the deserted island, a bitter harvest of her own making. Pity her? Why waste time feeling sorry for her when one could extend that empathy towards oneself? With rations dwindling, how could one still afford to feel compassion for her? Their thoughts, at this moment, were astonishingly unified. The following day, after a night of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased. In the early morning, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and the chill in the air made Shun-Yi shiver involuntarily. Upon waking, he noticed that the campfire had extinguished at some point. He glanced at the frail monkey, trembling in the cold, who had been on watch the previous night. Shun-Yi did not hold it against him. Instead, he reignited the fire, observing the misty landscape while instinctively shrinking his neck against the cold. Just days prior, they had been scorched by the sun, and now they were freezing. As he warmed himself by the fire, he felt considerably better. Zhang Shuang awoke, greeted Shun-Yi, and approached the basket of meat, intending to fetch a piece for soup. "Ah," she exclaimed upon reaching the basket. "What is it?" Shun-Yi hurried over, wondering if there was something amiss with the meat. "There is so little left," Zhang Shuan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "Who has been stealing?" Shun-Yi's expression darkened as he surveyed the remaining meat strips, barely enough for 2 days' rations. "Everyone, get up," he called out sternly, waking the others. Seeing the frail monkey still asleep, he roused him with irritation. "What is it, Ego? I just fell asleep." "The meat is gone. A significant amount is missing. Did you keep watch for nothing?" The others gathered, drawn by Shun-Yi's voice. Indeed, the few remaining pieces were hardly sufficient to share among them. It was no wonder Shun-Yi's countenance was so grim. "Now that everyone is awake, speak up. Who has been stealing? Step forward." Shun-Yi's gaze swept over them, their expressions varied yet silent. Zhang Shuang, incensed, voiced her frustration. "We have been generous with our provisions, ensuring everyone is fed and satisfied. Why resort to thievery? Are you the only one who feels hunger? What of the rest of us?" Her anger was palpable, and tears threatened to spill as she searched for the culprit. "Perhaps it's a case of the thief calling out the thief," someone murmured quietly. But Shun-Yi recognized the voice. 3 seconds. "If no one confesses, we will disband on the spot. How you choose to live thereafter is of no concern to me." Shun-Yi's heart sank as he contemplated how such behavior had emerged among them. "Ah, Ego, please don't send Wan and Papa away. Wan didn't steal. She has been very good. Please don't send us away." The little girl, frightened by Shun-Yi's anger, rushed over and clung to his arm, pleading for mercy for her father and herself. Sighing, Shun-Yi gently patted Wan's head. "Look at this little girl. And then at you all. You refuse to acknowledge your own actions. Very well, if that is the case, let us dissolve the group." "Brother isn't this a bit extreme? Dissolving the team would be detrimental to us all," Lao Tang interjected, unwilling to see the group disband. "Ego, you can't be serious," the frail monkey stammered, suddenly alert at the mention of dissolution. "This is not your concern. You were supposed to keep watch. And look how you did. I haven't even addressed your failure yet." Silence. Ding Qiong, distribute the food. "We will dissolve right here." With the scant meat, each person received a piece, along with a spear, but no other supplies were shared, as those had all been gathered by Shun-Yi. "If you want more, go find it yourself. Please, Ego, don't cast me out after all these years of brotherhood." The frail monkey protested, sitting down in defiance. However, Lin Jia and Cheng Hao collected their belongings and departed without a word of farewell. "It's them." Zhong Shuang fumed, her teeth clenched, glaring at the retreating figures. "What does this mean?" The frail monkey was taken aback, as were Lao Tang and his wife. Zhong Shuang recounted the events of the previous day as theft. "Those 2 scoundrels," the frail monkey cursed, seething. "Why share the meat with them? After stealing so much, they even left with a packed meal. How ungrateful. We saved them. And this is how they repay us. A true display of ingratitude. Be quiet. They've left. Let them enjoy their freedom. What was said earlier is now void. Go about your business," Shun-Yi instructed, reclaiming the remaining meat. "I trust that you all would not steal, but as days pass, food has become a grave concern. I do not wish for any further incidents of theft among us. This time, I've chosen a lenient approach. Next time, I will not hesitate to expel anyone caught stealing." Shun-Yi's heart steadied somewhat, though he was still frustrated by the current predicament. Glancing at Wan beside him, he comforted her. "It's all right. I know you would never do such a thing. You are very good, and I understand." After soothing Wan, Lao Tang's wife began preparing meat porridge. "Ego, we are not like them. Yet they took 2 of our pieces without remorse. Is that not too lenient? Every situation has its own resolution. It is not that we want retribution. Rather, the time for it has not yet arrived. Even if they sought refuge with Kachong Wei, they would find no welcome. In a few days, They will surely come to regret their actions. When that time comes, we will not take them back. Let them fend for themselves. This is the path they have chosen, and it is no concern of ours. Shen Yi could foresee the outcome. Sheng Hao had some clever tricks up his sleeve, while Lin Jiao was nothing more than a simpleton. But that mattered little. The events of the past were behind them. Chapter 041. Into the woods for hunting. Everyone, pack your things. Our food supply is scarce, likely enough for only 2 days. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall refrain from consuming the 2 rabbits. I will venture into the woods with Dazhuang and Shouhou. You all stay here to craft spears. Lao Tang, if you can manage your strength, go to the rocky shore and gather some seafood. After a meal, Shen Yi adjusted his mood and addressed them. Dazhuang chuckled foolishly. Holding 1-1. The group acquiesced, and Lao Tang tidied up before heading towards the rocky shore. Let us go, 1-1. You stay here with Sister Zhong Shuang and don't wander off, all right? Okay, 1-1 sweetly replied, handing the net to Shouhou. Shen Yi took the grip stick and dagger, leading Dazhuang as the 3 entered the woods. Glancing at his watch, it was now 8:30, nearly 9. And the forest remained shrouded in mist, slightly chilly. Ego, how shall we proceed this time? Are we still catching rabbits? No. This time we shall see if we can catch something larger. Let us try our luck and head east. If we catch more rabbits, it will only suffice for a meal. Hunting every day is exhausting. Rabbits, 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 Dazhuang repeated foolishly. Shen Yi chuckled and urged him to keep up. The trio ventured east, an area unexplored thus far. As before, they marked their path by carving notches on the trees at intervals to avoid getting lost. This method proved effective, and as they continued, they heard unusual sounds. Parting the underbrush, their vision suddenly widened to reveal a clearing, likely due to the elevated terrain where trees were sparse. The vegetation was lush, and most importantly, Shen Yi discovered a herd of deer. Wow, deer. Ego, you're incredible. I suspect you have some form of navigation. Shen Yi was equally astonished. Was this serendipity? However, he refrained from rushing towards them, mindful of the surrounding environment and concerned that the deer might flee in fright. Counting carefully, he noted there were 13 deer, a considerable number. It was difficult to imagine that deer would appear on this island. Shouhou, don't act rashly. Keep an eye on Dazhuang while I climb a tree to assess the situation. Shen Yi handed the gripstick to Shouhou, secured the dagger at his waist, and ascended the tree. He had learned from past experiences. The first time he encountered wolves near a freshwater source, he had failed to observe the surroundings. This time, with the appearance of the deer, he was acutely aware that herbivores must be vigilant, primarily due to the potential presence of wolves. As a native species, wolves would certainly be aware of the deer in this location. Better to be cautious. Climbing the tree, he peered down in awe at the idyllic setting, truly a treasure of nature. Though unfamiliar with geomancy, he found the place remarkable. Simultaneously, Shen Yi realized that this island was larger than he had initially imagined. Ahead, he spotted deer, and further on, to his surprise, he discovered sheep. If it weren't for the fact that this was an island, he would have thought he had stumbled upon a vast prairie. The presence of sheep was entirely unexpected. Shen Yi grew greedy, longing to catch both sheep and deer for sustenance and sheep for domestication. The vision was idyllic, yet reality often proved starkly different. In the expansive green meadow, he noticed dark silhouettes. Were those wolves? Indeed, wolves were present. Yet, instead of ambushing the more distant sheep, they opted to pursue the deer. Did animals possess such strong territorial instincts? Shen Yi pondered, but upon spotting the wolves, he regained his composure. If he rushed to capture a deer now, it would surely panic, and if the wolves failed to catch their prey, they would undoubtedly turn their attention towards him. It would be wiser to wait for the wolves to strike before taking advantage of the chaos. A single deer would suffice. Shen Yi descended the tree. How is it? Ego? Shouhou asked eagerly. I'll explain when I'm down. No need to rush. Still stuck in the tree, Shen Yi answered. Deer, sheep, and wolves. What? Shouhou stammered, his enthusiasm wavering. Upon hearing about the deer and sheep, he felt elated, but the mention of wolves sent his spirits plummeting. Let us move to another spot. When the wolves attack the deer, we can take advantage of the confusion. Which spot? Shen Yi observed the deer, determining the direction they would likely flee towards. Let's position ourselves accordingly. After a brief observation, he confirmed the west as the ideal location. It was a bit close, so they silently maneuvered around, producing a large net. Shen Yi set up between 2 trees along the deer's path. Dazhuang, when I call out, pull with all your might, all right? Dazhuang eagerly nodded, ready to follow Shen Yi's instructions. Shouhou, you go over there. If the deer run towards you, direct them this way. All right, Ego, you're in charge. Shouhou settled into position, reminiscent of the previous rabbit hunt, where Shen Yi had scared the rabbits towards him for an easy catch. Reality, however, was a different matter. Damn, this pack of wolves is patient. Shun Yi crouched low, watching as the deer grazed, while the wolves remained hidden. Checking his watch, he noted it was already 10:30. If the wolves didn't make a move soon, he would have to head back. The wolves were indeed skilled hunters, exhibiting remarkable patience. Shun Yi idly observed when suddenly, his eyes widened. Dark shapes began to emerge on the lush grass. It was the wolf pack. They were crouched low, inching toward the deer. Focus. They're about to strike. Shun Yi whispered urgently to Shouho. Dazhuang remained ready, having maintained his position for the past hour. Just as the wolves drew near, the deer sensed the danger. They leaped in alarm, panicking and scattering in all directions. Some deer ran directly toward Shun Yi. The wolves swiftly attacked the nearest deer, several pouncing on it to feast. How quick! Yet, in an ironic twist, the remaining deer seemed to instinctively veer away, and Shun Yi's carefully laid trap felt futile. But fortune smiled upon him. One deer sprinted toward Shouho. He sprang into action from his concealed position, and in a stroke of luck, that deer, terrified, darted directly into Shun Yi's trap. Yes, the sudden, immense force on the net caused Shun Yi to take 3 steps back. Gripping tightly, he rushed toward Dazhuang, ensnaring the deer within the net. We did it. Yi go! Shouho exclaimed, overjoyed. A single deer was enough to sustain them for some time. Without wasting a moment, they hurried away. The deer thrashed vigorously, but Shun Yi acted decisively, using a stone from the net to knock it unconscious. It only grazed its skin. No blood was shed. Otherwise, the scent of blood could attract unwanted attention. Let us go. As they prepared to leave, Shun Yi glanced back, only to find a wolf staring intently at him, its emerald eyes piercing, dark fur glistening, blood seeping from its jaws, fixated on Shun Yi. A wave of dread washed over him. He had become the target of the wolf. Chapter 042, The New Deal. After a brief moment of hesitation, the wolf did not pursue them, allowing Shun Yi to exhale in relief as the 3 of them carried the deer back. Brother Yi, this deer must weigh around 30 pounds, enough to sustain us for quite some time, Dazhuang exclaimed, his words brimming with joy, his face nearly beaming with delight. All right, enough chatter. That wolf may have set its sights on me. When I glanced back, it was watching us, Shun Yi warned. The mention of the wolf startled the thin monkey. Really, Brother Yi? Is that true? Do you remember that wolf from the other night? He asked, referring to the 5 wolves they had encountered. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it. Perhaps there are multiple packs on this deserted island, Shun Yi replied, feeling troubled. Being targeted by a wolf was certainly a precarious situation. Is this island truly so cursed? Is there not just one pack of wolves? The thin monkey was astonished, his mouth agape. Brother Yi, what should we do? Should we flee? Flee? Where would we go? What are you thinking? Shun Yi was taken aback by the peculiar logic of the thin monkey. We've been marked by the wolf. We should leave this place early and find another location to continue. Find another place? The thin monkey scoffed. That sounds easy, but how do we do that? We have nothing now. We've only just become familiar with our surroundings, and you want to change locations? Even if we were to relocate, it's not a decision I can make alone. It can't be too far from here. If there's a cave in the mountains, that could be a viable option. As Shun Yi spoke, he lifted his gaze toward the nearby mountains. The thin monkey followed suit, contemplating. You're right. Why didn't I think of a cave? We could be like Tarzan, he exclaimed, only to be reminded. That's a wolf, you fool. Shun Yi slapped his forehead, deciding not to engage further with the naive child. Following the marks they had left earlier, they encountered no other creatures on their way back to the shelter, which remained eerily quiet. Upon returning, Zhong Shuang and the others were astonished at the sight of the deer. This is incredible, they gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief at the impressive catch. Just a stroke of luck, Shun Yi began, but was interrupted by the thin monkey. You have no idea how perilous it was. We found a vast clearing with dozens of deer, and then the wolves appeared, he recounted animatedly, gesturing wildly as he spoke, his enthusiasm infectious and stirring curiosity among the others. Shun Yi shook his head, allowing the thin monkey to revel in his tale. He retrieved a dagger and took the deer to the seaside to gut it. He pondered how long it would take for the thin monkey to shed his boastful tendencies. At the beach, Shun Yi processed the deer, removing its organs and skin. Now he possessed 4 pelts, 1 from the wolf, 1 from the deer, and 2 from rabbits. The furs could be fashioned into garments, valuable assets in their survival. After feasting on the deer meat, they smoked the remaining portions. 3 hours had slipped by unnoticed. I plan to ascend the mountain to search for a cave. If possible, we should relocate from here. The chill is already setting in, and we must prepare in advance. With winter approaching, our current resources will not suffice to keep us warm, and we may freeze to death, Shun Yi expressed, gathering the others to share his thoughts. Brother Yi, isn't it still summer? Isn't it a bit too early? The thin monkey replied, still clinging to hope for a rescue team. It's not too early, Shani countered. Finding and preparing in advance is crucial. If we wait until the weather turns cold, especially on an island surrounded by the sea where temperatures are influenced by tides, it will likely become even colder. Ding Xiong supported Shun Yi's reasoning. While we still have food, we need not worry about hunger. We should invest our time in more meaningful pursuits. Waiting until food is scarce to search for resources is a chaotic strategy, fraught with peril. It is essential to prepare for the unknown, particularly in this unfamiliar island environment. All right, brothery, do you need me to accompany you? The thin monkey asked. No, you find a sharp stone. Look for several. I intend to craft a stone axe. Shun Yi instructed. The thin monkey nodded in agreement. Currently, Shun Yi's dagger was adequate for cutting meat, but it was not suited for carving wood. A misuse of such a valuable tool. He feared dulling the blade. With the sun not beating down, the thin monkey set off along the beach in search of stones. Suddenly, Shun Yi heard footsteps and looked up to see a woman approaching. Huiru. However, only the 5 of them were present. No others were in sight. What brings you here? Shun Yi inquired, noticing the pallor of her complexion and the bloodshot eyes that hinted at a sleepless night. We've left our group and need spears. Can you provide some? We are willing to trade food, Huiru stated succinctly, directly presenting her request. Shun Yi observed her disheveled appearance. Her leg was marred with cuts, and her shirt was tattered. She seemed a far cry from the urban beauty he had seen previously. It was hard to fathom what she had endured. Very well. You certainly have courage. This arrangement is acceptable. Though our numbers are few, it is sufficient to ensure no one goes hungry, Shun Yi replied, drawing on his experience. Not everyone possesses the same level of motivation, and fewer individuals tend to be more industrious, whereas larger groups often lead to laziness, an inherent human nature. Thank you for the insight, Huiru smiled faintly, eyeing their meat with evident longing, her mouth watering at the sight. What could we offer to exchange for your meat? Shun Yi was taken aback by her boldness. Meat is indeed negotiable. Here is the deal. If you can find me 10 sharp stones, I will provide you with half a pound of meat in return. It won't be a loss for you. Just a matter of time spent, he proposed. Huiru was astonished. We can trade stones for meat? That is food, she exclaimed. Moreover, stones were plentiful on the beach. She was confident they could find enough. Great. We will gather the stones today and return to trade with you. Can we do this in the future as well? Future trades depend on my needs, but rest assured, there will always be sufficient meat available, Shun Yi assured her with a smile. Wonderful. Huiru beamed. Her companions equally exhilarated. They expressed their gratitude, reveling in the newfound comfort of a smaller group after leaving the larger team. All right then, off you go. Once you've gathered the stones, bring them to me. If I'm not around, you may give them to any of my companions. They can also exchange them for meat, Shun Yi said, smiling as he watched them depart. Chapter 043, The Cave Concept. Why trade meat for stones? Hasn't the lean monkey already gone to search? Zhang Shuang gazed at Shun Yi, her expression filled with confusion. It's different, Shun Yi explained. With a small amount of meat, we can have others do the work, and since stone axes are not particularly efficient, we will inevitably need to replace them regularly. The demand for stones will be substantial. We cannot afford to continually expend our manpower on such a rudimentary task. It is perfectly reasonable to delegate this labor to them. Zhang Shuang nodded in understanding, reassured by Shun Yi's rationale. All right, let us continue with the smoking process, Shun Yi declared, prompting everyone to resume their activities. I'll head to the rocky beach to collect some oysters, Lao Tang announced. Go ahead, Shun Yi replied. I'm off to dry some salt, Ding Xiong added, and both departed in succession. Shun Yi chuckled. Let us proceed with the smoking. Their reasons were sound, and there was no need for him to insist otherwise. It was a day of steady and tranquil progress. Before long, Huiru arrived, accompanied by others, to deliver the stones. While stones were plentiful, meat was scarce. Each of them carried a significant bundle of stones, their eagerness palpable. Shun Yi, we are giving you these stones in exchange for just 2 pieces of meat, Huiru stated, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. 10 stones for 1 piece of meat was the deal, and with so many stones, she feared Shun Yi might not agree. Very well, just toss them on the ground, he said after a quick glance, noting the 20 or so stones. I'll give you 3 pieces of meat. You won't be shortchanged. As he handed over the freshly smoked venison to Huiru, she held it in her hands, feeling its warmth, tears of joy streaming down her face. Thank you. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. This was her first experience of obtaining meat on the deserted island, a feeling that words could scarcely capture. It was akin to finding water in a desert, a delectable meal amidst hunger, or a lighthouse in the sea. She cradled the meat carefully, fearful of dropping it. It's nothing. You've earned it. Just focus on surviving, Shun Yi encouraged. Thank you. If you ever need our assistance in the future, We will certainly do our utmost, Sure Huiru promised earnestly. All right, you may divide it among yourselves, Shani said, signaling the end of the exchange. She understood the hint and did not linger, leaving with a silent thrill, having traded dozens of stones for 3 pieces of meat, a significant gain. Shani observed the stones on the ground when, at that moment, the lean monkey finally arrived, somewhat late. What is going on? Igu, are you pulling my leg? You have so many stones already and still sent me out to look. The lean monkey's expression was one of displeasure, feeling wronged. No, after you left. Sure Huiru arrived with her group, and I traded meat for their stones, Shun Yi clarified. The lean monkey paused. Then his face flushed with indignation as he shouted. Igu, do you not trust my abilities? Why resort to trading meat with others for such a simple task? You clearly doubt me. Though I may seem boisterous. I take every task seriously. If you have issues with me, say so, why waste food? Shun Yi regarded the agitated lean monkey, realizing his actions had made him feel underestimated. Calm down, let me explain. 5 minutes later, after Shun Yi had elucidated the situation, the lean monkey's anger had dissipated. His mood shifted rapidly. Had I known, I would have been at ease. He laughed, his demeanor entirely transformed. Shun Yi shook his head. Amused by his friend's reaction, he began sorting through the stones, selecting a few suitable ones for making stone axes. However, he felt no inclination to work today, opting instead to sit by the campfire and listen to the lean monkey boast. As night fell, it was Shun Yi and Ding Qiong's turn to stand watch. Shun Yi felt no fatigue as he settled beside Ding Qiong. Not sleeping? He asked. Not tired. Though I would like to sleep, I simply cannot. She replied with a dry smile. Noticing she remained unresponsive, he inquired, what are you thinking about? Ding Qiong turned her head and glanced at him. I was contemplating whether, if we are pushed to another island by the waves, it might also mean that the items from the ship would wash ashore as well. What? Are you missing your luggage? Shun Yi chuckled. No, I was just pondering. Remember when we saw luggage last time? That belonged to someone else. I suspect the waves could indeed carry luggage ashore, but perhaps the island is simply too vast for us to find it. Other survivors might be here as well, just not in our vicinity. Ding Qiong hypothesized, and Shun Yi considered the plausibility of her theory. Perhaps, that cruise ship could have had at least 2,000 passengers. Even if many perished, there should still be at least 200 survivors. Yet here we are, with fewer than 30. This suggests they must be on other parts of the island. Shun Yi ventured a bold guess. Perhaps, but it's enough for me that Guji can take care of himself. Ding Qiong smiled, glancing at the towering mountains nearby. Tomorrow we should seek out a cave. Let us rest early tonight. Will you accompany me? Yes. I want to validate our hypothesis. If we can see further from the mountain and survey the entire island, we might locate other survivors. All right, but since you mentioned it, I need to make 2 trekking poles. After heeding Ding Qiong's suggestion, Shun Yi rose to gather wood. The trekking poles couldn't be made from slender twigs. They needed sturdy sticks that could be comfortably gripped, ideally around 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length. The mountain wasn't very high, estimated at around 500 meters. However, height is not merely a matter of measurement. One realizes it through the experience of climbing. Ding Qiong assisted Shun Yi primarily by stabilizing the materials. Noticing Ding Qiong's delicate hands, he asked, aren't you worried about injuring those lovely hands? Getting hurt would be unfortunate. I'm not worried. Hands are meant to be used. Please don't treat me like a mere ornament. Used? Shun Yi's expression turned peculiar. All right, perhaps I misinterpreted that. To mask his errant thoughts, Shun Yi instinctively asked, have you eaten yet? Are young people really this awkward these days? Ding Qiong glanced at him as if he were foolish. Are you thinking of sneaking a bite of meat? Who was it this morning that threw a fit about breaking their fast? No, it's not that. Shun Yi hastily clarified, fearing his words would be misconstrued. Stop talking and get to work. Understood. The two busied themselves and soon fashioned 2 rather unrefined trekking poles. You rest first. I'll take the watch, Ding Qiong instructed Shun Yi. I can do it, he insisted. You're a man. Go rest. Unable to argue against Ding Qiong's firm stance, Shun Yi had no choice but to comply, reminding her to wake him. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he thought to himself, Ding Qiong is quite wonderful. Chapter 044. Early morning climbed the following day. Shun Yi awoke early, gazing at the overcast sky. He couldn't help but murmur, I hope it won't rain today. He suspected that the rainy season had begun. If the rain persisted, it would be detrimental to their survival, significantly constraining their living space. Brother Yi, why are you up so early? The thin monkey was roused by Shun Yi's movements, rubbing his eyes and looking drowsy. The early bird catches the worm. Hurry up and get out of bed, Shun Yi replied, observing his disheveled appearance. I refuse. The early worm gets eaten by the bird. I'm the worm. I'm not getting up. The thin monkey retorted immediately. You. Shun Yi chuckled and pulled the thin monkey up. Get up quickly. We have much to do today. Once Shun Yi finished speaking, the thin monkey reluctantly opened his eyes. Brothery, can't you just enjoy a little? We have enough food now. Isn't it okay to indulge a bit? The thin monkey pouted, clearly unwilling. You dare to think like that? Indulge? Fine, go ahead. But I want to give you a single piece of meat. Go indulge if you dare. Shun Yi disapproved of the thin monkey's hedonistic attitude. Their banter gradually stirred the others from sleep. Shun Yi turned to see De Zhuang still tightly holding Nuan as they slept. Nuan nestled comfortably in his arms. Shun Yi couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Despite his issues, De Zhuang's love for Nuan was unwavering. He smiled faintly as Ding Qiong approached him. Shall we set off? Where to? Zhang Shuang, still half asleep, couldn't comprehend her words. I plan to scout the mountain. To search for a suitable cave for us to inhabit. The weather is turning cooler, and we need to act promptly. I discussed it with Ding Qiong yesterday. Today we must climb. Shun Yi explained, noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. Oh, no wonder you woke up so early. You all can go up the mountain without waking me. Don't torture me. The thin monkey complained. Shut it. Who is torturing you? If I didn't wake you, you'd sleep until noon. And then what about your chores? Today, you're in charge of making the spears. Shun Yi retorted, not one to indulge the thin monkey. Got it. The thin monkey sounded defeated. Old Tang's wife began preparing meat porridge. We're short on water. Be cautious while fetching it, observe your surroundings, and if you encounter any danger, run. Understood? Shun Yi instructed, knowing he couldn't fetch water himself. If he did, they would run out of time. They needed to return before nightfall. Camping outside was not an option. After sharing the meat porridge with Ding Qiong, he took 3 pieces of jerky and set off. The mountain lay to the east, and both Shun Yi and Ding Qiong carried climbing sticks. Are you tired? Did you not sleep well last night? Shun Yi asked. Ding Qiong shook her head, replying, let us move quickly. I fear it may rain today. All right. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found no clear path upward, only the option to venture along the base into the woods, searching for a trail. Ding Qiong halted, crouching down to feel the moist earth. What's wrong? Shun Yi inquired. The soil here is very damp. That's not a good sign. What do you mean? Shun Yi asked, intrigued. After rain, water from the mountain will flow down here, and since the terrain is flat, it won't drain away. Isn't that a good thing? Shun Yi still didn't grasp her concern. If we dig down, we might find groundwater. But I'm worried about the possibility of encountering a swamp ahead. Ding Qiong voiced her apprehension. Why have you become so cautious? Shun Yi scratched his head, puzzled. Since our encounter with the bear, it's wise to be more careful. There is no harm in being cautious, Ding Qiong murmured, furrowing her brow, disapproving of Shun Yi's casualness. Understood. Better safe than sorry. Shun Yi smiled and winked at her. Then let us go, Ding. Be careful. Ding Qiong paused, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. Ding, be careful? Suddenly smiling, Shun Yi called her by that nickname. They continued forward, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while searching for a route up the mountain, hoping to discern the mountain's contours. Finding the ridge would significantly ease their ascent. Currently, the angle of the mountain exceeded 45 degrees, though not a right angle. Climbing it unassisted was akin to chasing a dream. Mountain slopes are typically gentle, allowing for easier ascent. Their cautious progress stemmed from the fact that their environment was not expansive. To the east lay the mountain, and to the west, the woods, leaving only forward or backward movement. If a wild beast appeared suddenly, they would have to decide whether to flee forward or retreat. Either choice posed challenges for Shun Yi. Hence the necessity for carefulness to minimize threats. While they could manage, the weather was unkind. It started to rain. Within mere seconds, large raindrops fell in torrents. Damn. The heavens are against us. Ding Qiong laughed. What are you laughing about? We're getting soaked, and you still find it amusing? Shun Yi was taken aback. Ding Qiong, usually aloof, had a demeanor he found cold and distant. Why was she laughing in the rain? Even amidst the downpour, Ding Qiong's laughter remained undeterred. What exactly are you laughing at? Shun Yi was baffled, joining her laughter. That remark you made earlier. What? The one about the heavens? Shun Yi recalled and asked. Exactly. That was hilarious. What is so funny about it? Shun Yi queried, still confused. It shows you're a citizen of Dragon Country. How does that relate to nationality? Shun Yi was perplexed, sensing a deeper meaning in Ding Qiong's words. Look, Westerners hold great reverence for deities, while we do not. Isn't that normal? Different mindsets. In ancient times, farmers who faced poor harvests would cast out the Dragon King responsible for rain to be scorched in the sun. When faced with injustice, they would curse the heavens for their blindness. But the West wouldn't. Isn't that ancient history? What does it mean if your left eye twitches? Left eye twitches for fortune. May the heavens bless me with wealth. And the right eye? Right eye twitches disaster. It's superstition. Shun Yi chuckled, suddenly comprehending why Ding Qiong found amusement in their conversation. What is the big deal? Their gods differ from ours. Ours are often deified humans. Guan Yu is a god. Shun Yi expressed his deep admiration for Guan Yu, embodying the essence of righteousness. Indeed, the god of driving tests, the god of exams, and the god of architecture can all be worshipped in a shrine. Ding Qiong's words flowed more freely, even as they stood in the rain. Two little fools. Shen Yi laughed. If only this island had a land deity, perhaps we could mold one and pay our respects. This isn't an eastern country. We can't have a land deity. Shen Yi was left speechless. Chapter 045. The lake and the rain. The two did not laugh heartily in the rain, but hurried to take shelter under a tree. Observing the drenched Ding Qiong beside him, her smile illuminated by the droplets glistening on the tips of her hair, he remarked, "You are truly beautiful." Shun Yi was momentarily entranced, speaking without thought. "Thank you," Ding Qiong replied, her demeanor calm. She had received such compliments countless times since childhood. "Why thank me? It merely reflects my good taste, you see," Shen Yi chuckled. Ding Qiong raised an eyebrow in surprise, for many who praised her seldom continued the conversation. Why was Shun Yi now boasting about his own discernment? "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Or do you wish to kiss me? If that is the case, I wouldn't mind, but you must take responsibility," she teased. Shen Yi was taken aback, noting her boldness. "Do you speak this way with others often?" "Indeed, I follow my heart, saying whatever comes to mind. Of course, it depends on the occasion. For instance, just the two of us here, in the rain, having a chat. What could be wrong with that?" Ding Qiong nodded thoughtfully. They were indeed from two disparate worlds. Without this unexpected encounter, their paths would have never crossed, and even if they had, their interactions would have been minimal. Ding Qiong hailed from a prestigious family, while Shen Yi's background was modest, a tale of a poor boy and a rich girl. Their experiences had shaped their perspectives. Shun Yi had struggled in the lower rungs of society, working hard for an education and facing numerous hardships, while Ding Qiong had garnered knowledge primarily from books, lacking first-hand experience. This disparity in communication styles left Ding Qiong at a loss when responding to Shun Yi's whimsical remarks. She favored straightforwardness. If a problem arose, one should speak up and resolve it, avoiding unnecessary chatter. In contrast, Shun Yi's approach was more fanciful, akin to boasting over drinks at a barbecue. Were they to swap identities, Ding Qiong would find the environment surrounding Shun Yi unbearable, just as he would feel out of place in hers. Their mutual silence lingered as the rain intensified, creating a cacophony against the ground, stones, and leaves, an uncomfortable backdrop to their thoughts. "Look." Ding Qiong finally broke the silence after nearly 10 minutes. "What?" Shen Yi turned to her, curious. "The direction of the water flow," she pointed out. "Water?" Shen Yi was momentarily lost in contemplation, lamenting the loss of such a beautiful companion. Yet, Ding Qiong's words drew him back to the present. "Observe closely. We are at the foot of the mountain, where the terrain is elevated. After the rain, we must consider the water's direction." Listening to her, Shun Yi felt a spark of realization. This was the upstream source of fresh water. Noticing his daze, Ding Qiong urged, "We must find the upstream to avoid being trapped by the bears, restricting our access to water." "Exactly." Shen Yi's face brightened. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off," he exclaimed, springing to his feet, pulling Ding Qiong along in search of water. The rain cascaded, pooling and flowing downhill. They followed the direction of the water, descending further. Suddenly, Ding Qiong halted him. "The slope is too steep here. I fear we might slip." Shen Yi paused, surveying the surroundings. He had been so fixated on the water's path that he had overlooked the terrain. Thanks to Ding Qiong's caution, he realized the danger ahead. One misstep could send them tumbling down. "Thank you for the warning," he said gratefully, glancing at her. They took a detour to a gentler slope, continuing their descent. As they progressed, the terrain gradually leveled, providing some shelter from the rain, the dense foliage shielding them from the downpour. At last, Shen Yi spotted a small lake. It was modest in size, nestled against the mountain, likely fed by the water cascading down from above. By the heavens, fortune does favor the diligent. Shen Yi marveled. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the water flowed downstream, leading to the area where he had previously fetched water. Without a second thought, he rushed to the lake's edge, scooping up water with his hands and drinking deeply. Ding Qiong suddenly spoke up. "I want to take a bath. Now." Shen Yi was taken aback. "It's pouring rain. What are you thinking? I haven't bathed in nearly 10 days. I'm not accustomed to it," she replied matter-of-factly. Shen Yi, realizing the reality of the situation, felt an awkwardness arise. How would he manage if she decided to bathe in front of him? "Well, I could allow it. Are you not afraid I might take a peek?" Shen Yi looked at Ding Qiong, puzzled by her reasoning. "I trust you. Everyone has different moral standards. I believe yours are high enough to not stoop to such behavior. If you were to peek, it would indicate a severe lapse in your moral judgment. Shun-Yi was momentarily speechless, realizing she had placed a rather flattering label upon him to avoid his gaze. Yet Ding Qiong, undeterred, had already set her clothes aside and stepped into the water. By the time Shun-Yi regained his composure, she was already immersed, revealing her smooth, fair back to him. As he gazed at her, his heart raced. The rapidity with which she had entered the water left him no time to deliberate. A twinge of longing stirred within him. Ding Qiong, may I join you for a bath? Absolutely not. Then I shall take your clothes. You wouldn't dare, she retorted. Shun-Yi found himself at a loss for words. The rain continued, though it had lessened considerably. Thus, the morning slipped away. Although they had not discovered a cave, they had found a lake. A significant gain indeed. Chapter 046. Danger approaches. Leaning against a tree, Shun-Yi listened to the rhythmic patter of the rain, his heart gradually finding tranquility. He pondered that once Ding Qiong finished her bath, he too would indulge in a cleansing soak. As for whether the water in the lake would become bathwater when consumed later, there was no cause for concern. After all, the water flowed, unlike stagnant pools. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ding Qiong emerged from the water just as the rain began to subside. She dried herself with her shirt, but chose not to put it back on, opting instead to wash it clean. Shun-Yi, though not privy to all her actions, observed as she wrapped her hair in the shirt and approached him. I'm going to bathe too, so don't peek, she warned. Shun-Yi replied, I want tea. But as he turned to the lake, he was taken aback to find Ding Qiong watching him intently. What happened to your moral standards? Why aren't you looking away? You took too long to get in. I didn't have the chance, she retorted, her flimsy excuse causing Shun-Yi to blush deeply. Just moments ago, she had spoken of moral integrity, yet now, as he descended into the water, she didn't even turn her head. Such unfairness. Shun-Yi thought indignantly. The lake was indeed cold, especially in the rain, causing him to wonder how Ding Qiong managed to endure it. He quickly washed himself, marveling at the speed of human metabolism as he observed the dirt swirling away. As he hummed a tune while swimming, he caught glimpses of fish darting through the clear water. Suddenly, an unsettling premonition washed over him, akin to the sensation of being watched. This sixth sense, a matter of perspective, could be particularly acute for some. Feeling uneasy, he swam back to shore, dried off, and dressed. Why are you back so soon? Ding Qiong inquired. Let us correct that. I was swift, not quick, he replied with a slight cough, feeling awkward at her characterization. I sensed something watching me, and it made me uncomfortable. So I hurried back. Did you peek? He scrutinized her face for any signs of deceit. Ding Qiong ignored his question, leaving only her own knowledge of the truth. A sudden howl from the wolves sent chills down Shun-Yi's spine. Stay behind me, he instructed, turning to see a pack of wolves emerging across the lake. He recognized the alpha wolf's piercing gaze. It was the same one he had encountered on the grassland the previous day. To his dismay, it had returned. Damn. There were 8 wolves in total, one adorned in black and white, the rest solid black, with only the 2 of them. Shun-Yi had no intention of becoming the wolves' dinner. Ding Qiong gasped in shock as the pack growled and charged silently towards them. In a moment of desperation, Shun-Yi hoisted Ding Qiong onto his back and swiftly climbed a tree. Wolves could leap only about 3 meters and were not adept climbers. This tree stood a good 7 or 8 meters high, affording them temporary safety. Ding Qiong appeared pale, her eyes shut tight as she patted her chest, striving to calm herself. What's wrong? Shun-Yi asked with concern. Acrophobia, he realized with surprise. He never would have guessed she was afraid of heights. Then hold on tight, he suggested, his mind wandering as he savored the scent emanating from her. However, he quickly regained his focus. At his words, Ding Qiong instinctively tightened her grip around him, clinging like an octopus. Below, the wolves leapt twice in vain, and under the Alpha's command, they formed a wolf pyramid, one atop the other, trying to reach them. Shun-Yi glanced down in disbelief. Have these wolves become cunning? His heart raced, and he exclaimed, hold on tight. I'm jumping to another tree. Without hesitation, he leapt, grasping the trunk of the next tree securely, relieved that the distance was manageable. Ding Qiong gasped in alarm, unable to contain her fear in the face of danger. Ding Qiong, come here. Trust me, it's going to be all right, he reassured her. Okay, she murmured, shutting her eyes tightly and daring not to look down. Shun-Yi could feel her trembling against his back. He understood that overcoming a fear of heights was not something that could be conquered in an instant. The wolves, undeterred by Shun-Yi's leap, followed, reforming their pyramid beneath him. Shun-Yi sighed, recognizing their relentless pursuit. Any ideas? He asked Ding Qiong as he leaped to another tree, feeling the sharp pain in his chest from the impact. Could we lure the wolves to the bears? Let them fight each other, she suggested quietly, her mind racing for solutions. Luring them to the bears, Shun-Yi mused, recalling how he had contemplated dealing with bears just days prior, contemplating the very same strategy. Was this fate or mere coincidence? At this moment, it mattered little. What was crucial was the considerable distance still separating them from safety. Shen Yi, feeling resigned, decided to pursue the plan. Thus, with Ding Qiong on his back, Shen Yi continued to leap and climb through the trees, the wolves trailing beneath. Initially, the pack attempted to bridge the gaps, but soon realized Shen Yi would not pause, and they shifted their focus to him alone. Shen Yi managed the leaps with relative ease, but with Ding Qiong clinging to him, the dynamics changed drastically. Despite her slight frame of just 88 pounds, carrying her significantly hampered his movements. It was as if his capabilities had plummeted from 100 to a mere 30 or even less. As he navigated through the trees, Shen Yi felt his heart racing uncontrollably. This cannot continue, he thought, panting heavily, aware that Ding Qiong could feel the rapid thumping of his heart against her back. Let me down. You don't need to worry about me, she urged. Don't speak nonsense. If I've taken you on my back, I will not abandon you to the wolves. I am not the kind of person to leave someone behind, he firmly interjected, shaking his head. He knew his words were brash and perhaps foolish, but he could not bear the thought of sacrificing another for his own survival. In this dire moment, he simply could not do it. Chapter 047. Traitor among wolves. Ding Qiong's heart trembled as she listened to Shen Yi's words, an unfamiliar sensation enveloping her. What was this feeling? She could not articulate it. Was it friendship? Familial love? Or perhaps romance? None of these. It was an unwavering commitment that reminded Ding Qiong of her first bodyguard. In her youth, he was a young man who had vigilantly protected her. Until that fateful day when a gang, armed with firearms, attempted to abduct her, using her life to blackmail her father. Under the bodyguard's protection, she was kept in constant motion. She remembered it vividly. When her father's reinforcements finally arrived, the bodyguard was gunned down right before her eyes. Blood splattered onto Ding Qiong. The assailants hurled insults at him, condemning him for risking everything to protect her for a mere sum of money, and shot him dead. The entire gang was ultimately executed, yet the pain in Ding Qiong's heart remained indelible. To witness the one who cared for her most perish before her was a torment she could never forget, even if he was just a bodyguard. Ding Qiong had never been one to act superior. She had always treated those who served her with respect. She recalled that the bodyguard had been around Shen Yi's age. Her father had found him among the veterans. After that incident, Ding Qiong refused to allow her father to arrange for another bodyguard. Even if one was appointed, she would dismiss them. She could not bear to see a similar tragedy unfold again. She could not overcome that mental barrier. Yet now, Shen Yi's words and actions evoked a rare memory. Suddenly, Shen Yi felt his shoulder dampen and heard Ding Qiong's muffled sobs. What's wrong? He asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you, Ding Qiong whispered, wiping away her tears. She did not wish to distract him at such a critical moment. As Shen Yi rested in the tree, the wolves below mistook his stillness for fatigue and began to construct a wolf bridge. Damn it! Shen Yi cursed under his breath before leaping to another tree. The lead wolf growled in response, as if to question, are you mocking me? But that was merely speculation, for wolves do not speak. Thus, Shen Yi gradually moved in the direction of the bear. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and his heart raced. He refused to let go, unwilling to abandon Ding Qiong. When he finally jumped to another tree, he landed heavily against the trunk. Shen Yi, Ding Qiong called out urgently. He was utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. Each step he took from tree to tree, especially in his weakened state, consumed exponentially more energy. This was the most fatigued he had ever felt on this island. He disregarded the pain in his chest, lying across the tree, turning to face Ding Qiong with a wry smile. I'm sorry, I'm so useless. No, it's me. I should apologize for distracting you, Ding Qiong replied, her eyes glistening as she looked at Shen Yi's weary form, unable to hold back the tears any longer. Don't cry, it's fine. If we must die, let us die together, Shen Yi managed to smile. Death was indeed terrifying, but he did not believe that it would claim them here. Ding Qiong, please scream to attract the bear. I lack the strength to shout, Shen Yi said helplessly. They were now less than 1,000 meters from the bear. That distance was sufficient. Shen Yi calculated that it took them 30 minutes to walk from the shelter to the foot of the mountain, roughly 3 kilometers. He had traversed about 900 meters to find a small lake. That left 1 kilometers. Even while enduring on the tree for nearly an hour, he had progressed slowly. If he halved that distance, it would still be about 1 kilometer remaining. If Ding Qiong screamed, the bear should be able to hear her, provided the bear was nearby. But now, it was a matter of luck, as he was utterly drained. Ding Qiong nodded and then shouted. The sound traveled slowly through the forest due to numerous obstacles. Let us hope for the best. The wolves below were already eager to pounce. Shen Yi urged Ding Qiong to move away, grasping a grip stick in his hand. If a wolf attempted to climb up, he would strike it down. As the wolf bridge was formed, for wolves acted as a bridge, and when the fifth wolf charged up, it received a solid blow from Shen-Yi. The wolf howled in pain, tumbling down and rolling on the ground, emitting a mournful cry. The lead wolf noticed this and growled, directing its pack to climb the trees. The sixth wolf approached cautiously, testing the waters. Shen-Yi was quick to react, delivering another strike that sent this wolf crashing down as well. Furious, the lead wolf watched the scene unfold and let out a roar before the wolf bridge dispersed. They lay in wait at the foot of the tree. Anticipating Shen-Yi's descent, he let out a sigh of relief. Dried meat, bring it here. Let us eat something. Those beasts below are too afraid to come up now. Ding Qiong retrieved the dried meat. They shared the food and drank water, resting atop the tree. The wolves will remain vigilant. They possess great patience, Ding Qiong remarked. Indeed, we are also quite patient. It's a pity that if it weren't raining, the bear would have detected us long ago. The rain has diluted and dispersed the scent significantly. Under normal circumstances, the bear would surely sense the presence of intruders in its territory. Look at that black and white wolf. Its gaze seems a bit unusual, Shen-Yi pointed out. Unusual? Ding Qiong turned her attention. Neither of them had noticed initially, but now they had time to scrutinize. Is that a Siberian husky? Ding Qiong furrowed her brow in disbelief. That's a husky. A silly dog. Wait, how did it get mixed in with the wolves? Shen-Yi observed, nearly laughing. How peculiar. Is this island so remarkable that even a husky can thrive here? One husky is worth 3 tigers, and 3 huskies can sink an aircraft carrier. My husky brother has a lot to say. However, the dog's size was noticeably plump among the wolves, leaving Shen-Yi puzzled about how it managed to integrate itself into the pack. I'm not insulting it. It is indeed a dog. Did you hear its howl? Shen-Yi chuckled at Ding Qiong. No, it probably learned some bad habits, she replied, amused yet exasperated. Unexpectedly, the husky seemed to have heard Shen-Yi's comments and took 2 steps back. Shen-Yi caught this moment, but regrettably, the husky lacked the ability to speak. Otherwise, it would surely exclaim, "Oh no, my clever disguise has been uncovered. I remember now. I saw a husky on the cruise ship. It must be this one. I never imagined that even a dog would wash ashore on this island and successfully encounter wolves," Ding Qiong remarked repeatedly. Now that you mention it, I think I heard a dog barking too, but I didn't think to investigate. This husky is stronger than us, having entered the island. It can even seek out distant relatives. Shen-Yi's laughter filled the air, dispelling the tension from earlier. Chapter 048, The Clash of Bears and Wolves Amidst the Wolf Pack. A Siberian husky had infiltrated their ranks. Despite the tension in the atmosphere, the presence of the husky lightened the mood considerably. However, a perplexing thought lingered in Shen-Yi's mind. How could the wolf pack not sense the anomaly of a husky among them? Perhaps they deemed it too formidable to confront, given its robust stature compared to their own. With a fleeting smile, Shen-Yi felt a resurgence of strength within him, and his breathing began to steady. Just then, a familiar roar echoed from a distance, growing ever closer. It was unmistakably the roar of a bear. He had never felt such a palpable connection to a bear before. Before seeing the bear, he could hear its voice. The bear's furious growl incited restlessness among the wolves, who gathered behind their alpha, fixated on the direction of the bear, yet showed no inclination to flee. Soon, the black bear emerged beneath Shen-Yi's tree, its fury intensifying upon sighting the wolf pack. The bear exhibited a defiant posture, asserting its dominance over what it considered its territory, unwilling to tolerate the presence of rival hunters. The alpha wolf, with fierce eyes, stared unyieldingly at the bear, emitting a low growl that seemed to serve as a warning to the bear to refrain from provoking them. This was merely Shen-Yi's conjecture. He was unfamiliar with the current dynamics and could only speculate based on the situation. Nevertheless, it afforded him a moment of respite. The bear and wolves beneath the tree were beyond his capacity to engage. Any injury sustained by either would be fortuitous for him. How fortunate. The bear is acting as our enforcer. We could practically pop the champagne in celebration, Shen-Yi remarked with a smile to Ding Qiong. We should hope for a clash between them, where they tear at one another. If the wolves decide to flee, our predicament will become perilous, she replied. Acknowledging the uncertainty of their situation, it is likely they will engage. Animals possess a far stronger territorial instinct than we do. This is their survival ground. Failing to defend it would mean losing their territory, which ultimately leads to death. Shen-Yi reflected upon the immutable laws of nature, universally acknowledged by all living beings. Indeed, Ding Qiong nodded, recognizing the validity of Shen-Yi's insight. As the two analyzed the unfolding events, the bear beneath the tree grew increasingly impatient, roaring at the wolf pack and charging forward, delivering what seemed to be a final warning. The alpha wolf, undeterred, took an assertive step forward, a clear act of provocation. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The audacity of the wolf was remarkable, daring to challenge a bear at such a critical juncture. An old saying in Longwa goes, one pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Here, the pig referred not to domesticated swine, but rather to the wild boars of the deep mountains. Formidable creatures clad in thick mud armor from frequent rooting in the earth. Confronting a wild boar is indeed a daunting task, reminiscent of a certain Peppa Pig relishing in the mud. Yet, the bear was not to be trifled with. Any single wolf could easily meet its demise with just one swipe of the bear's paw. Shen found himself puzzled, contemplating the alpha wolf's audacity in challenging the bear. Who cares? If it can inflict damage on the bear, that would be splendid, he mused, anticipating the possibility of gleaning some advantage from the fray. Observing the alpha wolf's refusal to retreat and its bold provocation, the bear could no longer remain passive. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards the wolf pack, determined to defend its territory. The alpha wolf howled, prompting the pack to scatter in response, encircling the bear and effectively boxing it in. A lone wolf, even granted tenfold or 100-fold strength, would never stand a chance against a bear. Thus, wolves typically hunted in packs. The bear, disregarding the formation of the wolf pack, relentlessly pursued the alpha wolf, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, the speed of the wolves far surpassed that of the bear. No matter how hard the bear exerted itself, it could not keep pace, particularly with the alpha wolf, who must possess some extraordinary qualities to have risen to its position. At that moment, from behind the bear, one of the wolves leaped onto its back, swiftly attempting to bite. However, the bear's tough hide was resilient, and its back was caked in mud, resulting in the wolf only managing to secure a mouthful of fur and dirt. The wolf quickly jumped down, showing no signs of hesitation, turning to flee. The bear halted, glancing between the alpha wolf and the assailing wolf, ultimately choosing to continue its pursuit of the alpha. Meanwhile, the other wolves showed no mercy, charging in to bite before retreating, ensuring the bear could not retaliate. What a spectacle! The enemy pursues while we flee. The enemy tires, and we strike. Shen couldn't help but admire the alpha wolf's cunning strategy. No wonder it dared to confront the bear. It had a clever tactic up its sleeve. The key was that this strategy was indeed effective, as the wolf pack held a numerical advantage. With only one bear to contend with, they could wear it down in a war of attrition. Clapping his hands in approval from the tree, Shen exclaimed, "This wolf is impressive. Its intellect is not wasted." Yet, he also recognized the threat it posed to them, hoping for a scenario where both adversaries would be mutually incapacitated. Ding Qiang replied solemnly, "If this continues, the bear will surely be exhausted. The endurance of wild beasts is formidable. We cannot judge by our own standards, yet we hope for their mutual destruction." Shen felt a pang of sympathy for the bear, particularly for its hide, now ravaged by the wolves. However, it was premature to speculate on the outcome, as the victor had yet to be determined. Just then, as another wolf charged, the bear's reflexes kicked in, delivering a powerful swipe that sent the wolf crashing against a tree trunk, sliding down to the ground with a pained howl, blood trickling from its mouth. Shen Yi's heart raced at the sight. Was this the might of a bear's strike? It was a painful sight to behold, one that evoked a visceral response. The wolf howled twice before gradually succumbing to silence. 8 wolves, no, 7, along with the cleverly disguised husky, now counted one less among their ranks. The husky had not charged at the bear. It was a dog, not a wolf. The alpha wolf paused, casting a gaze at the fallen wolf, its roar swelling with fury. Shen could sense its anger and anticipated what the alpha might do next. His attention drifted to the bear's back, where it had sustained injuries from the bites. Neither the bear nor the wolves moved, each holding their position. The enemy remained still, as did they. The current standoff left all parties, including Shen in a state of suspended anticipation. Observing the raw struggle of nature below, he felt a surge of adrenaline. It struck him how arduous it must have been for ancient humans to survive amidst such brutal wildlife. The beasts below scrutinized one another. At that moment, the alpha wolf let out another roar. Shen understood. Orders had been issued once more. Chapter 49. The outcome is decided only aware that the alpha wolf was in motion. Yet oblivious to its intentions, I waited patiently. In an instant, the alpha lunged at the bear. Shen was taken aback. How audacious. Was this not akin to walking into a trap, courting disaster? Yet the next scene left Shen utterly stunned. Apart from the husky, the other wolves also charged forward. Suddenly, what began as a one-on-one confrontation escalated into a 6 against 1. The bear roared in fury, but the alpha halted abruptly, allowing the other wolves to seize the opportunity to tear at it. Shen understood now. The alpha was diverting the bear's attention while the others attacked. The bear, consumed by rage, swung its massive paw at the wolves nearby, but they nimbly evaded its grasp, skillfully toying with the creature. This spectacle would cause even a dog to shake its head in disbelief. Why did the bear fixate solely on the alpha, neglecting the other wolves? Its frustration mounted. Yet it could not catch them, transforming anger into impotent fury. It pursued the alpha in a frantic frenzy. There was no strategy at play. They were not human. Just beasts, easily swayed by their emotions. Shani watched in astonishment as a pack of wolves toyed with a bear. Ding Qiong, have you ever witnessed a bear being outwitted by wolves? Shani asked uncertainly. No, the intelligence of these wolves seems unusually high. Ding Qiong frowned. She was certain that this alpha was not from the same pack that had injured Shani that day. There must be several wolf packs on this island. The intelligence displayed by this wolf was baffling. Could there be something extraordinary on this island? Shun-Yi scratched his head, lost in thought. It's unclear. Perhaps it's simply a prodigious individual within the pack, but our understanding of wolves is limited, and our sample size is small, making it difficult to draw conclusions. At this rate, the bear would eventually be exhausted. Shun-Yi had hoped for a mutual downfall, yet it had devolved into a one-sided game. Nevertheless, the victor remained uncertain. The balance of power was yet to be determined. We were all mere pawns in this grand chessboard. Shun-Yi chuckled. His gaze fixated on the alpha wolf and the black bear. The bear could not keep pace with the alpha, yet it was acutely aware of its surroundings. As it sensed wolves approaching from behind, it swatted one down, akin to a parent chastising a child. The bear's vision was poor, relying more on its hearing and sense of smell. This moment perfectly illustrated the interplay of brute strength and cunning. Both sides harbored their own schemes and subtle tactics. Another significant loss for the wolves compelled the alpha to halt, and the bear also paused. The wolves found themselves in a precarious position. While the bear still possessed combat capability, having already lost two of its own. Continuing the fight could yield even greater losses, but retreating now would be unsatisfactory. The standoff persisted, and Shani sensed the atmosphere growing tense. With determination, the alpha let out a furious howl. The remaining wolves charged at the bear once more. This time, the alpha did not halt. This was a suicidal assault. 5 wolves sank their claws deep into the bear's flesh, tearing at it with ferocity. The bear, in pain, roared loudly, desperately swatting at the wolves clinging to it. One wolf clamped onto the bear's shoulder, while the alpha cunningly targeted the bear's vulnerable underbelly. With a single bite, it tore away the bear's most prized possession. The excruciating pain sent the bear into a frenzy. It flailed wildly, throwing off the wolves. And those that dared not flee were crushed beneath its massive weight, slamming into the ground. Once was not enough, it did so again. Ding Qiong closed her eyes at the sight. It was too gruesome. Even Shun-Yi wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man engrossed in his phone on the subway. The wolf crushed beneath the bear was a bloody mess. Embedded in the bear's side, blood flowed continuously from the bear's thigh, prompting its incessant roars. The alpha's bloodthirsty gaze remained fixed. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike, it lunged at the bear's neck. A deadly grip. It exerted all its might, while the bear, ignoring the agony, slammed its paw down on the alpha. The alpha's teeth sank into the bear's neck, yet its body was flung away. It did not crash into a tree, but was propelled 3 meters away, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shani, witnessing this, felt a sense of admiration for the alpha. Even though it had aimed to kill him, such a desperate assault was beyond his capabilities. In the natural order, the strong devour the weak. Shun-Yi could not fathom why the alpha did not retreat to its territory, daring to confront a bear in battle. The alpha lay on the ground, struggling to rise. The other wolves, witnessing this, frantically launched themselves at the bear. They tore at the bear's body. One wolf gnawed at the bear's thigh. The wounds on the bear multiplied. Its neck, thigh, back, and arms all suffered grievous injuries. The relentless attacks from the wolves incited the bear to fight back with all its might. It summoned its remaining strength, sending the last wolves flying one by one. Then, it too collapsed onto the ground. Beneath the tree, only the timid husky remained, cowering in the distance. Upon receiving a fierce glare from the bear, the husky whimpered and retreated into the bushes. Shani found this amusing, how the tables had turned. Just moments ago, the dog had pursued him with bravado, and now it cowered at a mere glance from the bear. Yet, it was the very scenario Shun-Yi had yearned for, a fight to the bitter end. The creatures beneath the tree lay prostrate, utterly drained. This was an opportune moment for Shun-Yi to seize the prize. However, the sight of the bear still instilled a sense of dread within him. I will move in for the final blow. You remain up in the tree. Shun-Yi instructed Ding Qiong, securing his grip stick at his waist as he descended. After their battle, Shun-Yi had rested in the tree, regaining much of his strength. The nearest wolf to him was visibly weakening. With a firm grip, he delivered a swift and merciful end. Only 2 wolves remained that he could finish off. The rest had perished. Suddenly, the bear stirred, turning its gaze towards Shun-Yi. A chill ran down his spine. Yet, the bear did not charge at him. Instead, it limped back to its lair. Shun-Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Now, only the alpha remained. Approaching the alpha, which trembled as it crawled backward. Shun-Yi noted its multiple fractures, yet it still clung to life. I shall spare you. I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would have been unable to handle that bear, he said, reaching out to stroke the alpha's head, his hand smeared with blood. The alpha could not comprehend his words, so Shun-Yi decided to let it go. Its survival was now in the hands of fate. Given the significant aid it had provided to Shun-Yi, to kill it would be excessively cruel. Puff. The thought of this made Shun-Yi chuckle at his own contradiction. Just moments ago, he had spoken of nature's law of survival of the fittest, yet now he felt a pang of mercy. Shaking his head, Shun-Yi gently patted the wolf one last time before leaving it be. All is well. I am coming up to retrieve you. He called to Ding Qiong in the tree. Ding Qiong, witnessing this scene, sighed in relief. It is finally over. Chapter 050. The disappearance of the dead wolves let us go. Now we need not worry about food. Shun-Yi remarked with a smile as he surveyed the battlefield strewn with spoils. Wolf meat, pelts, and fangs. These were indeed treasures. Recalling the husky that had hidden in the thicket, Shun-Yi approached it. Upon parting the branches, he found the timid creature cowering within. It barked once upon seeing him. Quiet down, you clever husky, Shun-Yi said, reaching out to stroke its head. The husky, extending its tongue, refrained from mischief and allowed Shun-Yi to pet it. Come out, he called, and obediently, it emerged. You're quite audacious, relying on humans, Shun-Yi thought, remembering how it had been chasing him moments ago, perhaps believing they were merely playing a game. Encountering the husky now was fortunate. Had they delayed, it might have succumbed to the wolves. Though this was a possibility, it was not the case at present. Ding Qiong approached, observing the husky with surprise. I never imagined it could infiltrate the wolf pack unscathed. Let us return. We have a total of 5 dead wolves. I shall drag 2, while you and the husky take 1. Shun-Yi efficiently allocated the tasks. The 5 wolves could yield around 40 pounds of meat, which was quite substantial. Upon their return, they would send others to retrieve the remaining 2, as they were dead and would not need relocating. All right. Shun-Yi grasped the tails of 2 wolves, while Ding Qiong lifted one onto the husky's back, holding it by the tail to maintain balance. Shun-Yi oriented himself and led the way. After approximately 40 minutes, they emerged from the woods. Upon seeing Shun-Yi, everyone gaped in astonishment. Wow, Ego, where did you find this dog? And wolves too. Are you really that formidable? The lean monkey, nearly dumbstruck by the spectacle, hurried to Shun-Yi's side, utterly incredulous. Here, take this. I'm exhausted, Shun-Yi said, passing the wolf's tail to the lean monkey. What on earth happened? Zhang Shuang inquired, her face etched with concern. Yes, weren't you climbing the mountains? Why did you return with wolves? That's a husky. It's a long story. Shortly after we left, it began to rain. Shun-Yi recounted the entire series of events. They listened, captivated and incredulous. So, the bear fought with the wolves and got injured? Zhang Shuang asked curiously. Indeed, it was wounded. The wolves suffered a total defeat in a suicidal onslaught. While the bear was not in much better shape, Shun-Yi replied, downing a bottle of water with satisfaction. If I had known, I would have joined. Such an exhilarating experience. The lean monkey lamented, prompting an eye roll from Shun-Yi. What would you have done? Go and get yourself killed? He shook his head and added, Please, Sister Zhang, handle these 3 wolves. We can keep the fangs, but discard the entrails. Just preserve the meat. Zhong Shuang, assist Sister Zhang. Old Tang, lean monkey, let us fetch the remaining 2 wolves. That's still meat, at least 20 pounds. We should be quick about it. After briefly reconsidering, Shun-Yi decided to have Old Tang stay behind. The duo of Shun-Yi and the lean monkey would suffice for the remaining 2 wolves. Ego, you truly are my brother. You're incredible, the lean monkey exclaimed joyfully, incessantly praising Shun-Yi and inquiring about the details, which began to annoy Shun-Yi. Enough already. You'll see when we arrive, just up ahead. We're almost there. Shun-Yi quickened his pace, tired of the lean monkey's incessant chatter. Moments later, they returned to the previous location. Ego, is this the spot you mentioned? Where are the wolves? The lean monkey exclaimed, There's not even a shadow of them. Shun-Yi examined the battlefield remnants and scratched his head. This is exactly the place. Look at the blood on the ground and the drag marks. I left 2 dead wolves here. He pointed to the evidence on the ground to the lean monkey. Could it be that someone took them? Who would be so unscrupulous? After all your efforts, Ego, to escape with your life, who could have stolen the wolf meat? The lean monkey shouted angrily. Shun-Yi could only think of one thing. The audacity of those who rely on others. He chastised. Enough with the noise. Crouching to inspect the ground, he noticed traces left by a wolf that had crawled away. A closer examination revealed paw prints, not human. Thus, it appeared that other wild beasts had scavenged the 2 dead wolves. Damn it, Shun-Yi muttered, feeling a surge of anger. After all the effort he had expended to incite a confrontation between the wolves and the bear, the hard-won spoils had been snatched away. Regret washed over him for not having taken both wolves with him. Let us go. They've been carried off by something else, Shun Yi said with resignation. Could it have been other wolves? I've heard that starving wolf packs will consume their own. It's hard to say. Let us return. I'm getting agitated just standing here. Shun Yi led the lean monkey back. Disheartened, they trudged back to the gathering place. Shun Yi's mind raced, pondering who could be responsible. Was it Kuchangwei and the others? That seemed unlikely. They lacked the courage. Shun Yi knew not where he had been, so they would have no chance of knowing either. Therefore, it must have been another beast. Upon their return, Ding Qiong and the others noticed Shun Yi's empty hands and asked, "What happened?" When we got there, the 2 dead wolves were gone. Gone? Ding Qiong found it hard to believe. Indeed, they are missing. I suspect it was other wild beasts, not humans. Shun Yi shared his theory. Perhaps, nonetheless. We still have 3 wolves, which is not a loss, Ding Qiong reassured him. True enough. By the way, Lean Monkey, how's the spear crafting coming along? Shun Yi inquired directly. Almost finished. Good. Go find Kuchangwei and the others. Bring them over to discuss how to deal with that bear. And deliver the spear to them as well. Shun Yi set aside the matter of the missing wolves, focusing instead on the more pressing issue, the bear. After all, this bear could provide a substantial amount of meat. Ego, didn't you say the bear is already severely injured? Why not take care of it ourselves instead of involving them? The lean monkey remarked, considering that the bear weighed over 300 pounds. If they could consume it alone, they would not have to worry about food for half a month, eating to their fill, until they were satisfied and even weary of it. Just do as you're told and stop questioning. Why all this chatter? Shun Yi frowned, urging him on. All right, I'm going. The lean monkey, seeing Shun Yi's unwillingness to explain, turned and sought out Kuchangwei. Shun Yi knew he wouldn't starve, but he was wary of attracting unnecessary trouble. He understood the principle that a man without guilt can still suffer for his possessions. Chapter 051. Crafting the Stone Axe in Essence. Shun Yi was apprehensive about the possibility of them attempting to seize the meat. It was prudent to remain vigilant, rather than await their inevitable encroachment. It seemed wiser to allocate some of the meat to them. A collaborative approach, fostering mutual benefit, was certainly preferable to a destructive conflict. Moreover, with over 300 pounds of meat, even after gutting and removing the hide, it would still yield at least 200 pounds. Sharing a portion seemed reasonable and would also grant a favorable reputation. In any calculation, it was a deal that bore no loss. After all, it was far superior to passively awaiting their aggressive takeover. It was a matter of probability. They might indeed take what they received and desire more. Should their greed become excessive, Shun Yi would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson. Before long, the lean monkey led Kuchangwei and his companions to their location. Shun Yi, is it true that the bear was injured? Kuchangwei inquired eagerly. Yes, you arrived just in time. Lao Tang, bring over the spear, Shun Yi called. Gesturing toward Lao Tang, Lao Tang placed the spear on the ground, and Shun Yi turned to Kuchangwei, saying, I no longer require your food. I shall exchange these spears for the bear's hide. Once we successfully hunt the black bear, I will claim its pelt. You have no objections, I hope? Kuchangwei's eyes brightened, and he quickly waved his hands in agreement. No objections, certainly none at all. Shun Yi nodded and distributed the spears to them. Today will not work, but come back tomorrow morning, and we shall hunt the bear together. It's only afternoon, we can go now, Kuchangwei protested. Shun Yi shook his head, explaining that he had not yet fully regained his strength and needed to proceed cautiously. No, by the time we return, it will be dark, and the woods will be far more perilous. He casually offered this rationale. All right then, we shall return tomorrow. But how shall we divide the bear meat if we succeed? Kuchangwei posed the crucial question. We will split it 50-50, Shun Yi replied, maintaining fairness in the arrangement. After a moment of contemplation, Kuchangwei acquiesced. Although their larger group might find the division insufficient, they accepted the terms, knowing that having Shun Yi's spears afforded them leverage. We shall take our leave for now. We will return tomorrow. Kuchangwei and his entourage departed with haste. Ego, do you think 50-50 is too generous for them? The lean monkey expressed his reluctance. One must take what one can handle. Do not end up with nothing. Shun Yi admonished the lean monkey, urging him to abandon any fanciful thoughts. Bring over the stones. I need to craft a stone axe. Pouting, the lean monkey reluctantly went to fetch the stones. Do you need my help? Zhong Shuang approached to offer assistance. Yes, mainly with the binding issue, but never mind, just fetch some firewood, Shun Yi replied, originally intending to use rope for binding the axe but reconsidering. Realizing that it would not be durable, he selected a thicker wooden stick, measuring 6 centimeters in diameter. Ego, here are the stones. The lean monkey returned with the stones. Shun Yi arranged the tools by the fire. Fetch me a smaller stick, he instructed. As he received the small stick, he placed the thicker one on the fire to heat it. After a while, he took 2 stones, one finer and the other intended for embedding into the wooden stick. The stone for embedding measured 2 centimeters thick and 5 centimeters long. Shun-Yi needed to carve a corresponding groove into the wooden stick to accommodate the stone. This required meticulous work. He began by outlining the shape with a dagger, then switched to the stone for the excavation. He refrained from using the dagger entirely for the digging, knowing it would dull. If he encountered resistance, he would use a wooden stick to hammer it. If that failed, he could resort to heating it again. Zhong Shuang, come hold this for me. The stick is too slippery, he instructed. Precision was essential in this craft. As he worked near the fire, his eyes grew weary, but eventually, he successfully fashioned a stone axe. The stone could be embedded, yet it lacked stability. Shun-Yi employed a mortise and tenon joint, carving a small piece of wood and hammering it in, holding the axe and shaking it. He felt it had become much sturdier. He then used the dagger to shave the wood, increasing friction. After completing these tasks, 3 hours had already elapsed. Shun-Yi's back ached as he stood and stretched. Lao Tang and the others had also been productive, lighting a bonfire to smoke the wolf meat. With salt scarce, they had to make do without the option of curing it. In the evening, they gathered for dinner. Ding Qiong had foraged some wild vegetables to enhance their meal. Shun-Yi recognized that she had grown weary of the smoked meat, as had everyone else. The wolf meat was tough and dry. Ego, do you think your stone axe can chop down trees? The lean monkey asked. It cannot, but it can cut small branches, clear paths, and serve as a weapon. It will prevent you from getting lost in the woods without marking your way, Shun-Yi replied, rolling his eyes at the lean monkey's ignorance. I've mentioned it is a stone axe. It likely won't fell trees without shattering the stones. Is it really that useless? What? Are you dissatisfied? If you possess such skills, why not craft something capable of felling trees? Shun-Yi retorted, dismissing him. He then turned his attention to the nearby dog. If I had known, I would have cooked you instead. Now I have to feed another mouth. He tossed a piece of wolf meat to the dog. Although the dog did not comprehend Shun-Yi's words, it eagerly gnawed on the meat, relishing the taste. By the way, what about the wolf bones? They can all be given to the dog to chew, Lao Tang said, moving to retrieve them. Not necessary. Let it eat after dinner, Shun-Yi responded, falling silent. After their meal, he retired early to the shelter for rest. It had been a long day, and he felt as if his bones were disassembled. He was unsure how much time passed before he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Shun-Yi found himself back in his hometown, savoring the warm meat buns prepared by his father, who urged him to eat slowly to avoid choking. Shun-Yi was aware it was a dream, yet he was reluctant to awaken. Unfortunately, the dog began barking incessantly, jolting him from his reverie. What is all this noise? Shun-Yi snapped, awakening the others as well. What on earth is this dog barking about? They grumbled in irritation. With disturbances often heralding omens, Shun-Yi rose and approached the source of the commotion, feeling the chill of the night air. Upon reaching the dog, he suspected it had sensed something, or it would not be so agitated. You better hope something is indeed there, otherwise you'll find yourself in a pot tomorrow. Shun-Yi growled, grabbing a torch and moving toward where the dog was barking. Upon investigation, he was taken aback. It was the alpha wolf, the one he had let go. The wolf was in a pitiful state, devoid of any decent flesh, and it had crawled over, leaving a long trail smeared with blood. It was evident that its belly was a mangled mess of blood and flesh. What had transpired to bring the alpha wolf to seek him out? Was this not akin to courting death? Chapter 052. Speedy completion. It is important to remember that this creature had attempted to kill Shun-Yi. What circumstances could compel it, as the leading wolf, to traverse great distances, disregarding both foes and allies to seek out Shun-Yi? Was it not fearful of being slain by him? Upon encountering Shun-Yi, the alpha wolf closed its blood-red eyes and lay motionless upon the ground. Shun-Yi approached, discovering its left hind leg was fractured. When he turned it over, he found its belly mangled and bloody, with its limbs equally marred and bleeding. Yet its abdomen still rose and fell, indicating it was not yet dead. Goodness, this wolf has come a long way to deliver itself to you. Ego, should we not put it down? The thin monkey chuckled. No, if I am not mistaken. This wolf has been crawling back to its pack, only to be ignored, and has followed its scent here. I have no intention of killing it. Ding Qiong, please gather some herbs to treat it. Ego, have you lost your mind? This is a wolf you want to heal? Are you not concerned it might turn on you? The thin monkey protested vehemently against Shun-Yi's plan, unwilling to assist the wolf. I admire its tenacity. I wish to save it. Even if I did not, I would not slay it. A wolf, now seeking refuge with its enemies. What could have transpired? I do not wish to delve into it, but I will not kill it, Shun-Yi asserted with conviction. The determination of this wolf to survive is remarkably strong. It serves as an example for us all, especially for you, thin monkey, who should cease your self-destructive tendencies. Ding Qiong procured the previously prepared herbs. cleaned the wolf's wounds with water, and then applied the herbs, wrapping them in cloth. Its left hind leg was injured, and she fashioned a splint using a branch to stabilize it. Its survival now rested upon its own will. After finishing, Ding Qiong remarked, "There, it's done." "Thank you for your trouble," Shen Yi replied, refraining from using their already scarce medical supplies, which were reserved for themselves. "Look after your brother, Ha," he muttered, not caring whether the wolf could comprehend. "If you make a racket again, I will stew you." Ha whimpered softly, and Shen Yi returned to sleep. "Ego, really? We should not have saved this wolf. There is a saying, if a wolf turns back, it is either to repay a kindness or seek revenge. I saved it, and based on its intelligence, it will surely repay me, not seek vengeance. It is merely a wild beast, an animal, far preferable to a true ingrate. Enough. Be quiet. I wish to sleep," Shen Yi commanded. The thin monkey fell silent, sighed, and drifted off to sleep as well. The night passed without incident. The next day, the alpha wolf remained motionless on the ground, while Ha bounced excitedly around it. The wolf, perturbed by the antics, drew Shen Yi's attention, who found the situation reminiscent of his own. Beside the wolf was Ha's torment, and beside him was the thin monkey's. With this thought, Shen Yi slapped the still sleeping thin monkey awake. "Stop sleeping, it is time to get to work." The thin monkey rubbed his eyes reluctantly. "Ego, next time, be gentler." That hurt. Shen Yi remained silent, pondering the ambiguity of his words. "Quit your banner and get up." The thin monkey ceased further protest, performing a role in awakening fully. The group gathered for breakfast, their shared meal providing sufficient energy for the tasks ahead. Before long, Kuchong Wei and the others arrived. "We are all here. Do we not need to set traps? That bear is severely injured, is it not?" Lao Gui expressed concern, fearing the bear might still possess fighting spirit. "The bear is indeed gravely wounded, and we must accept a certain level of risk. If it were nearly dead, why would I seek you out? I could easily take the entire bear for myself," Shen Yi stated plainly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, Lao Gui nodded in agreement. "Very well. We are many, it is just a bear. Let us each take our shot, and it will fall, no need to fear," he declared with determination. "Then let the men go, the women shall remain behind." Shen Yi concurred, summoning his companions to join Wei and the others as they set forth. Shen Yi's destination was the lair of the black bear, a place he had visited before. The black bear was surely still situated there. Their group comprised 13 men, bolstering each other's courage in the face of the formidable creature. Shen Yi had witnessed its weakened retreat the previous day, and after a night's rest, it was unlikely to be in much better condition. As they drew closer to the bear's den, the sound of its roar echoed from afar, deep and anguished, a testament to its suffering. It seemed the night had not healed its wounds, afflicted both physically and mentally, having been rendered a eunuch of sorts. All thanks to the alpha wolf. Sensing their approach, the bear's roar intensified. Upon their arrival, the black bear lay on the ground, glaring at them. But lying down was akin to courting death. It understood this, rising to its feet and bellowing at Shen Yi and his companions. Those who had never encountered a black bear before were struck with fear at the sight. Shen Yi turned to observe their expressions, noting that this bear was now at its limit, having been seen lying down upon their arrival. His words instilled a measure of confidence in them. As they gazed upon the bear, their resolve to conquer it solidified. The group dispersed, preparing for their assault. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Shen Yi roared, and in an instant, they formed a circle around the black bear. Their fighting spirit ignited, each wielding a spear against the colossal beast. The primal instincts of battle surged within them, blood rushing and spirits soaring. With Shen Yi's commanding shout, they raised their spears, charging towards the black bear. The bear let out a roar and charged at one individual, who was paralyzed with fear. The others, seeing the panic, quickened their pace. Shen Yi too, brandishing a gripping rod, leaped forward and struck the bear's head with force. Yet this was merely the beginning. Others rushed in, thrusting their spears into the bear's flesh. However, the aged adage held true: a withered camel is larger than a horse, and this was a black bear, with thick skin and muscle that resisted their efforts. Enraged, the black bear charged at the nearest person, who turned to flee in terror. As the others witnessed the ineffectiveness of their spears, anxiety gripped them, particularly as they saw their companion being pursued. Shen Yi sprang forward, leaping onto the bear's back, and struck its head with the gripping rod, the sound echoing ominously. The noise sent shivers down their spines. The bear roared, but its strength was waning. With one final strike, the bear collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, its breath shallow and labored. Incredible. Chapter 053, Seeking Guidance from the Class Leader. Alas, what a magnificent bear it is. The crowd marveled at the sight of the hefty black bear, weighing over 300 pounds, sprawled on the ground. This marked their first triumph over a colossal beast since their arrival on the deserted island, a momentous occasion indeed. Ego, I shall henceforth regard you as the mightiest. You are my deity, shouted the lean monkey, his excitement unabated despite the circumstances. Has this bear succumbed to death? Haha. Ku Changwei stepped forward to inspect, his laughter resonating as he confirmed the bear's demise. They had finally vanquished the creature that had oppressed them, obstructing their water source and depriving them of restful sleep. This was humanity's inaugural victory over the wilderness. Shun Yi dismounted from the bear, his hands trembling from the force of the recent struggle. Yet, the quivering did not diminish his exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the bear would be so weakened. Had he known, he would have confronted it directly the previous night. Ropes were fetched, and they all joined forces to drag the bear back. Shin Yi steadied his emotions, issuing commands with fervor. Excellent. The group responded, their spirits soaring. The lean monkey and Lao Tang unfastened ropes from their waists, binding the bear's limbs and torso, while the others busied themselves. Once the bear was secured, they collectively grasped the ropes and began their trek back to the gathering place. Shin Yi, you are truly remarkable. I hold you in newfound esteem. Thank you for putting aside past grievances. After they had departed, Kachawei mustered his courage to approach Shin Yi, his emotions running high. Past grievances? What past grievances? Shin Yi's words caught Ku Changwei off guard, leading to a hearty laughter shared between them. Ku Changwei felt a deeper admiration for Shun Yi's optimistic disposition, regretting having once believed the slanders against him. We are all striving for survival. I can comprehend that. Now that you have secured sustenance, you need not worry about food and drink, but you must consider shelter. If you do not mind my verbosity, may I offer one more piece of advice? I do not mind at all. Please, share your thoughts. Your words resonate with wisdom, and I wish you would speak more. Kachanwei replied earnestly. Well, since you welcome my input, let me not hold back. Have you noticed a chill in the air while trying to sleep at night? Indeed, during the day, it is sweltering, yet at night, it turns frigid. Is it due to the rain we've had recently? Shun Yi shook his head, responding, on this island, temperatures fluctuate with the sea. When it's hot, we become even hotter. When it's cold, it is far colder than in the city. We are isolated on this island, and the cold sea does not produce warmth. I suspect that soon we will face winter, possibly without a transitional autumn. It will grow cold swiftly. As Shun Yi spoke, his tone grew grave, and Kachanwei pondered deeply, recognizing the validity of his words. What shall we do? Surely, a rescue team will locate us. Ku Changwei clung to the belief in rescue. If only a rescue team could find us, that would be splendid. However, the reality is that the chances are exceedingly slim. We are adrift in the vast Pacific, devoid of any signal. How could they possibly discover us? The hope is quite dim. It would be prudent to prepare provisions and clothing for the winter. Surely, it cannot hurt. Shun Yi patted Ku Changwei on the shoulder. Kachangwei's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. He had just rejoiced at the prospect of feasting on bear meat, only to feel disheartened by the impending winter. I will consider these matters. Can we merge our groups? There are so many of us. Kachangwei inquired, though he held little hope. No. But you may opt to divide, separating the individuals. This would not be detrimental to you. My small team is already challenging to manage, and I must consider our food supply, shelter, and water sources. I can empathize with your situation, yet I cannot assist you. I am responsible for my own team as well. I hope you can grasp this reality soon. With that, Shun Yi ceased his conversation with Kachangwei, quickening his pace and leaving him to ponder alone. Initially, he had thought that a larger group would bring greater strength, as history often attests to the advantages of numbers. With ample manpower, tasks can be accomplished swiftly. Yet, he had failed to consider that sufficient manpower hinges upon a guarantee of food. Focusing solely on the merits of numbers while neglecting their drawbacks is an unwise oversight. Kachangwei had formed a plan in his mind but needed to confer with the others. What were you discussing with him? The lean monkey asked Shun Yi, glancing back at the pensive Kachangwei. Oh, nothing of consequence, just some idle banter, Shun Yi replied, wishing to avoid further explanation. It is best to foster better relations with them. That can only be advantageous. Oh, how so? Has your brain finally engaged? Shun Yi, the lean monkey retorted, mockingly brandishing his hands. Do you presume I lack intellect? You cannot be serious. Don't underestimate me. I am aware of your motives. By cultivating good relations with them, you can rely on their assistance when needed. Humph, don't think I am oblivious. I am fully aware of the dynamics. The lean monkey boasted. You know, I see 3 words etched upon your face. Which 3? I don't want it. The lean monkey was momentarily baffled. The 3 words I perceive from your visage. The lean monkey silently repeated to himself, I don't want to lose face. His expression soured, and he feigned a strike at Shun Yi. Seeing that he had caught on, Shun Yi erupted in laughter. Upon returning to the gathering place, Shun Yi instructed them to drag the bear to the shoreline. Is this a wolf? Kachawe inquired, observing the wolf lying on the ground. Indeed, do not harbor any thoughts of confrontation. It is not easily provoked, Shani cautioned. Before enlisting assistance, first, remove the bear's hide, eviscerate it, and use the dagger and stone axe to cut the bear meat into sizable portions. This is for you. You may handle it as you see fit. Shani gestured towards the severed bear meat. Ah, we lack tools. Could you assist us with the processing? We could trade a portion of the meat in return, Kachanwe proposed. Shani assessed the situation and replied, there is far too much for me to manage alone. Thus, I shall offer you the stone axe in exchange for 2 pounds of meat. Does that sound agreeable? Very well. With that, Shun-Yi sliced off 2 pounds of meat, and they departed with the remaining meat and the stone axe. The quantity of bear meat was overwhelming, presenting a challenge for processing. With the fire ablaze, they began the smoking process. Igu, I wish to gather some wild fruits. The lean monkey longed for those fruits that had previously been monopolized by the bear. Now that the bear was gone, he naturally wished to taste them. Go ahead. Take Dajwang along for mutual support, and while you're at it, fetch some water to fill your containers. Understood. I shall set off at once. The lean monkey slung a basket over his back and departed with Dajwang. Meanwhile, Shani continued to prepare the bear meat by the seaside, tending to several bonfires for smoking. Each person had a clear task, working in concert. Shani tossed the 2 pounds of meat to the wolf, which glanced up briefly before devouring it. Chapter 054. A day's labor after a day filled with toil, Shun-Yi continued to slice the meat. His hands weary from the effort, the blade had dulled, and his palms were stained with blood, devoid of feeling. From dawn until dusk, the bear meat was smoked to a height surpassing a small hill. Shani's previous basket could no longer contain it, necessitating the weaving of a larger one to accommodate the bounty. He washed his hands to rid them of the sanguine remnants, rinsed the dagger, and stood to stretch, shaking off the fatigue. Finally, the task was complete. As he surveyed the piles of smoked bear meat, he couldn't help but acknowledge the magnitude of the endeavor. It was indeed a significant improvement compared to the time when they first arrived on the island. They were now free from the worries of sustenance. Wild fruits are here. The thin monkey returned with a basket brimming with wild fruits. Are they poisonous? Zhang Shuang inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow. Not at all. These fruits were consumed by the bear, and if it ate them, they must be safe. The thin monkey offered the fruits with a smile. They had been cleaned in fresh water and were ready to eat. Shun-Yi took a bite, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor reminiscent of apples, juicy and refreshing. It was a delightful enhancement to their meals. Surely, you haven't consumed all the wild fruits, have you? Shani teased. Of course not. Do you think I'm that ruthless? Indeed, I maintain a skeptical stance, Shani replied with a serious expression, eliciting an awkward chuckle from the thin monkey. All right, there is still some bear meat left. Let us pitch in together, and once we finish smoking it, we can dine, Shani suggested after finishing the fruit. Sure thing. By the way, did you save the bear paws? We must indulge in this delicacy. The thin monkey grinned. Of course, I knew you'd be eyeing those. Shani laughed. I'm off to catch fish. They say you can't have both fish and bear paws, but I refuse to believe that. I'll make a fish soup with bear paws. I want it all. Come back quickly. If you're trying to be lazy, just say so. No need for grand excuses. Everyone knows your little tricks. Get to work, and when we're done, you can do whatever you wish. The thin monkey chuckled, picking up a stick to help. Due to the abundance of bear meat, Shun-Yi cut it into half-pound portions instead of 2-ounce pieces, yet there remained dozens unsmoked. When Shun-Yi raised his arm to check the time, he realized it was already 9 in the evening. They had labored through the entire afternoon and into the night to complete their tasks. After enjoying a warm meal, he felt that all their efforts had been worthwhile. Brother E, what are we doing tomorrow? Now that we have ample food and drink, can we rest? The thin monkey asked, picking up a piece of bear paw. Rest? We can relax tomorrow morning, but we'll be busy in the afternoon. I'll quickly make a small cart for you to learn how to create one. We need to make 7 of them, Shun-Yi replied. A cart? Will it have wheels? No wheels. First let us eat, Shun-Yi said, relishing a piece of bear paw, a true delicacy, rich and succulent. In the city, such a feast would surely land one in trouble, but here on the island, they were free from such constraints. As they shared the bear paw, it was quickly devoured, and with so much meat, everyone feasted more than they ever had before. For the first time, they could indulge without the fear of scarcity the next day. After satisfying their hunger, Shani gathered a few small sticks. I'll create a small model. You all can make yours larger. First, use a dozen long sticks for the base. Secure the sides with additional sticks. Then erect 4 more sticks at the fixing points, akin to an inverted table. Finally, reinforce the top with more sticks and use a long stick for the handle, allowing us to pull it along. As he demonstrated with the small sticks, he ensured they could all see clearly. Shun-Yi, without wheels, won't pulling it be exhausting? Zhang Shuang queried. Exhausting, indeed, due to friction. However, this will enable us to transport more items at once. Tomorrow, I still plan to seek out a cave in the mountains, and I'll leave everything else to you. Furthermore, I discovered a lake at the foot of the mountain where we can bathe, but first, we must find the cave. Otherwise, it's too far. If the cave is also distant, we shall bathe tomorrow instead. Shani outlined his plans for the next day. Can we really bathe? Everyone froze, except for Ding Qiong. After such a lengthy duration without bathing, especially after an afternoon spent roasting over the fire, they felt sticky and unclean. The thought of bathing in the sea was simply out of the question. How wonderful it would be to bathe. It has been ages, and I feel quite foul. Perhaps I can wash my clothes as well, old Tang's wife chimed in. Then I will take you tomorrow after I return. The area is still uncharted. But if you don't mind the shallow waters by the freshwater source, you could wash there, Shani offered. They shook their heads, fearing an ambush from Kachang Wei and his group during their bath. Even if they didn't arrive, the tension would linger in their minds. Bathing should be a pleasurable experience, but if it left them exhausted, it would be better to forego it. Enough. Tonight, everyone should rest. There's no need for a night watch with Erha around. He'll alert us if anything happens, Shun Yi announced. Brother E, aren't you afraid Erha might help himself to our meat? Your concern is quite constructive. Thus, I appoint you to the night watch tonight. You can rest tomorrow. How does that sound? The thin monkey's face fell, realizing he had dug his own grave with his words. Tonight will be a trial for you. Tomorrow, make several more baskets and secure the meat in the trees, crafting a lid to deter other animals, Shun Yi instructed. The thin monkey, with a forlorn expression, regretted his loose tongue. Old Tang interjected. Tonight was originally our turn for the watch. Let the thin monkey rest. The thin monkey was grateful. Old Tang was a good friend, while Shun Yi was quite imposing. Very well, I appreciate your help. Not a problem. After this exchange, everyone returned to their shelter for a well-deserved rest. Exhausted from the day's labor, they soon fell into a deep slumber, their breathing steady and calm. The next day dawned with delightful scenery, sunshine bright, temperatures pleasant, a perfect day for an outing. Shani, accompanied by Ding Qiong, set out once more to search for the cave. Continuing the journey they had begun previously, armed with food, tools, and weapons, they embarked on their adventure. Do you think we will find the cave this time? Certainly. I just hope it doesn't rain and that the cave is nearby. Chapter 055. The overview of the island. The two soon arrived at the location from the previous day. Continuing along the path, the ascent became much more manageable. It was here that their formal climb began. Climbing was physically demanding, and had it been the old Shani, he would have needed to pause for a rest after a short while. However, after daily workouts on the island, his stamina had improved significantly. You may wonder what kind of exercises he engaged in, climbing trees, running on the ground, and if there were VX workouts. He would undoubtedly take at least 20,000 steps each day. Thus, his physical condition had greatly strengthened. The path up the mountain was not without its challenges. Although they were climbing along the mountain range, they encountered difficult terrain that made progress arduous. Shani could no longer carry Ding Qiong while ascending, as even moving alone proved to be a challenge. Thankfully, he had prepared climbing poles in advance, which provided support on the uneven paths. The two of them continued their ascent, and as they climbed higher, the air quality improved. The refreshing sea breeze whistled around them. This mountain was not particularly high. Within half an hour, they had already reached the halfway point. Sitting on the ground and looking back, Shani could only see a dense expanse of forest, insufficient to reveal their gathering place. Let us take a break and drink some water, he suggested. After resting for 5 minutes, they could continue their climb. Noticing the fine beads of sweat on Ding Qiong's forehead, he remarked on her condition. Ding Qiong accepted the water and mentioned that they had not discovered any caves along their route. The path over there seems flatter. Perhaps we should check it out. There might be a cave nearby, she proposed. All right, let us rest a bit longer before heading over, Shun Yi replied, while observing the surrounding environment. The mountain's winding path allowed Shun Yi to ascend steadily. Sparse trees dotted the landscape, less dense than those below, and the sun's rays exposed him fully to its warmth. The combination of the scorching sun and the cool sea breeze created a unique experience. Let us continue, Shun Yi urged, and they rose once more to tackle the ascent. As they approached the peak, the path became increasingly strenuous. Shun Yi resolved to reach the summit first to survey the island before considering the search for caves. The route grew more difficult, yet he remained determined not to relent. At last, he triumphantly reached the pinnacle. Standing atop the mountain, he felt a sense of superiority over the surrounding peaks. Gazing around, he beheld the vast expanse of the ocean, with seagulls soaring above. Let us observe the sea, he suggested. Look, there are small black dots over there. Could it be another island? He pointed towards the southern side of the island. That side appears to be the east. It must be another island, Ding Qiong nodded, indicating the ground. Is that where our gathering place is? Shen glanced at it and shook his head. No, our gathering place is over here, not over there. But why is there thick smoke coming from that direction? Thick smoke? Shen was taken aback, scrutinizing their gathering place and then the smoke. One was to the east, and the other to the west. It must be other people, other survivors, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, not merely because they had encountered others, but because his previous assumptions were correct. The storm that day had washed ashore not only them. That area is our territory. Viewing the island from here, it indeed seems quite substantial short from east to west, yet elongated from north to south with a narrow shape. Shen took note of the island's overall layout, wishing he had paper and pencil to sketch it out. Unfortunately, that was not feasible. He would have to imprint the island's image in his mind. The cave should be down there, Ding Qiong murmured, pointing towards the seaside. Is that so? Shen remarked, feeling a headache coming on. The cave's location was quite inconvenient, with no clear path leading to it. There must be other caves. One mountain cannot host only this single cave, he reassured himself, attempting to soothe his inner turmoil. Let us remember a few key locations and then descend to find the cave, he added, observing the island with Ding Qiong. Though the island appeared small at first glance, it was indeed quite expansive. This sensation was akin to viewing skyscrapers from a distance. They seemed tiny, yet standing beneath them, one would realize their true enormity. A significant fissure ran through the middle, visible due to the absence of trees on that side. Shen committed the island's topography to memory. After consuming some meat and drinking water, they began their descent. On the way down, Shen recalled the path Ding Qiong had mentioned and decided to investigate. A bamboo grove. He pointed towards the southwestern foot of the mountain. On our way up, we were so focused on climbing that we overlooked the bamboo forest. Having bamboo would be incredibly beneficial. Shen chuckled, envisioning an entire array of bamboo equipment in his mind. Bamboo could be woven into various tools, far superior to hand-twisted ropes. Moreover, its versatility was unmatched. Many items could be crafted from bamboo, such as bamboo vines, sieves, stools, fish baskets, shrimp baskets, and countless others. Not only tools, but due to its resilience, bamboo could also be fashioned into spears and traps. Furthermore, it had the ability to conduct water since it was hollow. The most straightforward example being water flowing through a noodle-like structure. The potential of bamboo was vast, leaving Shen momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. We must hasten our search for caves. Otherwise, we will have to trek this far each time we need bamboo, which is impractical, Shen resolutely declared, determined to locate a cave that day. Ding Qiong, understanding the properties of bamboo, quickened their pace. There's a cave here. Ding Qiong pointed to a grassy area. Are you sure there's one here? Shen hesitated, seeing only grass. I just saw a rabbit fall in there, she explained. This prompted Shen to cautiously approach, using his climbing pole to probe the ground, wary of missteps. Arriving at the grassy patch, he struck the area with his pole, clearing the grass, and indeed, there was a cave. But this cave faces the sky. Won't it fill with water when it rains? Shen grumbled, tossing a stone in and hearing the sound of water within. Let us go down and take a look, Ding Qiong suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, a swarm of bats erupted from the cave's entrance. Ding Qiong was startled and instinctively clutched Shen tightly, akin to a koala bear, shutting her eyes tightly. Shen found it difficult to breathe, feeling the pressure of her grip around his neck. Ding Qiong, let go. I can't breathe. His face reddened, struggling to imagine the strength of her hold and the extent of her fear. Perhaps we should search for another cave? Ding Qiong quickly released him, shaken by the bad incident and her uncertainty. Shen, smiling at her startled expression, replied, No, I think this cave is quite good. Let us venture inside and see. Amused by Ding Qiong's flustered demeanor, he found it hard to suppress a laugh. Even someone as composed as her could be so easily frightened. All right, Ding Qiong steadied herself. You go first, and I'll follow behind. The cave was dark and damp, but thankfully, Shen had brought a lighter. He gathered some dry grass and sticks to create a torch before they entered the cave. Chapter 056. The Jacques de Shen ventured alone into the cave, holding a torch and sensing a flow of air within, which prompted Ding Qiong to follow him down. It resembled a tomb raiding expedition in such a relatively enclosed environment. One could only speculate about the possible scents that lingered. Supporting Ding Qiong, they entered the cave, where the uneven ground still offered places to tread. Shen raised his torch, illuminating the cave, which was not overly dim, as sunlight streamed in from the entrance. After discerning their direction, Shen led Ding Qiong deeper into the cave. The cave's layout was intricate, with numerous passageways branching out. At a higher elevation, there was a clearing approximately 5 meters wide. Shen stood atop it, torch in hand, surveying the surroundings. On either side lay pathways that appeared to be man-made rather than naturally formed, with remnants of broken stones scattered across the ground, indicating that this place had once been inhabited. Ding Qiong turned back and noticed a skeleton leaning against the wall not far away. Startled by the sight of the stark, white bones, Shun Yi shivered. The skeleton was draped in tattered clothing, ensnared in cobwebs and dust. Shun Yi approached, using his hiking pole to lift the garment. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely clothing but a cloak fashioned from animal hide, likely deer skin, which had deteriorated significantly over time. As he did so, a weathered leather-bound journal fell from the skeleton's grasp, covered in a layer of dust. Shun Yi took it, brushed off the dust, and opened it to find it filled with densely packed Latin text, incomprehensible to him. Ding Qiong, could you discern the language? He inquired, scratching his head awkwardly. Ding Qiong examined the journal and replied, it's French. Could this be the journal of a Frenchman? Shun Yi conjectured about the identity of the skeleton. Yes, it records that he was the captain of the Jacques d'A, a vessel, and a descendant of seafarers. Jacques d'A is also his name, Ding Qiong elucidated. What transpired? Shun Yi asked, intrigued. It is quite vague. The pages are yellowed and fragile, indicating they have been preserved here for at least a decade, Ding Qiong remarked, observing the brittle paper that crumbled at her touch. Shun Yi brought the torch closer to provide better light, as Ding Qiong continued to peruse the sailing log. November 2nd, 1982, rain. Damn it, we are lost at sea, with scant food remaining. Ahead lies an island. I must lead my crew ashore, hoping my grandfather will bless me, for he was a formidable navigator. November 5th, 1982, clear. This island is uninhabited, and my ship has been plundered by pirates. Those cursed pirates. Only my most loyal crew member remains with me on this island. I hope they do not reveal our intentions and that they can survive. Amen. November 16th, 1982, overcast. The damned pirates have returned. Perhaps my crew, unable to bear the shame, divulged our plight. We have found a cave, hoping to evade for a while. November 28th, 1982, clear. The cursed pirates have seized this island. My loyal crew member, Luke, hunted a deer, enough to sustain us for a few days, but our range is shrinking. I pray these damned pirates will depart. December 15th, 1982, clear. My most loyal crew member, Luke, has died. I am heartbroken. He was an exceptional sailor. I had planned to promote him to first mate upon completion of this mission. Poor child, may God forgive your transgressions. December 25th, 1982, rain. Today is Christmas. I dreamed of my wife and children, enjoying a Christmas feast and playing with them. The rain was too loud and awakened me. I have no food before me. Damn this rainy day. I feel I will never return home. God will not bless me. January 6th, 1983, clear. All my sailors have perished. They followed me for many years. We weathered fierce storms together, a family, yet we were tormented by pirates. I fear I too will not survive. But the pirates seek my grandfather's treasure. They are delusional. I shall never reveal it to them. January 8th, 1983, clear. I seem to have glimpsed Satan. He beckons me to hell. And then, abruptly, the entries ended, the contents of the journal fading into oblivion. Upon hearing Ding Qiong's recounting, Shun Yi realized they were part of a crew searching for his grandfather's treasure. If what he said was true, then pirates had indeed been lurking near this island. And after all these years, their numbers had likely swelled. Shun Yi felt a sense of melancholy. Although they had not encountered pirates, their capabilities, weapons, and equipment were woefully inadequate to pose any threat to such marauders. There's a parchment, Ding Qiong declared, extracting a map from the folds of the leather journal. Is this what he referred to as my grandfather's treasure? Shun Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yes, and there's also a photograph, a relic of that tragic history. Ding Qiong added. Shun Yi glanced at the photograph and understood. That segment of history involving the Eight-Nation Alliance, it was no wonder it was dubbed a treasure. Damn. Shun Yi exclaimed, suddenly incensed, and kicked the skeleton of Jacques d'A, shattering its bony frame. As the remains crumbled, something else fell from within, the remnants of a firearm. Yet, it was of little use, rusted beyond recognition, more a relic than a weapon after over 40 years. Ding Qiong did not deter Shun Yi. Instead, she said, since many have visited this cave, perhaps they left behind useful items. Let us search further. Nodding, Shun Yi raised the torch and continued to explore the surroundings. He uncovered numerous skeletal remains and discovered a compass, flint, a rusted shovel, and several firearms. Most notably, he found a knife, though equally rusted. It was far superior to the makeshift dagger he had fashioned from tin. This knife bore an enchantment. Just a touch could induce tetanus. He also discovered an iron pot, but little else of value. Let us continue exploring the cave, Shun Yi urged as he pressed on, undeterred by the remnants of the past. The cave was vast. Moving deeper into the right passage, Shun Yi came across an upper opening, one they had previously spotted from the mountain. Fortuitously, they had not entered through there, for doing so would have likely resulted in a fatal fall or severe injury. After wandering around, they found no further treasures. Their exploration of the cave was thorough, leaving only skeletal remains behind. Look, this clearing could accommodate habitation. The right side offers space as well. The left area is smaller but elevated, ideal for storing supplies. There is a narrow crevice on the left, too small for a person but easily traversed by small creatures, allowing water to drain out, as evidenced by the mossy ground. Ding Qiong pointed out, indicating a corner to the left. Shun Yi observed that aside from the uneven puddles, all other water drained through that crevice, resulting in a moss-covered floor. I believe we could move in here. Let us find a place to bury these skeletal remains. It would be less distressing to look at them, Shun Yi suggested with a smile. Chapter 57. Tidying up the cave as they prepared to exit the cave. A challenge presented itself. A mere 2 meters separated them from the entrance, and Shun Yi needed to lean on his hands to make his way out. He was the first to emerge, then turned back to assist Ding Qiong in exiting the cave. They would need to construct a ladder, otherwise, leaving would prove difficult. After pulling Ding Qiong out, Shun Yi remarked, "We must also block the entrance. Otherwise, wild beasts could intrude and devour us whole." Ding Qiong followed Shun Yi's train of thought and continued, "Indeed, let us consider this for now. We should return." Shun Yi familiarized himself with the path, extinguished the torch, and prepared to head back to the gathering place. Today's objectives had been achieved. They had reached the mountain peak, discovered the cave, and explored the island. It had been a fulfilling day. The two retraced their steps, and by the time they returned, it was already 5 in the afternoon. "Skinny monkey, are you slacking off again?" Shun Yi's voice suddenly rose. The skinny monkey, who had been dozing against a tree, startled awake and jumped to his feet. No, I wasn't." He stammered, turning away from Shun Yi. "I'm right behind you, and you still claim otherwise." Shun Yi clapped his hand on the skinny monkey's shoulder, causing him to turn back in fright, his expression pained. "Oh, my brother Yi, dear brother, I've been exhausted from a long day. I merely took a brief nap. If you don't believe me, you may ask them for confirmation. You nearly scared me to death." The skinny monkey's lament seemed to carry some weight. "Class monitor, is what he says true?" Shun Yi turned to Zhong Xuan. "He went to fetch water today, helped build that little cart you mentioned, and then just lay down." She replied honestly, "You've truly put me in a difficult position." The skinny monkey had been desperately trying to signal her, but Zhong Xuan spoke the truth. For a moment, the skinny monkey wondered if he had been cast aside by this world. "Do you have anything else to say?" Shun Yi observed the skinny monkey with a smirk. "Brother Yi, I was wrong. I should not have been lazy," the skinny monkey admitted, while internally he thought, "A true man can endure and bend. How difficult can this be?" The spirit of youthful rebellion burned within him. Shun Yi chose not to dwell on the matter, giving the skinny monkey a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I want to punish you today, as we have great news." "What is it?" The skinny monkey's spirits lifted immediately, curiosity piqued. "We have found a cave." Upon hearing this, everyone paused their tasks and gathered around. "Is that true? Where is it? Is it far?" Shun Yi explained, "At the foot of the mountain, we also discovered a bamboo grove. Tonight, we shall construct the cart, and tomorrow we will tidy up the cave's interior. By the day after, we can move in." His words filled them with joy. A cave in the wilderness symbolized a stable dwelling, a concept deeply ingrained in their culture. The cave would shield them from the elements, offering solace amidst the wilderness and enhancing their sense of security. They yearned for it with great anticipation. Shun Yi contemplated whether or not to share the unsettling details about the skeletons within the cave, deciding against it for the sake of maintaining their elation. "Brother Yi, now that we have a cave, what about our belongings?" "Of course, we shall take everything with us." "What are you thinking?" "No way given our current scarcity of resources. We must carry anything useful. Do you wish to abandon them?" "You spendthrift." "Brother Shin, what about the shelter we built?" Lao Tang pointed to the A-frame structure made of branches and mud. "Leave it as a memento. We shall take everything else." "I meant the same thing. You should clarify your thoughts next time." The skinny monkey began to grumble again. "All right, everyone, let us craft a few more handcarts. Otherwise, we want to be able to transport our belongings," Shun Yi encouraged, joining in the cart-making effort. Since Shun Yi had provided detailed instructions the previous day, their work proceeded without error. Do not ask how Shun Yi came to know about handcarts. During a period of solitary gaming, he had played a survival game. However, games are ultimately just that, games. Upon engaging in the real task, he discovered many differences that left him somewhat disheartened. Before long, Lao Tang's wife had prepared dinner for the day. "Let us eat first. We can handle the rest afterward." "Agreed, let us eat," Shun Yi concurred. The group, initially lacking appetite, found their meals surprisingly delectable, buoyed by the prospect of relocating the following day. "Brother Yi, We're moving tomorrow, the skinny monkey exclaimed. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Not at all. The skinny monkey quickly shook his head. If you're reluctant, you can stay. Fine, I'll follow everyone, he thought, realizing that staying behind would be tantamount to courting disaster. What about the rabbit? Yes, we'll take it along. If it doesn't breed in another month, we'll stew it. It would be a waste of time otherwise. Let us eat quickly and rest early. We have much to do tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement. The next day, Shun Yi rose early. Ding Qiong, you all tidy up here. I, along with Lao Tang and the skinny monkey, will prepare the cave. Once we finish, we will regroup and aim to move into the cave by tonight. Understood. Shun Yi's notion of tidying involved breaking branches to use as brooms and sweeping out the cave. However, as excited as the skinny monkey had been on the way to the cave, his enthusiasm waned upon entering. Brother Yi, you didn't mention there were skeletons here. Seeing the stark white bones, the skinny monkey cowered behind Shun Yi. Ding Qiong isn't afraid. Why are you? These skeletons need to be disposed of. I'm too scared to touch them. The skinny monkey trembled at the sight. What? Are they going to bite you? Shun Yi shot him an exasperated glance. Fine. If you're so cowardly, take a branch and sweep the area. With that, Shun Yi gestured for the skinny monkey and Lao Tang to clean up. Gazing at the bones on the ground, Shun Yi was equally reluctant to take action. With a sigh, he pulled out a shovel and dug a hole beneath a distant tree, intending to bury them. However, as he struck the ground, he unearthed an unexpected find, a wooden box, presumably left by Jacques. Shun Yi shook his head, bemused by Jacques' foresight, which had fortuitously led to this moment. Disregarding the wooden box, Shun Yi continued to dig until he had collected all the bones to bury them. Brother Yi, you haven't explained who these skeletons are. What is the situation? The three sat on a stone in the cave, resting with their water bottles. The skinny monkey asked, his voice hoarse. Are you certain you want to know? Shun Yi inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as if in a horror film. The skinny monkey nearly dropped his water bottle in fright, oscillating between curiosity and fear, glancing around the eerie cave environment. Without the torchlight, he would have fled in terror. No, I don't want to hear it anymore. He hastily waved his hands, retracting his neck. Look at you, acting like a coward. Is this all it takes to scare you? Shun Yi laughed heartily, rolling his eyes at him. Chapter 58, comparable to moving. Shun Yi recounted the matter regarding Jacques to them. Brother Yi, does that mean Sister Ding possesses a treasure map? Are we about to embark on a treasure hunt? The lean monkey asked with a grin. Treasures? Perhaps you should focus on survival first before dreaming of treasures. Shun Yi could already predict Lean Monkey's thoughts. Are you so enamored by the treasure that you've forgotten the pirates lurking nearby? Upon hearing Shun Yi's words, Lean Monkey pondered for a moment and finally muttered, but it's been 40 years. Perhaps those pirates have long forgotten. Shun Yi regarded him with a look of wisdom. Let me ask you this. If you entrusted me with gold bars, would you inform your son when you were on the brink of death? Of course. They're gold bars. I wouldn't want you to keep them all to yourself. Precisely. If you were unwilling, do you think those pirates, who survived by plundering, would forget? Lean Monkey nodded, as if he half understood. Shun Yi opened a wooden box, revealing another treasure map. As he examined the sea chart, it appeared different from the one he had seen the day before. Brother Yi, didn't you say there was only one treasure map? Lean Monkey exclaimed with surprise. Is this one genuine, or is it Sister Ding's that is authentic? How should I know? Who can I ask? Shun Yi was uncertain, but could affirm that the treasure map in his possession was indeed different from Ding Qiong's. One of them must be a forgery. Perhaps the one Jacques kept was false, while the one in the wooden box was genuine. Yet, the most perilous place is often the safest. What if the one in Ding Qiong's possession is the true one? After a brief reflection, Shun Yi decided to set the matter aside. Even knowing which one was genuine would be futile, for they had no vessel and were marooned on this island. Once we've rested sufficiently, we should tidy up here and return early, Shun Yi said, standing up and beckoning to the other two. Brother Yi, don't you often mention the territorial instincts of animals? Which animal do you say this area belongs to? Shun Yi, this fellow truly knows how to pick the wrong moment to inquire. I don't know. I haven't encountered it yet. We'll find out once we do, Shun Yi replied, picking up a branch and beginning to clean up. There wasn't much left. They just needed to figure out how to dispose of the garbage. Shun Yi used a shovel to scoop it out one by one. Once they finished, the trio returned. Upon their return, Shun Yi had moved all their belongings over. It wasn't a great deal, but it took 2 trips. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. The feeling of relocating is something one can only truly understand through experience. No wonder people are reluctant to change their abode. Painful, indeed, not merely the belongings. Even the wolf, the husky, and the rabbit were not spared. However, by the time Shun Yi returned for the second trip, they had already transported everything into the cave and lit numerous torches within. The one-stem cave now radiated brightness. Ding Xiong mentioned that the area you planned yesterday is also habitable. Should the boys stay there, or shall we? Zhang Shuang inquired, approaching Shani. What's the difficulty? Let's all stay together. Shani chuckled, reaching out to gently touch Zhang Shuang's cheek. Be serious. Zhang Shuang's face flushed, swatting Shun Yi's hand away. You can stay. It's safer inside. Just for 2 days, and we'll soon organize the cave so everyone has their own space. At that time, I want to build a separate area for you. You'll have to share with me. You dare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuang knew Shen Yi's intentions all too well, but chose not to expose him just yet. All right, get busy. It's nearly dark. Fortunately, we have ample food. Otherwise, we couldn't endure such turmoil. Having said that, Shen Yi fashioned a square lattice from the branches he had brought, placing it at the cave's entrance to prevent any animals from entering during the night. Shen Yi, come to dinner. Coming. Shen Yi replied as he secured the lattice. The area was naturally elevated, smoother than a table, and now with several people gathered around for dinner, it felt quite pleasant. To celebrate our discovery of the cave, cheers. Ah, Brother E, this is just water. You make it sound like we're drinking wine. Lean Monkey scoffed, displaying a playful demeanor. If you don't want to drink, you can give it to me. I'll drink. Lean Monkey's sudden change of heart elicited laughter from everyone. Another arduous day had passed. Everyone retired early, and with the husky around, Shun Yi did not assign anyone to keep watch, effectively making the most of their resources. The husky had become the guard dog. Hopefully, it wouldn't lead them astray. The next day, due to the comfort of the cave, Shen Yi found himself waking later than Lean Monkey for the first time, being roused by Lean Monkey's persistent nudging. Brother E, we've been waiting for you. Hurry up and get breakfast. Lean Monkey exclaimed as he shook Shen Yi awake. Shen Yi yawned, opening his eyes to see everyone already having breakfast. Is it morning? Oh, Brother E, are you still asleep? Get lost. Oh, it seems you're not confused after all. Shen Yi rubbed his face and headed for breakfast. By the way, Ding Xiong, I also have a treasure map from yesterday. Compare it with yours. One of them is a forgery. There's no rush. Even if we find the genuine one, we still cannot pursue the treasure. Ding Xiong nodded. Accepting the treasure map, Shun Yi handed over. What are you all talking about? Zhang Shuang inquired, unable to grasp the concept of a treasure map. Upon this remark, Lean Monkey took center stage, dramatically recounting the events Shun Yi had experienced in an exaggerated tone and mannerism. Shun Yi could only laugh in exasperation. When would Lean Monkey's penchant for theatrics cease? Yet, it was somewhat beneficial. Everyone had been drowsy, but after Lean Monkey's animated recounting, their fatigue dissipated. Enough. After breakfast, we still have work to do. Isn't there a bamboo grove nearby? I plan to cut some bamboo to make a ladder. Climbing up and down like this is not a sustainable solution. A ladder would make things much more comfortable. We also need to construct a dry toilet. No need to show off. There is plenty to do today. Shen Yi meticulously arranged every step. Let us hustle now. Once everything is set, we can enjoy ourselves. Meanwhile, Kacha Wei and the others had risen early, hoping to trade some items with Shen Yi. To their astonishment, they found the place empty. Where is everyone? Looking at the desolate surroundings, devoid of even the stones from the bonfire, they were perplexed. The entire area had been cleared out. Had it not been for the few shelters left standing, they might have doubted if they had come to the right place. Naturally, Shen Yi and his group had left without informing them. They arrived with high hopes and departed in disappointment, resigned to waiting for Shen Yi to reach out to them. After breakfast, Shen Yi, accompanied by Lean Monkey and De Zhuang, made their way to the bamboo grove. He handed the stone axe to Lean Monkey, keeping the shovel for himself. Let us get started. We cannot waste any time this early. All right. Chapter 059. Crafting a bamboo ladder walking along the mountainside. Shen Yi arrived at the bamboo grove he had previously discovered. The bamboo grew densely in this singular area. Brother E, are you really going to let me use the stone axe? Will it even cut through? The Lean Monkey gazed apprehensively at the stone axe in his hands, fearing that a single strike might render it useless. Well, we won't know until we try. It might just work, Shen Yi replied with a sense of resignation, lamenting the lack of proper tools at hand. Nodding, the Lean Monkey took the stone axe and struck the bamboo, creating a notch without damaging the tool. He sighed in relief. Observing this, Shen Yi urged him to continue. Armed with a shovel, he delivered a powerful sideways blow that severed the bamboo. However, this exertion took a considerable toll on Shen Yi. De Zhuang stood nearby, lacking any tools himself, and Shen Yi had no intention of letting him chop the bamboo. Instead, he instructed him to organize the bamboo that he and the Lean Monkey had cut. This task was no small feat with a smile. Shen Yi and the Lean Monkey continued their vigorous work. After an hour, seeing that they had nearly finished with the bamboo, over 10 pieces, he called for the Lean Monkey to cease their efforts. That's enough, if we take any more. We won't be able to carry them, the lean monkey said, wiping the sweat from his brow and grinning at the sturdy stone axe in his hand. Who would have thought that this stone axe would prove so resilient? Shen-Yi chuckled but remained silent. The three of them carried the bamboo back. Although it appeared to be a substantial amount, the hollow nature of bamboo meant it was not overly heavy. Upon returning, Shen-Yi placed the bamboo in a clearing and retrieved all their tools. Lacking suitable equipment, they only had a dagger, necessitating the lean monkey's assistance to split the bamboo. They needed to cooperate to accomplish this task. Let us gather some dry grass and twigs to start a fire. I need to make a bamboo ladder, Shen-Yi instructed. The lean monkey, without further ado, complied and kindled the bonfire. Shen-Yi intended to employ the method of fire to hollow out the bamboo. Each piece was 5 to 7 meters long, while the distance from the cave to the outside was just over 2 meters, making it a manageable task for him. The ladder did not require excessive length. However, the processes of boring holes, aligning, filling, and stabilizing demanded meticulous attention. A moment's inattention could lead to failure, rendering the ladder utterly unusable. Who would dare to step upon a wobbly ladder? With utmost caution, Shen-Yi crafted the ladder. His hands grew sore, and he was pricked by the bamboo S-barbs, drawing blood, yet he persevered. Brother-y, take a break. Look at your injuries, the lean monkey said, concern evident in his voice. It's fine, let us keep working. There's no need to dwell on it, Shen-Yi replied, furrowing his brow as he struggled to extract the thorns, washing his hands in clean water before resuming his task. Brother-y, we don't need to push ourselves this hard, the lean monkey said, somewhat puzzled as he watched Shen-Yi work. Shen-Yi smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. Chai-chi, one day when you find yourself in my position, you'll understand the need to strive. This isn't merely for my own sake. I bear responsibility for you all. Responsibility can feel burdensome, but it is essential. If I were to neglect you, that would be unrealistic, wouldn't it? Shen-Yi smiled again, undeterred by whether the lean monkey comprehended his words, and continued crafting the ladder. The lean monkey nodded, seemingly grasping Shen-Yi's sentiment, though still somewhat perplexed. After all, he had been following Shen-Yi's lead, executing tasks as assigned, without the necessity for deep thought. Shen-Yi's situation was different. He had to consider many factors. Should there be insufficient food, he would need to exercise extreme caution, for a single misstep could yield dire consequences. Most directly, hunger. Ultimately, they might end up blaming Shen-Yi, as was human nature. Just like Ku Changwei, who was currently suffering, frequent poor decisions could lead to being overturned. However, since Shen-Yi had an abundance of food, the cost of trial and error was less significant. These matters were difficult to define, as humanity possesses a remarkably high level of self-awareness, making it challenging to categorize with mere words. Stop dawdling and come help, Shen-Yi called to the lean monkey, who snapped back to attention. I'm coming. Because Shen-Yi's bamboo ladder was not tied but instead embedded, the construction was more time-consuming. Binding it would be simple, taking just over an hour. However, embedding it proved far more complicated. 3 hours passed, and after lunch, they finally completed the ladder. The time spent felt excessive, but the moment the finished product emerged, all efforts seemed worthwhile. Standing up and stretching, Shen-Yi admired the bamboo ladder on the ground. Lean monkey, take it inside to test its stability. All right. The lean monkey nodded, carrying the ladder into the cave. He positioned it along the cave wall and cautiously descended the ladder, although there was no violent swaying. A slight wobble indicated the ground was uneven. Brother-y, it works. The lean monkey shouted from within the cave, relaying the success to Shen-Yi outside. That's great. Let everyone give it a try, Shen-Yi replied. Soon, others began to emerge from the cave, ascending the ladder one by one. Shen-Yi, I truly appreciate your efforts, Zhong Shuang said as she approached him. Noticing the blood on his hands, she lifted his hand with concern. How could you be so careless? Does it still hurt? Shen-Yi shook his head. It's fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Once the ladder is finished, it will make it easier for you all to come and go. I'm perfectly all right. After everyone had exited, Shen-Yi glanced around and noticed someone was missing. Where's Ding Qiang? He inquired. Ding Jia left shortly after you all went to the bamboo grove. She said she was going to dry salt, and hasn't he returned yet? She asked me not to inform you, so you could focus, Zhong Shuang replied. Is this a joke? I must go find her. Anyone who leaves must report their whereabouts. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't know where to look. Shen-Yi frowned, aware that Ding Qiang often acted this way, but her silent departure was indeed worrisome. I'm back. Ding Qiang's voice rang out from behind, as she approached carrying something. What is that? Shen-Yi asked, eyeing the root-like item in her hands. This is kudzu root. It can be processed into flour, which can be dried to make flatbreads. Isn't it high in starch content? Exactly. Then hand it over. I'll take care of it. Lao Tang's wife accepted the kudzu root from Ding Qiang. I just heard you went to the beach to dry salt. How did it go? Pretty well. I managed to dry quite a bit, but we're lacking tools. I want to try boiling seawater to create crude salt through repeated purification, Ding Qiong said. Shen Yi nodded. That is worth trying. But we don't even have a pot. Ding Qiong chuckled. The only pot we have is the one we use for meals. We can't use that to boil seawater, or else we wouldn't have anything left to eat. Chapter 60. Bathing in the lake. I'll give it a try. Shen Yi pondered aloud. Really, Egu? You can even cook? The thin monkey was astounded. He had never realized Shen Yi's multifaceted talents before. I once learned pottery. There are numerous places in my hometown that produce ceramics. Much of the folk pottery originates from our region. Jingdezhen is known for official porcelain, while ours is folk porcelain. Although it may not compare, the crafting techniques are quite similar, Shen Yi explained simply, noting the astonished gazes from the crowd. We had no idea. The thin monkey expressed his admiration. This will require clay, which should be available in the lake, Shen Yi remarked. Speaking of the lake, Ego, when will you take us for a bath? It's been far too long, and I can hardly stand it, the thin monkey exclaimed. Feeling an itch all over at the mere mention of bathing. Let us eat early today. After our meal, gather your clothes, and I will take you to bathe. Shen Yi replied. Great. The group's spirits soared. Who wouldn't be delighted at the prospect of a bath? With a smile, Shen Yi went to prepare the ingredients. While he organized the bamboo they had, what do you plan to make with all this bamboo? Ding Qiong asked, approaching Shen Yi without entering the cave. These bamboos? I intend to craft various items, such as fences, or perhaps use the leftover bamboo to create a latrine. After all, we must ensure our hygiene is maintained. I can also make traps. The uses for bamboo are countless. We could even fashion some furniture, like chairs or bamboo mats, Shen Yi articulated with clarity. Fully aware of his intentions. If that's the case, it seems you'll be quite busy for a while, Ding Qiong smiled slightly. Busy? That's all right. Being occupied gives life its value, Shen Yi responded, viewing the responsibility he held for everyone with a sense of openness. This was not a matter of moral obligation, but rather a personal philosophy. He could choose not to be responsible for everyone, but since they willingly chose to support him, he felt equally inclined to protect them. It is said that no one's contributions are entirely selfless. Furthermore, Shen Yi's sense of responsibility was merely about safeguarding their collective endeavor, striving to survive together on this island. It was sufficient that each member found their place within the team and fulfilled their roles diligently, which allowed Shen Yi to assume the mantle of leadership. After all, on an island, no one can truly survive alone. Like Robinson Crusoe, one could easily go mad in solitude, yet he still chose to teach a savage. How dull, Shen Yi declared. Let us work together. Our future is long. And I believe we can thrive. His gaze was resolute, and his tone resonated with confidence. Ding Qiong smiled gently, willing to place her faith in him. Soon, Old Tang's wife brought out the meal and called everyone to eat. Today's dishes were much like those of the past, but with the anticipation of bathing. They all ate hastily. The thin monkey devoured his food in mere bites, urging everyone to hurry. Shen Yi shook his head with a smile. You eat so quickly. Perhaps it was the thin monkey's urgency or the collective longing for a bath that made the meal disappear unusually fast. Everyone was ready with their clothes, which they had previously retrieved from their luggage. Each person had 2 garments, one to wear and another to change into. Given their situation on the island, choices were limited. Of course, one could always drape a hide. All right, everyone, let us set off. Shen Yi called as he stepped out of the cave. Yay, we're going to bathe. The thin monkey exclaimed joyfully, resembling an exuberant child. As Shen Yi led the way, the others followed closely behind. Having narrowly escaped danger previously, he was particularly cautious about the path they took. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the shimmering, clear lake. The group felt an exhilarating anticipation at the thought of bathing. Suddenly, they encountered a dilemma. What about the separation of genders? Are we really going to bathe together? Even if Shen Yi was willing, Zhong Shuang would not be. With her head bowed, Zhong Shuang approached Shen Yi and suggested, why don't you all bathe first? After you're done, we can go in. You all go first. We will keep watch around the area, she added, casting a suspicious glance at him. Are you trying to sneak a peek? Immediately, Shen Yi shook his head in protest. Do I look like someone who would do that? I am not the thin monkey. I am different from him. You cannot slander me like that. Zhong Shuang scrutinized him, but found no flaw in his expression. Yet, she still harbored doubts. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that without Shen Yi nearby, she and the others would feel unsafe entering the water. Eventually, she conceded. Promise me you won't peek. All right, I promise, Shen Yi replied. You swear? I, Shen Yi, swear to the heavens that I will never sneak a look. He raised his arm above his head, extending 4 fingers in oath. With Shen Yi's assurance, Zhong Shuang's suspicions dissipated, though she still felt somewhat uneasy. She departed to discuss the matter with Ding Qiong and Old Tang's wife. The 3 women, along with the child, entered the water to bathe. Shen gently closed his eyes, covering the thin monkey's eyes. No peeking. The thin monkey was speechless. Igu, are you really not peeking? I find it hard to believe. Don't speak nonsense. Do you want me to accuse you of defamation? Sure. The lake water was clear and cool, sending shivers down their spines as they entered. They turned back frequently, relieved to see that Shun-Yi had indeed not peeked. The tension they felt gradually melted away as they bathed. After more than 10 days on the island without a bath, the grime washed away, leaving them feeling refreshed. Though the thin monkey frowned as she scrubbed away dirt. However, seeing that Ding Qiong had no dirt to wash off made her feel differently. They hurried to finish bathing. But by the time they came ashore, nearly an hour had passed. Shun-Yi and the others leaned against a tree, yawning and nearly dozing off. Finally, when they emerged and changed into clean clothes, Shun-Yi said to the three beside him, "Let us go for a bath now." Their speed in the water was impressive. They were out in just a few minutes. Ah, what a delightful feeling. A bath feels entirely different. I used to feel sticky, but now I feel wonderfully refreshed. Shun-Yi expressed. "Divine Doctor, shall I wash your clothes as well?" Zhong Shuang asked after they had finished bathing. "Sure," Shun-Yi replied, handing her the clothes he had changed out of. "Oh no, I still have to wash my own clothes." The thin monkey's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened. Chapter 61. The Viper's Bite with a Smile. Shun-Yi glanced around and noted that everyone's spirits were remarkably high, perhaps due to the refreshing bath they had just taken. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any lurking beasts, making for a pleasant evening. After everyone had washed their clothes, Shun-Yi led the group back to their gathering place. "Igu, when can we take a hot shower? I long for the warmth of hot water," one of them complained. "Ah, you rascal. You've just bathed and already desire a hot shower. What more do you wish for? Should I send you to the heavens?" Shun-Yi jested, playfully considering tossing the lean monkey into the sky to join the sun. "It's just a thought. I know you're capable of finding a way to provide hot showers." Igu, the lean monkey flattered. "Go on, spare me the flattery," Shun-Yi chuckled, nudging him to hurry along. Upon returning to their gathering site, they crafted a simple clothesline from bamboo to hang their garments, finding it a convenient solution. They lay on the ground, which was a bed of thatch. Initially, they hadn't noticed the discomfort, but after bathing, they felt an annoying itch. "Igu, remember when we spotted sheep in that grassy area a few days ago? Why don't we catch a couple of them? We could shear their wool to make our bedding more comfortable. Otherwise, it's unbearable," the lean monkey suggested, unable to endure the discomfort any longer. Upon hearing this proposal, Shun-Yi nodded in agreement. "Good idea. Let us first make 2 tether ropes to bring the sheep back." Although Shun-Yi had planned to continue crafting bamboo tools the next day, the lean monkey's suggestion shifted his focus to enhancing their living comfort first. A poor night's sleep would hinder their productivity the following day. With this motivation, the lean monkey sprang to find leftover rope to create the tethers. Shun-Yi and Lao Tang joined him, and the three of them worked together, reminiscent of scholars burning the midnight oil. Crafting the tethers proved to be a straightforward task, and after producing 3 or 4, they retired for the night. Yawning, Shun-Yi felt the weight of sleep pulling him under, and as he drifted off, he could only hear the lean monkey murmuring about going to bed so early. The next day, Shun-Yi discussed the plan to capture sheep with the group, who readily agreed, sharing in the discomfort and expressing a desire to accompany him. However, Shun-Yi declined their offer, explaining that too many people would risk alarming the sheep and causing them to flee. Only the lean monkey and De Zhuang would accompany him. Gradually, the trio became a standard team for these excursions. De Zhuang provided strength, the lean monkey took on the role of a helper, and Shun-Yi took charge of navigation. They had established clear roles. Previously, the grassy area had been located to the northwest of their gathering site, but now, from the cave's position, it lay to the southeast. Given the distance from the gathering place to the cave, they would need to head west. Thus, Shun-Yi deduced that the grassland was situated in the middle ground between the two locations. With this sense of direction, the three set out with their tether ropes. They bid farewell to the others, instructing them to remain behind and work on crafting ropes and weaving baskets, gradually establishing a division of labor reminiscent of traditional agricultural societies. As they ventured from the cave toward the woods, they encountered an abundance of small creatures, such as squirrels and rabbits, likely due to their proximity to the mountain base. They unexpectedly discovered wild fruits and grasses, along with traces of digging from the previous day, possibly indicating where the kudzu root was buried, a promising location. Yet, today's objective was not to catch small animals, but to return with sheep. They first aimed to capture the sheep, hoping to enjoy some sheep's milk in the process. Since they needed the wool, they would have to forego lamb skewers. Ideally, they would capture a ram and several ewes to ensure a steady supply of lambs. As Shun-Yi contemplated this, he realized the gap between his aspirations and reality. His ideas were not implausible, but they remained untested. Everything was mere speculation. Upon reaching the grassy area, Shun-Yi spotted the deer herd from before, still settled in the same spot, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of wolves. Perhaps this grassland held a unique charm. Beyond the grassland, the sheep appeared as anticipated, confirming Shun-Yi's predictions. However, a distinct boundary separated the sheep from the deer, suggesting a tacit agreement between the two species. You stay on your side, and I'll remain on mine. Shun-Yi circled around the woods to reach the sheep's grazing ground. The flock grazed blissfully, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Shun-Yi found it curious that the sheep showed no fear. It was eerie, yet capturing sheep was imperative, especially several for shearing. Ego. I think I'm in trouble, the lean monkey stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. In trouble? What do you mean? Shun-Yi asked, confused, turning to look. He then noticed a snake coiled around the lean monkey's leg. A chill ran down Shun-Yi's spine, his skin prickling, but fortunately, the snake had not yet bitten. Ego, am I going to be okay? The lean monkey quavered, unable to look down, sensing the creature's presence on his leg. His eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Shun-Yi. Stay calm, you're fine. Just don't look down. I'll help you, Shun-Yi reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder to ease his tension. The snake was a triangular-headed viper, venomous and pitch black, a true menace. Having grown up in the northern regions, Shun-Yi had never encountered a snake before. As he observed the lean monkey's growing anxiety, he too felt the weight of fear. The lean monkey longed to glance down and tear the serpent away, but lacked the courage to do so. The snake seemed to toy with the situation. And just as Shun-Yi prepared to use a stick to pry it off, it suddenly sank its fangs into the lean monkey's thigh. Oh no, oh no. The lean monkey gasped, his legs giving way beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, fainting upon realizing the venomous snake had bitten him. Without hesitation, Shun-Yi used the stick to dislodge the snake, stepping firmly on its body, and swiftly severed its head with a dagger. The movements were fluid, though the chill of fear remained. Knowing that the snake's head could still react, he hastily buried it in the earth. Observing the wound on the lean monkey's thigh, Shun-Yi shook his head, lamenting the boy's unfortunate fate. There was no choice but to extract the venom. Chapter 62. Capturing the fat sheep. After extracting the venom, the emaciated monkey had already succumbed to unconsciousness and could not be revived. Shun-Yi, in great distress, utilized the clean water he had brought to cleanse the monkey's wounds and instructed De Zhuang to carry him back. He himself took the serpent's body along. The expedition had proven fruitless, and they could only return empty-handed. On their way back, the emaciated monkey groggily regained consciousness, casting a woeful glance at Shun-Yi and inquired, Brother Yi, am I beyond salvation? If I truly am, there's no need for you to save me. Just find a place to bury me. Truly, do not concern yourselves with me. His voice trembled with a hint of tears, projecting an appearance of optimism, while internally he was gripped by fear. Shun-Yi, bemused, responded, You are not dead yet. Why speak such morbid words? The monkey replied, Brother Yi, I am acutely aware of my condition. There is no need for your reassurances. I currently feel utterly weak. I fear I am finished. Please do not dwell on me. Listening to the monkey's lamentations, Shun-Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Why did this fellow persist in believing he was doomed? He had assured him countless times of his survival. I assure you, you will not perish. The venom has been extracted. Now, we shall return to have Ding Qiong bandage your wounds. Surely, you do not truly wish for death. Upon hearing this, the emaciated monkey found it hard to believe, as his only reality was the pain he felt. Then why does it hurt so much? I really want to die? He looked at Shun-Yi with an innocent expression. You were bitten by a snake, my friend. How could it not hurt? The venom has been completely siphoned. It would be difficult for you to die. Shun-Yi, unwilling to indulge further in his dramatics, pressed on. Thus, the trio returned to the cave, having taken merely 40 minutes since their departure. Upon their return, the others were taken aback. What happened? What is wrong with the emaciated monkey? Lao Tang stepped forward to inquire. He was bitten by a snake, and now he is fixated on dying. I told him he wouldn't perish, but he insists on believing otherwise. What should we do? Shun-Yi shot a glance at the emaciated monkey. Upon hearing this, Lao Tang could not help but chuckle, though his demeanor soon turned serious. Are there snakes in the grass? Yes, a venomous triangular-headed snake. We must exercise caution in the wilderness, as we have not extensively explored this island. Consider it a lesson learned. Ah, so everyone has learned a lesson, yet I am the only one who was injured. The emaciated monkey lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow. This is a noble sacrifice for the group. How can you claim to be the only one injured? Everyone will remember this incident and proceed with caution, which is quite beneficial, Ding Qiong remarked, retrieving the medical kit. She rolled up the monkey's pant leg. revealing 2 bite marks on his leg. First, she disinfected the area with alcohol, causing him to wince in pain. After disinfecting, she applied a powder to expedite the healing of the wounds and provided him with 2 antibiotics for the next few days to prevent infection. Be careful, Ding Qiong advised. The emaciated monkey nodded, looking at Ding Qiong with a feeble inquiry. Sister Ding, will I die? Shen Yi, upon hearing this, rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. Unable to bear it. Why did this fellow ask everyone if he would die? Did he genuinely desire death? Ding Qiong turned to him with a serious expression. There is a possibility, but the likelihood is slim, unless you cannot endure it yourself. Upon hearing her words, the emaciated monkey felt a wave of relief wash over him. This expression, did he truly wish for death? Shen Yi tossed the snake before the emaciated monkey. Whoa, Brother Yi, are you trying to scare me to death? Look at you. This snake will make a nourishing soup for you, Shen Yi said, urging him to recover. Really? Brother Yi, you are so kind, the emaciated monkey exclaimed, nodding vigorously, no longer fearful of the serpent. Shen Yi observed him, thinking how he resembled a simpleton. All right, you stay here. After addressing the emaciated monkey, Shen Yi called out, Lao Tang, we are going to catch sheep. Our goal today is to capture them. We must not slack off. This time, Shen Yi and the others had learned their lesson and would not recklessly plunge into the grass, but would instead take precautions. 20 minutes later, they returned to the grassy field. It was Lao Tang's first visit, and he was astonished. Brother Shen, is this field truly so vast? Indeed, it is quite substantial. Do you see the sheep over there? Let us approach them. Shen Yi indicated towards the flock. All right, I have no objections. Should we not scare off any snakes first? Yes, we cannot allow a repeat of the emaciated monkey's misfortune. Let us proceed cautiously. Snakes generally do not attack humans unless provoked, as they tend to be timid creatures. However, if one were to provoke them, they would not hesitate to strike. Hence the saying, stirring the grass to scare the snake. The 2 of them, armed with ropes, approached the flock. The sheep exhibited no signs of alarm, appearing unperturbed by Shen Yi's presence. Are sheep truly this bold nowadays? Shen Yi chuckled. Their lack of fear is advantageous for us, Lao Tang replied, taking the initiative to swing a rope and ensnare one of the sheep. Shen Yi, not to be outdone, lassoed another sheep, only to discover that it possessed considerable strength and nearly broke free. The 3 of them struggled to maintain their grip, with De Zhuan contributing the majority of the force. Shen Yi tossed the rope to them, instructing them to pull while he secured the lasso. The trio exerted themselves, struggling with the 2 sheep. Shen Yi devised a plan to guide the sheep towards the cave, reasoning that it would be easier for them to run back than to forcefully drag them. With that idea in mind, Shen Yi positioned himself between the 2 sheep, frightening them into moving in the desired direction. The sheep, lacking intelligence, complied with his intimidation and began to trot towards the intended destination. Lao Tang and De Zhuang merely needed to guide them, allowing the sheep to run on their own. Finally, the 2 sheep arrived at the cave. Shen Yi directed them to tie the ropes to a tree, intending to construct a fence to keep the sheep. However, moving the sheep had consumed the entire morning. Exhausted and famished, they decided to eat before continuing. After a brief respite, 3 hours later, Shen Yi commenced the construction of the fence. Utilizing bamboo, he crafted a barrier approximately 1 meter in height to contain the sheep. Each bamboo pole was split in half, necessitating a considerable amount of bamboo. Fortunately, the 2 sheep were secured beneath the tree and could not escape. Shen Yi designated a location for the fence and instructed the others to insert the bamboo into the ground while he prepared the split bamboo on the side. Due to inefficiency, they spent half a day without completing even a small section of the enclosure, leaving the sheep tethered to the tree for the time being. Truly, the heavens have a peculiar sense of timing, Shen Yi reflected, feeling his hands ache. Chapter 63, The Art of Pottery After a Tiring Day. Shen Yi could clearly sense that since relocating to the cave, his responsibilities had multiplied. Perhaps it was due to the stability of their new home that he felt the urge to acquire more complementary items. Much like renting a house, one hesitates to purchase large items, fearing the inconvenience of moving. However, once one owns a home, there are no restrictions on what to buy, as the house belongs to them. This mindset, coupled with the desire for a long-term residence, made the fatigue worthwhile. 2 days later, Shen Yi finally completed the fencing, successfully enclosing an area for the 2 sheep. The alpha wolf, having recuperated over this period, could now stand, albeit briefly, and still preferred to rest. The external wounds on its fur had mostly healed, thanks to its habitual licking of the injuries. Shen Yi had previously encountered videos suggesting that animals licking their wounds could expedite healing. Initially skeptical, he was now convinced as he observed the alpha wolf's injuries improving daily. The alpha wolf had been remarkably well-behaved. The term well-behaved seemed incongruous when applied to a wolf, yet it was true. It remained calm, resting daily to recover. It accepted the meat Shen Yi offered without complaint, understanding its situation and refraining from crossing boundaries. In contrast, the second dog was a different story. This creature would bark for food, whether it was given any or not. Shun-Yi often contemplated cooking it. In addition to constructing the fence, Shun-Yi had woven chairs from bamboo for resting, although he refrained from making a table due to its size and the time it would require. Not only chairs, but he had also crafted a dry toilet. The space was small, but outside, it was quite suitable. Most importantly, it was a removable dry toilet, with the bamboo components easily disassembled while the structure remained intact. This allowed for the possibility of digging a new pit elsewhere and repositioning the toilet. The waste could be covered with soil, and in time, the grass in that area might flourish, as it would serve as natural fertilizer. Furthermore, Shun-Yi fashioned needles from bamboo, albeit somewhat large, about the thickness of a pinky finger. It was not for lack of trying to create thinner ones. He simply lacked the fine thread to accompany them. Speaking of thread, it was actually fine grass woven together, primarily used for stitching wool and animal hides. Wool could be stuffed inside animal hides, turning a whole wolf skin filled with wool into a pillow, while a bear skin filled with wool could serve as a blanket. And a rabbit hide stuffed with wool could become slippers. He had truly maximized the resources at hand. In times of true scarcity, who would prefer to divide a penny in half? Yet, despite the hardships, life had its own charm. They had endured the initial days, yearning for rescue, and now faced a reality of handmade creations, all crafted by their own hands. Though the products were not perfectly fitted, and at times uncomfortable, the sense of fulfillment was overwhelming. Gradually, smiles became more frequent on everyone's faces, and Shun-Yi too revealed a genuine smile. After all, one must find joy amidst hardship. Didn't the ancient sages retreat to the mountains? Today, Shun-Yi set out to undertake a grand project. With a basket in hand, he ventured to the lake to excavate clay for pottery. Indeed, pottery. For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with bamboo work and had finally freed himself to pursue pottery making. The significance of pottery was immense, providing not only a spiritual abundance but also a practical utility. The clay's malleability ensured it wouldn't crack easily, and mixing in ash would enhance its properties. Shun-Yi enlisted De Zhuang and Lao Tang to carry 3 baskets of clay back with him. They found a smooth stone slab to serve as a work surface for pottery. Shun-Yi dug a pit, poured in the clay, added the ash from the campfire, and finally mixed in water. Upon realizing that stirring with a stick was too slow, he rolled up his trousers, removed his shoes, and stood in the pit to mix the ingredients. "Brothery, do you need me to fetch more clay?" Lao Tang asked, feeling guilty for not contributing. "No need. This amount is sufficient." "Lao Tang, could you please find a long branch for me? It will be very useful," Shun-Yi replied. "Understood," Lao Tang acknowledged, setting off to find a branch. As Shun-Yi continued to mix and added water, he soon exhausted a whole bucket. After treading the mixture sufficiently, he stepped out of the clay pit without washing his feet, grabbed some sand he had prepared earlier, and spread it over the stone slab, smoothing it out before flinging the clay onto it. He decided to start by making bowls to gauge the feel of the clay. The branch arrived, and Shun-Yi took it, setting it aside as he focused intently on crafting the bowl. Others gathered around, intrigued, as they had never witnessed pottery making firsthand. Shun-Yi began with the bowl's base, moistening his hands and gently rubbing and turning the clay. As the shape of the bowl gradually emerged, he skillfully kneaded the excess clay upwards to ensure uniformity, preventing any cracks during the firing process. Finally, he smoothed the bowl with his hands and etched a mark on the bottom with the branch before setting it aside to dry. "Ego, this bowl is astounding. How did you make it so perfectly?" exclaimed the thin monkey, who approached to examine the bowl closely. Shun-Yi smiled at the thin monkey's curious gaze. "Later, I'll have you try your hand at it. For now, I need you to dig a pit filled with soil to mix with water, just as I did with the clay. Quickly now. Zhang Shuang, Sister Zhang, Ding Xiong, please gather some branches and dry grass. We'll need them for firing the kiln later." Shun-Yi delegated tasks succinctly. "What is a kiln?" the thin monkey inquired, intrigued. "This bowl cannot be used yet. It requires high-temperature firing, which necessitates a kiln. Hurry along, and remember to gather plenty of soil." Shun-Yi instructed as he fashioned 15 bowls for precaution, fearing any might crack during firing, and added 5 more to ensure there would be enough for everyone. Once the bowls were nearly complete, Shun-Yi began crafting the kiln's base. The base needed to be thick enough to support the weight of the pottery, and he made several bases, puncturing them with numerous holes before setting them aside to dry. Upon assessing his progress, Shun-Yi deemed the kiln ready, and decided to commence the firing process with the first batch of bowls. Just as he stood up, the thin monkey and the others had gathered all the materials Shun-Yi had mentioned. "Now, everyone, let us work together to construct the kiln," Shun-Yi exclaimed, picking up the branch Lao Tang had given him and moving forward with determination. Chapter 064, The astute thin monkey constructing a kiln is a straightforward endeavor, akin to crafting a sandcastle on the beach, only this time using earth instead of sand. With the collective effort of everyone, Xun Yi's kiln took shape, resembling a diminutive volcano. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, this was precisely the effect Xun Yi desired. He excavated a hole at the base of the kiln for igniting the fire and subsequently installed the base plate. Carefully, he arranged the bowls on the floor, stacking 2 layers but refraining from adding a third, fearing that the bowls on top would not receive uniform heat. The 2 layers sufficed to fill the bowls. Xun Yi then filled the bottom with twigs and dry grass, sealing the top with earth to ensure no air could circulate within the kiln. After completing these tasks, Xun Yi ignited the fire. Gradually, the once damp kiln began to dry out, the yellow earth at the bottom turning charred. With each successive addition of fuel, the flames grew increasingly vigorous. "How long must we burn this?" someone inquired. "Until tomorrow morning. It should take about 10 hours, Xun Yi replied. "We should also figure out how to construct a larger kiln. We need a water tank, and it will require a similar firing method. Although the kiln for the water tank will be a one-time use." The thin monkey pondered this, feeling that it might not be a worthwhile venture. "Don't be disheartened. Come on, let's get to work," Xun Yi urged, determined to complete the kiln for the water tank as well. By the time they finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. The group was utterly exhausted, each covered in mud. "Here," Xun Yi said, wiping his hand across Zhang Shuang's small face, leaving 3 streaks resembling those of a kitten. "You're bullying me," Zhang Shuang lamented, too fatigued to retaliate. "Come on, let us go wash up." All right. Everyone drained, ate dinner, and washed up before retiring early. After a night of firing, the batch of bowls in the kiln was complete. Xun Yi broke open the top layer of earth and carefully retrieved the ceramic bowls. A total of 20 were produced, though 6 had been damaged during the process. The remaining 14 were intact, resulting in an acceptable failure rate of 30%. "Could you please fetch some bamboo from the grove?" Xun Yi asked with a smile. Since the thin monkey was unable to assist due to injury, he sent Lao Tang and De Zhuang, assigning Zhong Shuang the task of keeping watch. The 3 ventured into the bamboo grove while Xun Yi presented the freshly fired bowls to Lao Tang's wife for cleaning and storage. The bamboo was necessary for constructing a drying rack. After all, it wouldn't be due to place the bowls directly on the ground. Xun Yi proceeded to retrieve all the bowls, preparing to use clay to craft the large water tank. After a night of air drying, most of the moisture in the clay had evaporated, necessitating a fresh mix. The remaining clay was sufficient. As the kiln designed for the large water tank measured 60 centimeters in length and width, with a height of around 1 meter. Thus, the height of the water tank could not exceed 55 centimeters, lest it become impossible to insert or extract. While it is often said that smaller creations are challenging due to the precision required, larger ones present their own difficulties. Lacking a mold, Xun Yi relied solely on intuition. Especially as the height of the water tank increased, he had to be particularly cautious. If any part went awry, it would surely result in failure during firing. Initially, Xun Yi aimed for a 1-meter height, but as it became increasingly cumbersome and clay smeared onto his clothing while he bent over without support, he ultimately decided to cap the height at 80 centimeters. Exhausted, he lay on the ground to rest, his back aching. "Aren't you the one who said the horse and rider are one?" The thin monkey hobbled over. Xun Yi regarded him skeptically. Though he assumed the boy's leg injury was genuine, the phrase rolls off the tongue easily. "Why aren't you busy weaving baskets instead of bothering me?" "I just wanted to see if you needed help." "Ego," the thin monkey replied with a grin, attempting to curry favor. "Please, you're not even blinking while telling lies." Xun Yi shook his head. "Really, I'm not lying. Why would I deceive you? Have you forgotten? The class monitor's birthday is approaching." "Birthday?" Xun Yi sat up, intrigued. "How do you know?" "I hadn't even noticed. You're too busy to remember these things. So I keep track for you." "Why would you do that?" "Simon, don't pretend. Last year, at this time, we celebrated the class monitor's birthday." "What did you say then?" Xun Yi stared blankly at the thin monkey, rifling through his memories, but failing to recall anything. Seeing Xun Yi's expression, the thin monkey could hardly contain himself. "No way, Ego, you didn't really forget, did you? I can't believe I remembered for so long." The thin monkey pouted, putting on a pitiful act that was quite irksome. "Last year, we went to a restaurant for the class monitor's birthday. Even though we didn't interact much, we were there." "And then?" Xun Yi asked, his recollection stirring faintly. "Did anything else happen?" "Nothing much, but on the way back, you remarked that the class monitor was quite attractive." "Just that?" Xun Yi frowned at the thin monkey. "Yes, just that. I thought you were interested in the class monitor, so I made a note of it," the thin monkey stated earnestly. Xun Yi fell silent. "Are you all right? You can read so much into a single sentence? Why didn't I notice your talent for interpretation before? You didn't study well in school, but clearly excelled in this area. How did you know?" The thin monkey was momentarily taken aback. Just a guess. I didn't actually expect you to take it seriously. That is not all. I remember the birthdays of the boys too. If I end up in a tough spot in the future, I can send birthday wishes and who knows. Perhaps one of them will help me out. Shun-Yi shook his head, realizing the thin monkey's intentions. Now, considering our current predicament, who are you relying on? Hee, it's still you, Ego? So, should we prepare for the class monitor's birthday? Absolutely. Shun-Yi affirmed. I thought you'd say no. Get lost. I need to get back to work. You're abandoning me after using me. How can you treat me like this? Chapter 065. The heart of Zhong Shuang. As Zhong Shuang's birthday approached, Shun-Yi made a note of it, planning to surprise her. Just 3 days left until her special day. After the thin monkey spoke, realizing that further conversation would lead to nothing, he departed. Shun-Yi nodded, feeling sufficiently rested after the interruption, and resumed perfecting the water tank he had been working on. There was little work left, merely smoothing out the irregularities and shaping it. Although the task lacked technical complexity, it was tedious and time-consuming. Shun-Yi spent the entire morning on this endeavor. Around noon, Zhong Shuang and her companions returned, carrying bamboo. In truth, only Old Tang was cutting the bamboo, as De Zhuang, despite his great strength, was not particularly bright and could not contribute much beyond transporting items. Zhong Shuang, being a delicate woman, had little strength to offer. Consequently, Old Tang's progress was inevitably slow. Shun-Yi greeted them with a smile, acknowledging their efforts. You've all worked hard. Just place the bamboo over here. Shun-Yi, we just found a broken ship in the bamboo grove, but we didn't dare to board it, Zhong Shuang said. Her brow furrowed and her expression serious. A broken ship? Shun-Yi paused, taken aback. Is there a ship on this island? Yes, it's a small fishing boat. But the wood is decayed. We thought it best to inform you and go together, so that if anything went awry, we could look out for one another. Old Tang interjected, explaining that they had discussed the matter in the bamboo grove. Without De Zhuang, it would have been difficult for just Old Tang and Zhong Shuang to manage any potential mishaps. Understanding their concerns, Shun-Yi nodded. Very well. We shall investigate the ship tomorrow and see what treasures it might hold. He hoped to uncover something valuable aboard, regardless of its nature. All right, take a rest. Later, we will need to gather some twigs. The process of heating the water tank will take some time, and we will require a considerable amount of twigs, Shun-Yi instructed. Understood, they all agreed readily. After perfecting the water tank, Shun-Yi yawned. He would wait for it to dry before firing it. Unlike the bowls he had made the day before, which dried quickly due to their small size, the water tank was far too large for that. The clay he had carried back yesterday was nearly depleted, leaving just enough for perhaps a few more bowls. Everyone, let us take a break and wait for the water tank to dry, Shun-Yi said, yawning again, clearly fatigued. After voicing this, he retreated to the cave for some rest, exhausted from the last couple of days. As he settled in, Zhong Shuang turned to the thin monkey. How is your leg injury? The thin monkey chuckled. Thank you for your concern, class monitor. I'm feeling much better now. He attempted a few steps, appearing a stark contrast to his earlier limping. If Shun-Yi were to discover this, he would surely reprimand him for his pretense. Such a rare opportunity to rest. Ding Qiang remarked as she began to climb up the mountain, her intentions unknown. The others lounged lazily, savoring a moment of tranquility. Time passed swiftly, and by evening, the water tank was fully dried, aided by the increased wind speed in the afternoon. Shun-Yi gathered the group to assist in placing the water tank into the kiln he had prepared. After positioning it, Shun-Yi chuckled wryly. It seems this kiln is also a one-time use. Let us gather a few more twigs to cover the top, otherwise it will be difficult to seal. As he spoke, he accepted the twigs they handed him, carefully covering the kiln and sealing it tightly with clay. He then proceeded to ignite the kiln, watching the flames grow increasingly fierce. Shun-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At least their efforts over the past 2 days had not been in vain. Brother-y, do you think that once this kiln is completed, we could finally enjoy hot showers? The thin monkey inquired eagerly, blinking at Shun-Yi. Unfortunately not. This water tank is intended for general use, not for bathing. If you wish for a hot bath, we would need a kettle large enough to hold your tub. We are far from that point, Shun-Yi replied, exasperated. The thin monkey's voice elongated, reminiscent of a child in a supermarket, eagerly clutching a toy but being told it couldn't be bought. The only difference was that, unlike a child, he would not cry out in protest. Not yet successful, comrades. We must strive harder, Shun-Yi patted the thin monkey on the shoulder. After a nap in the afternoon, he was not particularly tired that evening. He instructed the others to rest first while he tended to the fire, planning to rest when fatigue overcame him. They all retreated into the cave, except for Zhong Shuang, who lingered behind. What's the matter? Class monitor, do you wish to share this lovely evening with me? Shun-Yi joked, grinning. Zhong Shuang sat beside him in silence. neither responding nor rejecting his playful banter. How could he fathom the thoughts swirling in her mind? "Beautiful lady, what troubles you? Did someone bully you while I slept this afternoon?" Shani asked, noticing her silence. "No, no one has bullied me. I was merely pondering whether we would ever return home." Shani glanced at her, surprised by her question. "Look at you, falling into melancholy again. There is no need for that. Think positively. For instance, you are in the presence of an extraordinarily handsome man. Me, of course. Surely the thought brings you some comfort," he quipped, hoping to lighten her mood. Zhang Shuang remained silent, understanding that Shun Yi was attempting to cheer her up. "Not that. I simply miss home. My grandmother is unwell, and I cannot return to her. I miss her dearly and wonder how she reacts to not hearing from me. I dreamed of her last night." Her tone grew somber as tears began to fall. Shun Yi reached out, enveloping her in his embrace. She did not resist, leaning into his chest as she sobbed. "It's all right. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Think positively. We are human, full of flesh and blood. Cry if you need to. It will alleviate your heartache," he comforted her, simultaneously soothing his own spirit. Home, how he longed for it as well. Everyone is made of flesh and blood. And unless one's family background is severely lacking, Shani knew that his family had given him the best. They had bestowed upon him a strong body and nurtured an indomitable spirit. These were invaluable gifts. Even without wealth, they possessed integrity. Hearing Shun Yi's words, Zhang Shuang felt somewhat uplifted, grateful for the presence of someone to comfort her. Unbeknownst to her, she found Shun Yi increasingly reliable. People tend to gravitate towards what they can control and what is certain, much like investing in funds where many seek low risk and high returns. Zhang Shuang's choice to open her heart to Shun Yi was, in its own right, a form of investment. Chapter 66. The boar attack. Shun Yi gently patted Zhang Shuang's back, reassuring her not to be too disheartened. "Class representative, if we were to compare our misfortunes, many people would have lost all hope of returning home. For many, even having a meal poses a problem. They yearn for home even more than we do. Thus, we cannot wallow in despair. We must strive, tirelessly moving forward. Look at me, brimming with determination each day. Do you think I want to be here? Do you think they want to be here? None of us do. If we were to return home, wouldn't we all be like infants again, lazing around, free from worries about food and shelter? Most people live in such a state. But we cannot afford that luxury now, at least for the moment. We must rely solely on our own capabilities to survive on this island." Shun Yi's voice was low, yet it resonated with strength. Zhang Shuang nodded, finding his words quite reasonable. However, she had come seeking comfort, not counsel. Wiping her tears, she stepped out of Shun Yi's embrace. "I'm fine now, thank you." Shun Yi was taken aback, wondering if he had misspoken. But her expression revealed no emotions, leaving him puzzled about the situation. "Ah. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea," he mused, letting out a sigh. He then added more wood to the fire. Turning back to Zhang Shuang, he reached out to her. She was still contemplating whether to return to rest or stay with Shun Yi a while longer when he pulled her closer. "What's wrong?" she inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "It's nothing. You're still feeling down, so let me hold your hand to provide you some comfort. To assure you that I am here." Listening to Shun Yi's feigned nonchalance, a warm sensation blossomed within Zhang Shuang. Girls appreciate such specific words in particular moments. As long as they are spoken, the truth behind them becomes secondary. "It's wonderful to have you," she finally smiled softly, whispering. While Shun Yi did not fully comprehend her sudden change in demeanor, he chose not to dwell on it. Let it be, he thought, opting to focus on their conversation. They shared many stories, reminiscing about their childhood antics, the trials of their school days, and their dreams for the future. They conversed endlessly, as if there were an infinite number of topics to explore. The kiln continued to blaze fiercely until they both grew weary and finally retreated to the cave to rest. Shun Yi, observing the roaring flames in the kiln, believed the wood would suffice until morning, so he refrained from adding more. He assumed the contents were adequately fired by now. Once inside, they quickly fell asleep. In the dead of night, while Shun Yi was lost in a drowsy haze, a thunderous noise jolted him awake, sending a shiver down his spine. The others were roused by the barking of the dog. Shun Yi opened his eyes to see the lead wolf retreating a couple of steps. He knew that a beast outside was one it preferred to avoid. The bleating of sheep and the sound of the fence being broken filled Shun Yi with curiosity, prompting him to venture outside to investigate. Yet, the fear of the unknown ultimately overpowered his curiosity. He gently pushed open the bamboo door that had been woven to prevent small animals from entering, creating a narrow opening to peer outside. To his astonishment, a large, pitch-black creature was rampaging within the confines of their enclosure, startling the little sheep. Shun Yi felt a surge of irritation as he watched it charge towards the kiln, his heart sinking. All he wanted was for the beast to leave. But to his dismay, It ended up damaging the kiln. Damn it! Shun Yi exclaimed, unable to remain still. Yet, upon witnessing its massive size, he managed to keep his composure. It was a wild boar, an adult one at that, weighing at least 300 pounds. With sharp tusks and caked in mud, definitely not a creature to be trifled with. The damage it inflicted on the kiln was particularly disheartening, as it had been used to fireballs. Perhaps it had seen another kiln ablaze and hesitated to approach. Others quickly gathered around, eager to inquire about the situation outside. Shun Yi turned to them, expressing his frustration. It's an adult wild boar, rampaging about. We cannot go out. Fortunately, the entrance is small, so its bulk cannot fit through. 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. First the bear, now this wild boar. Listening to its grunting sounds only deepened Shun Yi's exasperation. Wild boars? He never imagined such creatures existed on this island. Where could it have come from? Is this perhaps its territory? A barrage of questions from the thin monkey left Shun Yi at a loss. I'm not sure. Let us observe the situation outside, he replied, gently pushing the opening wider once more. The wild boar did not linger long. After damaging the kiln, it departed, heading towards the bamboo grove. This indicated that its lair was likely in that direction, a troubling omen. With no other options available, Shun Yi seized the opportunity as the boar left, quickly calling for Old Tang. Together, they rushed outside with ropes to retrieve the 2 sheep. With the fence now destroyed, Shun Yi had no choice but to tie up the sheep lest they escape. Once the sheep were secured beneath a tree, Shun Yi surveyed the remnants of the damaged fence and kiln, his heart heavy. The presence of the wild boar was partly to blame, but the greater sorrow stemmed from witnessing the results of his hard work trampled upon. This feeling was profoundly disheartening. The fruits of his labor had been laid to waste, leaving him feeling stifled with frustration. Damn that wild boar. Shun Yi cursed, though the task was not technically complicated. It had consumed a significant amount of time. Was time not a cost? The thought that a mere boar could ruin all his efforts ignited a desire within him to eliminate it at once. Wild boars are not solitary creatures. They live in groups. 1 boar is trivial, yet their reproductive capabilities suggest there could be a whole nest of them. Let us return and rest. There is nothing we can do at this hour. We'll deal with it in the morning, Zhong Shuang consoled Shun Yi. Sigh, let us rest, everyone. Don't dwell on tonight's happenings, Shun Yi replied, shaking his head helplessly as he led them back to the cave. He continued to remind himself that as long as no one was injured, that was the best outcome. The next day, Shun Yi rose early. Truth be told, the events of the previous night had dissipated any lingering drowsiness, leaving him restless, just as he had transitioned from a bear-est den to a wild boar-est lair. He wondered if there truly was no refuge for them on such a vast island. It felt as if he faced exclusion at every turn. And Shun Yi was at his wit's end. As dawn broke, he stepped out of the cave, surveying the wreckage from the previous night's boar rampage and the 2 dejected sheep. It struck him as tragic. The 2 sheep had likely struggled desperately against their restraints, but failed to break free, resulting in their current state. The others soon emerged as well. Ego, shall we build a new fence, or at least make some repairs? No, gather all the bamboo. I intend to construct traps. Shun Yi refused to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 067. A sunken ship. The kiln was not the most significant concern. If it broke, it could simply be rebuilt. The primary issue lay with the fence, which had taken 2 days of labor to construct, and not solely by Shun Yi alone, making this loss considerably substantial. He grasped a bamboo stalk and methodically sliced it in half, continuing to chop several more. This batch of bamboo was intended for digging a large pit, into which he would insert the stalks to pierce wild boars. This seemed to him to be a rather effective strategy. Even if the boars were not injured, they would fall into the trap and be unable to escape. Facing a large wild boar head-on was unthinkable. Even the alpha wolf would quail at the thought, let alone himself. Thin monkey, get to digging. Don't just stand around, Shun Yi commanded, pointing at the shovel. Where should I dig? Thin monkey scratched his head, glancing at Shun Yi's displeased expression, perplexed. Anywhere here will do. Dig as deep and as wide as possible, Shun Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Thin monkey realized the magnitude of the task. Ego, what if the boar doesn't fall for the trap after we dig the pit? He expressed his greatest concern. If the boar didn't come, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Just dig. If it doesn't come, that's fine. If it does, we'll lure it in. This isn't a loss for us, Shun Yi reassured him. Thin monkey nodded in agreement and began his work with the shovel. Lao Tang stepped in to assist, while a few girls offered to help, but Shun Yi redirected them to other tasks. Shun Yi continued chopping bamboo, channeling all his frustration into the task. Wild boars, how troublesome. His mind was in turmoil. The appearance of wild boars had completely disrupted Shun Yi's plans for a tranquil existence. Having discovered such a secure location, He had intended to develop it further, stockpiling supplies to prepare for the winter, ensuring he had food and peace of mind. The intrusion of wild boars had thrown a wrench into his plans, necessitating vigilance. If one's daily energy were to be quantified at 100%, Shun-Yi had dedicated 70% to crafting, leaving barely 30% for vigilance. However, neglecting to allocate 70% of his energy to guard against the wild boars could lead to dire consequences. A single encounter could spell disaster, if not death, then severe injury. His survival instinct surged once more. A person is most likely to fall into a deep slumber in a relatively secure environment amidst danger. This place had once been his sanctuary, but now that it had been discovered by the wild boars, his sleep was no longer restful. Once he finished chopping the bamboo, Shun-Yi instructed Lao Tang to cease, and, accompanied by De Zhuang, the three set off towards the sunken ship. Thin Monkey, having injured his leg, was deemed unfit for the journey and remained behind to continue digging. Watching their departing figures, Thin Monkey slapped his forehead in frustration. Why did I pretend my leg wasn't healed? Now, I'm left alone to do this laborious task. Shun-Yi's intention in visiting the sunken ship was to procure usable tools, thereby expanding his arsenal. Lao Tang had informed him that it was a small fishing vessel that had merely run aground, not submerged, so Shun-Yi did not need diving gear. With Lao Tang and De Zhuang accompanying him, he felt sufficiently equipped. Brother Shin, it's just ahead. We didn't venture forward earlier because we were waiting until we had cleared the nearby bamboo. We hadn't expected to find a sunken ship. Lao Tang explained as they walked. Did you observe the surrounding environment? Shun-Yi inquired. No, we were too exhausted after cutting bamboo yesterday and didn't investigate the vicinity. Lao Tang admitted. Understood, Shun-Yi acknowledged, realizing that they had not explored the area. Thus, he needed to proceed with heightened caution. As they advanced, he heard the sound of flowing water, a gentle trickle that suggested stagnant water rather than a rushing current. Upon reaching the location, he indeed discovered a dilapidated boat resting in the water, but the boat itself was of secondary importance. The cavern behind it commanded his attention. The entrance to the cave was substantial. Could it be that this fishing vessel had navigated through the cave from the opposite side? Here, only the cave and the water existed, stagnant and still, indicating a pit of sorts. Shun-Yi was deeply skeptical. The vessel was undoubtedly a small fishing boat, its wooden structure rotting and exuding a sense that it would crumble at the slightest touch. The hull was coated in faded yellow paint. But time's erosion and the algae covering the bottom, along with the dilapidated windows, repulsed Shun-Yi. Is this the boat? Have you inspected it? Shun-Yi queried Lao Tang, who stood beside him. Not at all. Why would I board it to check? I was afraid of stepping into a void, Lao Tang replied awkwardly. Shun-Yi understood. Yet given that the vessel floated, he had no choice but to enter the water to board it. He removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs. The water was shallow and remarkably clear. He waded towards the boat, instructing Lao Tang to remain on shore, ready to assist should anything go awry. As he stepped onto the boat, he nearly lost his footing due to its severe decay. A string of English letters caught his eye. And though his grasp of the language was limited, he discerned the message, Dad, be safe. The inscription appeared childlike, etched by a young hand, accompanied by a simple depiction of a child's face alongside an adult's. Finding no useful information, Shun-Yi pushed open the cabin door. Instantly, the unventilated stench of decay wafted out, nearly overwhelming him. He pinched his nose, hesitating to enter, merely cracking the door to air out the foul aroma. The stench was enough to sting his eyes. Squinting, he glimpsed two skeletal remains swathed in tattered clothing, covered in dust. Shaking his head, he cautiously made his way to the stern, carefully bracing himself against the beams to avoid a misstep. At the rear, he discovered a chest. Upon opening it, he found an assortment of fishing gear, nets, lines, and beneath them, a toolbox filled with pliers, screwdrivers, wrenches, hammers, and tape measures. These tools proved useful, and Shun-Yi inspected other chests, only to be met with an overwhelming stench of fish, the remnants of their earlier catch now reduced to murky, foul-smelling water. He nearly retched at the sight. Hastily, he closed the chest and stepped back, rubbing his face to regain composure. Inside the boat, upon further inspection, he found more tools, albeit those requiring electricity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. To operate the boat, a motor was essential. Without it, the vessel would remain inert. Could he perhaps dismantle the motor for power? The electrical devices he had could potentially be salvaged. With this realization, the irritation brought on by the wild boars evaporated, replaced by a sense of possibility. Chapter 68. Expanding tools. Shun-Yi first steadied his excited heart and began to search the ship, hoping to find something reliable and useful on board. After scouring the periphery without discovering anything, he turned his attention to the rooms. However, the overpowering smell from within was unbearable, forcing him to retreat to the shore with only a box. Old Tang, the ship has a generator and wiring. Do you think we could dismantle these and take them back for use? Shen Yi inquired. I'm not sure. Did you check the production date? We have no idea how long this ship has been here. If it had a functioning generator, they would have left long ago. It's likely broken, Old Tang replied. Hearing this, Shen Yi realized he had been overly simplistic in his thoughts. Nevertheless, he decided to check the generator's production date before making a decision. Once the smell had dissipated somewhat, Shen Yi returned to the ship, eager to find useful items. The odor still lingered, albeit significantly less intense, making him feel somewhat relieved. The interior of the ship was spacious, divided into 3 distinct areas: a resting area, a dining area, and a storage area. The 2 skeletons were found in the dining area, a classification Shen Yi made based on the items present. Examining the skeletons, he noted that both exhibited intact bones, indicating they were capable of movement and could have disembarked. Why did they choose to remain on the ship until death? Perhaps they had encountered large wild beasts nearby and were too afraid to risk venturing ashore. This was one possible explanation, especially since Shen Yi had seen the wild boar the previous night and would have fled in its presence. Their large hip bones, combined with the English found on the ship and the identification documents he uncovered, suggested they were a fishing couple. Shen Yi pondered the purpose of their journey across the vast Pacific Ocean. Did they not fear capsizing in such a rickety vessel? Their ability to reach this point indicated that there must be land within a few hundred nautical miles, which was indeed an encouraging thought. With little information to glean from the skeletons, Shen Yi shifted his focus to a nearby drawer. Inside, he discovered some useful items, a few sets of relatively clean clothing, some loose change, half a pack of cigarettes, and several expired medications dated 5 years prior. This indicated that the ship had arrived 4 years ago. As Old Tang had suggested, the aging wiring on the ship rendered it unusable, implying that the generator was also broken and could not be dismantled. Shen Yi shook his head in resignation and proceeded to the dining area. There, he found some condiments, though they too were long expired, with the salt having gone moldy, which pained him to see. The only redeeming items were the kitchenware. The pots and pans were mostly intact, save for some rust on the iron pot. Shen Yi decided to take these valuable items with him, recognizing that a single trip would not suffice. He then moved to the storage area, where he discovered several pairs of boots, handmade fish traps, fishing and shrimping tools, and knives, marking a significant bounty. Shen Yi's supply of iron tools had been severely lacking, necessitating the crafting of a stone axe. Now, the iron tools he found would bridge this gap, ushering him into the Iron Age. Although the iron was rusty, a bit of polishing would suffice. Further rummaging through the ship, Shen Yi did not find the embroidery needle he had longed for, but he did uncover a fishing line needle, measuring 10 centimeters in length and finer than the bamboo needles he had crafted. After searching for other useful items without success, Shen Yi left the ship with his findings. It took 3 trips with Old Tang's assistance to transport everything back to shore. Brother Shen, with so much to carry, should we wrap it in a fishing net? Old Tang suggested. If we use a fishing net, it will surely get damaged. Now that we have the iron axe, let us cut some bamboo and craft a simple handcart to haul it all, Shen Yi proposed. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. With his upgraded equipment, Shen Yi's efficiency skyrocketed. Previously, creating a hole in bamboo required fire and a knife, taking hours. Now, it could be accomplished in mere minutes with a single axe strike. Shen Yi beamed with joy. Though he could not utilize electricity, he felt content with these newfound tools. After completing the handcart and loading everything onto it, he secured the items with the fishing net to prevent breakage during transport. With the combined strength of his companions, they quickly moved the load. The weight was manageable, totaling around 100 pounds, but the sheer volume of items made it challenging for just 3 people to carry. Upon returning to the cave, the thin monkey's eyes sparkled at the sight of their haul. Egu, these are all treasures. We've struck it rich. Shen Yi chuckled and shook his head, teasing, look at you, so unrefined. He then called for everyone to organize the newly acquired items. With tools for fishing and other uses neatly arranged, Shen Yi felt a profound sense of fulfillment. No longer would they need to worry on the island. They were gradually acquiring a semblance of modernity. Previously, they had nothing akin to ancient times. After crafting tools, it felt like they had entered antiquity. Now, they existed in a time that resembled antiquity but was enriched with modern knowledge. Among the items was a pair of scissors specifically for cutting fishing lines, which remained rust-free due to being stored in the cabinet away from moisture. Shen Yi eagerly tested them. Could you do me a favor, dear class monitor, and give my hair a trim? Shen Yi's hair had grown long over nearly a month, covering his eyes and giving him a disheveled appearance. Having scissors now made him keen to cut it. I've never done this before. Zhong Shuang hesitated, scissors in hand, feeling a bit flustered. Just cut. You don't need to style it. Even if it ends up looking like a dog chewed it, a buzz cut will do just fine, Shen reassured her. Preferring shorter hair, Zhong Shuang remained indecisive until Ding Qiong took the scissors. Let me handle it. She had Shun Yi sit on the ground, and with swift, decisive movements, she snipped away at his hair until it was nearly finished. I want mine done too, Ding Jia. I can't take it anymore. The thin monkey chimed in, eager to follow suit. Before long, everyone's hair had been trimmed, including the girls, as long hair proved impractical for their activities. Though initially unappealing, over time, the shorter styles would become more acceptable. Ding Qiong even cut her once long hair to neck length. Shen Yi advised her to only take off a little, but she was not skilled enough for that. With no salon capes available, the haircuts necessitated a visit to wash away the stray strands, which were quite bothersome, especially around the collarbone. Time for a shower. Chapter 69. The difficulty of survival in recent days. Shen Yi had indulged in an excess of meat, leaving him with a diminished appetite. He resolved to venture to the seaside in search of oysters to enhance their meager provisions. With a complete set of cooking utensils at his disposal, he found that opening oyster shells had become a far simpler task compared to the past. Zhong Shuang, let us gather some oysters by the shore, Shen Yi called back to her with a smile. All right, Zhong Shuang replied, taking up a basket and following him to the beach. It had been some time since their last visit to the coast. It almost felt as though they had devolved into primitive beings. Better to be primitive than unsafe, Zhong Shuang quipped. Shen Yi hoisted the basket onto his back. Didn't he that sunken ship have power equipment? I was planning to salvage some, feeling the journey was rather dull. He recounted the events of the previous day. The two shared laughter as they arrived at the sandy shore, which bore numerous footprints indicating that Kachang Wei and his group had been there. Upon reaching the original shelter they had built, Shen Yi discovered Shi Huiru and her companions residing there, gathered together, seemingly preoccupied with something in their hands. When Shi Huiru heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Shen Yi, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, as this place had originally been his creation. Shen Yi glanced at them, noting their pallid faces and emaciated frames. While their faces remained relatively clean, likely due to washing up the previous day, their overall appearance conveyed one message: utter weakness. He understood that their condition stemmed from a lack of salt. We didn't mean to intrude. We just moved in here when we saw you were gone. If we offended you, please forgive us, Shi Huiru said, her voice trembling as tears threatened to spill. Feeling a surge of compassion, Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively. You may continue to stay here. Aren't there oysters? You need to replenish your salt intake. Shi Huiru managed a bitter smile. The oysters by the seaside have all been harvested. We found some bullfrogs in a wetland and have been subsisting on them. We lack the skills to catch a bear like you. Upon hearing her explanation, Shen Yi learned that they were now trading bullfrogs with Kachang Wei for meat. 3 bullfrogs for 2 taels of meat. Shen Yi, do you have any salt? If so, we are willing to trade bullfrogs for it, Shi Huiru implored eagerly. Fully aware of the dire consequences of their salt deficiency, Shen Yi refrained from demanding an exorbitant price, suggesting instead a trade of 1 bullfrog for 100 grams of coarse salt. This exchange was already generous, considering he had less than 300 grams of coarse salt remaining, 1/3 of his total for a single bullfrog, essentially a gift. No, we cannot impose upon you. We have 10 bullfrogs. We will trade 5, she insisted. Just give me 1. There's no need to overextend yourselves, Shen Yi replied, unable to ignore the sight of their frail forms. He began to contemplate whether to take them in, but realized this decision required consultation with others. This was not an act of altruism. It was a means to bolster their workforce. It was evident that the various tasks at hand demanded considerable time. Ultimately, due to their limited numbers, with 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, they would certainly be a valuable asset. Should they later discover any dishonesty akin to Cheng Hao and Lin Jia, Shen Yi could simply expel them. Upon hearing this, Shi Huiru was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She did not regret her earlier decision to separate from the group, but the weight of survival had become unbearable. Each day was a relentless struggle to fill their stomachs, often resulting in entire days without food. After much effort, they had located a wetland teeming with bullfrogs. Kachang Wei and his group had sought to understand their situation and, after being rebuffed, dispatched individuals to follow them, hastening their own frog-catching efforts. Shi Huiru felt a sense of helplessness. They were outnumbered and could only quicken their pace in catching bullfrogs. Even the terms of their exchanges had shifted from 5 bullfrogs for 2 taels of meat to 3 bullfrogs now. She felt utterly exhausted by the struggle for survival. In contrast, Shen Yi had only required them to gather 10 stones for a mere 2 pieces of meat. She, with her resilient facade, had suggested trading 5 bullfrogs for salt, yet Shen Yi's refusal had pierced through her bravado. As she refrained from weeping, she gazed at her 4 companions, silently resolving to forge ahead. By the way, As the weather grows colder, winter is approaching, and you must prepare for it, Shun-Yi reminded her. A cold breeze suddenly recalling this pressing matter. Sure, Huiru, resolved, then said, Shun-Yi, could you accompany me into the woods for a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Zhang Shuang's gaze shifted to Shun-Yi. Is it just the two of you? Yes. I trust this young lady will not mind, he responded, effectively sealing Zhang Shuang's fate. She could only acquiesce. Shun-Yi followed Sure Huiru into the woods. After walking for 5 minutes without pause, he felt a tinge of annoyance until Sure Huiru abruptly turned back. She approached him, grasping his hand with a seductive demeanor. Placing it before her, Shun-Yi's senses were instantly awakened, and she whispered alluringly while leaning against him, stirring feelings within him. Regaining his composure, Shun-Yi gently pushed her away. Please, maintain your dignity. If there is something you wish to convey, do so directly. There is no need for such self-deprecation. Sure Huiru felt as though the sky had fallen. He had rejected her. A wave of bitterness surged within her, and her remaining vestige of dignity felt stripped away, especially after he had exposed their current plight. Overwhelmed by the weight of her emotions, she collapsed to the ground. Shun-Yi caught her, but she clung to him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. It is so difficult to survive on this island, she cried, repeatedly uttering those words. Shun-Yi remained silent, empathetic to her plight. Sure Huiru had once been a strong-willed woman, resolute in her opinions. Yet now, she was reduced to compromising her principles for mere sustenance. This should not be, he thought. Shun-Yi listened as she vented her frustrations. Unlike others, her complaints were not directed at the whims of fate. Rather, she lamented her own perceived inadequacies. What difference did that make? A significant one. One complains about external circumstances, while Sure Huiru's discontent stemmed from a lack of personal capability. Her grievances were not outwardly displayed. They were rooted deeply within her being. Shun-Yi's mind began to crystallize with resolve. Chapter 070. Expanding the team. Her manner of complaint ignited in Shun-Yi a desire to recruit her. This indicated her willingness to change, albeit in the wrong direction. Recruiting her would not be a loss. Shun-Yi had just been pondering the issue of manpower. Currently, food was abundant, and the food crisis had been resolved. What about shelter? There were caves available, so accommodation was not an issue. As for their character, that would require some time to discern. Judging a person's worth solely by appearances is a futile endeavor, as even deities cannot achieve such feats. With these thoughts in mind, Shun-Yi spoke to Sure Huiru. Stop crying. Come back with me. Sure Huiru paused. Her weeping ceased. It seemed she was mulling over something, and after a moment, she managed to utter, My life is yours. You can take me away whenever you wish. Shun-Yi was taken aback by her words, which stirred his imagination. Sure Huiru appeared more mature, her every smile and gesture exuding the beauty of a refined woman. In contrast, Zhang Shuang resembled an inexperienced young fruit. However, there was a significant drawback. She had not bathed for quite some time, and Shun-Yi's preferences were not that extreme. After returning with Sure Huiru, Shun-Yi instructed, You have 10 minutes to gather your things, then we shall leave. They were bewildered, yet Shun-Yi's willingness to accept them was enough to invigorate their spirits. Zhang Shuang was puzzled. What had transpired between the two in the woods that led Shun-Yi to agree to take them away? Observing Zhang Shuang's confused expression, Shun-Yi chuckled and took her to the seaside. Now that we have an abundance of food and shelter, along with the necessary tools, we face a shortage of manpower. We have been busily toiling from dawn till dusk, and as the days grow colder, accepting them would benefit us more than it costs. Listening to Shun-Yi's reasoning and reflecting on their recent experiences, it was indeed as he said. They had not been overly busy, but Shun-Yi was another story. Bamboo, kilns, and pottery. Every task had fallen upon his shoulders, and it was undoubtedly exhausting. I understand, but what exactly were you discussing with her in the woods? Zhang Shuang inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Shun-Yi. He was taken aback. Was a woman's intuition truly this accurate? Yet, they had done nothing inappropriate. They merely conversed. She expressed her exhaustion and a sense of hopelessness, and I thought we needed more hands, so I offered to take them in. Initially, we had no meat to eat, only scavenging for oysters, which left us constantly hungry. Shun-Yi shifted the topic, wishing to avoid further discussion about Sure Huiru, considering her dignity. Zhang Shuang was reminded of their early days on the island, sleeping under the stars and scouring for food. Their current situation was not vastly different, evoking deep sentiments. This was not to say Sure Huiru lacked effort. On the contrary, she had also foraged for wild vegetables, just as Shun-Yi and Ding Qiong had. She had constructed her own rudimentary shelter, but she lacked a better strategy. Before arriving on the island, she had been preoccupied with survival and had not considered these matters. She had worked hard but was hindered by a lack of tools, and the daily quest for sustenance consumed most of her energy. One could only hope that her talents would flourish upon joining their ranks. I just hope you 1T forget us old-timers when new members arrive, Zhang Shuang reminded. Her intentions benign. Of course not. Shani chuckled, standing before her with a playful demeanor, gently pinching her cheek. You haven't been eating well lately. Look how thin you've become. Zhang Shuang, flustered, averted her gaze and pushed his hand away. Don't do that, releasing her. Shun Yi tenderly brushed her hair aside. You're blushing, are you shy? Not at all. Shun Yi refrained from teasing her further, but pondered that her birthday was approaching. He wondered what gift would be appropriate. Are we ready to go? Shen Yi asked as they finished packing. He took Zhang Shuang's hand and began walking back. Zhang Shuang attempted to pull away but soon realized she could not free herself, so she allowed Shun Yi to lead her. Boys' hands are quite sturdy, she mused internally, having never held hands with other boys before. Despite Shun Yi's nonchalance, her last experience of holding hands was during an arm wrestling match. Her face flushed at the memory. Upon their return, Shi Huiru reported, "We are ready." "Then let us depart," Shun Yi replied, observing their collected items, which, though not abundant, indicated their hard work. After leading them back to the cave, they introduced themselves, and Shen Yi became acquainted with the 5 newcomers. There was no need to mention Shi Huiru, whom he already knew. She was the secretary to her boss, engaging in international business negotiations, not the kind of secretary who merely lingers idly. Her achievements were the result of her own efforts, influenced by her formidable female boss. Next was Meng Hua, an older gentleman dressed entirely in black, whom Shi Huiru suggested could be called Old Meng. Then there was a younger, plump fellow who preferred to be called Little Fatty. He was quite affable, hailing from another company and adept in business dealings. The final 2, Zhao Qing and Lin Chong, belonged to the same company. Zhao Qing was straightforward and principled, while Lin Chong was more reserved, merely stating his name. They all recognized Shen Yi, eliminating the need for further introductions. Shen Yi briefly introduced Zhang Shuang before they returned to the cave, where the newcomers marveled at the progress Shen Yi had made. Words failed them as they gazed in astonishment. "We never expected you to achieve so much. We truly feel humbled," Little Fatty exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as he surveyed the surroundings, especially the sight of the 2 goats, which seemed like treasures to him. Shi Huiru was equally astonished, realizing that had she joined Shen Yi's team earlier, she would have avoided many hardships. Ding Qiong and the others emerged, glancing at Shi Huiru and her companions in confusion. Shen Yi gathered everyone, explaining the situation and introducing each person. There was nothing to conceal, he candidly stated. With their addition, our tasks will become significantly easier. I hope everyone will refrain from forming cliques. There are no special instructions. I'll take you to bathe, and we'll prepare to work together starting tomorrow. Upon hearing they could bathe, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Shun Yi had provided them with an abundance of surprises. As he elaborated on the reasons for their inclusion, the group no longer felt any reservations. Shen Yi smiled, grateful for the 5 new members. His team now comprised 13 individuals, which felt splendid. Chapter 071. Are you capable? In stark comparison, while you are living your lives, we merely exist. Little Fatty smacked his lips, gazing at everything around him, feeling a sense of wonder. It truly is an unworthy comparison. Once juxtaposed, the distinction between heaven and earth becomes apparent. There is no significant difference. We all strive to survive. Now that you have joined our team, feel free to be less restrained. We are all one big family. Shen Yi smiled, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. His efforts had garnered recognition and praise from others, and that feeling was unparalleled. Let us proceed to the bathing area, he announced. Where exactly is it? Little Fatty inquired, turning to him. Not here, in another location. Come along. Shi Huiru and the others grabbed their change of clothes and followed Shun Yi as they departed. Upon arriving at the lake, the truth was unveiled. This was the place. Shi Huiru instructed them to bathe first, while she would follow afterward. She stood by the tree, engaging in conversation with Shun Yi. Once they finished bathing, she suggested, "Why don't you all head back first? Stay with me for a moment." Her voice was sultry and soft. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's gaze fell upon Shi Huiru's voluptuous figure, her curvaceous thighs, and his mind began to wander. "No, there's no need for that," he replied, rejecting her once more. Yet his throat felt parched, nearly succumbing to her invitation. He cautioned himself against such actions. Shi Huiru, undeterred, whispered, "Are you afraid of being found out by Zhang Shuang? Fear not. I shall keep it a secret, just between us, very discreet." As she spoke, her hand rested on Shen Yi's chest. Hidden from the view of those bathing nearby, their angle perfectly concealed. In a bold move, she began to loosen her collar. Shun Yi immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and stood up, his posture awkward. Shi Huiru was not unattractive. In fact, she was quite voluptuous, dressed in a professional outfit that, though tattered in places, accentuated her femininity. Shun Yi silently recited to himself. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This woman seemed intent on seducing him, and he felt a pang of regret. If this were to happen daily, who could withstand it? Much like a lotus. She was meant to be admired from a distance, not approached. Noticing Shun Yi's sudden movement, Shi Huiru also stood up. At a height of 1.5 meters, she was significantly shorter than Shen Yi. However, she tilted her head back, gently biting her lip, and quietly murmured, I am serious. She leaned closer to him. Shen Yi's mind was a turbulent storm. He had indeed acquired a temptress. Please, do not, he implored. His heart racing as he felt the weight of temptation pressing upon him. Her laughter danced in the air. What are you afraid of? I anticipated your refusal, but not for such a reason. You currently have no girlfriend. Your relationship with Zhong Shuang is merely ambiguous. I do not wish to intrude upon your life. I willingly offer myself. So what is there to fear? Shen Yi found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, he longed to embrace her, yet he feared the purity of their relationship would be tainted. He must not yield to such temptation. The rational voice within him persistently warned him. As they were caught in this dilemma, they had already finished bathing. Shun Yi exhaled in relief. You may go ahead and bathe, he said, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Shi Huiru approached their group, exchanged a few words with them, and then they departed. Shen Yi muttered to himself, so, I shall return as well? His resignation was palpable. This is quite absurd, a lone man and woman together. How can this be allowed? He pondered. If you return, can you bear to leave me alone, especially if a beast were to appear? Shi Huiru teased, stepping closer to Shen Yi. He instinctively retreated. But she had already shed her outer garment, her eyes alluring. Eventually, Shun Yi found himself backed against a tree, with nowhere left to escape. Yet, Shi Huiru paused, casting a wistful gaze upon him before turning to bathe. Shun Yi's heart raced, silently grateful to have evaded an awkward situation. Before he could turn away, he caught sight of Shi Huiru undressing by the shore. The scene struck him like a punch to the chest. Did he feel nothing? Was that even possible? He closed his eyes and retreated to sit behind the tree, striving to calm his racing heart. Despite his efforts for tranquility, the sounds of her splashing in the water were unmistakable. Shen Yi distanced himself further, attempting to escape this enticing atmosphere. He chastised himself for nearly falling into her trap. Just as he rallied his resolve, he heard Shi Huiru call out, Hey, you wouldn't be incapable, would you? All of Shun Yi's mental fortitude crumbled in an instant. Rendered utterly futile, he turned around, glaring at Shi Huiru in the water, gritting his teeth as he declared, Who dares say I am incapable? Ego. Why have you returned so late? The thin monkey followed Shi Huiru, announcing, I accompanied her to the wetlands to catch bullfrogs. Unfortunately, they were all rather small. Nevertheless, we can have a little extra tonight. Shun Yi feigned calmness as he spoke, while the thin monkey inspected the minuscule bullfrogs he had collected. Though small, they would still suffice to enhance their meal. Even the tiniest of mosquito legs is still meat. I shall present these to old Tang's wife first. After the thin monkey departed, Shen Yi intentionally avoided Zhong Shuang's gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Even though they were not yet in a romantic relationship, he felt a sense of unease. Our water tank in the kiln has been successfully fired. Let us retrieve it together, Shen Yi informed Lin Chong and Zhao Qing. A water tank? Surely, you jest. You actually managed to fire a water tank? Little Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief. That one, Shen Yi pointed toward the intact kiln. The group proceeded to break open the earthen covering of the kiln, revealing a perfect water tank within, still warm to the touch. Once they ensured there were no defects, they called for assistance to lift it out. The tank was not heavy or overly large. Shen Yi instructed them to secure it with ropes and transport it into the cave. Relax, why are you so tense? Shi Huiru tugged at Shen Yi's clothing, speaking softly. In that instant, Shen Yi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Her words ignited a sense of guilt within him. Please, do not speak. If it were not for you, what have I done to you? You are the one who sought to prove yourself. Noticing the two in hushed conversation, Zhong Shuang approached and asked, What is going on? Nothing much, just explaining the water tank to her. She wishes to learn. Shen Yi fabricated an explanation to deflect her inquiry. Zhong Shuang nodded, yet she observed Shen Yi's demeanor, sensing his unease. Do you have something to hide from me? She queried. Shen Yi's heart raced at the possibility of being discovered. Shi Huiru casually mentioned her intention to tidy up and made her exit. Shen Yi cursed under his breath. She fled at the first sign of trouble, demonstrating the fragility of their bond. Of course there is something. Would I not conceal it from you? But I shall not divulge it, he declared, opting for a more reckless approach. He reached out and pinched Zhong Shuang as cheek playfully. Hey, you are truly wonderful, she replied with a smile, embracing Shen Yi. Shen Yi? Chapter 072. The exploding truck. Is this woman out of her mind? She has secrets of her own, yet she appears so delighted? Shun-yi scratched his head, pondering what there was to be joyous about. Suddenly, he recalled that Shouho had mentioned just a couple of days earlier that Zhong Shuang's birthday was approaching, tomorrow, if memory served him right. Ah, that explains it. Shun-yi instantly comprehended why Zhong Shuang was so cheerful. Of course, she was aware of her own birthday. She misunderstood the situation, which could be seen as a fortunate misconception. However, the dilemma he faced was that he had yet to decide what gift to present to Zhong Shuang. A headache ensued. Rest assured, it would certainly be a surprise. Shun-yi ruffled Zhong Shuang's hair, yet he felt an increasing sense of guilt, realizing how hypocritical he had become. If given the chance to start afresh, he would never again allow himself to be provoked into making rash decisions. But alas, time could not be rewound. He could only navigate the present moment step by step. They had securely bound the water tank with ropes when someone called out to Shun-yi. I'll go handle some matters first, and later I'll take you to the beach. If he recalled correctly, after midnight tonight would mark her birthday, and Shun-yi needed to devise a flawless plan within this limited time frame. To tell a single lie requires the construction of 100 others to compensate. What a self-inflicted predicament. Approaching the water tank, Shun-yi tugged at the rope to ensure it was securely fastened. You all go down to catch it. We will hold the tank from above. A simple distribution of tasks followed. The advantage of having a larger group was evident, had it just been a few of them. The water tank would likely have been difficult to manage. They split into 2 teams, and after the others descended, Shun-yi slowly lowered the tank. Loosen, loosen. Loosen, they shouted from below as Shun-yi cautiously guided it down. Finally, feeling the weight ease, he realized they had caught the tank. Following his plan, he placed the water tank in a corner. Shouho, pour some water into it to clean it, then check for leaks. Shun-yi called out to Shouho in the cave to handle the aftermath, while he sought out Ding Qiong for her wisdom. Ding Qiong, aware of Zhang Shuart's impending birthday, initially had no intention of doing anything elaborate. However, considering the large gathering, she reasoned that celebrating a birthday could foster enthusiasm. We could use kudzu root as flour, gather bird eggs, and whip up a simple cake, then decorate it with some wild fruits. A cake? An island-style cake. Can you make it? Shun-yi inquired. It's not difficult, but it will require time. If I take Zhong Shuang away now, how long do you think it will take to return? Under optimal conditions, it would take 4 hours. We have some kudzu starch left, but it's insufficient and will need to be remade. 4 hours is the shortest time frame. Shun-yi nodded, realizing the urgency of the situation. All right, I'll distract her, and you can mobilize the rest. I'll return in the evening. Can we confirm this timing? Sure. Ding Qiong calculated the time. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the schedule appeared feasible. Thank you for your assistance. Have you bathed? Shun-yi had just posed the question when Ding Qiong caught him off guard with her response. Yes, I have bathed. What a predicament. Shun-yi's previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more. Was this woman a reincarnated detective or a magnifying glass in disguise, so astutely perceptive? You'd best maintain a certain distance from Huiru. You won't be able to outplay her. Ding Qiong's remark struck Shun-yi like a bolt from the blue. In what way? He asked, bewildered. Which aspect do you believe? Your every action thus far has betrayed your insecurity, and you are well aware of what you're insecure about. I do not oppose your endeavors. After all, my father has 4 lovers, and I have grown accustomed to such dynamics since childhood, making me particularly sensitive to it. If you wish to obtain something, you must first enhance your own capabilities. Ding Qiong's words left Shun-yi feeling inadequate. He grasped the essence of her message. I'll take my leave. At a loss for words, he turned to leave. However, not far into his departure, he suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced back, only to find Ding Qiong observing him with a knowing smile. Ah, he had been ensnared in her words. What an explosive revelation. Ding Qiong had merely been probing, but his own anxiety had led him to affirm everything. Wasn't he this the very definition of an exploding truck? Shun-yi forced a wry smile at Ding Qiong. Realizing he must tread carefully in future dealings with her, one could easily misspeak. Feeling utterly helpless, he reassured himself that Ding Qiong would not divulge this incident to Zhong Shuang. Yet an unsettling realization washed over him. He felt like a complete cad. Upon finding Zhong Shuang, Shun-yi resolved to be vigilant about his words and actions, determined not to be ensnared again. Unlike Ding Qiong, who was shrewd and calculating, Zhong Shuang appeared to embody the innocence of youth. Let us go to the beach and enjoy the sea, she suggested eagerly, nodding in agreement and following Shun-yi toward the shore. Meanwhile, Huiru, observing Shun-yi and Zhong Shuang together, felt a pang of disappointment. She reminded herself that she could only maintain a clandestine relationship and must not trouble him. Yet, the sorrow within her was relentless, an insatiable longing for recognition. She was startled by her own aspirations to elevate their connection so soon after just one afternoon. Zhong Shuang accompanied Shun-yi to the beach. Their relationship had indeed warmed recently, aligning with Sir Huiru's assessment of their ambiguous status, friends yet more than mere acquaintances. The beach offered little of interest, yet Shani, seeking to prolong their time together, strolled along the coast with Zhong Shuang, engaging in light conversation. However, he was preoccupied with his thoughts, unable to match her carefree spirit. As they chatted, Shun Yi occasionally paused, lost in contemplation, his mind elsewhere. Once or twice, this was acceptable, but as it occurred more frequently, Zhong Shuang's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "Are you hiding something from me?" she inquired during one of his absent moments. Shun Yi quickly shook his head. No, truly nothing. I was simply pondering other matters. Remember our hike? I was thinking about the great chasm on the island, wondering what might be found there. I'm not trying to brush you off. I'll tentatively believe you. Let us hurry. There are plenty of shells ahead. Zhong Shuang linked her arm with his, urging him forward. Shun Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the more she behaved so, the more uncertain he felt about how to respond. The weight of guilt intensified within him, a feeling of unworthiness washed over him. The nature of this situation was different. He struggled to reconcile his own inner conflicts. He scolded himself, questioning why he was so entangled in his emotions. Why not simply embrace his role as a rogue? But gazing at Zhong Shuang's pure visage, he felt a pang of remorse. If she were a blank canvas, he was but a drop of ink, reluctant to mar her pristine surface. "Come quickly. Let us catch some shells," she exclaimed. Coming. Shun Yi could only remind himself to take it one step at a time, hoping that he would not fall into another pit of self-sabotage. If he were to explode again, it would truly spell the end for him. He wished for many more days to come. Chapter 073. Zhong Shuang's birthday. Collecting seashells by the seaside with Zhong Shuang, the two shared laughter and delightful conversation, fostering a pleasant atmosphere. As twilight descended gradually, Shani had no intention of returning, and Zhong Shuang refrained from suggesting that they leave. For she was aware that others were likely preparing something special. Knowing about the surprise diminished its novelty. She could only anticipate that others were orchestrating a surprise without knowing its specifics. Shani's reluctance to depart was met with her willingness to wait patiently by his side. Feeling fatigued, they settled on the sandy shore, gazing out at the vast ocean. "Shani, do you realize how remarkable you truly are?" she expressed. "Thank you. I am quite eager to know," he replied, playfully redirecting her focus. Zhong Shuang chuckled, playfully nudging him as she leaned against his shoulder. "What I meant to say is, without you, I truly wonder how long I could endure. You know, when I first encountered Sir Huiru." Upon hearing the name, Shen Yi's heart tightened, but he soon relaxed upon hearing Zhong Shuang's subsequent words. She wore her uniform with such poise, exuding an aura of competence. "I perceived her as a formidable sister. Indeed, she is quite impressive," Shen Yi acknowledged, his thoughts drifting to their time in the water. Yet later, witnessing them, I found myself at a loss for words. I thought, had I not met you, my circumstances might have been even worse than theirs. She possesses such strength, and yet here I am, feeling inadequate by comparison. Zhong Shuang sighed softly, embracing Shen Yi's arm, reluctant to let go. "Fear not, for in this world, there are no what-ifs, nor is there a remedy for regret. We need not dwell on the past, but instead be grateful. Yes, grateful. I am truly thankful to have met you, to have found hope for survival on this island through you. You have imparted so much knowledge to me, teaching me to weave, allowing me to express my worth." A hint of fear crept into her voice. "Sometimes, I genuinely fear leaving this team. If I were to depart, where would I go?" Zhong Shuang's words stirred a pang of empathy within Shen Yi. "You must not underestimate yourself. I possess no extraordinary skills either. We have merely strived to survive and have gradually evolved into who we are now. Everyone has exerted considerable effort," he reassured her. "I understand, truly, but I still wish to express my gratitude." Leaning in earnestly, Zhong Shuang gently kissed his cheek. Shen Yi savored the moment of warmth. Turning his head to find her eyes closed, he acted without hesitation, kissing her back, shedding any burdens that weighed on his heart. Damn the worries. This is love. Unfazed by the future's uncertainties, in this moment, all he desired was to kiss her, following the rhythm of their hearts, disregarding the gazes of others. He sought to relish this fleeting instant. However, Zhong Shuang abruptly pushed him away, forcing herself to stop. What mattered to her was the title they held, boyfriend and girlfriend. Unfortunately, Shun Yi had not uttered such words. She certainly did not want ambiguity. Shen Yi's oversight was unintentional. He had simply forgotten about this matter altogether. The disparity in their thought processes was palpable. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to return. "Let us head back." "Oh," Zhong Shuang replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. She had anticipated that Shun Yi would say something about becoming a couple, but alas, no such words were spoken. This left her feeling rather passive, mentally chiding Shen Yi for being oblivious. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Shen Yi held a torch and guided Zhong Shuang back. relieved that their path did not lead through the woods but rather along the mountainside, where they encountered no wild beasts. Upon returning, the exterior was deserted, yet the cave within was illuminated by a warm glow. "Let us go down," Shun-Yi said with a smile. Zhong Shuang descended first, while Shen-Yi exchanged gestures with the thin monkey. "Are you ready?" The thin monkey signaled an affirmative with his hands. Shen-Yi leaped down, and in that instant, the cave's light was extinguished. Within the pitch-black cavern, only moonlight filtered through. Gradually, from amidst the crowd emerged a cake. "Happy birthday to you." Accompanied by the melody of the birthday song, everyone clapped rhythmically as Old Tang's wife gently approached Zhong Shuang with the cake. The candles were crafted from dry grass. The cake made from kudzu powder, bird eggs, and water, adorned with wild fruits. In a time when food sources were scarce, to create such a cake, albeit unrefined in appearance, was a testament to their hard work throughout the afternoon. Shun-Yi approached Zhong Shuang and urged, "Blow out the candles, make a wish." Aware of the cake's significance, Zhong Shuang felt a swell of emotion. The contrast between a cake ordered in the city and one painstakingly made on the island was profound. Though both were cakes, their meanings diverged greatly. "Yes," she nodded vigorously, tears shimmering in her eyes. Closing her eyes, she allowed a single glistening tear to fall as she made her wish. "Good." The crowd erupted in applause, and the thin monkey reignited the torch. "Even children have birthday cakes. I wonder if you like it," Shun-Yi said with a grin. "I do," Zhong Shuang replied, kissing Shun-Yi on the cheek in front of everyone. "Wow." The crowd cheered, while only Huiru managed an awkward smile, her discomfort noted only by Ding Qiong. It seemed to create a continuous cycle. "All right, let us share the cake." The cake was small, allowing only a modest portion for each. Yet it was a welcome improvement to their meager meals. They had not tasted carbohydrates in ages. "Thank you all. Thank you," Zhong Shuang exclaimed with excitement. At a loss for words beyond her gratitude, she felt cherished. "Class monitor, no need to thank us. You often help us, and we remember." The thin monkey replied with a chuckle. "You can't even keep quiet while eating cake," Shun-Yi teased. "Eat, eat." Alongside the cake, they enjoyed wild vegetables, meat, and meat broth. After a hearty feast, they were satisfied, though the others had not experienced such a meal in quite some time. As Xiaopeng remarked, they had never truly had a full meal since arriving on the island. Today was indeed a blessing thanks to Zhong Shuang. After the meal, Shun-Yi conducted a check, confirming that the water tank was leak-free. He also consulted Ding Qiong, ensuring their resting areas were adequately arranged. This signified that everything had been meticulously organized in his absence. Shun-Yi chuckled at the irony. His presence seemed inconsequential. "Well, if everything is in order without me, perhaps I deserve a holiday." "Thank you, Shun-Yi. I like you." "What?" Her 4 words were mumbled so distinctly that Shun-Yi couldn't comprehend a single one. He dismissed it as mere misunderstanding. Zhong Shuang's face flushed crimson as she retreated to rest. Meanwhile, Shun-Yi was left mimicking her words. I like. By the time he processed her declaration, she had already fallen asleep. Chapter 074. The Bullfrog Wetland. Shun-Yi scratched his head awkwardly, lamenting his slow reaction. Oh well. Time to sleep. Today had been a fulfilling day. The next day, Shun-Yi resolved to catch bullfrogs to enhance their meals. After a prolonged diet of meat, he found it rather monotonous. Although bullfrogs were also meat, they offered a refreshing change in taste. This time, he decided not to bring Huiru along, primarily out of concern for his own restraint. Fortunately, having visited the area once before, he was familiar with the route and invited Lao Meng and Xiaopeng instead. The others were assigned tasks such as cutting bamboo, gathering hay, chopping branches, and weaving. These had become daily routines. Shun-Yi also needed to set traps to guard against wild boar invasions. The day's tasks were not overly demanding. Truthfully, Shun-Yi yearned to explore the island further. He had only uncovered a small portion thus far. Exploring the island would offer a better understanding of its entirety, revealing which areas were abundant with wildlife, allowing them to avoid potential dangers. The wetland where the bullfrogs resided was still worth investigating. Brother Shen, how do you know so much about survival? You don't seem that old, Xiaopeng inquired, feeling somewhat bored as he trailed behind Shun-Yi. I don't know that much, really. I've just had some fortunate encounters. For instance, I have bamboo at home. My father often crafted things from it when I was a child, so I learned a bit. As for pottery, that is simply due to the prevalence of ceramics in my region. You could say we have a knack for playing with clay. The rest of my knowledge comes from watching survival videos on deserted islands. I've never had the chance to put them into practice. We're either in school or working every day. Who has the leisure to delve into these matters? It's just a way to refresh my mind and indulge in curiosity. The more you watch, the more you subconsciously retain. I wasn't always proficient. It's all about gradual adaptation, Shun-Yi explained with a smile, emphasizing that these skills were not innate, but rather acquired through experience. That is quite impressive. At least you can apply it, Xiaopeng complimented. Haha, I actually hope to never use this knowledge in my life, Shani replied candidly. After being on the island for so long, he truly longed for the stability of ordinary days. Though lacking in wealth, they had never had to worry about food and drink. Now, while money was worthless, sustenance and shelter had become pressing issues. It's been quite good. Before joining you, I couldn't even imagine what the future would hold. Whether I could survive was uncertain. But now that I'm with you, my confidence in survival has significantly increased. Wouldn't you agree, Lao Ming? Lao Ming, who had been silent throughout, chuckled in agreement. Indeed, if I had seeds, I could cultivate the land. Shani looked at Lao Ming with newfound admiration, as if he had discovered a treasure. You can farm? Of course. I'm just a bit older than you. So I've experienced conditions that were far less favorable. As a child, I had to work the fields during vacations, and when harvest season came, I even had to suspend my studies to help out. Otherwise, if the harvest was poor, we could face hunger the following year. Now that conditions have improved, we no longer need to farm. Everyone can work elsewhere. Yet the memories of farming remain with me for life, Lao Ming replied with a chuckle. All right then. Find a spot near the cave. If you can cultivate, I'll get you some seeds. There must be some on this island. If we can find potatoes or sweet potatoes, we'll never lack for provisions, Shen Yi suggested. Indeed, potatoes are excellent. It's nearly impossible to ruin a dish made with them, Shen Yi concurred. As the three continued along, their initial awkwardness began to dissipate. With more conversation with Shen Yi, they realized he was not as enigmatic as they had initially thought. He was quite amiable. The only distinction he made was between his own group and others, and they felt honored to be included in his plans. Ahead lay the wetland that Shen Yi had visited the previous day. He hadn't thoroughly examined it then, primarily due to time constraints and a sense of guilt. Today, however, he felt justified and had ample time to observe. The terrain here was relatively low-lying, having previously ascended a peak. He had a good understanding of the island's topography, which sloped downward from the northeast to the southwest. This wetland was situated in the northeastern range, marking it as the lowest point in that area. The wetland itself was small, encircled by exceptionally lush trees, likely due to the moisture from the wetland. The underground water was probably abundant, allowing the trees to flourish. There was also an abundance of weeds. Typically, one could find bullfrogs among the tall grasses. Shen Yi had discovered them this way yesterday. However, he had to be cautious of snakes, as the island was home to them. A sudden bite would be an unfortunate stroke of luck for anyone. This point was underscored by the unfortunate experience of Shou Ho, who had paid the price for carelessness. Yet, since the bullfrogs were hidden among the weeds, he had to be discreet to avoid startling them into flight. He could only proceed to catch them after confirming that no snakes lurked nearby. This time, Shen Yi brought a basket, which Lao Ming carried, allowing them to toss the captured bullfrogs inside. This method was far superior to wrapping them in clothing. However, having a container did not significantly enhance their efficiency. From the moment they entered the wetland, it took them half an hour to catch merely 7 or 8 frogs. And most of them were not particularly large. Some were too small to keep, so they released them, deciding to return once they had matured. As they were busy catching frogs, they heard footsteps approaching. It was unmistakably Ku Changwei and his group. Brother Shun, did Shi Jian inform you that they have divided into 2 factions? One led by Ku Changwei, consisting of your classmates, and the other by Shi Guanglin, Xiaopeng remarked. Shen Yi recalled that Shi Huiro had mentioned this briefly before. When Ku Changwei and his group arrived, they noticed Shen Yi. It had been some time since they last met, and the visual signs of fatigue were evident. Visible weight loss, dark circles under their eyes, unkempt beards, and a general state of dishevelment. Ku Changwei appeared to be in slightly better condition. Upon seeing Shen Yi, he also recognized Lao Ming and Xiaopeng. Did they join you, Shen Yi? He asked in surprise. Yes, I needed extra hands, and they were struggling. So I invited them to join us. It's rather inconsiderate to not think of our classmates first when you needed help. Just because they're struggling doesn't mean we should be thriving, right? Someone murmured from behind Ku Changwei, but Shen Yi paid it no mind. All right, that's good. So you're also catching bullfrogs? Ku Changwei interrupted the murmurs, expressing envy. Yes, we are catching bullfrogs to enhance our meals, Shen Yi replied, devoid of any intent to boast, merely stating facts. However, to Ku Changwei and his group, his words felt like a bitter reminder of their plight. They had to catch bullfrogs out of necessity, while Shen Yi merely sought to improve his meals. The disparity weighed heavily on their hearts. From what they understood, Shen Yi's team was the only one thriving on the island, while the others were struggling. Initially, 2 teams had formed, which later split into 3, and now, with Shen Yi incorporating 1 team, they were back to 3 once more. Though envious, they did not harbor feelings of resentment. Sometimes, acceptance of fate was necessary. When they chose to ostracize Shen Yi, they should have considered the potential consequences. Past actions could lead to regret, but one could never return to rectify them. Could they? Chapter 075. The exchange continues. Kachawei managed to force a smile and said, Shin-E, don't you advocate for barter? Is it still possible to exchange now? Of course. Shin-E nodded, looking at Kachawei. Having something to trade is ideal. What do you wish to exchange? I have quite a few items here. All crafted by myself, be it weapons, tools, or food. Kachawei was internally astonished. It seemed Shun-E had significantly improved his circumstances. When it comes to barter, it would be unwise to offer food, as our diets are quite similar. Furthermore, your group is rather large. We should prioritize your needs. For your sake, let us refrain from exchanging food. Shun-E was informed by Shihuiru that they once traded 3 bullfrogs for just a couple of pounds of meat. While Shun-E had hundreds of pounds at his disposal, so he certainly did not lack provisions. I understand. Our food supplies are indeed comparable. Kachawei chuckled awkwardly. He pondered what he had to offer, realizing that anything he possessed, Shin-E likely did too, and anything he lacked might also be within Shin-E's reach. What could he possibly trade? However, he recalled Shun-E mentioning an improvement in their meals. Perhaps that could be a viable exchange. Is it true? You mentioned enhancing your diet? We recently discovered wild fruits in the nearby woods. They are exceptionally sweet, and some are tangy. Would you be interested in trading for them? Kachawei ventured cautiously. Fruits? Shun-E mused, intrigued. What would you like in return for the fruits? What do you have? Perhaps bamboo baskets, ropes, clay pots, baskets, or fishing nets. Shin-E contemplated, sharing some of the items he had recently crafted. Could I trade for a stone axe? The only tool that caught Kachawei's interest was the stone axe. While the bamboo and clay items were excellent, their immediate need was for tools. A stone axe would indeed serve them well. That is fine. But let me clarify first. The stone axe cannot fell trees. It can only chop small branches and is prone to breaking, as it is not made of iron. I understand. I will only use it to clear paths and cut branches. Chopping down trees would be futile. Kachawei sighed with relief, smiling. Genuinely relieved that Shin-E did not refuse the trade. All right then, let us schedule the exchange for tomorrow morning. We will need at least 5 plants, each with no fewer than 20 fruits. As Kachawei gestured to indicate the size of the fruits and how many each plant bore, Shun-E made his request. Certainly, he exhaled with relief, thankful that Shun-E did not insist on accompanying them to gather fruits. Otherwise, he would have been in quite the predicament. In the future, Shin-E could gather the fruits himself. Why would he need to barter? That was how he had initially discovered the wetlands. Yet now he feared others would find fruits using the same method. Shin-E dismissed such concerns. They were unnecessary. All right then, let's return to catching bullfrogs and cease our chatter. Shun-E waved his hand, and they each sought a spot to catch bullfrogs without disturbing one another. Should we follow them and see where the fruits are? Xiaopeng gritted his teeth, resentful of their previous actions. No need. Lao Ming, do you think we could cultivate these wild fruits? It should work, but we lack fertilizer. Whether they survive after planting is left to fate, he replied. Who says that? We have ample fertilizer in our toilet. Shun-E remarked, noting the overwhelming stench, indicating that the waste had likely fermented. Then, fine, but we should plant them far away. Otherwise, none of us could tolerate the smell, Lao Ming advised. Does that mean we need a container to carry the waste? Yes. All right, after we finish catching bullfrogs, we can return to construct it. I recall a suitable location. We can check it out later. Agreed. The 3 of them resumed their busy task of catching bullfrogs. After successfully capturing nearly 20, Shin-E released the smaller ones back into the wild. With this many, let us head back. He recalled their earlier discussion and planned to locate a suitable area for planting before crafting the necessary tools for carrying waste. This task was not challenging. Shin-E could use bamboo for construction, but crafting a bucket would require molding clay. An oil drum for water storage was not suitable for carrying waste. It would be a gross misuse of resources. Shin-E had to be meticulous with all his supplies. Everyone understood the benefits of waste, yet the thought of it often elicited distaste due to its pungent odor. Ultimately, Lao Ming volunteered to handle it alone, claiming he would manage the task. Don't worry, I'll assist you. As the others hesitated, Shun-E stepped forward. It's merely a matter of removing waste. There's no need to create distance. The others looked ashamed. All of us contributed to this. Is it appropriate to turn our backs on it now? Shin-E left them with those words before departing. Lao Ming, I'll help you. Me too, the others chimed in, feeling guilty. What is the big deal? We are all grown men. Women are weaving in the cave while Ding Qiong is at the shore checking on the drying salt. Aren't we just the menfolk here? After lunch, the lead wolf lay outside the cave, suddenly emitting a low whine. As for the lead wolf's condition, it had been recuperating. Its external wounds had healed significantly, and the broken bones, secured by branches, allowed it to stand and take a few steps. Overall, Its recovery was promising. However, its unusual behavior caught Shen Yi's attention. What is going on? Shen Yi stood outside the cave, taking a glance. Soon, the wolf howled again. After about a minute, Shen Yi spotted a wild boar approaching. A full-grown wild boar accompanied by 3 piglets. Shen Yi was infuriated. Damn it, have they mistaken my territory for a playground? And they brought their whole family along? His face darkened, fury boiling within him. The others, upon witnessing Shen Yi's demeanor and hearing the howling outside, understood the situation. The wild boars are back. Last time it was at night, but now they are brazenly parading in broad daylight. Shen Yi was exceedingly displeased. With 3 piglets, their size could fit through the cave entrance. If they charged in, everyone needed to be ready with their tools. Whether they could enjoy a roast would depend on the piglets. Do they dare to come? Then they shall not leave. Shen Yi had already decided on dinner for the night, roast suckling pig. As expected, just as Shen Yi retreated into the cave, the adult wild boar and piglets barged into the newly repaired enclosure. Thankfully, Shen Yi had tied the sheep to a tree. Otherwise, if the enclosure broke, the sheep would undoubtedly escape. Shen Yi was eager for them to charge in, as he had set traps specifically for them. I'm not afraid of your recklessness. I just fear you want to show up. The adult wild boar crashed into the clay kiln once more. Yet, one of the piglets accidentally stepped into a trap and fell, impaled by the sharp bamboo spears below, dying instantly. Chapter 76. Seeking one's own demise. The anguished cries of the young wild boar, on the brink of death, provoked an immediate reaction from the adult wild boar. Its fur bristled as it observed the situation from outside the pit, yearning to descend but hindered by the depth of the chasm. The young boar's heart-wrenching wails continued unabated, driving the adult boar into a frenzy, compelling it to leap into the abyss. Despite its tough hide, it was pierced, yet fortune smiled upon it, sparing its vital organs. With sheer brute force, it shattered the surrounding bamboo stakes, creating a small opening, but the young boar had fallen silent. Enraged, the adult boar's roars echoed through the cavern, reverberating painfully in Shen Yi's ears. The volume of its cries was astonishing. Attempting to escape the trap, the boar found the height insurmountable and resorted to frantically digging, desperate to carve a path to freedom. Sensing the lull in activity outside, Shen Yi pondered the opportune moment to strike. After all, the boar had willingly jumped into the trap. The remaining 2 young boars posed no threat. Equipped with a shovel, Shen Yi approached the pit. Observing the boar's futile efforts, it was a fish in a barrel. This pit was 3 meters deep. To grasp the significance, at a height of 1.80 meters. Even with arms extended and toes pointed, Shen Yi could barely reach 2.50 meters. Climbing out of a 3-meter deep hole would be an impossible feat for the boar, which had taken 2 days to excavate. Even if it managed to dig a way out, it would require considerable time. Thus, the adult boar was effectively trapped. Thin monkey. Boil some more water. I wish to see if a dead boar fears the scalding heat. Shen Yi called out, contemplating this as his best course of action. Using a spear to poke the boar would merely irritate it, likely only delaying its digging efforts. However, boiling water would be a different matter entirely. A mere splash would surely incapacitate the boar, forcing it to recuperate before resuming its excavation. The intention was not to kill it outright, but to exhaust its strength before finally dealing with it. Noticing the 2 young boars sensing danger and attempting to flee, Shen Yi swiftly captured them, primarily to prevent them from alerting others. Although wild boars are not social animals, their reproductive capabilities are formidable, indicating that the population in this territory was likely substantial. The 2 young boars, with less pronounced odors and thinner skins, were prime candidates for roasting. To prevent their escape, Shen Yi swiftly bled them with a dagger. Inside the cave, the adult boar grew even more furious, its roars intensifying as it dug with renewed vigor. Ego. The water is ready, Thin Monkey shouted, carrying a bucket of scalding water. Bring it here. I shall cleanse its brain. Shen Yi exclaimed as he doused the boiling liquid over the boar's head. The boar's agonizing shrieks filled the air as it dashed in circles within the cave, its muddy body revealing patches of bare skin as the heat reddened and steamed its scalp. You all form a circle with your buckets when the boar runs past. Douse it, Shen Yi instructed, wishing for a swift end to its suffering, though he was aware the task was necessary to ensure their survival. Nature is ruthless. One must not harbor sympathy. When the boar charged, would it consider Shen Yi's innocent gaze before attacking? Such thoughts were nonsensical. Their method of encircling the pit and alternately pouring water proved effective. The boar continued to run in circles as they poured more boiling water upon it. Gradually, its cries diminished, and its pace slowed, wobbling precariously. After 2 hours of this relentless endeavor, the boar finally succumbed, collapsing motionless on the ground. Yet, the slight rise and fall of its body indicated it still clung to life, albeit barely. Determined, Shun Yi resolved to descend and finish the task. The boar could not be spared. Inside the pit, the creature was barely alive, showing no reaction to the scalding water. Shun Yi surmised that the prolonged struggle had drained its strength. He secured a rope around himself and prepared to descend, ensuring that if the boar attacked, his companions could pull him back up. Upon landing, the boar did not react. Shun Yi prodded it with his shovel, receiving no response. Without hesitation, he swung the shovel down upon its head, blood gushing forth instantly, likely due to the previous scalding. Relieved, Shun Yi marveled at the unexpected ease of dispatching such a formidable creature. Yet, the challenge remained in extracting the boar from the pit. Thin monkey, fetch more ropes. We must haul this beast out together, he instructed, tying the rope around the boar's body. Soon, the rope dangled down, and Shun Yi secured it, signaling for his companions to pull with all their might. Pull hard, he shouted, and together, they exerted tremendous effort, finally managing to drag the hefty boar from the depths. The effort of hauling the dead weight was exhausting, and Thin Monkey gasped for breath. Shun Yi then tied the remaining rope around the young boars, using a running leap to ascend. Once back on solid ground, he declared, "Let us get to work. We have 4 wild boars to process, and with this bounty, we shall feast until spring." While wild boars are generally not castrated, the older they are, the stronger their odor. This 300-pound beast was no exception. Shun Yi, however, had no intention of wasting any meat. All was sustenance, and wasting food on a deserted island was akin to pouring water in a desert. Their supplies of deer, bear, and wolf meat had yet to be finished, and now with the addition of wild boar, they were well provided for. As they prepared the boar, the initial excitement felt by Xiao Peng and Lao Meng turned to a sense of numbness. In their brief month on the deserted island, they had encountered more food today than in all their time prior. Life had previously been about meticulous rationing. Now, they found themselves merely slicing meat until their hands ached. The disparity in their quality of life was stark, one soaring to the heavens while the other languished in the depths. Chapter 077 Future Plans. While handling the wild boar meat, Shun Yi felt a sense of unease, primarily concerning the wild boar issue. The lair of that group of wild boars remained undiscovered. Only a solitary adult boar and 3 piglets had appeared. These were manageable. Yet Shun Yi feared the presence of more wild boars. If they decided to charge, it would certainly not be as effortless as today. Given that Shun Yi intended to stay in the cave for an extended period, ensuring safety was paramount. Without resolving safety concerns, each day would be fraught with anxiety, which was Shun Yi's greatest apprehension. Even if danger had not yet materialized, it was prudent to anticipate and plan for potential issues. The innards of the wild boar were entirely given to the lead wolf, who devoured them with gusto. The remaining innards were buried in a hole that Shun Yi dug nearby, in the cave, rather than by the sea. The only effective way to mask the scent was to bury the animal's entrails on site, although this would not alter the series of events that may ensue. Foreseeing potential scenarios allowed for targeted solutions when the time came. Such matters resemble overarching strategies. One must first establish a clear direction, then gradually refine the finer details. Whether undertaking tasks oneself or delegating to others, having a clear focus prevents one from becoming flustered or despondent. Recognizing potential problems in advance and analyzing them to devise solutions is essential. After a period of contemplation, Shun Yi recalled his promise to Ku Changwei. He spoke slowly. "Shouho, Xiaopeng, you two should retire for the night. Tomorrow, take the stone axes to exchange with Ku Changwei. If he has further matters, inform him that you will discuss them upon your return. Now go rest." "All right, we will rest then," replied Shouho, already weary from the smoke of the wild boar meat. His eyes heavy and his voice languid. The others diligently continued their tasks without complaint, for they would benefit from the meat. They were working for themselves, not for someone else. As long as their mindset was clear, they would naturally put forth their utmost effort. It was akin to the dynamic between a small business owner and employees. Employees might leave at the end of the day, content with their modest wages, while the owner must toil tirelessly. Without their efforts, there would be no funds to pay the staff. However, in a partnership, everyone would work with fervor. This was an ideal scenario, ultimately dependent on how one perceives their role within a given situation. They had previously acted out of necessity, lest they perish from hunger. Now, they could afford to be less industrious. While starvation was no longer a threat, expulsion from the group loomed. No one was a fool. No one wished to relinquish their interests. With interests at stake, adversaries could transform into allies, and friends could become foes. Shun Yi understood this principle well, and could only attempt to navigate the relationships among individuals. Lin Chong and Zhao Qing, for instance, seldom showcased themselves before Shun Yi, focusing instead on their tasks. Just then, Shi Huiru approached, purposefully brushing against Shun Yi. He was jolted from his reverie, swiftly distancing himself and whispering, "Why are you so close to me? There are so many people watching. Have you forgotten your debts?" Sir Huira replied with a hint of melancholy. "Do not use this matter to coerce me. Speak plainly. What is it?" Shani looked at her, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Moments ago, he had been contemplating interpersonal dynamics, yet Sir Huira doused him with cold water, leaving their relationship unaddressed. "It's nothing. I'm just tired." "Then go rest," Shani replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Sir Huira's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she might weep at any moment. She whispered, "Do you find me bothersome?" Her tone was flat, devoid of reproach. Shun Yi was at a loss for words, momentarily unsure how to respond. "Please, do not act this way." "How should I act?" She countered. "You are impatient with me. You find me a nuisance and consider my behavior unreasonable." Shani felt a headache coming on. He was not adept at navigating relationships with women. With a man, one could present facts and reason, and both parties would arrive at a mutual understanding. However, with women, the logic could be dismissed entirely, leaving him feeling somewhat distressed. "No, it is not as you think. Our relationship is unclear, and I acknowledge that this is my fault. I feel guilty." Before he could finish, Sir Huiru interrupted. "I am aware of my place. I will not interfere with your relationships with Zhong Shuang or Ding Qiang. Yet, I wish to request a small favor. Could you show me a little affection? I understand this is a tall order, but I beseech you not to ignore me. I am a living, breathing person." Her tone was nearly pleading, and Shun Yi struggled to comprehend how he had overlooked her. Hearing her tone softened Shun Yi's heart. "All right, rest assured, I will never ignore you." Such a straightforward declaration from Shun Yi had little effect, yet to Sir Huiru it was immensely satisfying. It was not that she was easily gratified. No one could be easily appeased. However, given her current circumstances, receiving such words was remarkable. Ultimately, this was rooted in their situation on the island. When sustenance became a concern, one was compelled to make optimal choices to survive. Now, she relied on Shani to avoid starvation, naturally drawing her closer to him. Conversely, had another group emerged with superior capabilities, she might have swiftly turned to them without hesitation. This was merely human nature, a survival mechanism. One could not criticize her for lacking emotion or being callous. After all, discussing feelings on an island necessitated a material foundation. If one could not secure basic needs, what emotions were there to discuss? Reality, indeed. In this barren wasteland, those who failed to grasp reality had long succumbed to starvation. Those who persevered were far from naive. Was Shun Yi one of them? Certainly not. Perhaps some remained innocent, but as time stretched on, if a year passed without rescue, what would become of them? In a realm devoid of legal constraints, where personal morality dictated behavior, morality was but a slogan, a mere facade. Chapter 078. Bringing back news after Shun Yi settled matters with Sir Huiru, he watched her return to the cave. He raised a hand to his forehead and gazed up at the night sky, where countless stars twinkled, promising a fine day ahead. Soon after, Shun Yi immersed himself in a flurry of activity, smoking the remaining wild boar meat. His companions had grown numb and weary, scarcely uttering a word. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. After tidying up and taking a sip of water, they all decided to rest. The following day, Shou Ho and Xiao Peng set off with a stone axe to the Bullfrog wetland to engage in trade with Kuchangwei. They had risen early and hurried there. By the time Shun Yi and the others awoke, the duo had yet to return. Having stayed up until 2, they felt groggy upon waking. However, they had made some progress. Shun Yi now had enough provisions to withstand the harsh winter. Several 100 pounds of meat were more than sufficient. "Shun Yi, shall we continue weaving today? We have crafted numerous baskets and ropes, and our supplies are quite ample," Zhong Shuang inquired as she approached him. "Is that so?" Shun Yi looked over. During this time, they had woven over 30 baskets, more than 20 of which were filled with meat, while the rest contained branches. "Then let us weave more. Everyone can help gather branches. The more, the better. I will turn them all into charcoal," Shun Yi proposed after some thought. Charcoal burns longer and is easier to store, and its significance will become evident when winter arrives and branches become scarce. He could now surmise that the winter on this island would be colder than ever before. If temperatures dropped below -10 degrees, it could prove deadly. Now, preparations for winter necessities were paramount. Zhang Shuang pouted, glancing at Shun Yi, as if she had something to say but refrained. She actually wished to assist him, but Shun Yi had instructed her to gather branches, leaving her unable to voice her thoughts. "Very well," she replied, her enthusiasm somewhat dampened. Shun Yi, oblivious, assumed her demeanor was due to their late night. After breakfast, Shou Ho and Xiao Peng returned just in time. Their reunion felt like one of long-lost friends. Shortly thereafter, they were calling out to each other, "Fat brother, firewood brother." Shun Yi chuckled, shaking his head. If this continued, Xiao Peng might be led astray by Shou Ho. However, having the two of them around brought much-needed levity to their lives. Ega, look what I have. Shoho grinned as he presented 5 wild fruit roots he had brought back. Don't get too cocky. Carefully remove the fruits. These roots may be useful for planting. Let us see if we can cultivate them, Shun-E replied, regarding Shoho directly. Got it. Leave it to me. I'll ensure it's done perfectly. Each time Shoho made such proclamations, Shun-E couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. If only this lad would refrain from such nonsensical talk. Shun-E would worry less. Fat brother, I'll handle the fruits. As for what Kachongwei mentioned, please inform me go. Shoho said before turning to wash the fruits. Shun-E, upon hearing this, turned to Xiaopeng. What happened? Did they say anything? Xiaopeng nodded and recounted. This morning when we visited them, we exchanged goods, and he expressed a desire to collaborate. When I asked what it was about, he mentioned they had discovered a container but couldn't open it. He wanted us to help open it and split the contents evenly. After listening, Shun-E nodded with keen interest, yet his mind was rife with questions. A container? Were there containers on this island? He should have been able to see it from the mountain. Having previously surveyed the entire island, he was aware of its features, including a group of survivors across the chasm. However, the sudden appearance of this container left him perplexed. Could they ascertain what was inside? Shun-E looked at Xiaopeng and inquired, are they certain about what's inside? They're unsure. The container has no openings, so they can't determine its contents. Xiaopeng replied. Shun-E furrowed his brow, pondering the uncertainty of what lay within, yet they spoke of splitting it. After some reflection, he considered that containers typically held industrial goods. If it contained food, it would be a significant gain. Very well. Please inform them that we accept their proposal and will go tomorrow. Today is not feasible. The sky has turned overcast and rain is likely. We need to observe the stars. Though the night sky was splendid, this morning has become gloomy, and being caught in the rain would be unpleasant, Shun-E stated. Understood. I'll notify them. It would be best to clarify the direction of the container and see if they have any other requests to convey, Xiaopeng affirmed. In the city, a phone call could suffice. Now, they relied on word of mouth. No wonder it was said that in ancient times, when travel was slow, one's life was sufficient to love only one person. Now, with a mobile phone, one could love many. After Xiaopeng departed, Shoho returned with the washed wild fruits. What about the roots? Shun-E inquired. They're outside, Shoho replied. Shun-E took 2 wild fruits, tasting their sweet and sour flavor, slightly astringent, yet otherwise delightful. Old Meng, have a few. We'll head out and plant the roots, he suggested. Having identified a suitable area not far from the cave, Old Meng, undeterred, took 5 or 6 fruits and followed Shun-E outside. Now how do we plant the roots? Let us secure them with bamboo poles, Shun-E responded, understanding the process yet sensing it was more complex than anticipated. Shun-E, if you trust me, leave this matter to me, and I assure you it will be executed flawlessly. Very well, what is there to doubt? It's not that I'm worried about you doing it alone. That would be unfair, Shun-E replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat awkward for not contributing. Oh, it's nothing. I don't feel taken advantage of. Your hospitality is appreciated, and I'm happy to lend a hand. If you don't let me help, I want to feel at ease, Old Meng expressed, revealing his straightforward nature, much more grounded than Shoho. All right, then I'll rely on you. If you need anything, just let us know. We will certainly assist you, Shun-E offered. Excellent. I can manage on my own. Should I call Shoho over? No need. Zhao Qing and Lin Chong will do. They are capable. Shoho may not be able to handle it, Shun-E nodded. Old Meng's approach was, in fact, a means to ensure Zhao Qing and Lin Chong made themselves known before Shun-E. Otherwise, they might be seen as mere freeloaders. However, he need not worry. Shun-E had always been attentive to everyone, making sure no one was left behind. Returning to the cave, Shun-E informed Lin Chong and Zhao Qing, who eagerly set off to find Old Meng. Shun-E, not idle himself, enjoyed some wild fruits before leading everyone to gather branches. The branches were meant for charcoal production, and the day's tasks were plentiful. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Chapter 79. The departure of the alpha wolf rain, with no forewarning, cascaded down. The torrential downpour gave Shun-E the illusion that the heavens had torn open. Such a deluge rendered their work impossible. Thankfully, the branches felled in the morning were plentiful. The production of charcoal would have to be abandoned. They needed to return all the drenched branches to the cave, for once they were soaked, they would be rendered useless. This rain was indeed peculiar. It neither fell early nor late, but chose this very moment to descend, as if mocking them. Brother E, this wretched weather is growing colder. What do you propose we do? The lean monkey grumbled, seizing the opportunity to voice his concerns. Shun-E cast a glance at him before summoning everyone. What the lean monkey said holds true. The temperature is indeed dropping. You ask what my plan is. My intention is to stockpile food and charcoal, And while we still have the ability to move, I wish to explore this island further. If anyone has suggestions or plans, please share. In his view, this was a moment for collective brainstorming. The thoughts of one individual were inevitably limited. By pooling their ideas, they could more adeptly navigate the impending winter. Brother Shun, when we arrived, we noticed the 2 sheep you were tending. I presume you intended to utilize their wool for warmth. Our garments are far too flimsy for this chill. And now, clothing has become a pressing concern. With our numbers, the wool from those 2 sheep will hardly suffice. We lack not only clothing but blankets and other essentials. Old Ming interjected, approaching the matter from a practical standpoint. Shani had indeed considered this, or else they would not have skinned the bear, rabbit, wolf, and wild boar hides. While there were plenty of wolf skins, they were insufficient for the 13 of them. The bear skin was substantial enough for a single garment. But that would be the limit. I have thought about the wool issue. They know where the sheep are once the rain ceases. A few of you should go and catch them. But exercise caution, better to lose a sheep than a life. Understood? Shani responded to Old Tang's concerns. Let us first resolve the wool dilemma. If feasible, wouldn't it be splendid if each of us had a woolen blanket? Shun Yi added with a smile. Yes. Brother E is correct. Let us all learn from his experience. Thankfully, it was not a cobra that bit me, or I would have met my end already. The lean monkey recounted his encounter with the snake, serving as a reminder to the others. What about our cave's insulation? Old Tang hesitated to ask. We can only maintain multiple campfires, ensuring proper ventilation, or else we risk carbon monoxide poisoning. I have pondered this issue but lack a viable solution. Ding Qiong, do you have any ideas? Shun Yi posed the question to Ding Qiong, drawing the attention of the group. Ding Qiong shook her head. Ventilation is essential for warmth. We have only fire and wool. Perhaps we should collect more plastic bottles, one for each person, to serve as hand warmers. Shin Yi found this suggestion feasible. That sounds promising. Once we craft the blankets, we can fill them with plastic bottles, and they will keep us warm, he replied with a smile. However, if each of us has a plastic bottle, then water becomes an issue. Should we create more water containers? I fear they may freeze, Shi Huiru quietly remarked. While others may not have caught the nuance, Shani did. She was being earnest. With a chuckle, Shun Yi shook his head and inquired. Do you have any better ideas? Now is the time for collective input. Do not hold back. I have no brilliant solutions, but perhaps we should drink more hot water, she suggested, prompting silence among the group. Well, that is indeed one option. Is there anything else you wish to propose? Shun Yi encouraged. As the group exchanged glances, Lin Chong stood and said, what if we construct a Kong? A Kong? Like the earthen Kong from my hometown? Heated from below? It would not be warm on top. But when winter passes, we can dismantle it. Shun Yi mused, considering the proposal. He surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the space required for such a structure. The cave was spacious, albeit currently serving as a communal sleeping area, making it a plausible idea. This proposal merits consideration. We could have one Kong for the men and one for the women. When spring arrives, we can build wooden houses to ensure everyone has privacy. For now, we shall make do, Shani stated, indicating he had plans for the next spring. Aspiring for each person to have a wooden dwelling. The cave, while adequate, was not a permanent solution. One must always strive for something greater. With this declaration, Shun Yi solidified the group's thoughts. Food and warmth were paramount. While they had an abundance of meat, it was insufficient. They required a more balanced diet. After discussing these matters, the atmosphere relaxed. They had the means to procure a radio, but instead, they endured the lean monkey's boasting. With his presence, time seemed to pass swiftly. Yet, the rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting, persisting into the night. It was not that the rain had ceased. Rather, there were disturbances outside. The low growl of the alpha wolf reached Shin Yi's ears. Upon approaching the cave entrance and gazing outward, he beheld a flickering of ghostly green lights in the rain-soaked night. A pack of wolves had arrived. Despite the downpour, the wolves stood undeterred, their fur drenched. Shin Yi's heart raced. Did these wolves intend to invade? The cave entrance, though small, could deter wild boars, but wolves were a different matter entirely. Shin Yi called out urgently, "Arm yourselves. The wolves are here." His words ignited a flurry of activity, yet they swiftly grasped their weapons. Observing the wolves, Shun Yi recognized a familiar face, the wolf king from the pack that old Gue had once lured. After Shun Yi had slain one of their own, the wolf king had not sought revenge, a detail long forgotten until now. The alpha wolf emerged from the cave, growling towards the pack. What was it doing? Attempting to dissuade them from attacking? The lean monkey speculated about the unusual behavior of the alpha, but Shun Yi shook his head, uncertain of the intent. Yet, the alpha's demeanor seemed to suggest a deeper understanding. The pack howled skyward, indifferent to the rain. Suddenly, the alpha turned, casting a glance at Shun Yi. Its gaze was complex, imbued with a sense of reluctance, more so a farewell before departing. Go on, you are a wild creature destined to confront all that lies ahead. Your wounds have nearly healed. Depart now. Chapter 80. The rain continues. Shun-Yi appeared to comprehend the unspoken connection. The pack's arrival might be to escort the Alpha away. Uncertain of what transpired between them, the moment for parting had arrived. The Alpha slowly approached the pack, transforming as it moved, shedding the earlier lethargy to reclaim its former strength. It threw back its head and howled, glancing back at Shun-Yi one last time, its gaze resolute. Before leading the pack away, it sprinted ahead, the downpour cleansing it as the wolves cheered. The howls of the pack echoed through the forest, a resonant farewell that lingered long after they had vanished into the night. When a wolf turns back, it is either to repay a kindness or to seek vengeance. Shun-Yi was uncertain whether it was gratitude or revenge, for there were many wolf pelts around, all belonging to its kin. The alpha wolf had departed, and upon witnessing the recent events, Shun-Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least the pack had not attacked. What had just transpired? Upon returning, he was questioned. The alpha had left to lead its pack home. Shun-Yi sighed softly. Creatures possess emotions. Even though the alpha had been lying down, it was still an entity that, after a long period in one place, one would hesitate to discard. That was quite commendable. At least it remained the alpha wolf. I suspect it has returned to assume its role as the Wolf King, remarked Zhong Shuang with a faint smile, offering consolation. Indeed, the Wolf King. I have a Wolf King friend on the island. Shun-Yi chuckled in response. Yet the sound of rain grew louder, enveloping them in silence. Shun-Yi instructed everyone to retire early. The husky approached, nudging against his hand. You glutton, are you hungry again? Day in and day out. You accomplish nothing and leave no food behind. I've told you not to imitate that scrawny monkey, yet you persist. What is so admirable about it? Shun-Yi squatted down, vigorously rubbing the husky's large face. The husky whimpered, appearing quite wronged. Perhaps it too missed the alpha wolf, having spent every day barking beside it. Now that the alpha was gone, it felt uneasy. Observing the husky turn its head, its gaze lingering on the spot where the alpha had always rested. Shun-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. You, my dear dog, have feelings. That's rather delightful. I hope you remember all of us. Do you understand? Shun-Yi's words trailed off as he suddenly fell silent. He covered his eyes with his hand, muttering in resignation. How did I end up conversing with an animal? What does it comprehend? Shaking his head, he gave the husky's face another vigorous rub and scratched its chin. Very well, so be it. Finally, Shun-Yi pushed the husky aside and returned to the communal sleeping area to lie down. Yigu, are you all right? The scrawny monkey, who had been observing Shun-Yi's musings, couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. What could possibly be the matter? Why are you worrying from a distance? Shun-Yi waved his hand, turning away to close his eyes. The scrawny monkey, at a loss for words, realized that Shun-Yi was clearly in no mood for conversation. The rain continued through the night, and when morning arrived, it still poured. Shun-Yi did not awaken naturally but was roused by the husky's incessant barking. What are you barking about? He scolded angrily. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a large piece of meat in the cave, still bearing the wool that had not been fully cleaned. Shun-Yi initially thought his 2 sheep had been devoured, but upon noticing the 2 sheep in the corner, unharmed, and that the lamb chop lay at the cave entrance, he quickly understood. This was a gift from the alpha wolf. When he crawled to the cave entrance, he spotted the alpha wolf beneath a distant tree. However, upon noticing Shun-Yi, it turned to leave. A warmth filled Shun-Yi's heart, and he smiled. Shaking his head, the alpha wolf truly was tenacious. Despite the ongoing rain, it had likely hunted a sheep with the pack the previous night and returned with a piece for itself. Quite commendable. Yet the rain persisted, falling for an entire day and night. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the skies finally cleared. The last 2 days had been particularly torturous. Initially manageable. As time dragged on with nothing to do, conversation became their sole refuge. Even the scrawny monkey struggled for words, having recounted stories from kindergarten to university and back again, repeating himself endlessly. Thankfully, the rain ceased. Had it continued, Shun-Yi feared he might lose his sanity. As for the scrawny monkey, he was weary of the situation. But another matter loomed, Shirhuiru's casual, yet intentional, interactions. Shun-Yi found it overwhelming. Yet all of it had come to an end. Shun-Yi finally stepped out of the cave, only to find the ground a quagmire. The deep holes previously dug by wild boars had transformed into pools. Water cascaded down from the mountains, flowing along the established channels below. Shun-Yi surmised that this water would eventually merge into a lake. The path was treacherous, and he feared that his agreement with Kachongwei and the others would fall through. After the rain, the sky was clear and blue, yet the air felt colder. Shun-Yi instinctively shivered, sensing the atmosphere drop a couple of degrees. After tidying up the nearby area, he returned to the cave, deciding it was best to remain inside for the day. The scrawny monkey was taken aback. He truly did not wish to stay any longer. You may go out, but do not stray too far. Otherwise, I won't be able to rescue you, Shani warned, relaying the same message to the others. They were all eager to step outside for fresh air. Another day passed before Shani gathered a group to seek out Kachawei. This time, he brought along the scrawny monkey, Ding Qiong, Old Meng, and Little Fatty, totaling 5 individuals. He left the others behind to tidy up nearby, clearly defining their roles. Upon locating Kachawei and his group, Shani found them to be 7 or 8 in total, 3 suffering from colds and 4 from fevers. Nearly everyone was ill. Kachawei's complexion appeared poor, but he managed a faint smile upon seeing Shani. You've arrived. We need to head to the container. I hope there are medical supplies inside. They all require medication. Kachawei gestured toward those afflicted with fever and cold. In the wild, it is best to avoid falling ill. Once sickness strikes, immunity diminishes, leaving one vulnerable to the potential invasion of viruses in the wilderness, truly a short distance from death. Chapter 081. Electronic devices. The rain continued to pour incessantly, a situation no one had anticipated. If it were merely for a night, it could be tolerated. A day and night would be manageable, but 2 days and nights rendered their circumstances utterly untenable. They couldn't even kindle a fire. Shun-Yi gazed at the extinguished bonfire. Coupled with the capricious weather and their flimsy clothing, one would find it nearly impossible to avoid falling ill even with the slightest exposure to the rain. Weak coughs echoed around him, and Shani felt a pang of sympathy for his classmates. He still possessed some medicines. Should he share them? Could he afford to do so? The supplies in his medical kit predominantly consisted of routine medications, with a significant stock of antibiotics. Shani harbored selfish motives. Unable to act with complete selflessness by distributing all his medications for their use, he had to be responsible for his own group. Shani, I can lead you. Just follow me, Kachawei said weakly. His own condition was only marginally better. Shouho, assist him in walking, Shun-Yi instructed. Although Shouho was somewhat reluctant, he stepped forward to support Kachawei. Shun-Yi frowned, momentarily forgetting the minor friction that existed between Shouho and Kachawei. With Shouho's assistance, they made their way toward the beach, where, before long, a massive red shipping container came into view on the sand. The container was sealed, and Shun-Yi approached to inspect it, realizing it would not be easily opened. He noticed broken branches beneath the container, likely remnants of Kachawei and the others' attempts to pry it open. Old Meng. Shun-Yi wished to summon Old Meng for a shovel, but reconsidered, deeming it inappropriate. After such a long period, the wooden handle would have rotted. He could feel it when using it. Attempting to pry with such decay would likely result in failure and be a fool's errand. Never mind, let us think of another way to open it. Shun-Yi sighed in resignation. No need for such trouble. The latch on top is damaged. We simply need to pry that open, Ding Qiong pointed out, indicating the latch above. Shun-Yi glanced up, and indeed, the latch appeared deformed, possibly from an impact. Standing beside the container, he leapt up, using his arms to pull himself onto the top. The view from that height was considerably clearer. He approached the latch and called for Old Meng to toss him the shovel. Finding the right angle and applying the principle of leverage, he pried it open with force. Kachawei smiled wryly. They had not noticed the latch above, having never encountered a shipping container before, leading to their oversight. Upon opening the container, Kachawei, disregarding his weakened state, rushed inside. However, it contained none of the medicines he desperately sought. Instead, it was filled with electronic devices, and water had accumulated within, likely damaging all the equipment. As Shun-Yi and the others entered the container, they found Kachawei, head bowed in silence. Why is it like this? We truly need those medicines. They are essential. He lamented, squatting on the ground, cradling his head in despair. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Shani was momentarily at a loss for words to comfort him. Observing the electronic devices, all labeled in English, he opened one package. What is this? He inquired of Ding Qiong. Ding Qiong glanced at it, surprised, but shook her head without elaborating. The others were equally perplexed, but Shani suspected Ding Qiong knew more. Kachawei wiped his tears and stumbled out of the container, pleading, Shani, do you have any way to help them? They're our classmates. They need treatment, please. I beg you. He suddenly knelt before Shani. Shani was taken aback. He had not regarded him as a rival on this island. His focus had been primarily on his own well-being, followed by that of his team. This was not mere selfishness. It was human nature. And Shani had adhered to that principle. However, seeing Kachawei so desperately imploring him, Shani felt compelled to act. After all, they were classmates, despite previous disagreements. They all wished to survive. Shun-Yi could not allow them to perish before his eyes. His gaze shifted to Ding Qiong. Can you find herbs to treat them? Shen Yi refrained from mentioning their medical supplies. I can, Ding Qiong nodded. Ku Changwei was filled with elation, yet tears continued to flow. Stand up. This is merely a setback, Shen Yi encouraged, helping him rise. Thank you, thank you. Ku Changwei expressed his gratitude, feeling remorseful for his earlier actions. He was genuinely appreciative of Shen Yi's willingness to put aside past grievances and assist him. Now, you all return. I need to speak with Ding Qiong. Shen Yi instructed the others. They nodded and departed. Once they had left, Shen Yi approached Ding Qiong. Do you recognize these items? He gestured toward the electronic devices in the container. Somewhat. How should I put it? Ding Qiong regarded Shen Yi and explained. The packaging of the electronic devices bears the label BXG, which I recognize as a pharmaceutical company from the United States. Their medications are not available in public circulation. They primarily research DNA sequences and the limits of human potential. Both aspects must remain clandestine, and their president once approached my father for investment at a gala. The project he sought funding for involved electronic devices claiming to monitor all bodily functions and trigger specific potential bursts, such as in the brain, torso, and cardiopulmonary systems. However, my father deemed the idea far-fetched and the investment too substantial, fearing it would yield no return, hence he declined. This occurred 2 years ago at a gala, which is why I have some recollection of BXG. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi silently marveled at Ding Qiong's family's considerable influence. He continued, So, you suspect this batch of equipment is what he referred to 2 years ago, the devices designed to trigger human potential. And they have possibly developed it into these finished products inside the container? Indeed, it is highly probable, Ding Qiong affirmed. Shen Yi, skeptical, retrieved a device resembling a wristwatch from within. Holding it in his hand, he scrutinized it and questioned, Is it truly that remarkable? I'm not certain. But it's best not to tamper with it, as we cannot ascertain the authenticity of these devices, Ding Qiong cautioned. Suddenly, the device in Shen Yi's hand emitted a piercing sound, a high-frequency noise that compelled him to drop it and cover his ears. Yet, the sound's penetrating quality made it unbearable even with his ears covered. Ding Qiong was similarly affected. Chapter 82. The outburst of Brother Shi. The piercing sound of ultra-high frequency reverberated, overwhelming Shen Yi. Nearby animals fled in terror, scattering in all directions. He was at a loss as to how to deactivate it, enduring the shrill noise as he reached for the electronic wristband. The moment his fingers grazed the device, a projection materialized, and the cacophony ceased. Shen Yi gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the image displayed by the device. What is this? He turned to Ding Qiong. Ding Qiong, still rattled, patted her chest and scrutinized the projection. Do not touch it. This device was developed by a pharmaceutical company, and it is likely not benign. We should discard it immediately, she warned, her voice laced with caution. Shen Yi refrained from further interaction. With the noise now silenced, they hastily departed. He did not dwell on how such an item had come to be in their midst, for pondering it would yield no answers. This desolate island was too small for any revelations to be of significance. Better to focus on the present and the immediate concerns at hand. The incident had left Shen Yi unsettled. It was clear they could not linger here, and he quickly led Ding Qiong away. As they hastened their steps, Shen Yi caught up with their companions. Brother Yi, what was that dreadful sound just now? The lean monkey inquired, concern etched across his face. It was the sound emitted by the electronic device, but it has ceased now, Shen Yi replied. Do you know where that batch of equipment came from? The lean monkey pressed further, sensing something amiss. I have no idea. I just examined it with Ding Qiong, and we are unfamiliar with it, Shen Yi said, gesturing subtly to Ding Qiong, who nodded in understanding. He did not wish to burden the lean monkey with explanations. Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing, sparing them from unnecessary anxiety. Oh, well, as long as it's not a problem, the lean monkey murmured. If that thing had continued to blare, it would have driven us to madness. Upon returning to Ku Changwei's territory, they encountered Brother Shi and Old Gui, who had evidently been waiting for quite some time. It had been a while since they had last seen each other, and the toll of their circumstances was evident in their weary appearances. While Brother Shi wore a grim expression. What's wrong? Ku Changwei inquired with a feigned lightness, observing Brother Shi and his group. Though they were divided into two factions, they often assisted one another, and Brother Shi understood the dynamics at play. This has nothing to do with you. I did not come seeking you, Brother Shi retorted, shifting his gaze to Shen Yi. Then, with deliberate emphasis, he declared, Shen Yi, I do not wish to trouble you, but I am furious right now. If it weren't for you, would I even be in this state of rage? Your selfishness, devoid of any consideration for the greater good, has led to my uncle's demise. He is dead, do you understand? In this torrential rain, you refuse to share any information, leaving us to navigate blindly. Look around you. Your selfishness has caused illness among so many, making it seem as though you wish for our demise. You possess the means, yet you choose inaction. I truly do not wish to moralize, but is this what you desired? A rainstorm that has stripped us of everything, leaving us to await our end? Do you know what it feels like to wait for death? Knowing you could survive, yet being forced to succumb? It is torment, utter torment. Do you comprehend? Brother Sher's eyes were bloodshot, tinged with an intense fury as he directed his words at Shani. Yes, yes, you may argue that we are not your people, so our fates are of no consequence to you. You can feel no guilt, can you? But first and foremost, you are a human being, capable of feeling guilt. Are we not human? Do we wish for death? Or do we desire to exist on this forsaken island? Yet you refuse to extend a helping hand. Fearing we would betray you? I brought this upon myself. Why did I ever engage with you? Brother Sher lamented, his self-deprecation laced with bitterness. Calm down, Brother Sher. Old Guay interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to diffuse the tension. We share responsibility for Xiao Tang's fate. Calm down. How can you expect me to be calm? Brother Sher thundered. Old Guay, we have known each other for over a decade. Over a decade. And you asked me to be calm? That was my uncle. What should I tell my wife if I return? My uncle was barely in his 20s. 20-something years of age, and just like that, he is gone. You expect me to be calm? Have you forgotten how long I have known my wife? I've known her longer than I've known you. Calm? Just like a dog. The longer you know them, the more you care. Brother Sher's fury erupted as he shoved Old Guay aside. His emotions a tempest of rage and helplessness. He understood all too well that he lacked the ability to protect his loved ones. He was acutely aware that seeking out Shun-Yi was not the solution. He also recognized that his outburst could inadvertently harm Old Guay. Did he not realize this? Of course, he did. Yet, why did he persist in this course of action? If he refrained from expressing his anger, he would drown in guilt. He felt like a condemned man, aware that he could not alter the situation, yet compelled to rail against fate for its injustice. Could he change the outcome? Could he undo his uncle's death? No. Shani felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the wake of Brother Sher's emotional outpouring. Did he feel guilty? No. He did not feel guilt. Only sorrow gripped him, an abyss of despair on this island. He could empathize with Brother Sher's turmoil, recognizing that he had failed to maintain his composure. Perhaps he had erred. Now was the time when he possessed the capability to lead them. In the past, forcing leadership had only bred discord and internal strife, a clear overreach. Now, with newfound abilities, he was confronted with loss. It was an awkward juncture, indeed. However, if one were to ask Shun-Yi whether he believed he had erred, he would firmly assert that he had not. If he felt he had made a mistake, then Brother Sher's objective would have been achieved, inducing guilt in Shun-Yi for personal gain. Surely no one would exploit the death of a loved one for their own ends? Shun-Yi mused, recalling Brother Sher's previous character. He felt compelled to remain vigilant. The deceased were not his own kin, and while such words might sting, they often proved effective in persuasion. Please accept my condolences. I understand your feelings. I have come with the intention of facilitating your return, Shun-Yi spoke solemnly. Shun-Yi, you do not think I wish to join your team, do you? Chapter 083, Shun-Yi's promise. I, Shi Guanglin, will never join your team, not even in death, he declared resolutely. I have come to you today to make you repent. For your actions could lead to the demise of 2 individuals, and in the future, there will be even more. I understand you do not wish to be a savior, but on this island, you will be compelled to assume that role. At that time, everyone will look to you as their leader, and you will find yourself in a predicament. With a chilling laugh, Shi Guanglin cast a significant glance at Shun-Yi. Shirgu, come back. You cannot survive alone. Lao Guay shouted, chasing after him. Shirgu had departed, refusing to join Shun-Yi. This was his most defiant and courageous moment. Clearly, the death of his brother-in-law had a profound impact on him. Was it moral coercion? Perhaps, yet not quite. Shun-Yi's team had to absorb the reality that, whereas 80 were in working condition the previous day, they now needed to operate at 200. With nearly 30 individuals, the daily consumption of food was substantial. Every item added together formed a considerable expenditure. This was the crux of Shun-Yi's reluctance. He simply could not afford to sustain them. They could fend for themselves. But therein lay the problem. They lacked experience. Cultivating experience requires time, and the world does not entertain such naive assumptions. Products also incur damage rates. How could Shun-Yi guarantee that each individual he nurtured would become a valuable asset? Some are destined for mediocrity, not due to a lack of effort, but because fate has already scripted their lives. Some may break free from their shackles, some rely on luck, while others can only play their parts well. Who can predict such matters with certainty? Shun-Yi glanced around at the familiar faces, Kachanwei, Wu Yufeng, and their classmates. They appeared weakened and exhausted. After hearing Shirgu's words about his brother-in-law, Shun-Yi felt compelled to take action within his capacity. Stay here for now. We will gather some herbs, he instructed. The desperate glimmers in their eyes could not escape his notice. Thank you, Shun-Yi. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude profusely. He merely smiled, taking Ding Qiong and Shouho with him to search for herbs. Although Shun Yi was not well versed in herbal medicine, Ding Qiong had some knowledge. Brother Yi, are we really taking them in? This is no trivial matter. While having more hands might increase our labor force, it will also multiply our troubles. This is not beneficial for you, for me, or for all of us. If we cannot make ends meet, we may not survive this winter. Shouho said seriously, abandoning his usual levity. People should only take on as much responsibility as they can handle. I cannot turn a blind eye. It is impossible. If I do, they will truly perish. They are not at fault. They merely wish to live. Do you know the saying? Never abandon, never give up. Shouho was left speechless. We will take it one step at a time. Our only option is to double our efforts. What can we do about the numbers? This phase will not overwhelm us. Once we endure this period and stabilize our food supply, it will merely mean 2 additional mouths to feed. Shouho regarded Shun Yi with a complex expression. You decide. Regardless of your choice, I will support you wholeheartedly. Such was Shouho's nature. Shun Yi smiled. Xiao Pang and Lao Meng remained silent, feeling they had no right to speak as latecomers to Shun Yi's team. To voice their opinions now would seem out of place and unwise. Upon returning with the herbs to Kachangwei's territory, Lao Meng and Xiao Pang began to brew the concoction. Shun Yi approached Lao Gui, patting him on the shoulder. How are you holding up? He left, saying not to worry about him, wishing for you to live with guilt. Lao Gui replied, his spirits low. Shun Yi understood. They had known each other for a long time. I apologize for the trouble I caused today. It's nothing. You have not caused any trouble. You used to manage the rations for over a dozen people, and you found it challenging. Imagine my position now. But with ample food, you can now include us. I understand your situation. The more I comprehend it, the more I appreciate your struggles. I heard that Shi Huiru and others have also joined you. You now have over a dozen people, and the daily food expenditure is not insignificant. I truly admire you. Lao Gui praised, giving Shun Yi a thumbs up. All is well, though some matters are difficult. Shun Yi shook his head helplessly. To Lao Gui, Shun Yi's efforts were commendable. With more people, the strength of the group became evident, much like a company. The larger the team, the more it showcased the capabilities of its leadership. Some cannot even manage themselves, while others can oversee dozens or even hundreds. This illustrates the value of individuals. Shun Yi managed to keep over a dozen from starving. Yet he still fretted over tomorrow's provisions. People often say, I am human, and so is he. We both have 2 nostrils and 1 head. What is the difference? Indeed, there is no difference except for the mindset. With Ding Qiong's assistance, Shun Yi was as if empowered by divine intervention. Soon, Xiao Pang and Lao Meng finished brewing the herbal concoction, distributing a bowl to everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They expressed their gratitude. The warm broth cradled in their hands, nourishing their spirits. Any previous grievances towards Shun Yi evaporated in that moment, for he had previously advised them against moral coercion, reminding them that no one owed them anything. They had taken his words to heart, and thus cherished this moment. After consuming the herbal remedy, Shun Yi addressed them. You cannot return with me now. Your physical condition is too poor. You will need to wait until you are in better health. I will arrange for Lao Meng to look after you here while the rest of us return to prepare your living quarters. Shun Yi was true to his word. Having made a promise, he would fulfill it. Thank you so much. They were silently moved by Shun Yi's words. After previously facing various difficulties and exclusion from him, his willingness to overlook past grievances filled them with shame. Lao Meng remained behind as Shun Yi and the others returned to the cave. Brother Yi, the cave has enough space, but they will have to sleep on the haystacks. The cave was spacious, but aside from the platform they lay on, the remaining space could only accommodate hay. That will suffice. What more do you want? This is our current condition. We sleep on hay too. We will discuss improving our living standards when we are able. Suddenly, Shun Yi spotted a familiar figure in the distant woods. Chapter 084. The diminished pack. Once Shun Yi discerned the figure clearly, he understood why it seemed familiar. It was the lead wolf. At that moment, the lead wolf appeared to be in distress. Go back first. I will investigate the situation. Shun Yi instructed, pointing towards the lead wolf not far ahead. All right, we will head back now, Brother Yi. Be careful, Shouho replied, his mood not particularly high. A reflection of his concern over Shun Yi's promise to take in the others. Shun Yi could comprehend the situation, especially considering the initial discord with Kachangwei and his companions. After watching them depart, he approached the alpha wolf. The alpha, upon noticing him, relaxed its guard. Where's the rest of the pack? Shun Yi inquired, suddenly realizing he had made a questionable decision. Though familiar with the alpha, the other wolves were strangers. The alpha emitted a low whine, which Shun Yi couldn't decipher, yet he sensed it was in distress. Observing the unnatural trembling of its hind leg, he requested the alpha to roll over. Wolves typically avoid exposing their bellies, the most vulnerable part of their bodies, but in Shun Yi's presence, the alpha exhibited no such caution. As the wolf turned, Shun Yi was startled to find a nail embedded in its thigh. His brow furrowed involuntarily as he removed the nail and tore a strip of cloth from his own attire to bandage the alpha's wound. "Where have you been? Where did you step on this nail?" After posing the question, Shun Yi closed his eyes and shook his head, realizing it was futile to expect the alpha to comprehend his words. It was, in fact, a soliloquy. To his surprise, the alpha tilted its head to the right, seemingly indicating that it had stepped on the nail in that direction. The right side? Shun Yi had not ventured there. He had remained on the left side, delineated by the lakes and streams. A nail found on the right side? That area was the heart of the island. What nails could exist on this desolate isle? The only possibility that came to mind was Jacques, for they had inhabited this island 40 years prior. The only other connection was the mention of pirates in Jacques' diary. These two associations were the only rational explanations for the presence of a nail on this forsaken island. This was no rusted nail. It was coated in black paint, easily overlooked if not inspected closely. Shun Yi found himself perplexed. Suddenly, the alpha tugged gently at Shun Yi's pant leg, drawing his attention. Kneeling down, he reached out to stroke the alpha's head. "What is it? Is there something else?" Uncertain if the alpha truly understood, its reaction led Shun Yi to believe it wished to guide him somewhere. He did not decline, allowing the alpha to lead the way while he followed. The limping gait of the alpha reminded Shun Yi of their first encounter. The current circumstances were vastly improved compared to that day. Back then, the wolf had been crawling on the ground, barely clinging to life. Now it moved on 3 legs, dragging one, a significant improvement. The alpha headed right, and Shun Yi took care to remember the path to avoid losing his way in the woods. Upon arriving at the location, he understood the meaning of stirring a hornet's nest. Wolves are social creatures, and this territory housed at least a dozen wolves. Besides the pups, there were 7 or 8 adults, all sharing a common affliction, nails embedded deep in their legs, too entrenched for them to remove. Shun Yi grasped that the alpha had brought him here seeking assistance for its pack. Shaking his head, he thought it was overly trusting of him, as if it feared he might slaughter the entire pack. With winter approaching, wolf pelts would provide warmth, yet Shun Yi harbored no such intentions, though the wolves were injured. Facing a pack alone was a daunting prospect. As he arrived, the pack stirred, their commotion ceasing at the alpha's commanding growl, a clear warning. At that moment, an injured wolf approached Shun Yi. Noticing the nail in its leg, he removed it, before he could bandage the wound. The wolf scurried back to a corner to lick its injury. Following this precedent, Shun Yi decided against bandaging and merely extracted the nails, observing that the other wolves, too, licked their wounds. This was their survival instinct. After attending to the injured, Shun Yi gazed at the pile of black nails at his feet, feeling incredulous. Could the wolf pack truly be so foolish as to step on nails? The day's peculiarities unfolded one after another. Initially, it had been the electronic devices within the container, which he had wisely chosen not to tamper with, for who knew what consequences might ensue. Then there was the collective misfortune of the wolves stepping on nails. Logically, if one wolf had stepped on a nail, the others would surely exercise caution, much like people instinctively avoiding a known pitfall. Wolves, no matter how dim-witted, could not be so foolish as to sequentially tread on nails. Did they have a penchant for self-harm? Regrettably, wolves could not speak. Otherwise, Shun Yi would have gleaned valuable insights into their predicament. "I am heading back. Once you are healed, will you guide me to the place where you encountered the nails?" Shun Yi addressed the alpha resting beside him, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his tone. To his astonishment, the alpha appeared to comprehend, nodding in response. Shun Yi felt a surge of disbelief. "Did you truly understand me?" Yet the alpha remained silent. This left Shun Yi feeling as though he had indulged in a fleeting fantasy of conversing with animals. If such a thing were true, it would raise questions about his sanity or the nature of the world itself. With a resigned sigh, he supported his head and subsequently departed from the wolf den. The return journey was etched in his memory. The route was straightforward, making it easy to retrace. Upon arriving at the cave, he found his companions enveloped in a somber silence. Ding Qiong had also gone to the seaside. "Why does everyone seem so glum? What has happened?" Shun Yi inquired, hoping to uplift the atmosphere. When the thin monkey returned, he recounted everything to us. "I believe this matter requires careful consideration." It was Zhong Shuang speaking, presumably designated as their spokesperson before Shun Yi's return. "It is not that we lack compassion. That is inconsequential. The crux lies in the potential for disorder when there are too many of us. If chaos ensues, how shall we address it? Do you have a viable solution?" Shun Yi understood their sentiments. "I believe I acted rationally. Firstly, I am not devoid of empathy. I have first convinced myself internally, for if I cannot persuade myself, how can I convince you? Secondly, as I have stated before, whoever stirs up trouble must take their leave. it is as simple as that. Chung Hao departed under similar circumstances. While I may not be heartless, I am not a sanctuary for miscreants. If anyone seeks to cause chaos here, I will not hesitate to act. Lastly, there are advantages to having a larger group, particularly when resources are abundant, which becomes evident in those times. However, when numbers dwindle, a large group can become a burden. Have you ever played a management game? Many tasks become impossible with a reduced population. The initial low population settings in such games are deliberate for a reason. Chapter 085. Complete integration. Shun Yi did not feel compelled to force everyone to heed his words. He merely stated the facts and addressed the matter at hand. The game was undoubtedly idealized, yet their current environment allowed no room for such ideals. He had already considered the drawbacks they raised. However, this could not serve as a justification for Shun Yi to reject them. For accepting them would yield greater benefits than detriments. Only when the advantages significantly outweigh the disadvantages do individuals become willing to act, especially when the outcomes are predictable and assured. It is akin to the concept of employment. Earning $2,000 a month might make one feel paternal, while earning $200,000 flips the dynamic. The rationale is clear. By embracing them, Shun Yi could garner additional manpower, which equated to labor. His cave required expansion and fortification against the impending winter. Charcoal needed to be produced, branches collected, hay gathered, and even the land cultivated. These responsibilities, when distributed among 12 individuals, constituted a heavy burden. Moreover, there was Nuan, whom Shun Yi had no intention of assigning work. Salt was necessary, water was essential, and tasks such as garment creation, wool collection, kiln operations, and pottery making loomed large. If all these fell solely upon Shun Yi, even 25 hours in a day would prove insufficient. The tasks before Shun Yi were multiplying. The recent addition of Shi Huiru and her companions had alleviated some of the burden, yet many duties remained. Given that they were kindred spirits without malicious intent, Shun Yi was inclined to accept them. Had they come to sow discord, he would have shown no mercy. This was a simple truth. Their acknowledgement of Shun Yi's perspective was palpable. The acceptance of shared responsibilities left them speechless. From Shun Yi's viewpoint, Zhong Shuang found no grounds to refute his reasoning. Fear not. The concerns you harbor shall not materialize. Should anyone seek to disrupt our peace, I shall expel them. The cave may feel cramped with nearly 30 inhabitants, but endure a little longer. Come winter, our numbers may prove a boon against the cold. Shun Yi had learned the art of compromise. The group harbored no further dissenting thoughts. Perhaps some grievances lingered, but they remained unexpressed. Such feelings were only natural. Much like Shi Huiru and her companions, who had worked hard to integrate, now they were faced with new relationships. It was a testament to the inherent selfishness of humanity. Shun Yi too was selfish, particularly on this island where no one could truly claim to be altruistic. Let us gather the hay and provide them with a place to rest, Shun Yi suggested, leading them to the cave. They had ample hay remaining, and soon enough, they had prepared a resting area for the newcomers. The space was modest, almost cramped, with 2 separate quarters for men and women. Once this task was complete, Shun Yi returned to the quarters of Ku Changwei and the others. During his absence, they had consumed herbal remedies and taken some rest. As Shun Yi arrived, they gradually awakened, their spirits lifted somewhat. Shige is burying his brother-in-law, Lao Gui whispered as he approached Shun Yi. Shun Yi nodded silently, following Lao Gui to find Shige in a secluded spot. Shige was digging into the earth with his bare hands, his fingers bloodied from the friction, yet he paid it no mind. He buried his brother-in-law, his bloodied hands cradling his head as he knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Shun Yi and Lao Gui stood behind him. Although Shige often exuded arrogance, to his own people he was genuinely caring. I knew his brother-in-law. This is all so sudden. The rain persisted for 2 days, and despite Shige's efforts to hold him, his brother-in-law did not survive. This is not your fault. None of us anticipated such relentless rain. We have all strived diligently to survive on this island, and have even discovered some food sources. Everything was progressing positively, so why did it come to this? Sometimes, heaven truly seems blind. Lao Gui's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Shun Yi remained silent, burdened by a heavy heart, standing quietly behind them. After a while, Shige rose, his legs numb from kneeling, and he stumbled slightly. Lao Gui stepped forward to assist, but Shige rejected his offer. Take care of them. I shall not be part of your team, Shige declared, standing resolutely before Shun Yi. Shige, please don't say that. Lao Gui implored urgently. Why not? I've made it clear I will not join. That's my decision. Does it not reflect poorly on me? Because of my inadequacies, he has departed, leaving me to scrape by, something I cannot accept. Shun Yi, this is not your fault. Yet I cannot shake this burden from my heart. I cannot overcome this hurdle. I shall leave and hope we never meet again, for I fear I may lose control. Shige forcefully shook off Lao Gui's hand, stumbling back, nearly falling. With an anguished roar, he dashed away. Lao Gui attempted to pursue him, but Shen Yi restrained him. Let him be. I understand the depth of your bond. But in his current state, no one can persuade him unless he finds peace within himself. Lao Gui fell silent, eventually exhaling a heavy sigh as he gazed at the grave Shige had painstakingly dug for his brother-in-law, remaining wordless. He approached respectfully and bowed his head. Soon, the two departed, returning to where Kachangwei and the others awaited. There were 14 individuals remaining, with Shige gone and Jiang Ying having been driven away long ago. Together with Shen Yi, they totaled 27. Are you able to move? Shen Yi inquired. Yes, we can move, albeit slowly and with little strength. Ku Changwei replied on behalf of the group. They gathered their belongings, supporting one another as they rose and followed Shen Yi back. The atmosphere on the return journey was heavy, with no one speaking. Only the sound of footsteps and labored breaths filled the air, creating a stifling tension. Each face was expressionless, yet their eyes flickered with a yearning for security and sustenance. They understood well that aligning with Shen Yi would ensure their needs were met. Yet they dared not express this sentiment openly, engaging in a mental battle instead. Nevertheless, when they arrived back at the cave and stood before the open space, they were utterly astonished, reminiscent of the wonderment experienced upon their first arrival with Shi Huiru. Excitement surged through the group as they gazed around. Filled with genuine admiration for the various items Shen Yi had crafted, ceramics, bamboo tools, fences, wool, and an array of things they had longed for, some even beyond their imagination. There was a reason they could live without worry. Upon entering the cave, they were further stunned by the interior spectacle. Chapter 86. Convening a meeting within the cave, a plethora of useful items lay in wait, including a chair intricately woven from bamboo, which evoked a profound sense of reflection among them. One might ponder, what is there to feel nostalgic about a mere chair? Yet, the reality was that on this desolate island, there was practically nothing. The presence of this chair conjured an ethereal blend of reality and dreams, leading them to question the authenticity of their current circumstances. Please, take a rest. Your illness renders you less capable of work, Shen Yi advised, to which they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Observing the makeshift bedding of hay prepared by Shen Yi and his companions, they harbored no complaints, for Shen Yi too shared the same humble accommodations, devoid of any hierarchy. The afternoon passed with a leisurely air, predominantly filled with mutual introductions. After dinner, they all retired early for the night. Shen Yi called Ding Qiong aside. Take a look at this nail. Ding Qiong halted and accepted the nail Shen Yi offered. I extracted this from the head wolf today, and Shen Yi recounted the events of the day to Ding Qiong. There are no clues visible on this nail unless the head wolf leads us to that location. Ding Qiong replied, I am merely curious as to why a nail would appear on this desolate island. It raises questions. Could there be other secrets here that we have yet to uncover? Indeed, it is quite possible. The presence of pirates in the vicinity suggests that this island may harbor some treasures. Pirates typically operate near shipping routes, much like the cruise ship we traveled on. This island is vast, and much remains unexplored. The clues we have confirm that this island has been visited before, and it is conceivable that others may currently be here conducting research. This notion is not baseless, it is worth stating outright. Conducting experiments on an island, far from the mainland, would be difficult to detect. Moreover, some islands facilitate trade. Affluent corporations may engage in transactions here. However, it is too soon to ascertain the full scope of this situation. I see. So, our predicament may indeed be more perilous? Shen Yi remarked with an awkward smile. Perhaps. But regardless, our survival is paramount for us to glean further understanding. I anticipate a substantial harvest of sea salt in a couple of days. Those subsequent yields will diminish significantly. I require a few individuals to assist me in the salt production. Shen Yi understood Ding Qiong's request for assistance and could hardly refuse. With ample manpower at their disposal, many tasks could proceed concurrently, unlike before when they faced shortages. Understood. Select a few individuals to accompany you, Shen Yi responded. And so, 2 days elapsed. Once their ailments had subsided, Shen Yi first arranged for their hospitality rituals, which included bathing. During their illness, they could not bathe with cold water. Thus, he waited until they were sufficiently recovered. After more than a month without bathing, the odor was overpowering. Once they had bathed, gathering together, the air was much more pleasant. It was during this assembly that Shen Yi convened his first official meeting with everyone present. This morning, there is no need for anyone to be busy. Allow me to hold a meeting first. We are now a total of 27 individuals, and there is much to manage. We must allocate roles, otherwise, motivation may dwindle, leading to feelings of unfairness among us. As everyone listened attentively, there were no objections. For them, Shen Yi had granted them a chance to survive, providing sustenance and drink, leaving little room for further demands. Before we proceed, I must emphasize that there are certain behaviors to avoid, such as stealing food, being lazy, or engaging in conflict and division. If such behaviors occur, I regret to inform you that you will have to leave our group without the possibility of redemption. Shen Yi's stern warning rendered the atmosphere serious. We will ensure that such incidents do not occur. Indeed, with the provisions we have, it is unthinkable to shirk responsibilities. Others chimed in. Very well, I hope you all remember this. Our primary concerns now are sustenance and resources. For food, we will seek out hay, animals, and accompany Ding Qiang in salt production. As for resources, we will utilize bamboo, branches, and gather various necessities. We will need 3 individuals to assist Mrs. Old Tang in cooking, who will volunteer. After thorough discussion and selection, nearly every aspect was addressed, including finding individuals to assist Shen Yi in pottery and kiln construction. Shen Yi entrusted them with weaving bamboo. Such technical tasks did not count towards his 8-person quota. Shen Yi's philosophy was simple. Enhancing the quality of life necessitated learning. The remaining tasks involved locating the food sources they had previously discovered and exploring the island. Shen Yi also delegated responsibilities for tasks such as fetching water. In summary, he ensured that every conceivable task was assigned, with each person having their own responsibilities. Of course, they could alternate tasks with one another, but idleness was not an option. Shen Yi himself was also occupied with a full schedule daily. If there are no further questions, then we shall conclude today's meeting. None at all. We are committed to working diligently. Observing them busily engaged in their tasks, Shen Yi felt an extraordinary sense of relief. Initially, all responsibilities rested on his shoulders, causing him considerable stress due to the overwhelming volume of tasks. However, with the assistance of others, he felt an immense burden lifted. This sensation was truly delightful. They resembled a colossal, interlocking gear, with each individual serving as a cog in motion, collectively propelling the larger mechanism forward. Shen Yi too could not escape this dynamic. Yet the outcome was a vastly more fulfilling daily existence. As winter approached and the days grew colder, time flew by swiftly. Until the day Shen Yi led an exploration of the island. Accompanied by Slim Monkey, Little Fatty, and Old Gui, they set out armed for their first expedition. Previously, Shen Yi had spent his time teaching them the arts of weaving and pottery. Having imparted some knowledge, he finally had the opportunity to explore the island. He meandered along the southern coast, when suddenly he heard rustling in the nearby underbrush. Instantly, Shen Yi readied his weapon, prepared for an encounter. To his astonishment, a person stumbled out from the thicket. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback as the individual collapsed before him, unconscious. Chapter 087. Discovery of the Rift. Shen Yi paused for a moment, gazing at the foreign man who had just collapsed before him, and promptly instructed, "First, save him." Although Shen Yi did not recognize this individual, he was aware that the cruise ship was populated with many foreigners. What misfortune had befallen this man to leave him in such a state? Shen Yi could not ascertain. Perhaps many of the mysteries would unravel once he regained consciousness. Old Gui and Little Fatty hoisted the foreigner, while Shen Yi led them back. Initially, they had hoped to explore the island today, but it seemed they would be returning home instead. Nonetheless, encountering the foreigner indicated that following the path he had taken could lead them to his companions. As for why he had come this way, that remained a mystery to be unveiled upon his awakening. Upon returning to the cave, Ding Qiang noticed them carrying a foreigner and quickly inquired, "What happened?" "We were heading south when we stumbled upon him unconscious and brought him back," Shen Yi explained. The busy individuals around them halted their tasks, lending a hand to transport the foreigner into the cave. "Let us check if he possesses anything of significance," Shen Yi suggested to the thin monkey. As the thin monkey searched the foreigner, he found nothing. Noting the shake of the monkey's head, Shen Yi addressed the others who had gathered, "You may return to your tasks. Everything is under control here. Provide him with some water and see if he can regain consciousness." Old Gui approached Shen Yi and asked, "Brother Yi, shall we explore the island now?" "Yes. Let us proceed. We cannot abandon our exploration due to this incident." Following the path he took may yield some clues, Shen Yi determined, regrouping the team for another departure. After this brief interlude, Shen Yi and his companions swiftly returned to their previous location. He came from the thicket. "We should investigate further as it may lead us to vital information." He cautioned everyone to remain vigilant, as this area had yet to be explored. In Shen Yi's view, he held a distinct perspective towards foreigners. As individuals often seek to establish their own social circles, Shen Yi's initial circle had been quite limited. Gradually, it expanded, predominantly comprising East Asians, allowing for seamless communication. The arrival of this foreigner did not evoke hostility in Shen Yi. However, absent compelling external influences, he would refrain from collaboration, preferring to remain in his own secluded realm. Navigating through the thicket, they found no useful information, though numerous animals scurried about. Unfortunately, their elusive nature rendered them impossible to capture. Yet, Shun-Yi discovered traces of blood, still fresh, indicating it had likely occurred within the past 2 hours. Could it be from the recently encountered man? Pondering this, Shun-Yi noted that the foreigner bore no visible wounds. Whose blood could it be? He crouched beside the bloodstain, scanning ahead and noticing more traces. "Let us go," he urged, and the others followed. Shun-Yi trailed the bloodstains, which grew sparser as he advanced. Could he have come this way? He wondered, increasingly perplexed. He decided to retrace his steps, following the blood back to its origin. Upon returning to the initial stain, he searched the vicinity for further clues. Behind a tree, he discovered additional blood. A realization struck Shun-Yi. It appeared this individual had sought refuge here. Opting for an alternative route, following the blood trail, he noted its increasing abundance. Suddenly, he was halted by someone pulling him back. Startled, he looked up. Drenched in sweat, before him lay the outer rim of a great rift, which he had previously observed from the mountain. He had not anticipated arriving here. "Thank you, otherwise I might have fallen in," Shun-Yi remarked, stepping back to assess the situation. "You're too focused and didn't notice," Old Gue chuckled. Shun-Yi turned to the group, questioning, "What do you think? Did this creature fall directly into the rift?" Observing the lack of bloodstains near the rift's edge, Shun-Yi speculated that it had indeed plummeted. Yet, what transpired here to cause such a state? The thin monkey offered an explanation. Shun-Yi contemplated the absence of information to pursue further inquiries. They would likely have to wait for the foreigner to awaken to uncover the truth. The rift before them was the narrowest opening. Beyond it lay wider gaps, revealing a depth shrouded in mist. Shun-Yi lacked the courage to descend. The fissure where he stood was minimal, but the expanse increased as he moved forward, with fewer trees lining the sides, allowing him to see clearly from the mountain. "Brother E, look, those trees have been felled." The thin monkey pointed to the roots of a tree ahead. Shun-Yi turned and noticed several trees had indeed been cut down. Has someone been logging? He mused, observing the uneven cut surfaces, which suggested they had not been severed by a chainsaw. Instead, it appeared they had been chopped down with an axe. Judging by the dust on the bark and the dryness of the wood, it seemed these trees had been felled over 3 months ago. 3 months prior, Shun-Yi had still been in school, indicating that human activity had occurred here before their arrival on the island. He promptly shared his deductions with the group. "Brother E, could it be pirates?" Shun-Yi shot the thin monkey a look. "Do pirates lack for timber? Are there not trees on their islands? Even if they were pirates, would you cut down trees on the periphery or venture inward?" The thin monkey fell silent at this rebuttal. Could those logging in the interior be doing so to escape pirates? This theory held merit. Logging in a secluded area could indeed be a strategy to evade pirate patrols. However, the question of tools lingered. If they wielded axes, how long would it take one individual to fell such trees? Examining the tree rings, these trees appeared to be at least a decade old. Such thickness required remarkable patience from those individuals. "Shall we continue our exploration?" Shun-Yi inquired. "Not now. Let us return. The current situation suffices. We should check if the foreigner has regained consciousness," Shun-Yi concluded. The aim of their island exploration was to deepen their understanding. Now that they had confirmed human activity on the island, it was sufficient. Initially, he had suspected the individuals at the fire site to be responsible, but it turned out he had overestimated the situation. They were likely as stranded as he was, and the trees were not their doing. This implied the existence of another group entirely. Chapter 088, a lesson through example. Upon his return, Shun-Yi was met not with the awakening of the foreigner, but rather with a tumultuous argument. "Enough! Enough! What has transpired?" Shun-Yi, witnessing the discord, felt his head throb. Only days prior had he expressly prohibited internal strife. Yet here it was manifesting. However, upon identifying the combatants as Dezhuang and Wan, his anger surged. Wan was being held by Dezhuang. Her little face streaked with tears as he tenderly wiped her cheeks and whispered soothingly for her to cease her crying. Observing this pitiful duo, Shun-Yi approached, instructing the onlookers to disperse. As he drew nearer, he noticed marks of violence upon Dezhuang's body, igniting a fire within him. "Who did this? Step forward," he bellowed, his eyes reddening with fury. "This nonsense occurs the moment I step away." Silence enveloped the crowd. Shun-Yi summoned Zhang Shuang to his side. "What transpired in my absence?" he inquired. Zhang Shuang lowered her head in guilt. "It's of no concern to you," he reassured her, pulling her aside while casting a scrutinizing glance at the others. "Are you all silent? You think you can brush this matter aside? I assure you, that is impossible. Speak up, or you shall all be dismissed." At this proclamation, the crowd stirred, perplexed by his reaction. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a fool? A voice chimed in, aggravating Shun-Yi further. "Is that you? Come forth," he roared, and upon receiving no response, he lunged forward, seizing the man's collar and dragging him out of the throng. He recognized him as Chunjua, a classmate. Chunjua, have you completely wasted your education? What do you mean by calling him a fool? Explain yourself. Shinyi's ire was palpable, his hand itching to strike Chunjua's face. Yet, he refrained, glaring menacingly instead. Chunjua stammered. We are classmates. Must you publicly humiliate me over this trivial matter? You were not here. You have no idea what that fool did. He broke the pottery I had just crafted after a morning's labor. In my frustration, I struck him. Very well, very well. At least you have some sense of shame, Shinyi replied with a mocking smile. Did he break your creation intentionally? Or is he now of sound mind and able to control his actions? Can he? Answer me. Shinyi's voice thundered, and Chunjua averted his gaze, unable to respond. If he could truly control his actions, would he have broken anything? He requires guidance, not punishment. You simply struck him. Had you dared to hit Wan, he would have retaliated fiercely. Do you believe he should bear the responsibility for this? All this commotion over such a minor incident. How absurd. It wasn't Dad who broke it. It was that uncle. Wan sobbed. Chunyi's fury ignited once more at her words. Chunjua's complexion paled, panic setting in. No. Igu, do you trust a mere child over me? He gulped nervously. Explain yourself clearly. I have known Wan for quite some time, and she has never lied. She doesn't even comprehend what lying is. Chunjua. I advise you to think carefully, Shinyi said coldly. For him, material losses were inconsequential, but physical violence was indefensible, particularly against Dezhuang. Despite his past injuries, Dezhuang had never been a source of trouble. He consistently safeguarded Wan. Shinyi would not accept that he had broken anything. Chunjua, sweating profusely, felt the pressure intensify. After all, his very sustenance was provided by Shinyi, and his bravado had evaporated. Speak. Shinyi's voice rose suddenly, startling Chunjua. I will. I accidentally broke it while trying to complete the task you assigned me. Igu. Everything I did was for the team, truly. Chunjua desperately invoked the notion of teamwork. Chunyi shook his head. Have I ever stated that failing to complete a task would result in deprivation of food? Or that failure would lead to expulsion from the team? This is not a sufficient justification for your actions. Regardless, I will not bend my principles. You will leave my team. The distinction between speaking the truth and remaining silent is simply whether you leave with provisions or not. Shinyi's words were a death sentence. Chunjua froze, then collapsed in tears, overwhelmed by the prospect of losing his place. I will confess. Please, do not cast me away. I see them living without a care, while I toil endlessly and receive less food than they do. It's so unfair. Chunjua lamented loudly, pouring out his grievances. Chunyi listened, finally understanding the root of Chunjua's discontent. It was not about the quantity of food, but rather the perceived inequality. Have you truly forgotten how you once suffered, sleeping rough and hungry? Now you enjoy a stable life with sufficient provisions without the need to scavenge. Why must you compare yourself to them? What do you have to compare? Do you not realize that the meat you have eaten, venison, bear meat, and wild boar, was secured with Dezhuang's assistance? He obeys my commands unconditionally. Can you? Chunyi shook his head. Give Chunjua 3 pieces of meat and escort him away. No. Igu, please. I promise I will not err again. Do not expel me. I cannot survive alone. Chunjua pleaded, kneeling and banging his head on the ground. Chunyi turned away, ignoring him as he ordered his removal. He understood the necessity of making an example of Chunjua. He could not remain. Retaining him would only invite further discord, transforming their environment into a battlefield of intrigue. Shinyi would not allow such chaos to unfold. Everyone, remember this. Any troublemaker will meet a similar fate. 3 pieces of meat this time. Next time, you shall leave with none. Understood? The crowd shuddered at Chunyi's words, a palpable fear settling upon them. Understood. Chapter 089. The value of meat. This was merely an opportunity to set an example. Nonetheless, Shinyi genuinely cared for Dezhuang and his daughter, Nan. The vulnerable often evoke a protective instinct in others. While Dezhuang was not weak, he was mentally unstable, and their unwavering loyalty was indeed a rarity. With Shinyi's words, anyone harboring ulterior motives would surely reconsider their intentions. Chunyi approached Dezhuang and Nan, crouching down to gently ruffle Nan's hair. It's all right now. Nan, he said affectionately. Nan nodded and inquired, Big brother, that uncle won't be in trouble, will he? No, Nan, rest assured, Shinyi replied with a smile, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons, which made Nan cease her tears. He stood up and patted Dezhuang's shoulder. Take Nan to play. Everything is fine now. Shinyi said cheerfully. Once Dezhuang had left, Shinyi turned to the others. Dezhuang has his issues. I do not wish for any of you to confront him. He struggles to care for his daughter, And if I discover anyone bullying him, do not blame me for being unyielding. Shenyi's cold smile prompted nods from the crowd. Only then did Zhong Shuang step forward, apologizing softly beside Shenyi. It has nothing to do with you. Do not consider yourself an outsider, Shenyi reassured, playfully pinching Zhong Shuang's cheek, causing her to blush. Could you refrain from pinching my face in front of so many people? It's quite embarrassing, she protested. Shenyi chuckled. Does that imply it's acceptable when we're alone? Not at all. Zhong Shuang quickly dismissed the notion. You're so ruthless. To deal with you, one must be heartless. Otherwise, a little sunshine makes you flourish. She teased, swiftly evading further conversation with Shenyi. He shook his head, bemused by her antics. At that moment, Shihuiru approached Shenyi. You may pinch me. Feel free. I'm entirely yours. Shenyi shuddered at her words, stepping back as he beheld Shihuiru's alluring figure. She advanced closer, her gaze wistful. Do you not desire this? She asked, lightly tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Shenyi's face flushed. With so many onlookers, lingering too long could lead to misunderstandings. Sister, you are my biological sister. Let us maintain a safe distance, he insisted, retreating further, relieved to see no one was watching. Safe distance? Is there truly such a thing between us? Shihuiru questioned, her tone teasing. Shenyi's thoughts wandered back to the lake that day, igniting a spark of desire. I concede. What is it you wish to do? He murmured. Tonight, I wish to visit the beach and gaze upon the sea. Accompany me, she requested. I cannot go. He replied firmly. Shihuiru's gentle smile drew closer as she whispered, Brother, please promise me. Her sweet voice sent shivers down his spine, causing him to stammer. No, we cannot do that. If you do not accompany me, I shall seek Zhong Shuang instead, she threatened. Startled, Shenyi hastily reassured, I will accompany you tonight. He was genuinely alarmed. If Shihuiru saw Zhong Shuang, he would likely face dire consequences. With a radiant smile, she delicately caressed his face. I will wait for you by the sea, dear brother. As he watched her depart, Shenyi wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had been so flustered. Little fox, he muttered under his breath. Surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he sighed in relief. If he allowed her to continue her antics, the situation would inevitably be exposed. He resolved to have a serious discussion with her that night, emphasizing his determination. Emerging from the cave, Shenyi noted the time was getting late. However, he overheard murmurs of discontent regarding his recent dismissal of Chen Zhua. Why not just apologize? Why send him away? One girl whispered. Be quiet. We are dependent on others right now, another replied. But we can't just give him 3 pieces of meat. He will surely perish. Shenyi approached the 2 girls, startling them. They stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts. Shenyi forced a smile. I will not expel you. I merely overheard your opinions. It's all right. No, we have no opinions, they quickly denied, realizing the gravity of their situation. Speak freely. I will not hold it against you. But if you remain silent, I cannot guarantee your safety, he warned, though he did not intend to be serious. The girls' anxiety was palpable. They nearly burst into tears as they recounted their whispered words. Is that all? Shenyi queried. Yes, that is all. We truly do not wish to speak ill behind your back. Your actions were inappropriate, they admitted. Shenyi nodded thoughtfully, leading them to a quieter spot. Sit down. I mean you no harm. They sat closely together, visibly tense. I must ask, when you initially followed Kachangwei, were you well fed? No, we were often hungry, they confessed. And now? We can eat our fill now. Then why say that if I give Chinjua 3 pieces of meat, he will starve? Does he not have hands? Cannot he find food? The girls were left speechless. His departure would merely return him to the life he once lived. It is curious how people, after experiencing a slightly better life, become discontent with their previous existence, deeming it unworthy of being called life. 3 pieces of meat, are they not meat? On this island, 1 piece equates to $1. 3 pieces equal $3. I have only a few $100s and still must pay you wages. Do you find that insufficient? 3 pieces of meat are enough for a bowl of meat soup, sufficient to feed you all for 1 meal. Do you understand? Do not think these pieces of meat are merely gifts from the wind. How did we acquire bear and wolf meat? It was through our efforts. Now I ask you, are 3 pieces of meat truly insufficient? No, they are not. We were wrong, they replied, seemingly grasping the weight of his words, their heads bowed in shame. This is neither your meat nor your money. Consuming and spending it feels detached, does it not? Yet for me, it is a sacrifice. I can provide you with meat to create value, not to incite discord. Return now, and remember, 1 piece of meat is still meat. If it is not earned through hard work, you have no right to discuss the distribution of meat. Shenyi's final words were laden with significance, leaving him uncertain if they would comprehend the struggles inherent in his statement. As he watched the 2 girls depart, Shenyi realized a profound truth. Not everyone can empathize or understand his actions. So be it. Chapter 090. The scene of conflict. Why is Shen-Yi so frugal? It is because he has truly experienced poverty. Only those who have endured such hardship can comprehend the bitterness it brings. Shen-Yi's mother passed away early, and upon his father's return from military service, the pension was barely sufficient to support Shen-Yi's education. Lacking education himself, his father could only find work and security. Throughout his childhood, his father instilled in him the values of integrity. Yet, Shen-Yi, in his youth, once stormed off over a mere 5 yuan class fee. It was not until he witnessed his father collecting plastic bottles and cardboard boxes after work to sell for money that he was profoundly shaken. At that moment, all his ignorance and grievances towards his father dissipated. He did not harbor resentment towards himself or his father. Rather, he came to a deep understanding of what frugality truly meant. Thus, when they discussed the triviality of a few pieces of meat, Shen-Yi resonated with it most deeply. Was it not reminiscent of his childhood quarrels with his father, which centered around just 5 yuan? How similar it was. 5 yuan may seem insignificant, and 3 pieces of meat may not amount to much either. Shen-Yi once observed an elderly lady on a bus mistakenly placing 5 yuan into the fare box, believing it to be 1 yuan. She implored the driver for assistance, but he dismissed her, citing the crowd as a reason for his lack of attention. The elderly lady, on the verge of tears, was desperate. Shen-Yi, moved by her plight, offered her 5 yuan, claiming it had fallen from her grasp. Yet she insisted that her own 5 yuan could not possibly be so new. He also witnessed a couple at a breakfast stall who mistakenly treated 10 yuan as 1 yuan for a customer. The customer took the money and sped away on an electric bike. The woman, distraught, chased after him, only to fall heavily to the ground, scraping her knees and drawing blood. When she questioned her husband about not verifying the money, he slapped himself in frustration, and they wept together. 5 yuan may not be a large sum, perhaps the cost of a drink, an hour's internet access at a cyber CAF, or even a pack of cigarettes for smokers, but it represents one of the few sources of income for the day. Much like Shen-Yi's 3 pieces of meat, it is not much. When cut from a beast, smoked, it amounts to just half a gene of meat. But in this isolated place, who could provide Shen-Yi with that half gene of meat? They have not experienced such a life, and thus cannot empathize with him. Shen-Yi, too, is human. Confronted with these bitter realities, does he not feel a sense of discomfort? With these thoughts, he silently covered his mouth. Who could possibly understand? The thin monkey? He is wealthy and does not consider such matters. Zhong Shuang? Though her family is not as affluent as the thin monkeys, they too have no worries about food and drink. Ding Qiong? There is no need to mention her. She is the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. It seems no one can empathize. Even those as impoverished as Shen-Yi feel embarrassed by their circumstances, wishing to distance themselves from such a label. There is but one affliction in this world, the affliction of poverty. With a deep sigh, Shen-Yi covered his face, reflecting on whether he had made a mistake. He felt somewhat ridiculous, attempting to contend against nature with his meager strength. But when he raised his head, he found someone standing before him. It was Shi Huiru. "What's wrong? You don't seem very cheerful," she said, her tone casual, like that of a caring neighbor. "It's nothing. Just a small matter that I can handle myself," Shen-Yi replied, rubbing his face and managing a smile. To Shi Huiru, that smile appeared rather forced. "My little man, what has happened? Share it with your sister, and I will surely help you," she said, pulling him into her embrace. Shen-Yi did not resist. He simply allowed her to hold him. After a moment, he confided his thoughts to Shi Huiru. "I understand. It's about teaching by example. Your father has done remarkably well. At least you now comprehend the essence of frugality and have learned much. Many things are not simply about right or wrong. Some matters cannot be overly scrutinized for fault. Your intention alone is sufficient." Shi Huiru patted Shen-Yi gently. "Do you think it was wrong of me to send Chunzhou away today? What's done is done. Is it important now to dwell on right or wrong? It no longer matters. You cannot expect everyone to align with your thoughts. You can only hold yourself accountable. Of course, you may hold me accountable too. But I can choose not to heed your expectations. Sometimes, it suffices to pursue the outcome. The process is not as crucial." Shi Huiru sighed, seemingly resigned. "Just like how you approached me?" Shen-Yi suddenly inquired. Shi Huiru was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment, and she feigned calmness. "Yes, that is correct. The outcome is positive. You are willing to shelter and protect me, and the specifics of how we got here are no longer significant. Huiru, you need not feel obligated." Shen-Yi sighed. "I have stated before that even as lovers, I am willing. This is my own sentiment, unrelated to you." A sudden crash interrupted them as a plastic bottle fell to the ground, spilling its contents. Shen-Yi turned toward the sound and was stunned to see Zhong Shuang. He quickly pushed Shi Huiru away, but Zhong Shuang ran off without looking back. "Zhong Shuang," Shen-Yi called out loudly, but she did not turn, running away in tears. "Stay away from me. I despise you." Zhong Shuang fled. Shen Yi could not ignore her and hurried after her. Others, witnessing the commotion, were bewildered by the unfolding drama. Stop gawking, everyone. We have work to do, and dinner is approaching. Finish your tasks, the thin monkey urged. Aware that a conflict had arisen between Shen Yi and Zhong Xuan, he needed to keep the remaining group calm to prevent further trouble. Ding Qiong observed everything keenly. Upon seeing Shi Huiru emerge from the earlier scene, looking lost, she instantly grasped the situation. Ding Qiong shook her head in resignation, noting how today's youth seemed to lack restraint, forgetting that she was not much older herself. With Zhong Xuan running ahead and Shen Yi trailing behind, he called out, "Class committee member, slow down. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. What is there to explain? Did I mishear something earlier?" Zhong Xuan retorted angrily, showing no signs of stopping. Shen Yi could easily have sprinted ahead to intercept her, but he refrained, uncertain of what to say. He was also troubled. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that Zhong Xuan had witnessed the two of them together. What a scene of turmoil. If Shen Yi could not resolve this matter, his future would undoubtedly be bleak. Zhong Xuan reached the shore, the sky darkening, but she was oblivious to it all. Exhausted, she faced the sea, kneeling on the ground. Tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and silently weeping. Shen Yi approached her side. Chapter 91. Emotional outburst. Do not weep, my dear aunt. I implore you. Shen Yi had an aversion to girls crying, truly. Upon witnessing her tears, he felt utterly helpless. In his own words, he would rather endure a beating than witness her sobbing. It was evident that Zhong Xuan would not resort to striking him. Instead, she was engulfed in heartbreak, feeling as if the sky had collapsed upon her. The notion that Shen Yi could be involved with Shi Huiru was unfathomable to her. Hearing the term lover uttered by Shi Huiru only deepened her sorrow, akin to a child losing a cherished stuffed rabbit. Though Shen Yi was no mere toy, the emotional turmoil was strikingly similar. She was devastated, unable to fathom how Shen Yi, of all people, could commit such an act. Had it merely been idle gossip from Shi Huiru, perhaps she would have brushed it off. Yet, witnessing them in such an intimate embrace, exchanging overtly flirtatious words, was unbearable. The very thought left her feeling suffocated. Even if Shen Yi approached her now, he would sense her immense distress. She wept uncontrollably, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Why was this happening? Why did it hurt so much? It felt as if a knife were repeatedly slicing through her heart, inflicting excruciating pain. Zhong Xuan, my dear aunt. Please stop crying, Shen Yi pleaded, his expression a mixture of desperation and concern. Do not touch me. Stay away, she retorted vehemently, her body twisting away like a nimble serpent, thwarting his attempts to comfort her. Please, just cease your tears, Shen Yi implored, his voice laced with sincerity. Is it because I did not agree to be your girlfriend that you sought solace in Shi Huiru? Why did you do this? Zhong Xuan's icy demeanor revealed a clarity of thought that pierced through her anguish. Shen Yi, however, was lost in his own despair, lamenting his choices. No. It is not as you believe. Not as I believe. I witnessed you two embracing. Do you expect me to believe otherwise? She shot back, her eyes reddened, tears pooling on her cheeks, evoking a sense of pity in him. He regretted not having exercised restraint earlier, yet what good was regret now? Zhong Xuan would not entertain any excuses. Seeing his silence ignited her anger further. Are you unwilling to explain yourself? Is there truly nothing left to discuss between us? Shen Yi hesitated. You were the one who silenced me, if you recall. Yet, he dared not voice this thought aloud, fearing it would incite further conflict. No. That cannot be. There must be something left to say between us. Then speak. Why? Zhong Xuan pressed, her eyes aflame with frustration. Shen Yi felt overwhelmed. My dear aunt, I acknowledge my faults. I should not have acted this way, please forgive me. Yet, instead of softening her heart, his words only fueled her fury. How can I forgive you? You were with her. As she spoke, her heart remained unwavering, devoid of any signs of remorse. Shen Yi remained silent, and in that moment, Zhong Xuan understood the painful truth. They were indeed together. Why? Have I not been enough? What have I done wrong? Words failed her as fresh tears streamed down her face. I am sorry, Shen Yi murmured, his head bowed in shame. I do not require your apologies. There was never anything between us. You are with Shi Huiru now. So go to her. She is willing to be your lover, without any expectations. Each of Zhong Xuan's words felt like daggers piercing her heart, her voice faltering. No, I intended to confess my mistakes sooner, but I have been preoccupied. I swear nothing happened today. I promise. Comfort you? To what end? To bed? Zhong Xuan was on the verge of losing her sanity, relentlessly provoking Shen Yi. Observing her distress, he felt a profound ache within and, in a moment of resolve, he enveloped her in a firm embrace. Ah, let go of me. You scoundrel. Release me, she cried, attempting to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. Shen Yi held her tightly, fearing that if he released her, he would lose her forever. This is my fault. I will not offer any excuses. You may scold me as you wish, but you cannot leave me. He whispered into her ear, maintaining his grip. Zhong Shuang seethed with anger, clawing at him, leaving marks upon his back. After a prolonged struggle, her energy waned, and she ceased her resistance, allowing him to hold her. Turning her head, she felt the warmth of his embrace, which now felt unnaturally cold. Memories of their joyful times together flooded her mind, and she could not help but weep once more. It is said that women are made of water, and this sentiment rang true as Shun Yi felt his shoulder dampen once again. Their eyes met. Yet Zhong Shuang turned away first, unable to maintain the gaze. You still refuse to let go. I shall not release you until you forgive me. You are being unreasonable. I will never forgive you. Then I shall never let go. Her frustration morphed into incredulous laughter. When did Shun Yi become so obstinate? Yet, thoughts of Shi Huiru pierced her heart. At that moment, she pondered, should she truly give up? Should she relinquish him? To let go would only benefit her rival. Thus, she found herself in a state of conflict, unwilling to release her grasp on him. After all, Shun Yi had cared for her and had even saved her. His kindness on this island was unparalleled. But could she disregard this betrayal? That would be self-deception, and she could not shake off this burden. A chill wind blew, prompting her to instinctively snuggle closer to Shun Yi. This subconscious act left her feeling embarrassed once she realized it. Yet, Shun Yi remained silent, unlike his usual self, who would have teased her under normal circumstances. Zhong Shuang's steadfastness began to waver, and she was torn between wanting to hold on and the fear of letting Shi Huiru win. Such a thing was unthinkable. Overwhelmed with emotion, she could not suppress her frustration any longer. Shun Yi, you cat. With that, she burst into tears once more. Chapter 092. The logic of thought. Shun Yi felt an overwhelming headache, a profound ache that seemed to consume him. Listening to the wailing sounds around him, he found himself utterly at a loss. Zhong Shuang was inundated with myriad thoughts, yet upon witnessing Shun Yi's silence, she spoke up. Let go. I cannot be without you. But that does not grant you the right to control me. Consider this a plea. Will you spare me? Her voice was but a whisper, for she was uncertain how to navigate this tumultuous relationship. Could she truly part ways with Shun Yi? The thought was unbearable. Yet, to act as if nothing had transpired would surely leave an indelible mark upon her heart. I need some time alone, Zhong Shuang ultimately declared. Please let go. I wish to be alone. As Shun Yi hesitated to release her, she added, I understand this is my fault. I do not know if you will forgive me, but I must express my apologies. There is no need for apologies. What is done is done. I do not wish to hear it right now. Do you understand? Zhong Shuang stood up, wiped her tears, and spoke coldly. She collected herself, preparing to return, while Shun Yi quietly followed behind her. The darkness enveloped them, as neither had brought a torch when they ventured out. The forest echoed with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, startling Zhong Shuang. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat to Shun Yi's side, but his ambiguous relationship with Shi Huiru deterred her. She steeled herself and continued walking ahead. Noticing her apprehension, Shun Yi gradually moved closer to her, offering a semblance of security. This time, Zhong Shuang did not stubbornly push him away. She remained silent, yet deep down, she realized that their relationship could never return to its former state. It had already fractured. In silence, they returned to the cave, where the others respected their space, refraining from prying or inquiring about their return. Only Shi Huiru cast a downcast glance at Shun Yi, her expression marked by frustration. Let us rest. Tomorrow brings a plethora of tasks, Shun Yi announced to the group. Quietly, they tidied up and retired for the night. As Shun Yi lay on the straw, he found himself wide awake, the sound of snoring filling the air. He sighed, rose from his spot, and exited the cave. The moon hung gracefully in the sky, and as Shun Yi gazed upward, a sense of emptiness washed over him. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? A voice broke the stillness. Turning, he discovered it was Ding Qiong, seated on a bamboo chair, bathed in the serene moonlight. The moonlight is exquisite tonight, Shun Yi remarked wistfully. Are you expecting me to respond with, the wind is gentle too? Ding Qiong replied with a playful smile. No, I would not dare. I am already burdened with a headache. I do not wish to ensnare you in my troubles, he countered. You. Ding Qiong gestured to the chair beside her, inviting Shun Yi to sit. Once he was settled, she asked, shall we converse? Indeed, that is my intention. I did not expect you to still be awake. I did not see you leave the cave earlier, he replied. You? You were tossing and turning, consumed by your own worries. It would be curious if you noticed me, she said with a hint of reproach. Shun Yi, resigned, spread his hands and leaned back against the bamboo chair, gazing at the starry sky. What do you think of me? He inquired. In what regard? She asked. In the regard of being a person, he clarified. Ah, I understand. You are inquiring about matters of the heart, correct? Precisely, Shun Yi affirmed, eager to discern her perspective. Do you know? Love is akin to a complex function. It eludes comprehension and resists control. Each individual harbors their own unique outlook on love, shaped by personal experiences and insights. Ultimately, only you can discern your feelings. I cannot conjure an understanding for you, Ding Qiang stated solemnly. So, you mean I must introspect and ask myself about my own views on love? Shani mused, beginning to grasp her meaning. And what are your views on love? She inquired. As for me, my perspective is rather simple. I have no perspective. You might interpret it as a lack of emotion, she responded. A lack of emotion? Yet, do you not have a fiancé? Do you believe that a relationship formed out of familial obligation can truly be called love? Ding Qiang retorted. Well, Shun Yi scratched his head, realizing the truth in her words. I do have a fiancé, but we have never met. There is no affection between us. Love is cultivated through one's upbringing and subsequent actions. For instance, I grew up in a large family where my father and uncles each have multiple wives and numerous lovers. Do you think I could experience love in such an environment? They offered me no guidance on matters of the heart, yet their actions subtly influenced my perceptions. I harbor no dreams of love, for it is something I cannot attain. To Shun Yi, Zhong Shuang's words echoed with a single sentiment: tragic. It was not her status that was pitiable. She had no worries regarding sustenance or clothing, and her thoughts were consumed with squandering her family's wealth, a fortune that would likely last her a lifetime. The true tragedy lay in her emotional life, or rather, the absence of it. She lacked any comprehension of love. What do you think of my indecision between the two of them? He asked. My view is that you are not resolute enough. You acknowledge your indecision, yet remain hesitant. There are many factors contributing to this lack of decisiveness, but if I were to pinpoint one, it is simply that you desire both, Ding Qiang stated plainly, her words striking a chord within Shun Yi. He lowered his gaze, silent, seemingly lost in thought. You wish to have it all, perhaps unaware that your subconscious believes that here on this island, they cannot do without you. This is similar to many of my father's mistresses. Even if you were to cast them aside, they would kneel and plead, devoid of any dignity. Their standards of living have been elevated by my father. And once they depart, they face the harsh reality of their former lives, unable to confront their meager salaries. They have grown accustomed to the allure of easy money and can no longer stand on solid ground. Ding Qiang's words pierced through the facade, revealing the underlying mentality of those women. Shani fell into a deeper silence, feeling an unsettling sense of guilt. Just as you believe we cannot do without you. Perhaps the increase in numbers has fostered this subconscious belief in you. But do not blame yourself. It is a natural human tendency to feel inflated. In simpler terms, you have grown complacent. However, unlike my father, you lack wealth. Essentially, if we regard resources as sustenance, his wealth is inexhaustible, while yours is limited, destined to be depleted. His expenditures far exceed his earnings daily. This is the distinction. Ding Qiang's words struck Shun Yi profoundly, illuminating certain truths he had been blind to. Chapter 093. The foreigner awakens. I have come to understand that I may be restraining them by utilizing one of my own advantages, believing that they will not leave me. And that is why I behave this way. Is my understanding correct? Shun Yi gazed earnestly at Ding Qiang, expressing his recent reflections. Partially, but not entirely. You merely exhibit a degree of male chauvinism. Nonetheless, it is commendable that you can recognize your own circumstances, which is a significant achievement in itself. At times, my confidence in you stems from this very ability. You possess the insight to accurately assess your situation and the challenges you face, and you make timely adjustments. This quality is truly admirable. Each individual has their own strengths and weaknesses. Often, the flaws do not overshadow the merits, and that is sufficient. If a person were born flawless, it would be a mistake on the part of the divine, for such beings do not exist among mortals. The ability to acknowledge one's shortcomings and strive for correction, and to continue this process upon encountering new deficiencies, is the essence of growth. Ding Qiang smiled, neither condemning Shun Yi nor shying away from highlighting his issues. Thank you, Ding Qiang. Shun Yi expressed his gratitude, feeling appreciative of her understanding and guidance. What do you think I should do now to improve the outcome? Ding Qiang remained silent for a moment. After a brief pause, Shun Yi inquired again. Do you believe I lack the capacity for change? Not at all. You can only rely on yourself. In matters of the heart, I cannot assist you. Everything depends on your own efforts. My words are merely suggestions. The rest is up to you to resolve. If you were to take my advice as your standard for action, I would deem you a person lacking in personal conviction. However, from our interactions thus far, it appears you are not that kind of person. Therefore, take the time to ponder it well. With that, Ding Qiang stood to return to the cave for rest. But Shun Yi called out to her one last time. Tell me, will you look down upon me because of this? Shun Yi's thoughts were in disarray. Under normal circumstances, he would never voice such sentiments. Yet, now it escaped his lips. Never. Watching Ding Qiong depart, Shun Yi reclined weakly on the bamboo chair, gazing at the moonlit sky, murmuring to himself, "My thoughts." He muttered, searching for a solution, yet finding none. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. When one is in need, they rely on friends, at home, on parents, in challenging times, on connections, and in the mire, on God. Yet, ultimately, one must rely on oneself. It struck him that he had subconsciously asked Ding Qiong for help. Was this not depending on a friend? He sought Ding Qiong for a means of salvation. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he grasped Ding Qiong's intent to rely on oneself. Shun Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Others may rely on themselves in times of trouble, yet he could not depend on anyone else, only himself. Perhaps it is through relentless self-improvement that one can truly become strong. Was Ding Qiong relying solely on herself? No, she engaged in mutual assistance, benefiting one another, leveraging their strengths. Upon realizing this, Shun Yi felt a sense of clarity. He could not expect everyone to depend solely on him. Habits formed over years cannot be eradicated overnight. If dependence is necessary, then so be it. Everyone seeks a support system. In terms of reliance on oneself, Shun Yi believed that Zhang Shuang needed to mend relations, while simultaneously ensuring that Shi Huira remained unharmed. This was a fundamental principle. If his actions caused harm to others, he would bear the weight of guilt. The events had transpired. He could only minimize the damage. Thus, it must be so. There was no alternative. Shun Yi chose not to return to the cave, opting instead to remain on the bamboo chair throughout the night. The following day, he was awakened by others who had discovered him sleeping outside all night, worried he might freeze. "Egu, wake up. It's morning," the thin monkey said softly. Shun Yi rubbed his eyes, unable to suppress a shiver. It had indeed been a cold night. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Zhang Shuang deliberately keeping her distance. This time, he refrained from approaching her to bridge the gap. Likewise, Shi Huira was also far away. Shun Yi felt helpless. Fortunately, they were not working together, which would have made the situation even more awkward. "Has the foreigner awakened?" he asked. The thin monkey shook his head. "Then find a way to wake him. I need to know more about the situation. He cannot remain unconscious any longer," Shun Yi insisted. As the temperature continued to drop, Shun Yi felt compelled to explore the island before winter fully set in. If winter arrived, it would be difficult for them to leave the cave. Even if they did manage to venture out, they would need to don thick woolen garments. What was already a concern. And Shun Yi needed to bring people to retrieve the sheep. When Shun Yi left Huagua, it was already late April, during springtime. However, in the southern hemisphere, it was autumn. Thus, he had to pack excessively warm clothing. The winter in the southern hemisphere spans from June to August. Although they were on a small island in the Pacific, the surrounding ocean absorbed most of the heat, resulting in an exceptionally cold winter on this island. Now, it was already mid-May, and time was running short. Preparations for winter could not be delayed. After warming himself with a bowl of meat soup, Shun Yi entered the cave, where the foreigner had finally regained consciousness. Leaning against the cave wall, he looked around, appearing quite alert. "Ding Qiong, come here and listen to what this foreigner has to say," Shun Yi directed, uninterested in the foreigner himself. He babbled in a language Shun Yi could not comprehend. "It's German," Ding Qiong explained. "Damn it. It's bad enough I Haven team mastered English. Now I have to deal with German." "A German, you say?" "Yes." "Then ask him what the situation is, what happened, and why he lost consciousness," Shun Yi instructed, relaying a series of questions for Ding Qiong to communicate. The foreigner was exceedingly cautious, reluctant to divulge much in response to Ding Qiong's inquiries. "Tell him that if he refuses to speak, I will not be so courteous. If he doesn't answer, they will beat him until he does." Ding Qiong's repetition startled the foreigner, who widened his eyes and recoiled against the wall. "I am Fred." "Who are you?" He finally introduced himself. Ding Qiong engaged in conversation with him, gradually easing Fred's wariness. "How did you end up here? What about the others?" "We were attacked by a group of monkeys. They attacked us for no reason, and I got separated from my companions." "How many of you are there?" "There are 37 of us, led by our great Claude, who has kept us alive." "Are there any East Asians among you?" "Yes, many. And there is one East Asian woman who is exceptionally beautiful. Fred's voice trailed off, but he quietly added, "She is willing to exchange her body for resources." His words were blunt and straightforward. Chapter 094. Equipment explosion. Upon hearing this, Ding Qiong paused. This was not her concern. "Why would that group of monkeys attack you?" "I don't know," Fred replied, shaking his head vigorously. "I encountered them before without incident. But ever since that day when we heard the piercing sound, they have started throwing things at us." Ding Qiong frowned. The piercing sound? This inevitably reminded her of electronic devices. That piercing sound, wasn't it the noise emitted by electronic equipment a few days ago? She proceeded to ask Fred several more questions, which he answered one by one. Ding Qiong relayed everything she had extracted from Fred to Shen Yi. Asked him if he came over alone or followed others. Shen Yi recalled the pool of blood he had discovered on the ground. I don't know, Fred reiterated, shaking his head like a rattle. Shen Yi thought it was peculiar. Obviously, the timing of the bloodstain's appearance coincided closely with his arrival, since Fred truly seemed unaware. Shen Yi did not press further. Now, Shen Yi had a rough understanding of their situation. The way the East Asians were described was appalling, and his fists clenched tightly. He yearned to give them a good thrashing. However, he refrained, as there was no legitimate reason to intervene. Regardless, they had left a negative impression on him. Should we keep him? The skinny monkey gestured towards Fred. Let us keep him for now. If this foreigner does anything out of line, we'll just send him away. Ding Qiong, come with me, Shen Yi said, leading her aside. You just speculated that the monkey's rage was triggered by the piercing sound from electronic devices? Yes. The BXG company is researching enhancements to human capabilities, but we cannot discount the possibility that the only piercing sound we've heard lately is from their equipment. Ding Qiong explained. If that is the case, I believe it is essential to bring the equipment back for further study. Shen Yi found it somewhat absurd. Could a device really have such an effect? Yet, given the monkey's attacks, the evidence was undeniable, and he felt compelled to accept it. Do you want me to accompany you? Ding Qiong asked, her concern evident. Let us go? I fear I might encounter something unfamiliar, and you would be able to assist me. Shen Yi did not refuse and left the cave with Ding Qiong. The dog approached, barking on the ground, likely wanting Shen Yi to take it for a walk. Shen Yi chuckled, grabbing a leash to restrain the dog, and together they set off. As the weather grew colder, the once lush trees on the island began to wither, leaving only bare trunks. The scattered fallen leaves echoed the sentiment of the poem about turning into spring mud to nurture flowers. The dog was quite excited, attempting to break free from the leash, peering curiously into the woods. However, Shen Yi held onto it, and it shook its head in helplessness. This creature, given a bit of sunlight, blooms brilliantly. If you scold it, it won't understand. One might mistakenly think you're reprimanding me. No, absolutely not. It was the first time Shen Yi heard Ding Qiong joke, and he quickly laughed in clarification. As they walked toward the shipping container, the dog's pace slowed significantly, losing its earlier vivacity. It even trembled slightly, as if fearing something. Shen Yi crouched down and patted the dog's head. What is wrong with you? You were just running around happily, and now you're scared. What are you afraid of? Shen Yi sensed something was amiss. Animals possess a heightened perception compared to humans. The dog's behavior only made him more apprehensive. He looked at Ding Qiong in confusion. Perhaps the frequency emitted by the electronic device made it perceive a formidable enemy. Ding Qiong provided a relatively reasonable explanation. What should we do? It's unwilling to move forward. Let us tie it to a tree and go on. Shen Yi nodded and secured the dog to a nearby tree. The dog panted, watching Shen Yi intently. As he prepared to advance, it barked twice. Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. Shen Yi sighed, bemused that the dog was afraid yet didn't want him to proceed. What kind of logic was that? Without the dog, their pace quickened. Upon reaching the red shipping container, everything appeared unchanged from the way they had left it. However, Shen Yi felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in, instinctively clutching his chest while glancing at Ding Qiong. How do you feel? Ding Qiong shook her head, looking unwell. When we left, was that device already turned off? Reflecting on her words, Shen Yi indeed recalled it was so. Gazing at the device on the ground, he reached out and grabbed it. The moment he picked up the wristband, the screen illuminated, displaying red characters. A low frequency emanated from the red shipping container. As he tightened his grip on the wristband, he suddenly felt clarity of mind, and the sense of panic dissipated. He handed it to Ding Qiong, and they both grasped the wristband together. Ding Qiong's condition improved significantly. What is happening? Shen Yi inquired, perplexed. Ding Qiong did not respond, engrossed in tapping the wristband's screen, but the red characters showed no sign of disappearing. Suddenly, the wristband emitted a mechanical voice. Ding Qiong listened intently, her expression shifting. Let us go. The device inside the red shipping container has activated self-destruction. It's going to explode. Pulled by Ding Qiong, they sprinted away. Shen Yi urgently asked, what about the wristband? Is it going to explode? No, the unactivated devices will explode. The one we have will not. Ding Qiong explained rapidly. They soon arrived at the tree where the dog was tied. The dog was barking incessantly, and Shen Yi quickly untied it, and the trio fled swiftly. The wristband displayed a countdown. 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No reaction. As Shen Yi turned back, suddenly, a wave of heat knocked him over. The three of them were propelled by the blast. Since they were holding the wristband together, Shen Yi instinctively tightened his grip on Ding Qiong's hand. Boom, boom. The explosions were deafening, and they crashed into a tree, losing consciousness. Far away in the cave, the others witnessed the explosion in the distance, all turning their attention towards it. Is that direction where the red shipping container is? Ku Changwei, with keen eyes, immediately exclaimed. Oh no. Decode and Ding Jia went there. Quick, we must save them. The skinny monkey shouted. Zhong Shuang, hearing this, paused momentarily, her heart racing. What if something happened to Shini? She immediately stood up, determined to rescue him. She and the skinny monkey rallied the others to launch a rescue operation. Upon reaching the site, they found Shini, Ding Qiong, and the dog leaning against a tree. Shini, Shini, Zhong Shuang called out, but was unable to rouse him. Seeing them clasping hands, both holding the wristband, she felt a pang of sorrow but quickly instructed others to separate them and take them back. Yet, even in unconsciousness, they could not release their grip. No matter how much force was exerted, they remained bound together, as if the wristband had tethered them for eternity. So they took them back. Chapter 95. Journey through the illusion. Zhong Shuang was baffled, unable to comprehend why their hands remained intertwined. Shun Yi gazed around in confusion, everything appearing foreign to him. Where am I? Have I returned to the city? No, this is not right. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, he stood in the midst of a bustling square, observing the throngs of people and the incessant flow of traffic. A question escaped his lips as he clutched a husky in his hand, attracting the ridicule of passing pedestrians. They were in the United States Times Square. At that moment, Ding Qiong's voice echoed from behind him. Shun Yi turned around, momentarily stunned, and inquired, Are we in the United States? The incredulity of the situation struck him. Moments ago, he had been thrown into the air by an explosion. How had he ended up in America? Could it be that time had elapsed, and he had finally emerged from the island? He recalled gripping the bracelet during the explosion. Raising his hand, he noted the bracelet still clasped around his wrist, feeling a strange disconnect. So where exactly are we? He pondered aloud. Perhaps it is a dream. Or more aptly, an illusion. If my conjecture holds true, it is the influence of this bracelet, he mused. If this is indeed a dream, then you should be able to converse with me, which would make me something of a superhuman, wouldn't it? With that, Shun Yi struck his chest with his fist, only to be met with a sharp pain that confirmed his reality. That hurts, he exclaimed, realizing that their simultaneous grip on the bracelet was the cause of this peculiar phenomenon. BXG Pharmaceuticals had conducted similar experiments, as mentioned in their documentation. So how do we escape from here? Shun Yi asked, perplexed. Look at the bracelet, Ding Qiong replied, shaking her own. Aren't we one entity? It seems here. We each have our own. Shun Yi activated his bracelet, but was met with incomprehensible symbols, casting an awkward glance towards Ding Qiong. She quickly assessed. Our bracelets display the same content. It indicates we should first head to the BXG Pharmaceuticals headquarters. And how do we get there? Shun Yi queried. By taxi, Ding Qiong suggested. Shun Yi fell silent, realizing he had no money for such a fare, leaving him feeling rather powerless. To BXG, he instructed. The driver offered no further comment, accelerating away. Are they NPCs? Shun Yi wondered aloud. You, my friend, are the NPC. The driver retorted, causing Shun Yi to chuckle awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the BXG headquarters, leaving Shun Yi in disbelief. Upon disembarking, they were not required to pay. The BXG headquarters was not the grand edifice he had envisioned. Rather, it was situated in an abandoned factory on the outskirts, a place he recognized from 3 years prior. Before securing funding, nodding to himself, he reasoned that it was all an illusion. Who are you? Inquired a man with black hair and blue eyes, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing before them. This, Ding Qiong said, indicating her bracelet. The man appeared taken aback, but subsequently invited them inside. They followed him through the factory, descending to the lower level. Welcome. I apologize for assuming it was only one of you. I did not expect two. Shun Yi had not noticed the presence of others until he realized it was a computer speaking. Why have you brought us here? Shun Yi inquired. Nothing much. I merely wish to introduce you to my latest developed device. I have named it Zero, the first of its kind, a splendid beginning. Is it truly capable of enhancing the human body? Shun Yi probed. Theoretically, yes, but since it has never been tested, you will be the first. The computer's voice made Shun Yi feel like a mere guinea pig. What are its functions? He pressed further. The advantages are numerous. It can emit danger signals, preventing any living being from approaching. It can even simulate biological channels for interspecies communication. The benefits are substantial. And the drawbacks? Shun Yi interrupted. There are none. It is flawless. Its future value is incalculable. I foresee a time when everyone will possess one. Such is its commercial worth. Commercial worth? Shun Yi shook his head, whispering to Ding Qiong. Did you not mention this is a pharmaceutical company? It feels somewhat different. Ding Qiong shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty, as she had not conducted an on-site investigation. Only familiar with its name. How do we exit? Shani inquired again, weary of remaining in the illusion. Quite simply, if one of you can pass the test, you may leave. What test? Shani asked, bewildered. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Shani felt disoriented as Ding Qiong vanished. He found himself on a soft, large bed, surrounded by a bevy of alluring women, each more enticing than the last. The test is straightforward. Find her among them. Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback. Find someone. Here, the women were adorned in attire reminiscent of a beach party, exuding allure and desire. You must not touch them. Failure to comply will result in disqualification. They cannot speak. The computer's voice reminded. As he gazed at the throng of sultry figures, Shun Yi felt overwhelmed. Is this really a search for someone? This test is hardly serious. He steadied himself, reasoning that Ding Qiong would not engage in such antics. Therefore, he resolved to seek the quietest among them. However, Shun Yi miscalculated. Every individual exuded an extraordinary level of fervor. Realizing that silence was not the key, he contemplated focusing on their faces. Yet, he was met with another challenge. The crowd changed every minute, making it nearly impossible to identify Ding Qiong. As he struggled to formulate a plan, the computer's voice chimed in. You have 1 minute remaining. What? Shun Yi was stunned. This has a time limit? He thought of the bracelet, but none of the women bore one. He racked his brain for distinguishing features of Ding Qiong, yet found nothing that stood out. Which one is Ding Qiong? 10 seconds left, the computer announced again. And Shani felt a wave of panic wash over him. Suddenly, he glanced at the ceiling, where a reflection sent chills down his spine. Beyond Ding Qiong, the others appeared as various animals in provocative poses. This bracelet is quite remarkable. Second row, third from the left. Shani declared, confident in his answer. Correct. The computer confirmed, and the scene transitioned back to where they had begun. I am merely fulfilling my duty. The remaining functions must be explored by you. The device derives its energy from the host's body. Should any issues arise with the host, the device will likewise sustain damage. Suddenly, the computer's tone shifted to an urgent male voice. If you encounter other devices, you must eliminate them. Shani was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself abruptly leaving the illusion. Upon awakening, he discovered himself back in the cave, lying on a bed beside Ding Qiong. Moments later, she too stirred awake. You had better not have seen anything. Her first words left Shun Yi speechless. He noticed her cheeks flushed, unable to fathom why. Only Ding Qiong understood the truth. Her assigned task within the device had involved performing those provocative dances. Chapter 096. In a daze upon awakening, the two released their hands. You keep the wristband. It's of no use to me, Ding Qiong said, pushing the device towards Shun Yi. He took it in his hand, only to find that its content had switched to Chinese, instantly comprehensible to him. Upon inspection, he realized there was no SOS signal, indicating that the device did not support communication. It was merely a rudimentary gadget. Just as he contemplated further, Zhong Shuang approached. What happened? You both have been unconscious for 2 whole days. 2 days? Shun Yi exclaimed in disbelief. That cannot be. It felt like merely a few hours had passed. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The wristband's power relied on the body. Having been in a stupor for 2 days, his body had depleted its energy, leaving the wristband powerless. Thus, even without completing the test, his energy would eventually run out and he would be expelled. Damn it, I've been played. Yet amidst this, he found solace in the fact that Zhong Shuang still cared for him. A warmth spread through his heart, though he remained grounded. He explained what had transpired. After listening, Zhong Shuang turned away, her desire to inquire whether he was still in pain trapped on her tongue. How could she ask? What could she say? The events of the past few days lingered vividly in her mind. Now, to show concern for him, what would that signify? In what capacity could she express her care? Despite her feelings, the presence of Shi Huizhu created an insurmountable barrier. She felt she could not simply overlook this, so she chose to leave. Sitting on the makeshift bed, Shun Yi recalled her hesitance, his heart heavy with regret. He had brought this upon himself. He could not blame her. Ding Qiong descended from the bed, saying, You should examine the wristband. I'll take a walk. Shun Yi nodded helplessly. The wristband housed numerous functions, yet in his current frail state, he could trigger none. For instance, it could synchronize with biological frequencies to discern their intended messages. The principle involved recognizing various sound frequencies, conducting systematic analysis, and matching them to human receptive bands. The sounds of a dog could convey its thoughts to Shun Yi, and should he wish to communicate with it, the device would translate his words into a frequency the dog could comprehend. Such technology was beyond his wildest dreams, yet here it was. A testament to the power of science. As Shun Yi pondered, a thought struck him. In the midst of his illusion, a voice had urged him to eliminate others possessing wristbands. He was perplexed. The urgency in the voice suggested a desperate circumstance. Were others with devices a threat to him? Or was he the one in danger? While he contemplated, the lean monkey burst in. Ego, you're finally awake. I thought you might never come back to us. Seeing you again truly moves me. The lean monkey, with tears and snot, approached. Keep your distance. It's not as if I've returned from the dead. Shani replied disdainfully, pushing him away. That's impossible. Ego, you're awake, and you don't know the temperature has plummeted drastically. It's freezing. I doubt it's even 20 degrees now. The lean monkey looked uncertain, and Shani understood. Go catch some sheep. Bring them back. I lack the strength for this task, so it falls to you. Shun-Yi felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. But we always follow your lead. With you and Ding Jia unconscious, we didn't know what to do. Coordinating manpower was daunting. We feared causing discontent and drawing unwanted attention. Shun-Yi shook his head, utterly speechless. It was absurd that his absence left them at a loss. They functioned on autopilot each day, eliciting both anger and amusement. Now, are you satisfied that I've asked you to find 5 people to catch sheep? All right, I'll get on it right away. The lean monkey dashed off. Shun-Yi shook his head in resignation. People should not be so foolish. He suspected the lean monkey was putting on an act. But regardless of whether he was genuinely naive or feigning it, as long as he could accomplish tasks, it was sufficient. One could only hope he wouldn't be all talk and no action. He descended from the makeshift bed, wandering within the cave to stretch his limbs. Yet found it eerily empty. Clearly, everyone was outside. Just as he prepared to exit the cave, he spotted someone entering. It was Shi Huizhu. Upon seeing Shun-Yi, her lips parted as if she wished to speak, but ultimately, silence prevailed. She lowered her gaze and hurried past him, brushing shoulders without uttering a word. Yet, he had clearly read worry in her eyes. She dared not approach him to say even a word of comfort. Shun-Yi understood this was not a warning from Zhong Shuang. She was not that type of person. This was her own volition. She sought to honor her relationship with Zhong Shuang, unwilling to remain indecisive, and chose to take a step back. Shun-Yi was at a loss for words. As someone directly involved, offering her comfort felt unreasonable. Yet he could not bear to witness this unfold before his eyes, as if he could simply pretend nothing was happening. What kind of strength was it to evade the consequences of his own actions, hiding behind women? Huizhu, I'm sorry, Shun-Yi said as he stepped in front of Shi Huizhu. She lowered her head, shrouded in silence. Please don't apologize, this is not your fault. It's better for us to maintain some distance. I don't want my presence to create a rift between you and Zhong Shuang. During the 2 days you were unconscious, I've already explained things to her, so let us keep a certain distance, shall we? Consider it my plea. I've shown you everything before, but I do not wish to discard the last remnants of my dignity in front of everyone. Just grant me this small favor as a means of modesty, will you? I truly beg you. Tears shimmered in Shi Huizhu's eyes, causing Shun-Yi's heart to ache. The joy of their past now appeared tainted, selfish, and thoughtless when viewed through the lens of the present. Yet if one were to live their life confined by constraints, what meaning would that hold? Ultimately, one could not escape reality. They may not care for each other, but could they ensure that everyone else remained indifferent? Could they truly avoid the whispers behind their backs? Sometimes, words could indeed wield the power to destroy. Clearly, after that day, within Shun-Yi's small world, Shi Huizhu had been burdened by distress. She feared confrontation with him, but felt emboldened to speak of Shi Huizhu. Shun-Yi felt powerless to intervene. Looking at Shi Huizhu's fragile demeanor, he could find no trace of allure or sophistication. Yet, he resolved firmly to grasp her hand tightly. This turmoil began with me. If I were to push you forward, subjecting you to public scorn and ridicule, how pathetic would that be? Don't say you'll bear this burden for me. That would render me utterly impotent. Huizhu, I cannot allow you to be harmed. I am a man, not a coward hiding behind you. Chapter 97. The root of existence. This is Shun-Yi's promise, a vow to Shi Huizhu. Simultaneously, it serves as a means to unshackle the bonds of his soul. From where do these shackles arise? They stem from the constraints of traditional beliefs, the gaze of others, and the contradictions within oneself. What defines tradition? What constitutes the popular? 3,000 years ago, it would have been the decay of rites and music. To constantly hold these ephemeral notions in one's heart, treating them as paramount, is an exhausting way to exist. Why do many people yearn for their childhood? Because in those early years, they were not exposed to many things and approached all events with a sense of wonder. They could spend an entire day catching crickets, oblivious to the call for meals. At that time, the burden of thought was not so heavy, concerns were minimal. But now, the scenario is vastly different. With smartphones, computers, the internet, and an abundance of fresh content, a myriad of thoughts bombard us. It is akin to a humorous anecdote, where scrolling through videos resembles an emperor reviewing memorials. How does one assess this change? Is it a blessing or a curse? Each individual possesses their own scale, Perspectives on matters vary greatly. Where does Shun Yi find himself now? If he takes a step forward, he must sever ties with Shi Huiru. If he retreats, he will cause great distress to Zhong Shuang. Yet, Shun Yi cannot bear to act unkindly or unjustly. Such behavior is not in his nature. His task is to maintain a balance between the two. Choosing one inevitably harms the other. If he does nothing, all will suffer. This is a dilemma with no resolution. Is it truly unsolvable? Until the final moment, no situation is devoid of solutions. Shi Huiru gazes into Shun Yi's unwavering eyes, her heart melting at his resolute words. Overcome with emotion, she embraces him without reservation. Shun Yi, you are truly wonderful, she exclaims, her heartfelt sentiment echoing in the air. In a moment when she feared he would abandon her for a promising relationship with Zhong Shuang, he did not choose himself, and that deeply moved her. This has nothing to do with age, but rather with one's stance. She understands that her initial intentions in getting involved with Shun Yi were driven by ulterior motives, recognizing her own cunning. Yet, Shun Yi has never held this against her, continuously offering his protection. What more could she desire? Shi Huiru buries her head in Shun Yi's sturdy chest as he gently pats her back with his left hand, his right resting softly on her small head. I shall not be a faithless scoundrel. Do you truly believe I would be indifferent to your words or your demeanor just now? I cannot do that, Shun Yi asserts, resting his chin lightly on her forehead. Shi Huiru, standing at merely 165 centimeters, finds it easy to adopt such a position as Shun Yi towers above her. She wipes her reddened eyes, and the two of them embrace, enveloped in their own world, undisturbed by outsiders. After a moment, Shi Huiru pushes Shun Yi away gently. You should get back to your tasks. You have much to do, and I want to take up too much of your time. Since you say you care for me, I believe you. You know, a woman in love often finds her intelligence diminished. My concerns are not paramount. You should consider Zhong Shuang. She comes from a well-bred family and is well protected. You must not take advantage of her. Shun Yi nods, but before he can respond, he suddenly feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. He stumbles slightly, nearly falling, but Shi Huiru is quick to steady him. What is wrong? Please don't scare me, she says, her voice laced with concern. He rubs his temples and struggles to open his eyes. I'm fine. Perhaps I am just too hungry and lost my balance. Realizing that Shun Yi has not eaten for 2 days and that she has delayed him, Shi Huiru feels a pang of guilt. She helps him sit down and begins to prepare food for him. You truly know nothing about life. You haven't eaten at all, and you don't even feel hungry? She chides him gently as she cooks. Shun Yi feels warmth in his heart. Having someone fuss over him is quite reassuring. However, as Zhong Shuang goes to fetch the meat, Shun Yi suddenly notices that the supply has dwindled significantly. This is not merely a figment of his imagination. He estimates that they should have around 30 pieces of meat. With 3 meals a day consisting of meat and vegetable porridge for breakfast and dinner, and 1 piece of meat for lunch. He realizes that 3 baskets have been emptied in just 2 days. Shun Yi speaks nonchalantly, Huiru, please call for Aunt Tang. Of course, Shi Huiru replies. Moments later, Aunt Tang enters the cave. Oh, you're awake. I just heard from the others. I was going to make you something to eat since you haven't had any food for 2 days. She greets him with a warm smile. Shun Yi offers a faint smile in return. Sister Zhang, since you were busy, it's all right. Huiru is preparing my meal. I need to ask you something. Aunt Tang stands beside Shun Yi as he lowers his voice. Have you kept track of the food expenses over the past 2 days? Yes, of course, Sister Zhang responds, sensing the gravity of the question. In the last 2 days, we have spent 55 pieces of food, of which 10 were for meat porridge. The rest was shared among everyone. Shun Yi nods, continuing, if I recall correctly, a basket of meat contains about 50 pieces. Therefore, we should be short 1 basket. But why are we missing 3? Upon hearing this, Aunt Tang's complexion pales. You don't suspect that I've been stealing, do you? I would never resort to such deceit. No, Sister Zhang, I do not suspect you of thievery. In our time working together, I've come to know your character. And you would never commit such an act. My inquiry is simply due to your oversight in this matter, Shun Yi reassures her. Rest assured. There is nothing to be ashamed of. After all, 3 baskets of meat amount to 150 pieces. We only have around 500 pieces in total. With our current food supply, winter will be difficult. You are aware of this. Hearing Shun Yi's words, Aunt Tang breathes a sigh of relief. As long as you don't suspect me, that's all that matters. I don't know why the meat has been gradually decreasing over the past 2 days. You were unconscious, and if I had mentioned it was missing, they would surely suspect me first. I've been vigilant, staying up late every night to see who is taking it. I haven't slept well, but when I wake up each day, even more is gone. If you hadn't asked me, I was going to find a moment to tell you, but I didn't want to distress you right after waking. Shun Yi understands her perspective. From now on, regarding any food-related matters, even if I am asleep, you must inform me. This is fundamental to our survival. Someone is attempting to undermine our foundation, and we cannot remain passive. Shinee declares firmly. Let us eat something first. Sure, Huiru brings over the warm meat strips and water. Huiru, just place it here. You may go back to your tasks. Chapter 098. My innate kindness. As Shinee watched Sure Huiru depart from the cave, he picked up a piece of meat and, while eating, spoke to Old Tang's wife. The reality is that the meat is dwindled. This is not a criticism of you. You have done your utmost. Initially, we had enough meat to last us half a month, but now we can barely manage 10 days. We still have sheep, yet winter is swiftly approaching, and our current supplies are woefully inadequate. Moreover, there are selfish individuals stealing meat, and this happened while I was unconscious for 2 days. Old Tang's wife felt a deep sense of guilt upon hearing Shinye's words. Meat is essential, and she understood this matter well. I am sorry. You need not apologize to me. Instead, consider if there are any suspicious characters. Shinee analyzed, with over 100 pieces of meat. It is certain that some has been hidden. After pondering for a long while, Old Tang's wife shook her head, unable to deduce who the culprit might be. Shinee took another bite of meat. In that case, bring the dog over to me. Shinee owned a dog. With its keen sense of smell, it would undoubtedly detect the thief. The bracelet on his wrist was said to possess the ability to communicate with animals, making it a perfect opportunity to test this theory. Once Old Tang's wife left, Shun-Yi discovered the biological communication feature within the bracelet. Upon activation, a low-frequency sound suddenly surged through him, causing a brief headache that lasted but 5 seconds. Afterward, he was drenched in sweat, yet felt an unfamiliar sensation. The dog was brought forth. What woof? Master, you are awake? 2 distinct voices resonated. One reached Shinye's ears, while the other echoed in his mind. Shinye's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the dog as if it were a creature from a myth. Wait, it is my bracelet. A singular thought raced through his mind. Goodness, this is indeed real. This device truly works wonders. Has technology advanced to such an extent? He attempted to speak to the dog. Dog. Unexpectedly, the dog recoiled in fright, whimpering as it sought refuge behind Old Tang's wife, staring at Shun-Yi as if he were a monstrous apparition. It muttered incessantly, Master, did you speak? Why can I understand you? It was frightened. Shun-Yi chuckled, realizing that the dog could genuinely comprehend him. Come here, you little rascal. The dog, thoroughly convinced now, bowed its head in submission, too intimidated to defy Shin-Yi. Zhangjia, you may step outside for now. I shall take the dog to search for the missing items shortly. After instructing Old Tang's wife, Shin-Yi crouched down to stroke the dog's head. So, you can understand me now, can you? The dog, overwhelmed by Shun-Yi's commanding presence, could only let out a timid bark. Master, master. Noticing the dog's trepidation, Shin-Yi ceased his teasing. In my 2 days of slumber, so much meat has vanished. Did you partake in it? Upon hearing this, the dog felt wronged. Master, it wasn't me. Truly it wasn't. Then who? Why did you not alert me when the thief was stealing meat? The dog fell silent, unable to respond. Shin-Yi sensed that there was more to this story. If you remain silent, I shall stew you. Dog meat is quite palatable. The dog nearly burst into tears, whimpering pathetically, too frightened to bark again. Master, he gave me 2 pieces of meat, and I was so busy eating that I did not bark. Shun-Yi was both amused and exasperated. He gave you meat, and you simply devoured it? You truly are a foolish creature. I am just a dog. The dog murmured softly. Shun-Yi fell silent. All right, do you recognize who it is? Yes. Can you help me locate the meat? Yes. Lead the way. Shun-Yi wasted no time. Over 100 pieces of meat would be enough for him alone for an entire month. The thought of it disappearing was indeed disheartening. Now that the dog could understand him, it had become much more subdued, though it was a playful creature. Its intelligence was akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. However, now it was compliant, transformed into a tool for Shin-Yi. While the phrasing might seem unrefined, the results were undeniably effective. As the dog guided Shin-Yi outside, a few onlookers cast glances their way, hurriedly whispering among themselves, but Shin-Yi remained oblivious. After 5 minutes of walking, the dog halted. Master, it is right here. Here? Shun-Yi inquired, observing a tree before him with a stone beneath it. Yes. The scent is emanating from beneath the stone. The dog wagged its tail excitedly. Shin-Yi moved the stone aside, revealing freshly disturbed soil. Digging further, he uncovered clothing stuffed to the brim with meat. Is there more? Shin-Yi frowned, his tone serious. The dog shrank back, its tail drooping as it sniffed around, leading Shin-Yi to another location. At these 2 spots, Shin-Yi discovered clothing filled with meat, all packed tightly. He realized this was someone's winter stash. Huh. How audacious. Using my supplies to survive the winter? Shin-Yi struggled to contain his emotions, choosing silence instead as he led the dog back to the cave. Upon his return, the somber expression on Shin-Yi's face silenced the chatter of others. Everyone, Return to the cave. No work is required today. As they entered, the sight of the meat peeking from the clothing was enough for all to comprehend the situation. Once inside, Shen-Yi uttered not a word, directing them to find their places and wait for the return of the others before addressing the matter at hand. In his heart, Shen-Yi felt a twinge of betrayal. Was this a lesson regarding his innate compassion? While he might not be entirely selfless, he merely sought a fair exchange. They provided labor, and he offered sustenance. Unlike those who sought to protect everyone at their own expense, Shen-Yi was merely an employer without adequate resources to qualify as a capitalist. The atmosphere in the cave was unusually oppressive, silence enveloping them like a shroud. Only the sounds of breathing could be heard. Shen-Yi sat at the cave's entrance, leaning against the wall with one foot propped on a chair, awaiting the return of the others. The dog lay beside him, not daring to utter a word. Master, you are quite intimidating. Am I? Shen-Yi smiled, patting the dog's head. If sincerity begets sincerity, then what had Shen-Yi truly gained from this exchange? A lesson learned. He understood that there would always be a few rotten apples challenging his patience and limits. This time, he was determined to root them out and expel them. In the distance, a few individuals, including the thin monkey, were seen dragging 5 sheep back. The sheep would yield a considerable amount of wool. They were jubilant from their success. Yet the sight of Shen-Yi's dark expression outside the cave tempered their joy. The thin monkey knew that something had certainly transpired. Secure the sheep in the pen and gather around for a meeting. Shen-Yi's final words were pronounced with particular emphasis. Chapter 099. You are not qualified upon their return. The group, led by the thin monkey, fell silent at the tone of Shen-Yi. They understood that something significant had transpired. The thin monkey, shedding his playful demeanor, approached Shen-Yi and whispered, "Ego, what has happened? Go inside first. I will explain shortly." Shen-Yi replied, his expression grim, showing no regard for even the thin monkey's face. In fact, he felt an urge to kick the lad. After being unconscious for 2 days, everything had descended into chaos. This boy had not contributed, yet he had endured hardships in vain. Once they had all entered the cave, Shen-Yi spoke candidly. You may not be aware of what transpired while I was unconscious. What did you all do during these 2 days? Over 100 pieces of meat have been taken away and hidden by certain individuals as provisions for winter. Is this acceptable? Is this reasonable? If you have the ability, go hunt for yourselves. I would respect you as a man. Yet, lacking any capability, you took advantage of my unconsciousness to steal my meat and bury it. Truly audacious. Shen-Yi was furious. It was not a matter of his character. When it was time to be angry, one must express that anger. Otherwise, one might be perceived as easy to bully. A person must possess their own temperament. If anyone can walk all over them, how can life be endured? As everyone listened to Shen-Yi's words, they gradually understood the reason for his anger. It was indeed a matter of food. Noticing the silence, Shen-Yi continued. From the very beginning, I stated that there are many red lines in my domain, with food security being one of them. While the one who stole the meat is certainly detestable, your indulgence in this situation is even more reprehensible. Yes, you may not have indulged. You simply went to sleep at the appointed time. Did you do anything wrong? No. But doing nothing amounts to negligence. Watching the meat be taken away, thinking it does not belong to you, is that appropriate? Negligence is the greatest indulgence. This was Shen-Yi's assessment. Why do we have unruly children? It is because certain parents indulge them until they commit irreparable mistakes, and then regret it too late. Why not intervene beforehand? For them, food does not belong to them. Their inherent belief is that they do the work, and others provide the sustenance. What grounds does Shen-Yi have to blame them? Taking a deep breath, Shen-Yi scanned the group at the cave's entrance. Whoever did this, step forward and leave the cave. I will not pursue any responsibility. But don't let me find out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Just step forward. There's no need to ask me to let it go. Shen-Yi's calm voice resonated. Yet, no one stepped forward. Why not just let it go? After all, the meat has been recovered. Kachangwei stood up eagerly to suggest. You be silent. Sit down. Shen-Yi pointed at Kachangwei, whose startled reaction caused him to sit back down, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes upon him, his face flushing with embarrassment. Are you trying to plead for leniency? What right do you have to plead? What qualifies you to ask me for mercy? Enough. Before Shen-Yi could finish, Zhang Shuang stood up to halt his words. Shen-Yi looked at Zhang Shuang with a complex expression. One thing must be distinguished from another. We need to identify the culprit and let him go. There is no need to vent your frustration on him, Zhang Shuang stated firmly, meeting Shen-Yi's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Shen-Yi replied, I will count to 3. If no one steps forward, I will not hesitate to find the individual and break their legs. They will either receive no treatment or perish on this island or live as a cripple for the rest of their life. A cold smile graced Shen-Yi's lips. 3. 2. Seeing that no one had yet to step forward, Shen-Yi shook his head and crouched down beside Erha. Find the person for me. At this, Three individuals within the cave were left dumbfounded. While Shunyi did not recognize them, Erha certainly did, as they recalled Shunyi's previous words. A chill ran down their spines. Yes, it was us. Please, don't unleash the dog. I'm terrified of dogs. The three of them stepped forward immediately. Feeling cowardly? No longer tough? Shunyi remarked, feeling like a villain for a moment. He often enjoyed adopting different perspectives, for many times, standing in his own shoes yielded insights. However, after spending too long in others' positions, he had grown weary. What value is there in considering the perspective of those who would steal from him to survive the winter? Gazing at the three, Shunyi could see their inner trepidation. Did you err? He directly asked. Not at all. I did nothing wrong. At that moment, a young man spoke up. Shunyi recognized him as Zhao Bin, a classmate known for his energetic antics, often more boisterous than the thin monkey. Their interactions had been minimal. Is that so? Then tell me, if you did nothing wrong, does that mean I am at fault? Yes, it is indeed your fault. You do nothing every day and still have food to eat. You spend your days idly, flirting with that girl. Why should I toil like a beast just to earn my daily meal? Zhao Bin shouted defiantly at Shunyi. Shut your mouth. The thin monkey intervened, kicking Zhao Bin to the ground. You dare strike me? I have long found you displeasing. You are merely a pawn to serve him. Pointing at the thin monkey, Zhao Bin cursed loudly. The thin monkey, incensed, retaliated with a punch to Zhao Bin's face. Though both were slender, the thin monkey's strength surpassed Zhao Bin's, leaving him dazed. Why? Let me tell you why. You may insult me, but you cannot speak ill of Ego. Without him, I would starve on this island. Without Ego, where would you get your food? Without Ego, where would you reside? You are a parasite depending on Ego. And you still dare to criticize him? If you have the capability, take them all to survive. Go hunt. Fight wolves. Challenge wild boars. Go ahead. Do you have the ability? With no real skills yet so many demands, how could Zhao Bin presume to compare himself to Shunyi? You are utterly shameless. Do you think you have the right to stand alongside Ego? The thin monkey passionately berated Zhao Bin. At this moment, Zhao Bin's eyes were red with anger as he glared at the thin monkey. You are nothing but a dog. Go to hell. Enraged, the thin monkey kicked him again. Enough. Let them go. Shunyi intervened, understanding the thin monkey's intentions. It was time for Shunyi to tighten the reins on the thin monkey, as he had begun to get carried away.